When Toriko arrived in the world of pirates, he carried within him the legacy of the Beast Spirit Walker Udyr. Every time he defeated a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, he could absorb the corresponding Beast Spirit into himself. From the frost breath of the great god Zoan to the immortality of the Eight-Headed Serpent, from the soaring clouds of the Azure Dragon to the rebirth of the Phoenix, countless Beast Spirits constructed a complete totem system within him, as he simultaneously displayed 10 different mythical beast forms in Wano country. And as the cannon fire from the Navy headquarters sparked off his dragon scales, this walking Beast Atlas finally revealed its ultimate form. At the moment when all beast spirits merged into one, a new generation of deity opened its eyes amidst the ruins. Chapter 1. The Boy with Twin Horns, year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, Wano country. This was the 7th year since Kazuki Odin's disappearance. The years passed peacefully, the scenery clear and bright. This moonlight would be even better if Momonosuke were gone too. The boy named Toriko thought to himself. He stepped onto Onigashima. Thunderbagwa, a dazzling display of light pollution, colorful black and red lightning struck down. Kaido swung his large club and hit the boy. Boom! The boy was knocked into the sea, his fate unknown. Kaido let out a furious roar, transforming into an Azure Dragon, circling above Onigashima. His massive figure obscured the sun as he roared to the sky. If you can't even take a hit from me, you don't deserve to be my subordinate. Boys, if that kid isn't dead yet, bring him back. Oh, the pirates scattered to search for him. Kaido felt a bit anxious as he drank his liquor. Just a moment ago, that boy with twin horns was clamoring to join the beast pirates. But he had drunk a bit too much today and found that the boy was a bit unruly, so he had struck a little too hard in a moment of excitement. The boy had a pair of peculiar twin horns on his head, but he was not of the Oni clan. Even Kaido was clueless. He just felt that this kid's aura was somewhat familiar. Did I hit too hard? Kaido muttered to himself. If he died just like that, it would be a bit of a pity. Thinking of this, Kaido took a big swig of alcohol and couldn't help but sob. Wah, my son is running away from home and even laid hands on me. The factory's output hasn't been improving lately. What the hell? Nothing is going smoothly. He transformed into his hybrid form, covering his face, and cried out loud, occasionally sniffing. Tears the size of bowls splattered on the faces of his subordinates, causing them to shrink back. Next pulled in. Is today a day to cry when drunk? The underlings silently complained. They were already used to it. Their boss would get drunk and have a fit every few days. Report to Boss Kaido. That kid isn't dead. Oh, the crying stopped abruptly. He's not dead. Kaido wiped his nose, a bit surprised. He had used almost 30% of his strength in that strike, and he didn't die. Kaido's expression brightened. Olo, bring him here. The reporting underling looked troubled. Speak. Kaido stopped drinking, glaring at his subordinate below. Boss Kaido, that kid is clinging to the sea and won't come up. He's trying to escape. Damn brat. Bang. Kaido instantly crushed the wine gourd in his hand, kicking over the table in front of him, sending fine wine and delicacies scattering everywhere. All the underlings retreated in unison, no one daring to provoke Kaido's anger at this moment. Kaido grabbed the nearby sea stone handcuffs and shouted, "You ignorant little brat." He staggered a few steps, his drunkenness subsiding a bit, suppressing his anger, and said to Jean beside him, "Bring that kid back and throw him in the dungeon." "Yes, Mr. Kaido." At this moment, Toriko was leisurely soaking in the seawater, looking up at the bright moonlight, lost in thought. He really had arrived in the world of One Piece. He was originally a corporate slave, and before crossing over, he was busy playing League of Legends with a few buddies. He played his favorite hero, the Beast Spirit Walker Udyr. Just as he was admiring the explosion of the opposing base, everything suddenly went dark, and he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in this world. Afterward, he took on the name Toriko, doing odd jobs under a few old craftsmen to barely make ends meet. After working like a beast for a while, he discovered that this was actually the world of One Piece, and he was in Wano country. Good news. He had a cheat, possessing the physique and skills of the Beast Spirit Walker Udyr at about 16 or 17 years old. A brand new body, not the rough old man image from the game. This allowed his physical foundation to barely meet the minimum standard of the One Piece world's average monstrous physique, meaning he could take a beating relatively well. Bad news, his cheat had some issues. To be precise, his skills were somewhat off, like water without a source. The more he used them, the lower the damage. This left him quite helpless, as he didn't dare to use his skills too much. He could manage against ordinary pirate lackeys, but when facing officers, it was basically a no-go. Having suffered social bullying in his past life, he was fed up with living like a beast. Since he had the chance to cross over and had come to Wano country, he naturally wanted to join the Beast Pirates. Could he continue living as a commoner in Wano? He might as well have been a beast in his previous life. One should not live life backwards, not to mention becoming someone important. Mixing in Wano to be a little bully shouldn't be too hard. By then, he could eat well and drink well every day, and when there's nothing to do, find a few courtesans to sing and play for him. This kind of life, just thinking about it, is quite impressive. Continue being a laborer? No way. So, he came to Onigashima to apply to join. But unexpectedly, after encountering a drunken Kaido, he took a hit to the head before he could say a few words. Ouch! Toriko rubbed a large bump on his forehead and cursed. Damn, that hit was brutal, bastard Kaido. It hurts like hell. I'll make you my grandpa sooner or later. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice sounded behind him. Have you finished cursing? Do you want to come out by yourself? Or should I help you? Toriko turned around sharply and looked up. He saw a tall, masked man with flames on the back of his head and a pair of black wings behind him, floating in the air, coldly staring at him. Jean, the top of the three main figures, Jean, second only to Kaido in strength within the Beast Pirates, fiercely loyal to Kaido, intolerant of others' criticism. A chill ran down Toriko's back, and he chuckled awkwardly, swimming voluntarily towards the shore. And no joke, with his current strength, he wasn't enough to challenge Jean, and he didn't want to provoke this freak. If he got caught by this guy, he would undoubtedly face severe torture. What he feared came true. After a brutal beating, he was thrown into the dungeon. Jean, bastard Kaido, you better remember this. After a round of cursing, Toriko calmed down and began to contemplate his current situation. Now that he was captured, the other side wasn't in a hurry to kill him, but to bet that they would completely let him go was impossible. After all, they were pirates, and there was no such thing as righteousness or morality. Based on what he knew about Kaido, he would most likely be thrown into a mining pit to do hard labor. You want to work for free? No way. Not putting sea-stone handcuffs on me is your biggest mistake. Who do you look down on? Crack. Toriko exerted force and broke the shackles on his wrists. He wouldn't sit and wait like someone else. Next, he needed to consider how to escape and what his future plans would be. He was confident about escaping. But what after escaping? Join the Navy? He wouldn't dare. Those strange horns on his head wouldn't allow him to get too close to the Navy. He didn't want to be research material. If Kaido didn't take him in, he would have to try his luck with another pirate crew. Based on the timeline, there were still 11 years until Monkey D. Luffy set sail, and the Straw Hat crew was a definite pass. Big Mom is somewhat dangerous, and her hunger pangs might cause some trouble, not to mention the risk of having her lifespan drained. So let's not consider that for now. The atmosphere in the red-haired pirates is harmonious. They should still be in the East Blue at this time. The white pirates are also not bad, except for having to recognize someone as their father. Everything else is fine. Who knows, I might even intercept the dark fruit and directly follow the Blackbeard script. However, he still feels that staying with the silly beast pirates is the most comfortable. The average IQ here is not high, and he can also bully others in Wano country. It's simply a good place to eat and wait to die. Anyway, in this life, I don't want to be a beast of burden. No one can stop me. Just as he was pondering, a weak female voice echoed in the dungeon. What stupid thing did my bastard father do again? Do you have a grudge against Kaido too? Chapter 2. Son of the Demon, Tora's heart moved. Yamato? He turned towards the corner of the dungeon, and in the dim firelight, he saw a white-haired girl dressed in a kimono. The girl had a pair of red demon horns, her hands were shackled, and her body was covered in wounds. Though, isn't this Kaido's good daughter, the brain-dead fan of Odin, Master Yamato? Hey, what did you just call Kaido? Tora feigned ignorance and asked, since it was their first meeting. He is not my father. I will kill him sooner or later. TSK, what a grudge. Tora secretly shook his head. Teacher Kaido really suffered from being less educated, not understanding the importance of ideological education. If it were me, he shouldn't have locked Yamato up with the samurai. Odin has been dead for so many years, and yet she still uses that broken diary to cause trouble. Who writes a diary? Who exactly are you? You need to be clear. Tora leaned in, pointing at his injuries with a face full of hatred. Look, see this? All these injuries were caused by that bastard. I won't let it go with him. Don't think you can get away with it just because you're a girl. If you're Kaido's daughter, I won't spare you. What daughter? I'm a boy. My name is Yamato, and I will become Kazuki Oden's man in the future. Yamato pounded her trembling chest, looking like a bold man. She emphasized the name Kazuki Oden heavily. Tora felt a bit of a headache. Wow, she really is a brain-dead fan. Yamato gave a thumbs up, making a classic eating dirt gesture, looking quite pleased with herself. Haha, Scion wannabe? Tora looked at her chest, which had developed far beyond the timeline, sighed, and directly ignored the silly thing she was saying. What you want to become has nothing to do with me. Did I just want to know if you're Kaido's daughter? Don't talk to me about these nonsense. Hearing this, Yamato's eyes flickered, her earlier enthusiasm instantly deflated, and after a mental struggle, she chose to confess. He is indeed my bastard father. Although I don't know what grievance you have with that bastard Kaido, as long as you are his enemy, you are my friend. One day, I will definitely kill Kaido. She spoke earnestly, not seeming to be pretending. Teacher Kaido, he really is so miserable, I could cry. Since you are so honest, I won't hold it against you for now. Do you really have a grudge against Kaido? Yamato saw that the boy did not pursue her identity as Kaido's child and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But upon hearing him mention Kaido, Yamato couldn't help but become furious again. Of course, as long as I can get out of this damn dungeon, I will definitely help you deal with him. Okay, I will temporarily believe you. Then we're friends, right? Yamato smiled widely, a bit happy, and asked tentatively. Hee, I just gained a powerful partner for free. Let's get her out of the dungeon first. Tora felt secretly delighted, but on the surface, he remained expressionless and nodded in agreement. Yeah, my name is Tora, and I'm glad to be your friend. As for whether you will help me deal with Kaido, we will have to see your performance after we get out. Next, we should consider how to get out of here. How do we do that? That prison door is very sturdy. If it weren't for these handcuffs, I might be able to break it directly. Yamato said, pointing at the handcuffs on her hands. Oh, let me take a look. Tora grabbed Yamato's wrist, intending to inspect it. Be careful, this thing will explode. He looked it over and came to a rough understanding. These handcuffs were indeed tampered with. They would explode if they left a certain range. Although I can't destroy them, I can help you make a key to unlock the handcuffs. Really? You can make keys? Yamato blinked her beautiful big eyes, full of anticipation. I used to work as a craftsman under a few old guys. Though he was a handyman, his skills were not to be underestimated. This type of explosive handcuff was in high demand by the Beast Pirates, and during his time working for the old guys, he had encountered similar orders and was very familiar with its structure. But even so, how are you going to do it? There's nothing here. Tora smiled silently, picked up the iron chain he had just broken, and said with a grin, Who said there's nothing? What are you going to do? Tora remained silent, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and activated his skill. Fire charge! He saw a thin layer of scales rise on his arm. His hands turned bright red and hot, with flames faintly rising. Tora used his burning fists to continuously hammer and forge the iron chain. After about an hour, a rough black iron key was created. Yamato watched in awe. Hey, Tora, how did you do that? Tora, your fists are on fire? And your horns just turned red. That Yamato poked Tora's slightly warm horns with her finger, both curious and excited, her face full of questions. Tora, however, was not relaxed. Continuously using his ability for an hour had left his body in a state of exhaustion. The reason was that his skill's power was too low and the temperature was insufficient. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. Moreover, he felt that the power of the skill fire charge was also becoming weaker. All right, no need to mind that. Try this key. Click. Yamato's handcuffs were unlocked. Unlocked. Yamato paused, stunned in place. What was happening in front of her felt unreal. Wait, it's that simple? Am I free? She thought in her heart. Happiness came too suddenly. Once she regained her senses, she excitedly thanked. Great, thank you, Tora. No need to mind it. Are we friends? Saying this, Tora kindly extended his palm. Yamato's face broke into a happy smile. Since she could remember, she hadn't had any friends. Kaido's subordinates kept their distance from her. Plus, the brainwashing from Oden's diary made her extremely dislike Kaido and his pirates. The word friend was too extravagant for her. I finally have a friend, she silently repeated in her heart. Yamato reached out and their hands clasped together. At this moment, they truly became friends. And just as Tora and Yamato shook hands, a strange feeling surged into his mind. That feeling was like on a scorching summer day, taking a sip of chilled plum juice, quenching thirst, and cooling off, making him feel revitalized. Detected a new beast spirit, establishing a bond. Beast spirit? This is my passive spirit bond. Tora's eyes flashed with golden light, and he sensed changes in his body, as if some vitality had been infused. Bond established. Energetic power, 200 beast spirit. Deiko couldn't. Orange, compatibility, 13. A divine white wolf capable of manipulating cold air for attack and defense. Evaluation. It is rumored to protect a region, punish evil and promote good, and eliminate disasters, but it is in its infancy, with potential yet to be unleashed, and has not awakened. At this moment, a flowing white thread seemed to connect him with Yamato at his feet. A white wolf phantom crouched beside him, plump and adorably cute. This white wolf exuded a chilling aura, radiating an icy presence. When he acquired this beast spirit, Tiger clearly felt that his skill extreme frost gale had been strengthened, no longer in the previous state of water without a source. Now it had become flowing, living water. The cold air emitted by the white wolf trickled into his body like a stream, enhancing the power of extreme frost gale. It seems that establishing a bond with a beast spirit can enhance my skills. Tiger was very pleased, as this meant that as long as he could find the corresponding beast spirit or animal and establish a connection, he could grow stronger. However, what is the use of this spiritual energy? Chapter 3 Yamato, let me. Every day from now on, he currently possessed 200 points of spiritual energy, but he had no concept of whether this amount was a lot or a little. Tiger sank into contemplation as a piece of information flooded into his mind. Spiritual energy can be consumed to obtain runes. Deadly Rhythm, 220. Eternal Grip, 200. Phase. Charge, 180. Deadly Rhythm. Increases attack speed when attacking. Eternal Grip. Permanently increases a small amount of life. Phase Charge. Increases movement speed. After weighing his options, he ultimately chose Eternal Grip. Although Deadly Rhythm was quite advantageous in combat, he needed to consider how to survive in this absurd world, and he currently lacked enough spiritual energy to acquire it. Phase Charge, which increased movement speed, seemed convenient for escape, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun his uncle, and in this world, one could also improve their movement speed through training. Eternal Grip could permanently increase his life limit. While it seemed to have a weak short-term effect, the long-term benefits were clear. The longer he lived, the tougher he would become. Successfully obtained rune. Eternal Grip. Beginner. By contacting a being with strong life signs, you can permanently gain a small amount of life. This can only be triggered once per day for the same being. It seems there are conditions for triggering it. Tiger looked at Yamato beside him and decided to give it a try. He patted Yamato on the back and smiled. Do you have a way to deal with this iron door? As soon as Tiger touched Yamato again, he saw his palm flicker with green light, and a thread of life energy surged into his palm. Successfully gained a small amount of life permanently. Did it increase? Why don't I feel anything? Is this small amount too little? But it doesn't matter. The beast pirates have animal-type devil fruits, and their physiques are not bad. As long as I touch each of them every day, it won't take a few years for my life to accumulate to a terrifying level. With persistence over time, my toughness will surely reach a shocking degree. Becoming the strongest being is just around the corner. No problem. Leave it to me, Yamato said confidently, launching a frenzied assault on the iron door, even using her teeth. But that iron gate remained steadfast. I wish my Aiken was here, Yamato mumbled. Tiger stepped forward to examine the dungeon's iron door. It was not made of sea prism stone. It was simply harder than ordinary materials that he casually asked. What's Aiken? My weapon, a spike club. No, I'm too hungry. I have no strength at all. I haven't eaten in 3 days. What? Kaido, you're too much. Tiger cursed inwardly. A child in her teens is in a critical growth period, and you've let her go hungry for 3 days. What she ends up stunted. Kaido, Domi Yamato. It seemed the child was indeed starving. 3 days without food had left Yamato weak. It was no wonder she struggled to break the sturdy iron bars or even walk. Let me try. You step back a bit. Do you have a way? Yamato looked skeptical, not because she underestimated Tiger, but because this cell door had been reinforced specifically against her. Ordinary means would be hard to damage it. Flame charge. This time, Tiger unleashed the full power of his skill. Waves of fire surged around him, engulfing him in flames, and a pair of enormous, glowing red goat horns appeared on his shoulders. Flame charge not only possessed the power of fire, but also increased his movement speed. Tiger bent down, gathered all his strength, and charged at the iron door. Bang! The cell door shattered into pieces. Wow, Tiger, what was that just now? I think I saw a goat. Yamato chirped excitedly, flitting around Tiger like a joyful little bird. This boy had given her so many surprises. She rarely encountered such novel things in a year. It could be said she was shocked for an entire year. All right, that's my ability, something ordinary people can't learn. Tiger said nonchalantly. Let's go. Where to? Gurgle Yamato shyly covered her stomach. First, let's fill our stomachs. Good idea. I know a great place. Yamato raised her hands in agreement. It was deep into the night, and most people on Onigashima were asleep. The two sneaked into the food storage warehouse and began to feast. Yamato ate like a starving ghost. Not much better than Luffy. 3 days without food was still too cruel for her. Tiger's eating manners were also hard to describe. In the days right after his arrival, he had suffered from the ups and downs of hunger and fullness. There was no way. For someone like him at the bottom, a decent bowl of white rice was a luxury in Wano country. Onigashima had abundant supplies, with clean water and food, so he didn't have to worry about getting an upset stomach. This was also one of the reasons he came to seek refuge with Kaido. The two hid in the warehouse and ate for nearly half a day before they were willing to stop, with Yamato being the most enthusiastic. After their meal, they began to chat. Mainly, Yamato spoke and Tiger listened. I want to go out to sea for an adventure. I don't want to be Kaido's son. I want to live freely like Oden. Hearing Yamato mention Oden again, Tiger frowned and couldn't help but interrupt. Since you want to go out to sea and gain freedom so much, why not try to leave? I can't if I leave Onigashima. The handcuffs will. Yamato stopped halfway through, as she clearly sensed that the shackles that once bound her were no longer there. It was just that her heart remained bound. Thinking of how Tiger had helped her remove the shackles, saved her from the dungeon, and shared the first full meal she had in 3 days, Yamato felt warmth in her heart. For years, she had lived a life of hiding on Onigashima, with hardly any friends. Even those who had treated her well were killed by Kaido. Now that she had a companion, the desire that had lingered in her heart for years became incredibly strong at this moment. Hey Tiger, let's go out to sea for an adventure together, okay? Sure, but going out to sea is not as simple as you think. The timing isn't right. Let's wait for next time. No, let's set off now. No way. Tiger firmly refused. I'm really strong. Saying this, Yamato eagerly demonstrated her abilities, switching back and forth between her human and beast forms. An animal-type ability user, and it's ice-based, seems to be a rather rare mythical species. Tiger stroked his chin, pretending to ponder. He, starry-eyed face, Yamato beamed with pride. So, can we go out to sea now? No, you're an ability user. If you fall into the sea, I'll have to fish you out. Yamato was very disappointed, with his 2 dog ears drooping down in his beast form, looking somewhat comical. Unless what? Yamato's eyes lit up, and his ears perked up immediately. Chapter 4 Kaido. I've taken your daughter away, Yamato. Taraji became serious and asked earnestly, Are we friends? Of course, that goes without saying. Yamato patted her chest confidently. Although she was only 15 years old, her physique was already comparable to that of an adult. Taraji awkwardly looked away, but still said seriously, You have the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit, and you're Kaido's child. You'll definitely be very powerful in the future, maybe even surpassing Kaido. If I run into trouble later, I'll have to rely on you. Yamato slapped her thigh and moved closer to Taraji, linking her arm with his. Of course, you're my brother. If anything comes up in the future, just look for me. So can we set sail now? When people want something done, they often think of leveraging relationships and getting familiar. Yamato must have learned this from somewhere. No, you're not my brother. Taraji pretended to be aloof, moving Yamato's arm off his shoulder. Yamato felt a bit wronged, sensing rejection. You're my wife, Taraji said earnestly, looking at Yamato with undeniable eyes. Wife? What is that? Yamato tilted her head, looking curious. The gentle breeze lifted her white hair, making her look quite adorable. A wife is someone who is closer and has a better relationship than a brother. Usually that is the case. Oh, I see. Great. Yamato readily agreed. All right, no backtracking. Taraji was quite surprised. He had only been joking, but Yamato actually agreed. Yamato laughed heartily, of course. I always keep my word. Taraji, from today on, you're my wife. Ha ha ha. That's fine, I guess. Taraji sighed. He wasn't sure if she was pretending to be naive or if she was genuinely innocent and oblivious. Years later, when Yamato recalled today's promise, she would wonder if it was joy or embarrassment. Perhaps only she knew in her heart. Because of the bond established with the divine beast inside Yamato, he could sense her desires. If he fulfilled the beast spirit's wishes, it would likely strengthen their relationship, thereby making the bond tighter, which would be beneficial for him. After all, the profession of a beast spirit walker is to establish connections with beast spirits to ultimately gain their acknowledgement and the powerful abilities they bestow. He had just acquired the beast spirit and still had not figured out whether it had other abilities. First, he decided to fulfill Yamato's wishes and see what benefits he could gain. Yamato lacked experience, having been confined to Onigashima by Kaido since childhood, and she was very sheltered from the outside world. She had a natural yearning for everything outside, and going on an adventure represented freedom to her. Unless she experienced the hardships of sailing firsthand, she would not turn back. Taraji planned to change his current strategy. First, fulfill Yamato's needs, see what benefits he could gain, and then make further plans. With that decision made, he began to take action. Taraji arranged for Yamato to get a small boat, one just the size of the one Luffy and Zoro had when they first set sail. He also moved a large supply of food and fresh water from the warehouse, enough for the two of them to last for quite a while. Once everything was ready, he set sail with Yamato. However, in a monitoring room on Onigashima, a fat man was watching their every move with great interest. The fat man said to his subordinate, "Quick, tell the men to keep up, and hurry to inform Big Brother Kaido." Splash! A small boat glided into the water under the moonlight. The cool moonlight reflected on the sea, the oars creating ripples as the waves crashed against the boat, and the gentle breeze filled the sails, making a popping sound. Taraji took a deep breath of the salty, sweet sea air, thoroughly enjoying it. In his past life, he had thought about sailing at night, but it never came to pass. He never expected to experience it in this life. This journey was also Yamato's true maiden voyage. With her long-held wish finally realized, the young girl was incredibly excited. She sometimes shouted loudly, sometimes laughed joyfully, bouncing around the boat and nearly capsizing it. She even dipped her hand into the sea, letting the water flow through her fingers, savoring the hard-won freedom. As the boat sailed into the night, the two of them still had no desire to sleep, but their stomachs were starting to growl. Taraji got up to cook something. He ignited the stove with a snap of his fingers, flames bursting forth. The water began to boil, and he tossed a handful of beans and peanuts into the pot. Once it boiled, they were ready to eat. The two sat around the small stove, eating the beans and peanuts with their hands, occasionally sipping on some wine. Yamato was happily eating, feeling touched that there was food when she got hungry, remembering the miserable days of being hungry one moment and full the next over the years. She couldn't help but cry. "Wah, I'm so happy." "Thank you, Taraji." Taraji waved his hand dismissively. "We're family. There's no need to thank me for everything." Yamato nodded vigorously, tears still glistening on her round face. Leisurely eating beans, Taraji recalled a story he read in his past life called The Village Opera. He remembered the scene where they stole locust beans to cook and eat, which was one of the rare, light-hearted writings from the author. Thinking back on it now brought a smile to his face, filling him with a sense of grandeur. This joyful mood was genuine and also affected Yamato beside him. They both looked up at the starry night sky, admiring the brilliant Milky Way, feeling very content. Spirit Energy 10. Sure enough, building a good relationship with the Beast Spirit allows one to gain Spirit Energy. But is 10 points a bit low? He closed his eyes and began to introspect. The white little wolf curled up in a ball, yawning, looking just as content as Yamato beside it. A stream of cold air continued to flow into his body. Whether it was an illusion or not, this cold air seemed significantly stronger than before. Surrounding him, for beastly shadows were seated in the four cardinal directions. One giant bear with golden lightning on its claws. One enormous wild boar, entirely dark green, with armor as hard as iron. One goat with giant horns, its body surrounded by red flames. One blue ice phoenix, crystal clear, emanating a faint cold aura. These four divine shadows were ancient and mysterious, yet they were not solid. Their presence was weak, as if a gust of wind could blow them away. Taraji was not surprised. Being familiar with Udyr's skills, how could he not recognize these four? They were indeed the four demigods that granted Udyr his powers. They were also the source of the power behind his four skills. Among them, the Flame Goat was the weakest compared to the other three, which was a result of his recent continuous use of the skill Flame Charge. The Ice Phoenix was in slightly better condition, appearing as crystal clear as jade and emitting a stronger cold aura than the other three. The Ice Phoenix showed signs of regaining strength. Taraji guessed this must be closely related to the White Little Wolf. Seeing the four shadows in such a weak state, Taraji's expression darkened. Beast Spirit Walkers gain power by establishing spiritual bonds with various animals in the world. However, this pirate world does not have these four demigods. The bonds he established with the demigods were gradually fading, which was also the reason his skills were continuously weakening. He needed to find a way to restore the power of these four divine shadows. Chapter 5. The small matter going out to sea. I'm so sorry, Lord Quinn, but Kaido is drunk and sleeping at the top of Onigashima, and we can't wake him up. Useless bunch of fools. Quinn's yellow mustache twitched in anger as he stood up, his muscular body shaking like soft jelly. These useless subordinates couldn't even handle this small matter, and he had to come personally. Quinn, one of the prominent figures of the Beast Pirates, known as Disaster, loved to sing, dance, rap, and enjoy red bean soup. He had been monitoring Yamato and the others all this time. At this point, Quinn planned to report to Kaido in person. However, just a few steps out, he hesitated. He knew Kaido's habits. He was probably transformed into a giant dragon, sleeping on the roof of Onigashima. Normally, no one would dare to disturb him. Waking Kaido at this time carried some risks, but Yamato had escaped from prison, and this was a serious matter, even risking being scolded. Quinn had to muster the courage to go. After hastily arranging for his subordinates to pursue the two at sea, he intended to head to the top of Onigashima. Lord Jin, what brings you here? Hearing his subordinates' words at the door, Quinn's heart sank. Why was that perverted guy here? Jin walked straight in and directly confronted Quinn. How could you let those two little brats escape? How much longer do you need to catch them? Quinn, you useless piece of trash. Shut up. I've already sent Jack to chase after them. That kid was originally willing to join us. If it weren't for your torturous methods, would he even think about escaping? It's all your fault for being a perverted torturer. If he wants to join our beast pirates, he needs to be thoroughly vetted. He comes from Wano. How can you guarantee he isn't a remnant of Kazuki Oden? You don't understand. He's a rare talent. Just now, I saw him in prison unlock Yamato's handcuffs using a key he forged with fire. Brother Kaido has been worried about the output of the weapon factory and needs some craftsmen of our own. So what if he has some connection to Oden? We could just control him. I recently invented a virus that I'm eager to put to use. Jin was somewhat surprised, though. So what? Some craftsmen from Wano can do that too, right? Just grab a few people and it will be resolved. This kid is not simple. I saw him use the ability of flames. The key was forged by him using fire. Are you sure he isn't a devil fruit user? Jin's pupils constricted, his black mask concealing his surprised expression. He was certain that the kid was not a devil fruit user. Why could he control fire? Could it be that this kid? He could use fire and wasn't a devil fruit user, which reminded Jin of his own race. He muttered to himself. Although he could be 100% sure that this kid was not from the Lunaria clan, there were all kinds of strange people in this sea, and he might have some connection to his own race. Perhaps understanding this kid's background could lead him to information about his own race. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he didn't want to miss it. His perverted hobby of torturing people had developed over the years. Besides seeking revenge and venting for the inhumane suffering he endured in the Research Institute, a deeper reason was to explore the news of the Lunaria clan. He had always harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing to see his kin in this lifetime. Thinking of this, Jin immediately turned around. Report the location of these two to me right away, Quinn. You go notify Mr. Kaido. Life at sea wasn't as easy as imagined. Especially the weather in the Grand Line was unpredictable. One moment, there were strong winds, the next thunder and torrential rain, hail, and turbulent currents appeared one after another. They had been trying to avoid the waters of Wano. When the Straw Hat crew first arrived in Wano, they had also been overwhelmed by the surging currents, which showed just how dangerous this sea was. They hadn't encountered such calm waters as last night again. On his first voyage, Toki didn't have any unrealistic fantasies. He just hoped to survive without starving and safely reach land. But he underestimated Yamato's low limits as a teammate. Splash! Toki dragged the unconscious Yamato out of the sea. This was already the third time he had rescued Yamato from the water. Devil Fruit users were a hassle. Yamato choked up some seawater and woke up. Toki, the sea is terrifying. How could this happen? Toki took off his shirt, wrung out the seawater, snapped his fingers to ignite a fire, and began to dry his clothes. Yamato also moved closer to the fire. Toki shot her a sideways glance. He was annoyed to see her and said, "How can you say that? If you hadn't dumped those buckets of fresh water off the ship, we wouldn't have capsized so easily." Things were even worse than that. The consecutive capsizes had caused most of their food to be lost at sea, and they currently only had enough for one day. Yamato stuck out her tongue, feeling guilty. "I didn't know you couldn't drink seawater. I thought the ocean was so vast. Why'd you bring so much water? It seems I need to teach you some common sense. Hey, can you focus when others are talking?" Yamato was squirming, unable to sit still. Suddenly, she pulled open her shirt and began rummaging around her chest. Toki covered his face, speechless. With a plop, 2 moderately sized crabs fell out from her shirt. Yamato grinned, picked up the 2 crabs, and said with a hint of pride, "Great. Toki, we have a late-night snack tonight." Toki blushed and thought, "It's hard for me when you keep doing this." He cleared his throat. That's great, but don't do that in front of others next time, especially in front of other men. How about this?" Toki imitated her action of pulling open her shirt. "Oh, okay." Yamato eagerly agreed, but then turned around and started rummaging around her chest again. "Toki. Great, it's still here, look." Yamato exclaimed, holding up an old, yellowed book with joy. "What is this?" Yamato resembled a little girl promoting her idol as she pushed Odin's diary into Toki's hand, full of confidence. "After you read it, you'll definitely think Odin is amazing." Toki silently complained, "No, I won't. He would only think Odin died too early." Toki casually accepted the booklet. "Let me take a look." He glanced through it. It was just a very ordinary travel diary. For someone like Toki, who had lived 2 lives, it naturally held no appeal. But for Yamato, who had been trapped on Onigashima since childhood and lacked education, it was indeed an incredible spiritual nourishment. Being uneducated really had its drawbacks. Toki saw it, wanting to return the diary to Yamato. "Don't rush. Wait until you've finished reading it before returning it to me." After some tugging, he tearfully accepted the diary. He felt that reading it too much would surely make him as smart as Yamato, right? Chapter 6: The King of Ships is here. Due to a shortage of food, Hyusai made a simple fishing rod to start fishing, hoping for a catch. As for the freshwater issue, he used a kettle and several bottles to create a rudimentary distillation device to start distilling seawater. "Hey Hyusai, you're so amazing. You know everything." Yamato jumped around him like a little rabbit. Hyusai rested his chin on one hand while holding the fishing rod with the other, staring expressionlessly at the sea, ignoring the clumsy teammate beside him. He thought to himself, "If it weren't for you, would I have to work this hard? Ever since I got stuck with this unfortunate girl, it feels like I'm getting further away from my plans of a laid-back life." "All right, stop jumping around. You're scaring the fish away," he said. "Oh, and eat a little less. Our food is running out." Yamato mumbled with food in her mouth. "You're still eating? I'm hungry." Finally, after spending most of the day, he caught a 2-foot-long salmon. Hyusai looked at the pitiful few small fish in the bucket at his feet and shook his head slightly. Life at sea was indeed tough, and he felt worried about his survival skills. He thought, "Don't let yourself starve before reaching the shore. This can't go on. Should we return to Onigashima?" They had only been sailing for less than a day. It might still be time to turn back. Hyusai looked at Yamato, who was crouched down playing with the 2 crabs, and called her over to prepare lunch. As soon as Yamato saw the salmon in Hyusai's hand, her eyes lit up. She immediately lunged at it, opening her mouth to swallow it whole. "Don't rush. The fish has parasites. It needs to be handled properly and cooked before eating. Hyusai didn't want to eat it raw. He had had enough of various raw foods during his time in Wano. Parasites? Yamato leaned closer to Hyusai, her face blank and adorable, like a good student asking the teacher for an explanation. Well, it's a type of worm that can live inside you and make you sick. You might end up with a stomachache. Yamato put down the salmon and started to help Hyusai process the catch. Recently, Hyusai had been teaching her a lot of knowledge. As long as it wasn't like Kaido's stick education, Yamato was quite willing to learn. She always approached unknown things with a curious heart and a willingness to learn. In just half a day, she had learned quite a bit. Seawater is not drinkable. Salt and sugar are different. You need money when you're out. If you don't have money, you need to earn it. Fish gills are not edible, and the innards must be cleaned properly. Also, there are differences between genders. Girls shouldn't expose their bodies in front of others. Compared to Luffy, who only knows about eating and fighting and has no understanding of life, Yamato can be considered quite reasonable, sensitive, and eager to learn. Having experienced a miserable childhood, she was not a spoiled girl. She didn't mind doing work and had a good temperament. Before long, she learned how to gut a fish. Once the fish was grilled, the two began their lunch. Yamato chewed on the grilled fish, happily getting grease all over her mouth, and mumbled, I've eaten this kind of fish before and thought it was the most delicious food in the world. I didn't expect it to taste even better when grilled. Are you talking about eating it raw? Yamato looked at him as if it were obvious. Of course I can't cook. Hyusai looked at Yamato with pity, thinking, how have you lived all these years? It will get better in the future, but of course, we need to learn various skills and strengthen our abilities. Going out to sea is not an easy task. Yamato nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. I know, you've said it many times. She pretended to be impatient, but deep down she was somewhat changed. Every day, waking up to the vast ocean, no matter how carefree one is, one must think about what to eat today. Plus, once the novelty wears off, the freedom doesn't seem as wonderful as imagined. Poetry in distant lands ultimately require a material foundation. After lunch, the two lay back on the boat to sunbathe. Hyusai used the diary to cover his face to block the sunlight. Just then, a ship gradually approached, not far from their small boat. Brother Jack, Lord Quinn only told us to follow them closely, not to sink them. A robust man named Jack, 15 years old, solid as an iron lump, pulled down two curved swords decorated like ivory from his shoulders and shouted loudly, Bring the ship closer. Who do you think I am? Brother Jack, Princess Yamato is still on that ship. She's a devil fruit user. If she falls into the sea, if she dies so easily, she doesn't deserve to be Kaido's daughter. Bring the ship closer. Yes. A shadow covered Hyusai and Yamato's small boat. Hyusai thought to himself, this lousy weather looks like it's going to rain again. Just as he sat up, a burly giant dropped from the sky. Not far away, another pirate ship was chasing after them. Boom! The giant crashed onto their small boat, which instantly shattered into pieces. Hyusai reacted quickly, grabbing Yamato and throwing her towards the pirate ship. You get on board first. I'll handle this guy. Yamato, agile, grabbed her Wolfong club and leaped onto the ship in a couple of steps. She looked down at the wreckage with some concern. Don't mind me. You deal with the guys on the ship. Our boat is gone. We need a new one. Yamato instantly understood Hyusai's meaning. Being a devil fruit user, she was greatly restricted at sea. If she went down to help now, she might fall into the water. This ship was her main battlefield. Be careful. This big idiot is under that old man's command and is a devil fruit user. Yamato warned Hyusai and began to clear out the small minions on the ship. Hyusai stood on a large plank, looking at the burly man standing on a half-sunken piece of debris. The man was muscular, with deep yellow hair, wearing an iron mask on his chin and wielding two strange curved swords. As a time traveler, Hyusai naturally knew the infamous name of the king of ships, Jack. This guy is a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, ancient species, mammoth form, incredibly strong and not weak at all. But since he is a Devil Fruit user, that makes things easier. Hyusai thought secretly about his strategy. Jack watched as Hyusai and Yamato finished talking and did not stop them. He had a blank expression and looked down on their little antics. No matter how Hyusai jumped around, in his eyes, he was already a dead man. Jack sneered. Are you done talking? If you're done, I'll send you on your way. Your fate will be the same as this little boat. As he spoke, His eyes glinted with malice, and he stomped down hard. Crack! The half-sunken boat beneath Jack began to sway precariously. His determined and confident gaze, along with his wild appearance, made him think he was the main character. Husai glanced at the small boat under Jack's feet, sweating slightly. This guy doesn't seem too bright. Husai began to reassess the beast pirates. If they were all like this fool, it would be too easy to deal with. Husai ignored Jack, not because he was afraid of him, but because he wasn't used to reasoning with idiots. Jack's judgment was correct. In pure hand-to-hand combat, Husai was indeed not Jack's opponent. No, brother, this is at sea. Where does your confidence as a devil fruit user come from? Chapter 7. The uninvited devil fruit. After some contemplation, Hoko had an idea. He could fully utilize the existing terrain to force the opponent into the sea while keeping them restrained. As long as Jack fell into the water and he could prevent his subordinates from rescuing him, it would be a success. Extreme Frost Typhoon. Hoko's hands slowly covered themselves with extremely fine frost scales, and a pair of crystal-clear small wings sprouted from the middle of his forearms. With a gentle wave of his arm, a wave of cold air spread out from him. Centered on him, it rapidly expanded outward and ultimately erupted into a small glacier storm. Jack also sensed something unusual, even though his skin was tough. He felt a chill spreading from his feet to his entire body, causing him to become slightly sluggish. Not good. Jack secretly tensed up and lifted his foot, intending to jump in front of Hoko. However, what greeted him was a barrage of ice shards the size of fists, sharp as knives, instantly halting his movement. While these ice shards couldn't inflict fatal damage, they forced Jack to expend energy to deal with them. Jack first sheathed his knife, clenched his fists, and continuously waved them to shatter all the ice shards aimed at him. Though he was reckless, he wasn't foolish. He understood the importance of the half-sunken wooden boat beneath his feet. Therefore, he sent flying all the ice shards that attempted to strike the remnants of the wooden boat. Seeing his plans thwarted, Hoko did not feel discouraged. He observed Jack's dark fists and assessed that he had indeed mastered armament hockey. If they were to engage in close combat, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Although the small boat was damaged, there were plenty of wooden planks scattered in the sea, which could serve as stepping stones for Jack. If he destroyed these planks, Jack would be unable to move and would have to stand on the wreckage. Even without the planks, Hoko could swim, but Jack could not, and he certainly wouldn't jump into the sea to catch him. However, things were not as simple as Hoko had imagined. 3 small boats were lowered from the pirate ship, clearly there to assist Jack. Once these people surrounded him, Jack would have more room to maneuver, putting Hoko in danger. On the pirate ship, a continuous stream of pirates were being knocked into the water by Yamato. These pirates were not in a rush to board, but swam towards Hoko's position, seemingly planning to coordinate with the 3 small boats to deal with him. No way, it must be a quick battle. The priority was to knock Jack into the sea, tiring out his pursuers in a rescue effort, then take advantage of the chaos to climb aboard the pirate ship and join up with Yamato. With a loud roar, Hoko activated his skill, Frenzied Claw Strike. His arms suddenly swelled in size, resembling bear paws. Thick and sharp claws extended from his fingertips, crackling with electric arcs. He jumped onto nearby wooden planks, shattering them at the fastest speed. Then he charged straight at Jack. Seeing this, Jack grinned menacingly, just as he hoped. He couldn't wait for this kid to walk into his trap. If he was given a few breaths of time, he would surely tear this kid apart. Meanwhile, Yamato, who was still fighting on the ship, became anxious. But she felt powerless if she jumped down to fight alongside him and unfortunately fell into the water. It would only worsen the situation. It was at this moment that she truly understood why Hoko was reluctant to take her out to sea. Ability users encountering the sea are a problem. If it weren't for Hoko, she might have already starved to death if she recklessly ventured out to sea alone. There were still many things she needed to learn. This was Yamato's thought at that moment. She suppressed her impulse to rush in to help and vented her anger on the small fry on the ship. She just hoped to quickly knock them away and then sail over to provide support. At this moment, Hoko had pounced at Jack's feet, his bare paws slamming down on the wreckage of the wooden boat. Jack also drew 2 curved knives and began wildly hacking at Hoko's back. He was confident that he could kill this kid before he destroyed the wooden boat. Seeing Hoko in a dangerous situation, Yamato's face turned pale. gritting her silver teeth. She shouted loudly, "Stop!" But Jack ignored her, his dual knives falling like mad. Iron Armor. Hoko activated his W skill. Iron Armor could generate a shield to help absorb damage. Only after the shield was broken would the body take damage. A circle of dark green, translucent light enveloped him. However, the light flickered, clearly not strong enough. After only 2 strikes from Jack, the shield was broken. Jack grinned wickedly, raising his dual knives to strike Hoko's head. In a moment of desperation, Hoko punched Jack. A weak current made Jack feel a tingle, momentarily halting his attack. Seizing this brief respite, Hoko exerted all his strength to pound the wreckage of the small boat. Crack! The half-sunken wooden boat finally shattered into pieces at that moment. Damn it! Jack's eyes widened in anger, bloodshot as he lost his balance, half of his body falling into the water. He felt his entire body go soft and powerless, sinking straight down into the sea. Finally done, Hoko gasped for breath, feeling a sticky warmth on his back, the sharp pain making him gasp. Damn, that was a hard hit. Fortunately, it wasn't a big problem. He just needed a few days to recover. Through the earlier battle with Jack, he triggered the Undying Grip again, slightly increasing his life limit. Although it was a small increase, Hoko keenly sensed that Jack could provide even more life. The King of Durability truly lived up to his name. Seeing Jack fall into the water, 2 of the small boat's crew members jumped into the sea, trying to rescue Jack. Hoko would not give them the chance. He activated his skill Extreme Frost Typhoon again, wrapping the minions in cold air. Under the influence of the cold, these people began to shiver uncontrollably, their movements slowing down. He fully activated his skill, and before long, the water beneath them froze. The minions were all trapped on the surface of the sea, unable to move. Finally, Hoko approached the last boat and froze all the minions aboard in the same manner. He then destroyed the remaining 2 small boats and took off in the last remaining one. The pirates on the ship, who were still watching the battle between the 2, gasped in shock. Jack brother was defeated. Did you see that? That kid can use ice, just like Princess Yamato. What's going on? Who is that kid? An ability user? Hey, are you stupid? That kid can swim in the sea. He is not an ability user. Holy crap, a monster. Run. Oh no. Princess Yamato is coming too. Princess Yamato, be gentle, woo-woo. Yamato swung her spiked club and easily knocked several of these minions into the sea with a few swings. Seeing that Hoko was unharmed, Yamato finally felt her worries ease. Then, the 2 of them worked together to clear out the remaining pirates. During the struggle with the pirate minions, Hoko noticed that the effect of the Undying Grip had not triggered again. This left him somewhat disappointed. It seemed not everyone could stack Undying. There were requirements regarding physical condition. The stronger the physique, the more life it provided. After taking this ship, Hoko performed simple first aid and then set sail with Yamato, leaving the area. Afterward, he and Yamato conducted an inventory of the ship. It was not large, its scale lying somewhere between the Going Merry and the Thousand Sunny. It was not the mammoth ship featured in the anime. It seems the Beast Pirates were still in the expansion phase, their financial resources and scale not yet at their peak. The ship was equipped with various facilities, which was already luxurious enough for the 2 who could only huddle in a small wooden boat. Fresh water was abundant, and there were several boxes of wine, so he wouldn't need to distill seawater for a while. The fuel is sufficient. In addition to coal, there's quite a bit of fuel oil. However, the food situation is somewhat lacking, only enough for 5 days. Fortunately, there is plenty of salt on the ship, and Tiger plans to continue fishing. Even if he catches more, it's fine. He can use salt to preserve it as backup food. After taking stock of the supplies and ensuring he knows what they have, the 2 continue their journey. Tiger is worried, his brows furrowed as he falls into deep thought. If a youthful version of Jack was this difficult to handle, and he was injured, the pursuers from the Beast Pirates would only become stronger. Moreover, the fact that the enemy could find them so quickly and accurately indicates that they have been under constant surveillance. It was only a matter of time before they were found. Normal pirate lackeys are manageable for him and Yamato, but if the opponent is a Flying Six or Kaido, they would have no chance and would only be forced to surrender. Just as he was at a loss, Yamato approached him excitedly. Look what I found. She had her hands behind her back, looking mysterious. What? Tiger asked dully, looking at her. Cheer up. Here, this is for you. Be happy. How could he feel happy? His current situation resembled that of a down-and-out scholar eloping with a beloved girl, being pursued by an angry father-in-law who disapproves of their relationship. The key is that this father-in-law is terrifyingly powerful and could crush him effortlessly. With a splash, Yamato magically produced a jet-black fruit for behind her. Its shape resembled a snake apple, with a spiral texture on the skin, one end curled, and the other end resembling a bird's feather. Tiger's eyes lit up. Seeing that iconic spiral pattern, he immediately deduced that this was a devil fruit. How could there be a devil fruit? Chapter 8. Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species? From he remembered just having counted supplies with Yamato, and hadn't he noticed this fruit. Where did you find it? Right in that pile of fruits in the dining room. That's strange. It definitely wasn't there before. Toru recalled the rumors about devil fruits, saying that some Zoan-type devil fruits have their own consciousness and can actively choose their hosts. There were only 2 of them on the ship, him and Yamato was already a user. Could it be that this fruit is meant for me? Hey, who cares? Just eat it and see what ability you can gain, Yamato said excitedly. Toru hesitated as he picked up the devil fruit. If he ended up with a worthless fruit, his life would be ruined, and he'd have to risk being a terrible swimmer forever. What do you mean there are no garbage devil fruits? Only garbage users. That's just a lie to fool kids. Toru didn't believe it at all. How could the smoke fruit compare to the thunder fruit? What about the flame fruit right in front of him? Answer me, look at my eyes. He originally planned to stay with the beast pirates to see if he could get a rare phantom beast type. If that didn't work, he would take down Kaido and try to recover the Yamada no Orochi fruit. Or he could hide in the Whitebeard pirates and look for a secret fruit. If that didn't work, he'd go to Punk Hazard, take down Momonosuke, and find a perfect replica of the Azure Dragon fruit. He had no impression of this devil fruit in front of him and had no idea what ability it possessed. Looking at the stem, which resembled small wings, Toru speculated that it must be some kind of bird from the Zoan type. Just as he was hesitating, Yamato leaned closer and surprisingly transformed into her hybrid form. She sniffed the fruit with her dog-like nose and said, "This fruit is very similar to the one I ate before." What do you mean? Toru deciphered the implication in Yamato's words. I don't know. I can't explain it, but it feels similar. Some kind of aura. The ability of a devil fruit cannot be known until it is eaten. Yamato, who was a user of the Inu no Mi, Phantom Beast Species, Great God form, sensed that this fruit was very similar to hers. In other words, this fruit is also a Phantom Beast type, and it's a bird with wings? The only Phantom Beast type he knew that was related to birds was the phoenix. But this fruit was pitch black, making it hard to associate with any creature. It certainly couldn't be a phoenix. He really couldn't figure out what this fruit was. Since he had no clues, he decided not to think about it anymore. Now he was sailing the seas with Yamato, and he really didn't want to end up being a terrible swimmer. But they would definitely face another wave of attacks from the beast pirates soon. If this fruit gave him the ability to fly, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Plus, eating this fruit could enhance his strength, which he desperately needed. After weighing the pros and cons, Toru made his decision. In that case, let us eat it and see. Crunch. With a crisp sound, he took a big bite and started chewing. Ugh, what the hell is this? Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he didn't expect it to taste so awful that he almost vomited. The texture was okay, similar to an apple. But the flavor was indescribable, a mix of canned herring and spoiled animal entrails. It was the ultimate dark dish that would scare anyone awake from a nightmare. Dishes like stir-fried dragon fruit with bitter melon or tomato with mooncakes were nothing compared to this. He forced himself to swallow it down. How does it taste? Is it good? Yamato asked eagerly. Are you a devil? It's very tasty. Toru smiled, placing the half-eaten devil fruit aside. Really? Yamato's eyes lit up, completely believing Toru's words. She grabbed the fruit and took a big bite. Hey, don't just eat random stuff. Spit it out quick. Toru panicked and rushed over. Patted her back hard. Your body won't explode, right? Yamato's throat moved as she swallowed. Toru's face darkened. How would you really eat it? How do you feel? Is anything wrong? I'm fine, it's pretty good. Is it a matter of good or not? Toru stared at her for a while, and seeing that Yamato showed no signs of discomfort, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had already gained the ability of that fruit, and the remaining uneaten part was just normal fruit. Toru couldn't help but express his concern. If we encounter another devil fruit in the future, you mustn't eat it. Why not? You're already a user. Eating another devil fruit will make your body explode. Oh, is that so? Yamato pondered with her finger on her lower lip, her big eyes turning as she smiled. If I don't eat it, then you have to give me something delicious, just like that grilled fish. Okay, just don't eat random things from now on. Oh, Yamato giggled, looking like a little fox. Seeing this, Toru understood he was being played by this little girl and said irritably, You knew, didn't you? You did on purpose? You figured it out. Yamato covered her little mouth, pretending to be surprised, looking like a schemer who had succeeded. All right, let us see what ability you've gained. Toru stopped arguing with her and focused on sensing the changes in his body, perceiving new beast spirit bond establishing. It's a Zoan-type. He suddenly exerted force, his form shooting up a bit as he transformed into his hybrid form. His limbs became strong and muscular, almost tearing his clothes apart. A long, thick tail grew from his lower back. His face also changed. His long hair grew wildly, extending from the back of his head down to his waist, flowing freely and looking wild. Unexpectedly, there were no wings. What? So, it's just a stinky monkey? Yamato muttered softly beside him. She instinctively took a few steps back, staring at Toru's appearance. A monkey? Toru reached up to touch his face, only to find that his hands had transformed into tiger-like claws. His palms were large and thick, with black sharp claws like sickles, each about 10 centimeters long, and his arms were covered in fluffy tiger stripes. A tiger? He realized his limbs had actually turned into those of a tiger, and his heart sank. Is this it? Hey, why do I feel a bit hot? What is this? He looked around and found a ring of flames behind him, resembling Yamato's cold air ring in her hybrid form. At this moment, information flooded into his mind. Bond established. Obtained destined beast spirit. New orange. Toru smiled slightly. Feeling relieved, it was definitely a phantom beast type. Hiss hiss. The tail behind him made rustling sounds. Yamato shrank her neck and said, Toru, keep that thing away from me. Toru instinctively controlled his tail, retracting it beside him, and laughed. It really is a troublesome tail. His tail was a dark green snake, its head flicking its tongue, with snake eyes narrowed into slits, staring at Yamato. She felt a chill run down her spine for being stared at. I seem to be able to control other elements too. Toru stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. With a crack, a golden electric arc exploded in the air. He could actually control both lightning and fire at the same time. This was a big win. Beast Spirit, new monkey head, raccoon body, tiger legs, snake tail, can transform into black clouds, good at flying, able to control fire and lightning. Evaluation. The legendary monster has a strange cry and can distinguish between good and evil. Those deemed good by it will be protected, while the evil will be ruthlessly killed, yet it remains unawakened. Note, it is said that the new once heard of a wicked person, and thus cried out every night to threaten him, but to no avail, and was shot dead, harboring resentment. Can it fly? But I don't have wings. With a thought, Tiger's heart stirred, and suddenly a mass of black clouds rose beneath his feet, lifting his entire body into the air. Chapter 9. The rejuvenation of beast spirits. The black cloud felt to him like riding on a magic cloud. Wow, Tiger, you can actually fly. Hurry, take me with you. Yamato excitedly shouted and jumped on the deck, leaping onto Tiger's back. Charge! Roar! She raised her little fist, her face full of anticipation. Tiger carried Yamato, maneuvering the black cloud beneath him in the air. Yamato was ecstatic, clapping her hands and even continuously patting Tiger's head. This little girl was too restless, not at all obedient. Tiger then used his tail to tightly bind Yamato. Be careful, or you might fall into the sea. Your tail, it's icy cold. I'm a bit scared. Upon hearing Yamato's words, the snake head revealed a human-like smile and friendly flicked its tongue, as if greeting her. It is also a part of my body, so you'll need to learn to get along with it. Just take your time to adjust. Yamato, 555. The feeling of riding the clouds was quite unique. He had no wings, and unlike birds that create thrust by flapping their wings, his flight completely relied on the support of the black cloud beneath him. The black cloud was both a vehicle and a part of his body. Tiger could sense that as long as he wanted, he could transform entirely into this black cloud. With this thought, he decided to give it a try. His body began to emit black smoke, gradually misting, and finally merging with the black cloud. He could even elementalize. Although it was only a similar effect to the smoke fruit, it was still unique among all known Phantom Beast types. Tiger's action startled Yamato as well. They were now flying nearly 100 meters high, and even Yamato, who was usually fearless, began to feel scared. "Hey Tiger, where are you? Don't be afraid. I am this cloud." Yamato felt slightly reassured and finally calmed down. Although it was a cloud, its speed was not slow at all. Tiger had a feeling that if he fully transformed into beast form, his speed would be even faster. After playing in the air for a while, they returned to the ship to continue their journey. With the ability to fly, Tiger felt much more at ease, at least if they encountered pursuers. He could escape if they couldn't fight back. He also no longer had to worry about Yamato falling into the water. He noticed significant changes in his body as well. His strength, speed, defense, and recovery had all greatly improved. After all, the physical power of animal types was strong by default, especially since he was a rare Phantom Beast type. Tiger felt that his physical fitness was 2 to 3 times stronger than before. He had anticipated the physical changes and was not surprised. What delighted him was that the 4 previously weak beast spirit shadows in his body had now changed dramatically. They were no longer on the verge of disappearing and dissipating. The tiger, snake, ape, and raccoon that made up the new had completely replaced the previous 4 demigods. A robust tiger with 4 claws entwined with golden lightning replaced the indestructible thunder, Woolabear. A giant python with scales like iron armor replaced the iron wild boar, Eidhaug. A tall giant ape bathed in flames replaced the flame of the mountain, Aeon. A raccoon with pure white fur like ice sculpture replaced the ice crystal phoenix, Anivia. Now, these 4 fierce beast shadows sat in the 4 cardinal directions, their presence solid and powerful. These 4 shadows were closely linked with him. They shared glory and loss together. Tiger even felt that his breathing frequency matched that of these 4 fierce beast shadows. His 4 skills no longer needed external help, but were completely guided by his own strength. His own power flowed like a source of fresh water, nourishing these 4 shadows bit by bit, slowly growing stronger. He could also clearly feel that his 4 skills had finally returned to normal. Tiger slowly sensed the changes in his body, focused his mind, and the information gradually gathered in his mind. Dragon God's Power Udyr. Spirit Energy 20. Passive. Link of Spirits Beginner. Skills: Brutal Claw Strike. Thunder Power increases attack speed. Attacks can inflict a small amount of lightning damage and an additional 5 of current maximum health as damage. Iron Armor. Life Power. Gains a shield equal to 3 of current maximum health. Basic attacks can restore a small amount of health. Fire Charge. Fire Power increases movement speed. Attacks can stun the opponent and inflict a small amount of fire damage. Extreme Ice Hurricane. Ice Power freezes an area. Attacks inflict a small freeze effect. Runes. Indestructible Grip Beginner. Beast Spirit. New Grade. Orange. Master Beast Spirit Great Mouth True God Grade. Orange. Compatibility 13. At this moment, he felt comfortable all over, feeling refreshed inside, and even the injuries on his back had mostly healed. The life strength provided by the animal type was indeed powerful. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket and felt like he was missing something. "Yamato, I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first?" At this moment, the white-haired girl was holding a large ham bone in one hand, with half a chicken leg still in her mouth, eating with grease all over her face. "Good news." Yamato didn't even look up, focused on her food. "The good news is that my injuries have healed since becoming an ability user." "Imachum." Yamato pecked like a chick, already expecting this. Her mouth full of food, she mumbled. "Well then, what's the bad news?" "The bad news is that the diary is gone." "What?" Chapter 10. The pursuit of Jean. Yamato stood there dumbfounded, speechless. Her mouth hung open, food spilling out, with half a chicken leg still dangling from her lips. Her expression reminded Hakuji of a certain koala meme. There was no blame, no anger, not even a word spoken. The girl's eyes were filled with tears, and her delicate face was streaked with 2 lines of clear tears. It was only at times like this that Yamato looked completely like a girl. Her face was filled with disbelief, both terrified and disappointed, mixed with an indescribable helplessness. With a loud wah, Yamato finally burst into tears. Ooh! The white-haired girl cried uncontrollably, as if her world had collapsed. This crying left Hakuji at a loss. That diary must have fallen into the sea along with the small boat when Jack came looking for trouble. Now, even if he knew where in the ocean it was, searching for it would be like finding a needle in a haystack, impossible to retrieve. Furthermore, both of them were ability users, making it even less likely for them to search underwater. Apologies, deliberately acting foolish to cheer her up. Hakuji had tried everything he could think of, but nothing worked. The little girl cried even harder. All right, I know many similar stories, and I can compensate you with a book later. Really? Yamato stopped crying, her eyes swollen and red, staring blankly at Hakuji. Yes, I'll make it up to you when I get the chance. Now stop crying. Yamato still wouldn't let it go. She sniffed, catching her breath. It's all your fault. Why didn't you take care of it properly? Hakuji spread his hands, showing a helpless expression. What could I do? At that time, I was seriously reading that diary, but that iron-headed fool jumped onto our boat and directly wrecked it. Everything fell into the water, and I was worried about you falling overboard. I couldn't pay attention to the diary. Yamato occasionally sobbed, still feeling very sad. But remembering that Hakuji was trying to protect her, she couldn't say more, silently blaming Jack for it. You better keep your word. Don't worry. Hakuji patted his chest in assurance. You can rest assured, I will definitely make you forget about Odin forever. Just thinking about how Yamato wouldn't have to suffer from the harm of that diary in the coming days made Hakuji feel refreshed and delighted. On the sea, a man in a black leather outfit and mask, wrapped in black wings, hovered in the air. The man exuded an imposing aura without anger. Staring down at the group floating on the sea below, and asked in a deep voice, Jack, what happened? Where's your ship? Sorry, Brother Gene. The ship was stolen. A glint of ferocity flashed in Jin's eyes. Oh? Tell me more. Then, the pirates recounted everything that had happened earlier to Gene in detail. Are you saying that one person managed to hold all of you back? Not only stealing your ship, but also taking Yamato away? Yes. The lackeys, trying to cover their incompetence, chimed in, deliberately making Hakuji sound troublesome. Gene, who was usually calm-headed, would not easily believe the exaggerated words of his underlings. He knew the abilities of these people, but understood Jack's strength even better. Although there were limitations to ability users in water battles, the fact that the boy could escape proved he had some skill. Jack, your advantage lies in land combat. You need to be more cautious in future sea battles. Don't shout about relying on the ship all the time. Yes, Brother Gene. Jack's face was covered in cold sweat as he coughed lightly. Brother Gene, this kid has a strange ability. He can use a kind of cold air, and we were all frozen on the sea by him. Moreover, it seems he can also release lightning. Jin's expression, which had been calm like a deep well, finally changed. From Quinn and Jack's words, he deduced that the boy could use ice, fire, and lightning abilities. And he had seen that kid swim in the sea, concluding that the boy was definitely not an ability user. Who exactly are you? Jin became increasingly curious about the boy's origins. Suddenly, he self-deprecatingly chuckled. It seemed his interrogation skills had indeed regressed. You all go back. Don't worry about the pursuit. But, Brother Gene. Gene tilted his head slightly, silently looking at Jack and the other pirates. Everyone immediately fell silent, obediently swimming towards Ghost Island. Based on the information given by the group, Gene deduced the sailing direction of Hakuji and Yamato. In less than 3 hours, he easily caught up with their ship. He didn't alarm them, but slowly landed at the bow of the ship. The entire ship was empty, driven by the sea breeze, and he quickly found the two. The two kids were napping on the deck. Yamato was lying flat on her back, taking up a large space on the deck, sleeping soundly. The boy was relatively restrained, leaning against the ship's railing, dozing off. Kids are still kids. Gene's lips curled slightly as he gently approached the two, saying, All right, your little pirate game should come to an end. Hearing this, Hakuji woke up with a start, immediately flipping over and sitting up. It's you. He hurriedly pushed Yamato beside him, trying to wake her up. The white-haired girl blinked her sleepy eyes, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and mumbled, Don't make noise. Let me sleep a bit more. Sleep? The enemy is here. If you don't get up now, you'll go back to Ghost Island to sleep. At the mention of Ghost Island, Yamato immediately lost her sleepiness. She hurriedly grabbed the nearby Aegean and stood up in a flash. You are the bastard old man's subordinate. Jean glanced at Yamato, gripping the hilt of his knife with one hand, slowly walking towards her. His tall and upright figure stood at least 6 meters high, and with those large black wings behind him, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure just by standing there. Not to mention, he was approaching Yamato step by step. Jean said coldly, Yamato, you've had enough fun. Come back with me. His tone was icy, showing no signs of leniency towards Yamato. Yamato slowly stepped back, feeling a bit intimidated. She usually didn't care much about the old man as subordinates, but this Jean in front of her was cold-blooded and ruthless, which scared her the most. Hakuji immediately stepped forward, blocking the way, and whispered to Yamato, Yamato, do you remember what we discussed before? Yamato nodded, responding softly. Oh. Jean crossed his arms, looking down from above, seemingly very interested. Then Hakuji's next move shocked Jean. Suddenly, dark clouds formed beneath Hakuji's feet, slowly rising and enveloping him. The black clouds spread out, wrapping around Yamato as well, turning into a black wind that shot into the sky. What? Jean watched the rapidly fleeing black clouds in the sky, his heart churning. Can use fire and can fly? This is not a fruit ability. As this information came together, he couldn't help but think of his own kin. Although the boy's method of flight was not through wings, and the pair of horns on his head was inexplicable, Jean seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this boy was indeed related to the Lunaria clan. Thinking of this, he could no longer allow the boy to slip away from his sight. He flapped his wings and jumped high, chasing after the distant black clouds. After chasing for a while, Jean realized he couldn't keep up with the speed of the other party. The distance between them showed no signs of closing. Interesting. Jean flipped over, transforming into a beast form, turning into a toothless wyvern. He was a user of the Dragon Fruit, ancient type, toothless wyvern form. In its beast form, Jin fully utilized its speed advantage, and the distance between the two was visibly shrinking. Seeing this, Yamato, who was lying on the back of the tiger, exclaimed, What should we do? It's about to catch up. Don't worry, I have a plan. Chapter 11, This is the real Thunder Bagua. Jean gradually caught up, but just as he was about to succeed, the black cloud suddenly split into two and flew in different directions. One cloud carried Yamato, while the other cloud had Koji standing on it. Seeing this, Jin's expression tightened. After weighing his options, he gritted his teeth and chose to chase after the direction Koji was escaping in. Without the added weight, Koji's speed was slightly increased compared to before. However, he was still no match for Jin's speed. He merely extended the time before being caught. But when Jin caught up to Koji, he noticed something was off. He plunged into the black cloud and passed straight through it, causing the cloud to dissipate. He then realized he had been tricked. That little brat had outsmarted him. This was a new ability that Koji had developed recently. His fruit ability allowed him to transform into a black cloud, and he could use the cloud's elemental property to turn it into various objects or creatures, essentially creating clones made of cloud. These cloud clones were controlled by him and shared his vision and sound. The downside was that they dissipated upon contact, and they couldn't be solidified, making them ineffective as an offensive tool. The advantage was that these clones could mimic the essence of his body, making it difficult to distinguish them at first glance, which was very useful for confusing enemies. In the opposite direction of Jin's pursuit, Koji had transformed into a beastly form and was racing through the sky with Yamato. Koji, how did you know the guy would chase you? I don't know. Koji was also startled. It seemed he was ultimately being targeted by that interrogative pervert. Yamato said, You don't know? What if he had come to chase me just now? Then I'll use the same trick again, create another clone for him to choose from, but this time the clone will look like you. We'll keep repeating this process until he makes a wrong choice. After all, he can control the size of the black cloud at will, so when the time comes, as long as he covers you, the opponent won't be able to tell for a while. If the opponent gets anxious and chooses the wrong side, then our mission will be successful. Yay? That's a great idea. You're really smart. Huh? Being praised by you, silly girl. I don't feel happy at all, Koji secretly complained. Psychic Energy 15. Sure enough, he gained Psychic Energy. Through recent interactions with Yamato, Koji gradually figured out some insights. As long as he had positive emotional interactions with her, he could gain Psychic Energy, and even if he gave her negative feedback, he wouldn't lose any Psychic Energy. For example, the last time he made Yamato cry, he didn't lose any energy. Moreover, as his relationship with Yamato became more familiar, the amount of Psychic Energy he gained at a time also increased. He had now accumulated 60 points of Psychic Energy and planned to save it until he had over 200 points to see if he could obtain new runes. Choosing to escape was a strategy the two had discussed beforehand. At first, Yamato disagreed. Her idea was to fight fiercely, not backing down from anyone. But with one sentence from Koji, Yamato immediately surrendered. If you fall into the water, you won't even be able to save yourself. Even if the opponent doesn't kill me, as long as they can stop me from saving you before you fall, you're finished. Even if I shake off the opponent later, I won't be able to jump into the sea to rescue you. And once I fall into the water, it's basically game over. You won't even be able to come to save me. After Koji said this, Yamato fell silent. She understood what Koji meant. He wasn't trying to be a coward. He was telling her to act cautiously when their strength was insufficient and they had no allies. Even if they wanted to act recklessly, they needed the capital to do so. Right now, they were both ability users, and the sea was the biggest threat. As long as he fell into the water, it would be basically game over. After recognizing reality, the two reached a consensus. Whenever they encountered an unbeatable opponent, they would run away without hesitation. To achieve their dreams, they had to survive at all costs. Yamato remembered Koji's words. Just when the two thought they had shaken off Jin's pursuit and relaxed, they realized a thick cloud had gathered above them. In the cloud, it seemed that living creatures were moving back and forth, resembling serpentine creatures. Suddenly, a gigantic dragon head broke through the cloud, and its massive form gradually revealed itself. The dragon grinned broadly and let out a rumbling laugh. Olo lo lo lo. I didn't expect you to escape Jin's pursuit. Yamato, if you come back with me now, I'll pretend nothing happened. After saying this, the enormous dragon fixed its cold gaze on the two, seemingly preparing to swallow them whole. Koji and Yamato were so small that they were not even a mouthful for him. This was the first time Koji saw Kaido transform into a dragon up close. This gigantic blue dragon hovered in the air, measuring nearly 1,000 meters in length, which would shock anyone who saw it. Yamato, come back. Don't be impulsive. However, it was already too late. Yamato suddenly stomped on his back and leaped high, aiming for Kaido. Thunder. Bagua. Yamato raised her kanabo and swung it at Kaido's dragon head. The black kanabo was wrapped in purple arcs of lightning, delivering a fierce strike to Kaido's head. However, it had no effect. To Kaido, this attack was no different from a tickle. Olo lo lo lo. Yamato, have I been too gentle in my teachings? Kaido transformed into his hybrid form, holding a pair of Saijai sticks and laughing heartily. Watch closely. This is the real Thunder Bagua, a massive purple lightning bolt, accompanied by an unmatched momentum, slammed heavily into Yamato. Yamato had no way to defend herself. Her body fell like a kite with a broken string, and she was about to hit the water. Suddenly, a black cloud rushed down at high speed, enveloping Yamato and flying just above the surface of the sea. The black cloud moved swiftly like a high-speed plow, splitting the sea apart and splashing waves on both sides. Seeing this, Kaido's eyes lit up. His vision was far sharper than Jin's, and he didn't have Jin's preconceived notions. He immediately recognized that the black cloud was some kind of fruit ability. He transformed back into a giant dragon and followed after it. At this moment, Koji still maintained his beast form, which was the fastest speed he could currently achieve. Kaido, in his dragon form, was naturally not slow and quickly caught up. When he got closer, he was even more surprised. The creature in front of him resembled neither a monkey nor a tiger, but its body looked like a tiger, yet not entirely so. Its tail was even a snake. Kaido instinctively concluded that this creature was definitely a user of some kind of mythical beast fruit ability. He himself was a Zoan-type mythical beast and had a strong fondness for animal-type ability users. He had been collecting animal-type devil fruits, hoping to create an army of animal ability users. The kid in front of him was a rare mythical beast type, and even had the ability to fly. How could Kaido not be intrigued? He laughed heartily. "Oh, lo, you little brat, come be my subordinate. Don't listen to him, hurry and run," Yamato said weakly while lying on Koji's back. It seemed that the previous strike of pure Thunderbawa had indeed caused her considerable damage. Kaido ignored his daughter's provocation and continued with interest. "Kid, join my pirate crew and let's change this world together. Future wife and future father-in-law, who will you listen to?" Koji sighed inwardly, remaining silent and focusing on escaping. Little brat, don't be ungrateful." Kaido opened his dragon mouth, flames bubbling in his throat, and with a flick of his dragon head, he unleashed a massive fire pillar. Heat breath. Chapter 12, I'll take you back to Ghost Island. A massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, evaporating all the seawater on the surface for dozens of miles around. Toriko felt a burst of heat on his back. Fortunately, he had been quick-witted just now and changed direction. Otherwise, he and Yamato would have been roasted by now. Bad wind. Another dragon roar echoed, and Kaido expelled a large amount of blue wind blades from his mouth. Toriko hurriedly dodged, barely avoiding several near hits. If it weren't for Yamato swinging the kanabo on his back to block, he might have been sliced up. Kaido continued to follow behind him at a steady pace, relentlessly attacking with various skills. After that, Toriko experienced a violent sea tornado. He and Yamato ducked and dodged, escaping in a very disheveled manner. Yamato was already injured, and the violent jolting was taking its toll on her. Toriko sensed the intense, trembling sensation behind him and the girl's occasional gasps, feeling a pang of compassion. Toriko's stamina couldn't compare to that of the strongest creature, Kaido, and with someone on his back, it was clear to anyone with eyes that it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Yamato clung tightly to Toriko's collar, her fingers turning white and trembling slightly. Were they going to return to the days of suffering again? She gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. She knew very well that if they kept this up, not only would they lose their freedom, but she and Toriko would definitely be caught by that bastard old man. Should she give up resistance? The girl thought to herself. But how could she just surrender? She was unwilling. Sensing Yamato's inner turmoil, Toriko gently said, "Don't think too much. Since you've made a decision, don't hesitate. Isn't freedom your dream?" Yamato nodded vigorously with a choked voice, burying her face in Toriko's clothes. Speaking of dreams, Yamato had also asked Toriko before. A dream? Perhaps he had one, which was not to worry about being bullied, and if he could have a few beautiful wives. That would be even better. Yamato would tease him for being greedy, but she still remembered Toriko's dream in her heart. After all, Toriko had been working hard to achieve her dreams until now. Toriko ran wildly with Yamato on his back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he felt the immense pressure behind him. The hot breath and bad winds occasionally struck at them, forcing him to adjust his flight direction multiple times. However, luck was not on their side. Ahead of them, a pitch-black wyvern engulfed in flames blocked their path. Not good. It's one of that bastard old man subordinates. He's coming after us. Toriko, be careful. Boom. The two were caught in a pincer attack from Kaido and Jin. Toriko was injured and fell into the sea, while Yamato was grabbed by Kaido like a chick, watching the boy fall into the water, desperately flailing on the surface. Yamato felt her heart twist. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from the old man's grip. But that hand was as unyielding as an iron claw. Let go. I want to save him. He ate a devil fruit. He's a. If I don't save him soon, he'll die. In her last words, she was almost pleading, her voice breaking. It was the boy who had helped her escape from the cage, removed the shackles from her hands, given her freedom, and had saved her several times after she fell into the water, even cooking grilled fish for her. If it weren't for Toriko, she would have died several times over. Kaido scoffed, "Save? What do you have to save him with? Do you think you can save him?" Yamato's eyes were filled with tears, regret, and unwillingness mixed with a strong sense of helplessness. The image of the boy smiling and talking about dreams still vividly appeared in her mind. Just survive. Yamato bit her silver teeth and said with difficulty, "Father, please, help me. Save him." Kaido was quite surprised. He didn't expect his daughter would actually plead with him for that kid. "Oh, why should I help you?" Yamato was silent for a long time. "I'll go back to Ghost Island with you, but the condition is that you must save him and not kill him." Her voice grew smaller and smaller until it was almost inaudible. Kaido was greatly surprised. For his troublesome daughter to say such a thing showed how much this kid meant to her. He had already intended to recruit that boy. Even if his foolish daughter hadn't asked, he would have made a move to save him in the end. Now it seemed that not only could he gain a promising subordinate, but he could also make his foolish daughter willingly come home with him. But what exactly was her relationship with this boy? Could it be? As an old father, Kaido immediately became vigilant. Although his daughter was foolish, always shouting that she was a boy, her looks and figure were not bad. This kid wouldn't have any dirty thoughts about Yamato, would he? However, it was normal for an ordinary boy to like Yamato, but Kaido, standing in the shoes of a protective father, began to struggle internally, cursing in his heart. That damn kid daring to take my daughter away is simply intolerable. He stared at Yamato and said indifferently, "Fine. If you promise to behave from now on and stop shouting about wanting to be Odin, I will save him." "Okay, now that sounds reasonable, Jin. Bring that kid up. Ghost Island. Here is the meeting hall of the Beast Pirates." Kaido, Jin, and Queen, along with other cadres of the Beast Pirates, gathered here. Toriko was bound tightly with sea stone chains, and a group of subordinates pushed him forward. Kaido was not drinking at the moment, appearing very clear-headed as he scrutinized the boy before him. The boy had a well-proportioned build and a rugged appearance. Although he wasn't as burly as Jack, he had a sturdy physique and didn't look thin. The boy was different from those muscular men in the world of One Piece who only trained their upper bodies. He was short and stocky. He had slightly curly black medium-length hair, which bore a slight resemblance to Kaido in his youth. Kaido examined him closely and nodded to himself, satisfied. In fact, ever since he learned that the boy could withstand one of his thunderous attacks, he had the idea of recruiting him. Moreover, the boy was a rare, mythical Zoan type. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely want to bring him under his wing. However, because this boy had escaped and taken Yamato with him, Kaido had to put on a fierce demeanor for the sake of his pride. After all, he was the boss. How could he not care about his face? He would definitely have to teach him a lesson. "Hey kid, you dare to take my daughter away and injure my subordinate. You better give me a reason that can convince me otherwise." Chapter 13. The reason of the boy Yamato was also present, her fists clenched, secretly sweating for Toki. Toki looked at Kaido, feeling the chilling coldness in the other's words, but did not show fear. "I intended to join your pirate crew, but for no reason. I took a hit from you. If it weren't for my good health, a normal person would probably be dead by now. After that, you sent people to torture me severely and locked me up. Wouldn't a normal person think about escaping? If you were caught by the Navy, would you expect them to treat you well? Would you just sit and wait for death instead of thinking about escaping? It's human nature to want to flee in a dangerous environment." Kaido thought for a moment and realized he was somewhat in the wrong. He rubbed his nose, maintaining a calm expression, and continued to press for answers. "Then what do you have to say about taking my daughter away? This is even harder to discuss. I was locked up with her, which I had no control over. The reason I brought her along was simply because I felt sorry for this little girl who had not eaten for several days. Moreover, going to sea was a decision we made together. That's right, going to sea was my insistence on Toki bringing me along. It has nothing to do with him." Yamato loudly defended him from the side. Kaido did not look at Yamato, but stared intently at Toki, speaking each word slowly. "Why do you want to join my beast pirates?" Toki's eyes were clear. After pondering for a moment, he pointed to the horn on his forehead and said, "Even if I am not of the Oni race, as long as some people think I am, they will treat me accordingly. Kaido, I believe you know this better than I do. This world may be vast, but there are not many places that can accommodate me." Upon hearing this, Kaido fell silent. He understood what the boy was saying. Kaido recalled being sold to the Navy as a bargaining chip in his childhood and being caught multiple times afterward, although he voluntarily got caught because he was hungry, treating the Navy as a cafeteria. During that time, he was used as an experimental subject and studied. He found those guys from Punk Hazard truly annoying. This was also the reason he did not allow his daughter to go out freely. He was all too aware of the shady dealings of the world government. Jean, who was nearby, couldn't help but tremble in his gaze upon hearing Toki's words about how the world might be big. But there were not many places that could accommodate him. He could relate to it deeply. As the last remaining member of the Lunaria tribe, He was imprisoned and studied in his childhood. If it weren't for Kaido's fortuitous rescue, he might still be trapped in that research facility. Looking at the boy in front of him, Jean felt a bit dazed. He seemed to see his younger self, the powerless version of himself bound to the experiment table. He vaguely remembered asking, "Can you change the world?" "Only I can change the world." That was Kaido's answer at the time. From then on, he joined Kaido without hesitation and became his right-hand man. Jean looked at the boy in front of him, his eyes filled with a different kind of emotion. For a moment, there was a brief silence in the hall. Only Yamato, who was confused, asked, "Oni race? What are you talking about?" No one responded to her. The pirates present looked at Yamato, who had been protected by the boss on Onigashima since childhood, with pity. "This world is like this. Just because you try to be a good person doesn't mean others will treat you kindly. Toki, what's wrong with the Oni race? Is there something bad about being one?" Toki replied, "I don't know if the Oni race is good or bad. It's just, a person's background is not something they can control. However, there are many abstract perverts in this world, and when you haven't learned how to protect yourself, it's easy to be persecuted by those with ulterior motives." He actually wanted to say, "Do you know why Jean always dresses like that all year round?" But after glancing at Jean, who looked unapproachable, he dismissed the thought. Jean deeply agreed with Toki's words about abstract perverts. He couldn't help but smirk and then look maliciously at the fat guy beside him. Quinn felt a chill run down his back, as if he was being watched. He trembled and sneezed, feeling a bit cold. "I'm very strong." Yamato had just raised her little fist, but then self-consciously lowered it. She knew Toki was right. Their strength was indeed insufficient. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been caught so easily by that scoundrel father and Jean. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she accepted the fact that she still needed to work hard to become stronger from the bottom of her heart. Kaido had been silent since earlier. He looked at his daughter and then at Toki, his eyes unusually serious. The father-daughter relationship between him and Yamato was extremely tense. The reason he didn't allow Yamato to go to sea was not to restrict her freedom, but because he knew that with the identity of the Oni race, his daughter would certainly face the same treatment he did in his childhood. This was something he, as a father, did not want to see. He was not someone who loved to nag. It was too much to expect him, a rough old man, to patiently teach his daughter how the world works. His strict approach towards Yamato was also a last resort. After being a pirate for most of his life, all his talents were focused on fighting. The only thing he could do was teach Yamato how to become a strong person like him. As long as she became a top-tier strong person in this world, all problems would no longer be problems. Therefore, he never lectured Yamato, but only taught her how to become stronger. She didn't need to know the cruelty of this world. Just inherit the foundation he built and grow into a strong person capable of standing on her own, and then become a general in Wano country. She wouldn't have to worry for the rest of her life. What's wrong with that? Even if one day Wano really opened its borders, she could become a ruler. Why would she want to be like that Odin, a guy with a hole in his head? Why would she want to learn from him? This had been a long-term source of worry for Kaido. The complexity of these feelings was hard to express to outsiders. He could only vent a bit when drunk. It was hard. It was so hard for him. Upon thinking of this, Kaido took a big swig of alcohol and looked at the boy in front of him. A plan to correct his daughter began to brew in his mind. He was also quite concerned about the horn on the boy's forehead. It might be another race he didn't know about, perhaps even related to their Oni race. Moreover, Kaido agreed with the reason Toki provided. He knew all too well what those guys would do to a boy of uncertain race who possessed the ability of a mythical Zoan fruit. Oh, good. Then you stay and become my subordinate. Chapter 14, The Temptation of Bathing. The temptation of Beast Tiger had become a member of the Beast Pirates and stayed on Onigashima. Like ordinary pirates, he was assigned to a room. Since pirates provided food and lodging, Tiger thought it was only natural. After all, it was a business where one risked their life. The food was rough, but he no longer had to worry about diarrhea or poisoning. The room wasn't big. A typical Japanese small compartment, about 13 square meters, as Onigashima was built by craftsmen from Wano country. The architectural style was surprisingly consistent. The bathroom and toilet were both communal. The toilet was acceptable, but having to share a bath with a bunch of rough old men was something he instinctively resisted. Not to mention the cleanliness of the water, just the thought of being naked with a group of muscular men made him feel uncomfortable. He really didn't understand why people from Wano were so keen on bathing together with the same sex. Tiger hadn't bathed in several days, and he probably smelled bad by now. He sighed and waited for the peak hours to pass, intending to go with the flow and experience a bath with a muscular man. "Hey, Tiger, where are you going?" It was Yamato's voice. "Bathing," Tiger replied listlessly. "I want to bathe too." "Forget it, you delicate little thing. Are you going to join a bunch of smelly old men?" Tiger secretly complained. He felt he had to keep an eye on this silly girl. Otherwise, she might end up being taken advantage of, and he would be the one at a loss. "Never mind. I think I want to bathe after all," he said as he turned to leave. "Why? Too many people, inconvenient." Yamato tapped her chin with her index finger, looking thoughtful. "Oh, I thought you liked the hustle and bustle. Damn it, is this about being lively or not? Come on, let's south go to my place. It's less crowded there." Saying this, she dragged Tiger away. This was the upper level of Onigashima, where ordinary pirate lackeys couldn't come. The place Kaido arranged for Yamato was quite nice, a 500 square meter flat with a wide view, definitely a sea view room. From the window, you could even see Wano across the way. The facilities inside were complete, everything was there. There was also a bathroom, but Yamato preferred soaking in the bath. The two arrived at the bathing area, which had separate pools for men and women, and it was almost empty, very spacious and clean. It was said to be cleaned daily, a world apart from the public bath downstairs. Tiger eagerly headed for the men's bath, but saw that Yamato was even more impatient than he was. She held a bath towel, stripped completely, and leaped into the pool with a splash. "Your place is over there." Tiger pointed to the women's bath just a wall away. "What does it matter? I'm a man anyway. Come on down. It feels so good." Tiger's face turned red, and he reluctantly entered the bath. He couldn't very well go to the women's side. He kept a distance from Yamato and didn't look her way. Holding the bath towel, he soaked it in hot water and covered his face, hoping not to see anything. It wasn't that he was being noble. It was just that Yamato was too attractive, and he couldn't help it. He didn't want to get killed by Kaido. Though he joked about Yamato being his wife, aside from their daily routine of shaking hands. They hadn't had any physical contact beyond that. He wasn't a gentleman, but he wasn't a schemer taking advantage of the situation either. "Is there something on my face? Why are you covering your face?" Yamato said as she approached to pull the towel off his face. "Shut up. If you want me to live, stay over there and don't move." Earlier, when he entered the bathing area, he noticed a few female staff peeking at him and Yamato. He then released a small cloud of black mist for reconnaissance and found that they were indeed watching them. Yamato, pouting, turned her face away and didn't look at him. She said in a crisp voice, "If we want to go to sea, what do we need? We need money, a ship, sailors, cooks, doctors, carpenters, fighters, etc. Oh, and we need someone who can swim. Otherwise, if you fall into the sea, no one will rescue you. What is money? What can it do? When you drift at sea for so long, food and various supplies will be consumed. And at that time, you need to go to coastal islands or cities to buy these things. Money is used for this." "Oh, I see. So, we still have to make money." "Of course. Do you think your dad will willingly give us money?" After experiencing the painful ordeal of his first voyage, Yamato realized that going to sea was no easy task. People can't teach you everything. Some things you have to learn through experience. Though Yamato outwardly didn't defy Kaido, she was actually gathering her strength. This was also the result of Tiger's earnest teachings recently. Initially, Yamato couldn't accept it no matter what, but seeing Tiger nearly drown, out of guilt, she finally compromised. However, her yearning for freedom remained unchanged. Yamato was like a student, tirelessly asking Tiger about matters related to going to sea. She was determined to set sail once she was ready. As for saving the people of Wano and the grand vision of establishing a new Wano, Tiger had mercilessly put a stop to that. One sentence, "Wait until you can defeat Kaido, then this small matter will be nothing," left Yamato speechless. She knew very well that without her own freedom, it was impossible to talk about saving others, as long as she could defeat her bastard father. All problems would be solved. Yamato clenched her small fist and silently sighed. Tiger really has a good head on his shoulders. He can always pinpoint the root of the problem. I need to consult him more in the future. Spirit Energy 20. Great Mouth True God Compatibility 1315. Acquired skill, no Samurai Ice Fong. No Samurai Ice Fong. A cold breath has emerged within you, increasing ice-type damage by 15, and can be used to attack by exhaling cold breath. Tiger lay back in the bath. A series of messages echoed in his mind. He appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was turbulent. He hadn't expected that improving the Beast Spirit compatibility could actually grant him a skill. His own skill. Extreme Ice Hurricane was precisely an ice attribute damage skill, and acquiring No Samurai Ice Fong perfectly enhanced its power. This was a huge profit. This meant that as long as he could establish bonds with more beast spirits, he could increase his strength. Through recent explorations, he had gained a deeper understanding of his golden finger. Acquiring beast spirits was the premise and foundation of everything. What is a beast spirit? Tiger believed it was equivalent to various animal-type devil fruit abilities in the world of pirates. As for how to obtain it, Tiger recalled the scene of meeting Yamato for the first time and roughly deduced the method of establishing bonds. Physical contact with animal-type ability users, gaining their trust or recognition. Establishing a good relationship and meeting their needs. Receiving this reward made Tiger taste the sweetness, which also broadened his perspective. The reason the Beast Pirates were called the Beast Pirates was that this pirate crew was made up of animal-type ability users. Now, when Tiger looked at the members of the Beast Pirates, it was like looking at fish in a pond, his eyes sparkling. He couldn't wait to incorporate the entire Beast Pirates into his own pond. Chapter 15, even as a pirate, you can't escape KPIs on the other side. Kaido, Jin, and Quinn were discussing matters together. Big brother Kaido, leave that kid to me. Kaido raised his wine gourd, curious and asking, "Oh, Quinn, you also have your eye on this kid?" Big brother Kaido, you know that the output at the factory has been low recently. This kid seems to have some skills. I wanted to manage the factory and help me out a bit. Quinn recounted how Tereo had made a key in the dungeon to Kaido. Upon hearing this, Kaido's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this kid to have some skills, and he was worried about the low output at the weapons factory. Kaido set down his wine gourd, no longer drinking, and began to ponder carefully. Jin, who had been silent for a long time, was starting to feel restless. He knew that Quinn, the old pervert, had recently been developing those strange viruses, and he didn't want to see the boy harmed. Mr. Kaido, this kid can fly. I want to incorporate him into our Beast Pirates aerial combat unit, and his ability to scout for intelligence is also unquestionable. Oh, Kaido's face showed additional surprise. Let this kid do reconnaissance? Tell me more. What? This kid can fly? Quinn also became interested, clearly unaware that Tereo was a devil fruit user. Jin then explained how Tereo had used his cloud clone to evade his pursuit. Mwahaha, I didn't expect you, you old pervert, to have a day where you got the short end of the stick. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting kid. Quinn gloated from the side. Kaido laughed heartily, feeling he had struck gold. He said mysteriously, perhaps you two still don't know that kid's ability. He is a mythical Zoan. This statement undoubtedly shocked Jin and Quinn. Jin was okay. He had guessed something when he saw Tereo no longer swimming, but hadn't expected the kid to be a mythical Zoan. No wonder he had that strange ability. Meanwhile, Quinn immediately looked at Jin, seemingly confirming, "Aren't you the one who said that kid could swim?" Kaido's next words dispelled Quinn's doubts. "I learned from Yamato that they encountered a devil fruit while at sea. That kid ate it and gained that ability. That's great. This means our Beast Pirates now have 3 mythical Zoan users." Quinn's words carried a hint of excitement. The mysteries of mythical Zoans were well known to the Beast Pirates. Among the known mythical Zoans, apart from that useless member of the Kurizumi family, the rest were all-powerful individuals with extremely high potential. Even the young Yamato had impressive strength, and it was just a matter of time before they became top-tier powerhouses on the sea. I will personally train this kid in the future. We can't waste a mythical Zoan. You two should keep an eye on him, but don't give him any special treatment. This brat needs to be properly disciplined. He must familiarize himself with the basics, and nothing he should do can be missed. Our Beast Pirates don't raise freeloaders. If you want to take my daughter away, then you better work hard for a few years first. Kaido took a swig of his drink and let out his signature laugh, seemingly quite pleased. Mr. Kaido, those samurais have been restless again, claiming to be remnants of the Kazuki clan. I want this boy to investigate and see how capable he is. Quinn was not to be outdone, and I, Big Brother Kaido, also want this kid to help me at the factory. Kaido, looking pleased, replied, "All right, put this kid to work." The stamina and energy of a mythical Zoan are exceptional. You two can work out the specifics among yourselves. Poor Tereo. He was going to be worked like a horse. On his very first day on the job, the bosses had already laid everything out for him. The next day, at Tereo's residence, when the first rays of morning sunlight came in, the warm waking scene did not occur. Instead, there was a fierce morning star. "Get up, brat." Kaido, expressionless, stood next to him like an iron tower, leaning on his kanabo. Tereo rubbed his head and recognized the person. "Bastard, do you have a problem? Is this how the beast pirates treat their subordinates?" Kaido ignored him, staring at Tereo with a frosty expression. Tereo's heart sank. He felt a bit guilty, thinking, "This bastard can't possibly know I took a bath with Yamato, right?" With a clang, Kaido threw him a pair of handcuffs. "I'm going to give you special training. Put on these sea prism stone cuffs and run 3 laps around Onigashima without using any abilities. Sea prism stones do restrain devil fruit users, preventing them from using their powers. But the specific impact depends on the purity of the sea prism stone and the user's condition. The cuffs Kaido gave him were just right, preventing him from using his powers while allowing him to move freely. Tereo did not resist this kind of training. He knew that some tough characters train with sea prism stones all the time. The animal-type devil fruits provided a tangible boost to the user's physical abilities, and Tereo's speed and strength had already seen significant improvements. Onigashima was large, but it was very easy for him. He finished 3 laps effortlessly, not even breathing hard. "Run 3 more laps," Kaido ordered, leaning on his kanabo with an expressionless face. Tereo didn't mind. This level of exertion was as easy as drinking water for him. "Run 3 more laps and increase your speed. Add 3 more laps." Damn, 3 more laps? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to do this. Tereo was now completely exhausted. He had run all day under Kaido's pressure. Moreover, each time he was required to finish faster, and by the end, Kaido transformed into a dragon, personally supervising him. If he slowed down at all, he would receive a blast of Kaido's heat breath or a gust of wind. This endurance test ultimately concluded with Kaido's powerful Thunderbagua. Or a lull. Kaido let out a booming laugh and left, satisfied. Tereo lay flat on the ground, looking at the sunset's afterglow in the sky, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. "Bastard, he's definitely getting back at me. You think this will stop me from going upstairs to take a bath? Oomph. I dare. I'm going to find Yamato later." Just then, a pair of large black wings caught his eye. Jin looked at Tereo, who was lying on the ground like a tired dog, and said, "Your task list. These are the tasks you need to complete recently." Saying this, a sheet of paper slowly descended, landing on Tereo's face. Task list? Tereo sat up, wiped the sweat from his face, and casually looked at it. As his gaze gradually shifted downward, his expression also became increasingly dramatic. It was the kind of expression that was both tearful and devoid of hope. Go to Wano country and gather intelligence on the Kazuki remnants. Increase the output of the weapons factory. Investigate the recent truth behind the food losses at the Peach Garden. Each task actually had its own person in charge and needed to be completed on time and with quality. What kind of nonsense is this? How can there be performance evaluations even as a pirate? Logically, shouldn't this stuff only appear in the Navy? This is so TMD exhausting. Who said being a pirate means you can enjoy the good life? Come out. Let's see if I don't beat them to death. Chapter 16. A life is a life. How can it be wasted? Kyusai looked at a long list of tasks, his mouth twitching. Before he could complain, Jean had vanished without a trace. It was impossible for him to complete the tasks on time and in full. Working is impossible. I can never work in this lifetime, Kyusai thought fiercely. He briefly scanned his task list, which involved various matters of the Beast Pirates. A life is a life. How can it be wasted? Kyusai understood clearly that even if he perfectly completed the tasks, as long as his own strength was insufficient, it would be hard to stand out. Therefore, there was no need to exert effort on these tasks, which also did not align with his dreams. He wanted to be the saltiest pirate, the kind who could slack off openly without anyone being able to say anything, do the least, enjoy the most, and marry the prettiest woman. After weighing his options, he decided to just deal with it casually. The most important thing right now was to collect beast spirits and earn spiritual energy. After searching around, He found a place that piqued his interest, the pleasure quarters in Wano, where he could meet informants. Since he had to be like a workhorse, shouldn't he treat himself a bit better? At night, in Wano, 9 Mile Borough Town. Borough Town is a bustling area in 9 Mile, inhabited by officials and wealthy people who have aligned themselves with Orochi. The flower street located in Borough Town is the pinnacle of prosperity. Here, various delicacies and entertainment facilities are clustered together, along with pleasure quarters, making it a place for the wealthy to seek enjoyment. The sounds of orchestral music and chirping birds mix together, with the river reflecting the dim yellow glow of red paper lanterns, creating a unique romantic atmosphere. Now, Husai had changed into a pirate outfit. He wore an iron helmet, had shoulder armor made of beast skin, and was bare-chested, with only 2 rough, wide leather belts crossed over his body. His waist was adorned with a rugged skull belt and complemented by a seemingly cheap, long iron sword. At first glance, he looked like a Viking pirate. This was the standard attire of a Beast Pirate's thug. He did not intend to hide his identity. As a member of the Beast Pirates, while he might not hold a particularly prestigious status in Wano, he was not someone anyone could easily provoke. Creak, creak. Husai walked along the wooden boardwalk, passed through a circular wooden arch bridge, and arrived at a brothel with a sign that read Yun. This was his destination. He didn't want to come at all. He was forced to, but there was no way around it. In places with high personnel flow like this, the mix of people was diverse, but it was also the best place to gather intelligence. The Beast Pirates had been inserting insiders into brothels to monitor Wano's every move. The pleasure quarters were filled with beautiful women and the sounds of jingling, mixed with the scent of alcohol. A group of tea girls, mostly of mediocre beauty and ordinary attire, filled the entrance. Husai didn't even look at them and swaggered right in. Inside, there were fewer women, but their looks and demeanor were noticeably superior to those of the tea girls outside. These women were called scatter tea and were a level above the tea girls who could only solicit customers outside, naturally commanding a higher price, ranking as the 3rd tier of courtesans in the pleasure quarters. The remaining 2 tiers were the 1st-tier Gezi and 2nd-tier Jew, who had even better looks and talents, making them unaffordable for ordinary people. Of course, Husai only understood this after he had just crossed over to Wano, and it was merely knowledge to him. As they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and such a common person as him could not escape the customs. Task requirements meant he couldn't come empty-handed. It was good to have a visual feast as well. Husai confidently took a seat to the side and called for the Mama-san, saying, "Bring all your scattered tea girls over. Let me take a look." The Mama-san in the shop was a beautiful woman in her 40s, still possessing charm. Upon seeing Husai's attire, she instantly recognized his identity. Although she greeted him with a smile, she secretly loathed him, hating the pirates who occupied Wano to the core. Cursing inwardly, these crude pirates have never seen the world. Just a small thug, acting like a big shot. With a smile, the woman said, "This gentleman has a good eye. Our girls are both sensible and well-behaved, and will surely not disappoint you. Ladies, line up and welcome our guest." Shortly after, in less than 3 minutes, a dozen beautifully dressed courtesans lined up beside her. Husai glanced at the women and shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "No, no. Bring the Jew over." The woman showed a difficult expression. Husai frowned, pretending to be impatient. "What? Are you afraid I can't afford the price?" Gritting her teeth, the woman began to make arrangements, and soon, 7 exceptionally beautiful women appeared before Husai. His eyes lit up, and this time he looked a bit slower, thinking that if it weren't for the task, he would enjoy picking one among them to serenade him. He still shook his head. "I heard there's a new Gezi in your establishment. She is extremely beautiful. Bring her over to accompany me." The Gezi was already the highest-ranked girl in the shop, and as for the courtesan level, Borough Town naturally had none. Husai's picky attitude drew the woman's displeasure, thinking, a small pirate thug who can't even become a small boss. Still want to play with a Gezi? Simply delusional. She felt a bit annoyed and began to speak less politely. "Are you here to cause trouble? Our Gezi isn't something you can see just because you want to. She's currently with a customer." Before she could finish her sentence, Husai pretended to be furious, throwing the teacup in his hand at the woman. She was startled, and after calming down, cursed inwardly, "You blind fool." She placed her hands on her hips and shouted sharply, "Someone throw this unruly pirate out." This is a legitimate establishment approved by General Orochi. Don't think we're the same as those roadside shabby places. Even Kaido would have to give General Orochi some respect. I'm not afraid of you. Suddenly, a dozen guards rushed in from outside, surrounding Husai completely. Chapter 17. The remnants of Kazuki Oden. This commotion caused quite a stir in this brothel. Many of the greasy men seeking pleasure were startled, losing all interest in the moment. A number of them openly expressed their bad luck and hurriedly left the scene. Only a few brave souls remained to watch the excitement. Tora looked at the group of burly men holding weapons, his expression unchanged but with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He no longer focused on the guards, but instead looked toward the remaining customers in the establishment. These individuals were mostly robust, fierce-looking, and appeared more formidable than the guards, resembling fallen samurai rather than ordinary patrons. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tora quietly created a small group of shadowy clouds, leaving them in the hall for surveillance. He took a deep breath, his demeanor turning icy. Cold ice fong. This skill he had just acquired had yet to be tested for its power. A breath of frost, infused with extreme cold, shot out from his mouth, hitting 7 or 8 guards directly in front of him. These men immediately froze, unable to move, their bodies turning into ice sculptures from the neck down. Surprised by the immediate effect, Tora thought to himself that he could even start a side business in frozen food. He acted swiftly, giving no one present time to react. The guards who had not been frozen turned pale and hurriedly retreated, looking at Tora as if he were a monster. The madam, seeing this, was also alarmed. A madam who had long been in the pleasure quarters. She considered herself well-versed in worldly matters. She had seen her fair share of gang conflicts and street fights involving Ronin, and even witnessed the time when General Orochi sent troops to eliminate a certain individual. Although she was aware that there existed strange powers known as devil fruits, seeing it in person was a first for her. This rough pirate was unexpectedly powerful. Could it be that she had misjudged him? After all, she had encountered many prominent figures, and none from the Beast Pirates seemed to possess such prowess. Her mind raced as she realized that the pirate before her was not simple. Instantly shedding her previous arrogance, she forced a smile, her face wrinkled like a worn-out rag. "Oh dear sir, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I was just joking with you. Please don't be so angry. I'm just a humble woman who hasn't seen the world. I hope you can overlook our rudeness. If there's anyone among our girls that you take a liking to, feel free to choose. Let them relieve your frustrations. Drinks are on the house, and all expenses will be covered by our establishment as an apology." Tora smirked, cleared his throat, spat out a chunk of ice, and froze the ground beneath the madam's feet, creating a shiny ice surface. The madam was startled and stepped back repeatedly. Tora said with a smile, "All right, still the same request. Let that new girl accompany me today. If you serve me well, I might not pursue your previous rudeness." The madam bit her lip, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, as if she understood something, she glanced at the guards beside her, exchanged a knowing look, and smiled. "Well, that should be fine, sir. Please, this way." She led the way, and they walked through a wooden corridor to the side of the courtesan's quarters. Adjacent was a small outdoor garden, with the ground covered in gravel. The courtyard had several stone lanterns, and there was a gentle stream flowing into a bamboo tube, creating a crisp sound as the water filled it. This inner courtyard was quite serene and elegant, in stark contrast to the outside, and even Tora felt inclined to compose a poem. Gradually, the clear sounds of shamisen playing a cheerful tune grew more distinct, and the madam finally stopped at a distinctive shoji screen, indicating that the new girl Tora was looking for was inside. Hearing the slightly suggestive atmosphere within, Tora furrowed his brow and pulled open the door. Inside were 3 women and 1 man. Sitting cross-legged in the main seat was a middle-aged man with wild hair and a dark complexion, dressed in a somewhat decent samurai outfit. Beside him were 2 young maidens pouring him sake. In the main seat was a sexy woman in a kimono holding a shamisen. She was stunningly beautiful and alluring. Her golden hair styled in a shurshin bun looked serene and elegant. Yet the 2 slightly curled strands of hair framing her face and her partially exposed fair shoulder gave off a flirtatious vibe. Any man would be captivated by her charm. Tora finally saw the target of his mission, a true member of the beasts, Black Maria. His eyes lit up, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. He thought to himself that she was indeed a beauty, and it was a pity she had become a courtesan. The middle-aged man, flushed and reeking of alcohol, leered at Maria. Just as he raised his cup to drink, he saw a man boldly break through the door, disrespecting the rules, and he became furious, shouting, "Who do you think you are? Don't you see that Miss Maria is mine tonight? Madam Asada, you have to give me an explanation." The madam, called Asada, looked troubled and stammered. "It's not that I'm disregarding the rules, but this gentleman also wants to be with Maria. Hey, you all decide how to handle this. I can't manage it." The middle-aged samurai, named Debu, became enraged upon hearing this. He glared at Tora, according to the general's regulations. "You have committed the crime of provoking trouble. Even the king of the country cannot protect you." Tora didn't even glance at the man and coldly replied, "Get lost. I'll count to 3. Saying this, he raised a finger. 1. The samurai laughed in anger. "You? Then let me send you to your grave." 3. Like a ghost, Tora closed the distance, grabbing the samurai by the collar and executing a clean and beautiful shoulder throw, taking him down. The middle-aged samurai was thrown off balance, his face turning red as he shouted, "You bastard! Where's 2?" Clearly, he was furious about Tora's lack of follow-through. Tora couldn't care less. He had no moral obligation towards samurai. He grabbed one of the samurai's legs and tossed him around like a rag doll, ultimately throwing him out the door. This action caused little harm, but was highly humiliating. Black Maria watched the scene, her beautiful eyes moving, and she immediately covered her mouth in feigned terror. The madam was also greatly frightened. The middle-aged samurai could no longer hold back. He grabbed a katana nearby, furiously drew it, and swung it down at Tora with both hands. Yet, Tora did not dodge. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Hitui!" A large cloud of white ice mist spewed out. The temperature in the room plummeted. The middle-aged samurai's movement slowed, and he was soon frozen in place, unable to move. Tora snatched the katana from the samurai's hands, flicking the blade with his fingers as if playing with a toy, causing it to clatter. Seeing his beloved katana being treated so disrespectfully, the middle-aged samurai's eyes widened in anger, almost bursting with rage, his mouth agape as he howled. Tora pointed the sword at the samurai and chuckled. "I'll take one of your legs as an apology for your rudeness. Is that too much to ask?" With that, he brought the sword down. The samurai's legs were severed below the knees. He fell to the ground, howling in pain like a slaughtered pig, nearly passing out. The severed feet remained on the ground, the distinctive moon mark on the ankles clearly visible. At this moment, the madam was so frightened that her face turned pale, forgetting to scream. Tiger lowered his head and stroked the samurai sword in his hand. His fingers curled slightly, and suddenly they grew 3 sizes larger, his 5 fingers extending like scythe-like black claws. With a gentle grip, the seemingly incredibly sharp samurai sword snapped into 3 pieces. He then threw both the sword and the person out of the door and coldly glanced at the madam, saying, "Get out, don't disturb my enjoyment." The madam responded submissively, woodenly closing the door, leaving Tiger and Maria alone in the room. Chapter 18. Black Maria, at the moment she stepped into the room, the woman on the main stage put away her delicate demeanor. Unfazed, she set aside her shamisen and adopted a mature sisterly attitude, whispering in complaint. "Who are you? Who sent you here? Why are you causing such a commotion?" Tiger was slightly surprised, thinking to himself how outdated the information was for the beast pirates. He didn't elaborate further, but pulled out a mission sheet and said, "You can take a look for yourself." Maria took the sheet and her expression relaxed a bit. "I didn't expect you to be the brat causing such a stir recently. Even Lord Kaido is alarmed. But even so, you shouldn't disrupt my infiltration plan. How are you going to compensate me, sister?" She casually picked up the slender Kaiasiu pipe next to her, stuffed it with some tobacco, and reached for a flint to light it, only to find there was no tinder. Maria frowned slightly, feeling a bit awkward. At that moment, Tiger extended 2 fingers and snapped them, producing a small flame at his fingertips. "Oh!" Maria lit the tobacco under her surprised gaze. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as the 18-year-old girl looked at the boy of similar age, her expression turning a bit mischievous. She took a puff from the pipe, then relaxed and casually lay back. Her long legs, as white as lotus roots and measuring around 1.8 meters, were partially visible beneath her split skirt, resembling two intertwined white snakes. What a lovely girl with a figure like dough, a sword hanging at her waist to cut down commoners. After taking a couple of puffs from the pipe, Maria slowly exhaled, immediately switching to an angry expression, spitting, "Humph. Don't think that playing a few tricks will save you from me. What is our goal?" Tiger ignored her and asked directly. "Of course. It's to root out the remnants of Kazuki and capture them all." "Very good. That old guy from earlier is one of them." Maria was slightly taken aback. "How do you know?" "That middle-aged warrior is named Kiyoshi Waimon. He is from the Shimi faction. Their power has been hidden ever since Kazuki Oden was killed. Recently, I've heard that he has been recruiting and gathering strength, secretly harboring the remnants of Kazuki, planning to overthrow Orochi and deal with Kaido." Maria had put in a lot of effort to track down this lead, knowing he was lecherous and frequented various brothels, which is why she willingly came here to act as an undercover agent. Tiger leisurely approached the pair of small legs that had been severed, but remained in place, and pointed to the moon-shaped mark engraved on the ankle, saying, "Just based on this." Maria twisted her body, moved closer, and looked closely at the moon mark, asking in confusion, "What does this prove?" "You just need to know that anyone with a moon mark on their ankle or somewhere else is definitely one of them." Maria was surprised. "How do you know?" "You don't need to know." Tiger wore a mysterious expression, leaving her to ponder. After that, Maria shared the recent intelligence she had collected with Tiger. She wore a sorrowful expression. "Even if you're right, we've already startled the snake in the grass. The people on Kiyoshi's side may have hidden away. And because of you, my identity has been exposed after I barely infiltrated here. There is no follow-up now. How can you be sure they know your identity? In their eyes, I'm just a pirate henchman who is after your beauty, causing trouble here as a lecherous fool. As long as you clear your relationship with me, they won't suspect you." Maria blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling a bit tempted, thinking that what the boy said made some sense. She immediately giggled seductively and said, "Playing a role? How do we do it?" Then she reached out to touch her smooth, white shoulder, her delicate fingers sliding down her shoulder and teasingly brushing across her chest. "So, how do I look, sister?" Tiger didn't shy away, staring directly at Maria. Suddenly, his expression darkened. "Someone is coming." "Who?" "A man with narrow eyes, sporting an exaggerated light blue hairstyle, wearing a deep blue kimono." Maria understood. It's Kyuka, Orochi's subordinate. He runs all the brothels here. But even if you cause a ruckus, he is Orochi's man. He should turn a blind eye to us. So why is he coming over? This person is suspicious. You mean this person is linked to the remnants of Kazuki? As Maria spoke, she felt something was off, suddenly realizing something and hurriedly asking, "How did you see the appearance and clothing of the people outside while you're with me?" Tiger smiled slightly, not intending to explain further. Maria rolled her eyes, half believing and half doubting Kyuka's personal visit. But her interest in the boy in front of her grew. He could use both ice and fire elements, and seemed to possess some special reconnaissance means. He really was an interesting kid. The person was coming. As footsteps gradually approached from outside the door, Maria believed about 70 to 80% of what Tiger said, feeling puzzled. How does he know the situation outside? She felt anxious. If her identity was exposed, her mission to infiltrate the brothel and relay intelligence would be in vain. Although she had joined the Beast Pirates a long time ago, she had been living in Wano and, being cautious in her dealings, had not had much interaction with the Beast Pirates on the surface. She was confident that even Orochi didn't know her background. She absolutely could not show any flaws. Maria felt a bit anxious. To cooperate with Tiger's so-called role-playing, she suddenly lunged into Tiger's arms. "Come on, hurry." She was in a hurry. Feeling Maria's soft body and the faint scent of her skin, Tiger felt a bit flustered but quickly stopped. No need to do this. A lecher should act like a lecher. Why are you holding back? Hurry. Maria's cheeks flushed, her face slightly red, as she began to reach for Tiger's pirate attire. Stop. Tiger was afraid that an impulsive move would ruin everything. You just need to show deep feelings for Kiyoshi Waimon and resist my advances. This way, you can clear yourself of suspicion, and Kiyoshi will definitely become infatuated with you. Later, he will surely come looking for you, and then you can think of ways to extract more information. Upon hearing this, Maria's eyes lit up. Confident in her beauty, she knew how to handle that lecherous man easily. As long as she passed this immediate challenge, everything would be easier. How do we do it? Tiger raised his palm and smiled slightly. It's simple, but I have a lot of strength, so you might have to endure a bit. Acting requires a mix of truth and pretense. Acting? Maria looked confused. Smack! A crisp slap landed on her lovely face, instantly reddening half of it. You! Black Maria froze for a moment, about to counterattack. I can only resort to this method to prevent you from being exposed. If you want to hit me back later, it's all up to you, Tiger hurriedly explained. Maria wasn't foolish. She understood Tiger's intentions. She realized that the more tragic she acted, the more she could sever ties with the Beast Pirates, thus avoiding suspicion. At the same time, she could gain sympathy from Kiyoshi Waimon. Having figured out the key, Maria stuck out her cute little tongue, licked her lips, and softly said, "Then come on, hurry up, kick me, use violence against me, hey. Are you really not a masochist? Can you act normally for once? Stop looking like you're enjoying it." Chapter 19. Kyushiru shock, no more slapping. Black Maria rubbed her flushed cheeks, looking as if she was about to cry. Tora nodded, then shook his head with a sigh. Sorry, my bad. There was no other choice earlier. If I didn't act convincingly, how could I fool those despicable samurai? Maria smirked, revealing her signature little tongue. She was on the verge of tears and said in a crisp voice, I'll accept this beating, but if this mission fails, I won't let you off the hook. A dramatic woman confirmed. You better cry, the worse the better. Slap. Tora delivered another slap to her perky behind. Slap, slap, slap. Maria bit her red lips lightly. No matter how frivolous she was, she couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and annoyed. She thought to herself, how could this brat be so unappreciative of a lady's feelings? Once this mission was over, she would make sure this kid regretted it. Ooh, Maria started to cry. It was hard to tell if she was acting or if it really hurt. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the door. The person lightly knocked on the door, appearing very polite, but there was no emotion in their voice. I wonder which brother from the Beast Pirates is here? I heard someone offended a brother. Kyushiru, have come to pay a visit. Get lost. Don't disturb my enjoyment. Tora maintained his rude and arrogant persona, still slapping Maria beneath him. Upon hearing Tora's words, Maria's cries suddenly rose in pitch as she glared at Tora. This brother, I'm truly sorry. It seems you're quite upset. How about I accompany you for a couple of drinks to make amends? At this point, the cries in the room grew louder, and the shouts became more desperate. I'm sorry. Kyushiru lightly pushed the door open and walked in. What came into view was a pirate from the Beast Pirates bullying a young girl. Get out. Tora feigned anger. However, Maria, beneath him, cried out loudly, clearly ready to go down with him. Sir, please help me. I was supposed to serve Lord Dibu tonight, but this crude pirate barged in, not only injuring Lord Dibu, but also trying to force himself on me. Please, sir, help me. Woo-woo. Tora watched the dramatic performance and could hardly suppress a tear of sympathy. Kyushiru stood nearby, his eyes cold, but his smile remained. Which great figure is this brother serving under? May I ask how to address you? I am but a humble servant under General Kaido, and various factions are willing to give me some face. May I ask you to spare this young lady for my sake? Is this a threat? You think you can pressure me with your connections? I'm Tora. Remember it well. You filthy samurai are the worst at playing both sides. I have no interest in associating with you. So get out of here. Kyushiru's forehead bulged with veins as he looked at the severed legs of Dibu, and his eyes turned red. He suppressed his emotions, exaggeratedly grinning, pointing at the feet, and said, all right, those feet are too unlucky. Let me help you clean up the mess. He disregarded whether Tora agreed and walked straight towards the feet. You're seeking death. Tora pretended to be furious, abandoning Maria and lunging at Kyushiru. Kyushiru, not daring to be careless, pushed his thumb against the hilt of his long knife, drawing out half an inch to block Tora's claw strike. It wasn't that Kyushiru didn't want to draw his long knife. He couldn't. He was shocked to find that his knife was frozen in ice. Although he could forcibly pull out the knife, such a pause during a duel would be fatal. At that moment, Tora had transformed into his beastly form. He twisted his body and swung his thick snake tail, sending Kyushiru flying. Kyushu wiped the corner of his mouth, which had a slight trickle of blood, staring in surprise at the snake behind Tora. A power user? Both he and Maria were shocked. Kyushu, however, quickly calmed down after a moment of surprise due to his years of life-and-death experiences. In contrast, Black Maria was clearly taken aback, covering her mouth in shock, unable to speak. However, this matched the expression she needed to portray at that moment. Kyushu slowly drew his long knife, taking a defensive stance. From his appearance, it seemed he only wanted to retrieve those feet and did not wish to tangle with Tora further. But Tora didn't care. He had to maintain his arrogant persona in front of others and continued to engage Kyushu in combat. After a while of exchanging blows that felt mild, Maria felt a bit bored, but she had to maintain her tearful expression, so she was momentarily fatigued. "You brat, hurry up and finish this. I'm running out of tears," she secretly cursed. Just then, she saw Tora whisper something into Kyushu's ear. Kyushu suddenly trembled, then sheathed his knife and stood still, no longer attacking. "Get lost. You better not interfere with my business," Tora shouted at him. Kyushu clasped his fist in salute and turned to leave. Black Maria was perplexed. Once Kyushu was far away, she got up to close the door and asked, "What did you say? Why did he leave?" Tora transformed back into human form and turned to smile. A secret. Maria rolled her eyes again. But to be fair, she looked quite pretty doing that. "Do you think he noticed anything?" Maria asked with some concern. "You acted really well. Even I was almost moved to tears." "Really?" A smile appeared on Maria's face. "By the way, what's up with that form of yours? And why is your tail a snake? And no more saying it's a secret." She playfully pointed her finger. It's my ability. I'm a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user." "What animal are you?" "I think it's called a Waikai." "What's that?" "I've never heard of it." "That's because I'm a mythical Zoan type." "Wow, that's really enviable. What should we do next? Do you think my identity will be exposed?" "I don't know about your identity being exposed, but I do know that you're exposing quite a bit right now." Tora looked at Maria, whose clothes were disheveled, and cleared his throat. "Don't worry, just wait a bit. That Lord Dibu will come looking for you again." "Oh." Tora continued to chat with Maria casually. He clearly felt that their relationship was getting closer, and the atmosphere of their conversation became more relaxed. Thinking back to the physical contact they had earlier, Tora's mind stirred. It should be about time, right? He sank into thought, but the expected connection information did not trigger for a long time. Tora was somewhat surprised and casually asked, "Aren't we all Zoan-type users in the Beast Pirates? What animal is your ability?" Upon hearing this, Maria's expression dimmed as she said pitifully, "I haven't obtained a devil fruit yet." "Huh, what is going on?" Chapter 20. Borrowing your good words, Maria said impatiently. "Do you think the devil fruit is that easy to obtain? Do you think everyone is as lucky as you to get a mythical Zoan?" Seeing the look on her face that seemed to want to vent, Tora quietly listened to her chatter. Lord Kaido has always wanted to form an army of Zoan users, constantly searching for Zoan devil fruits, but their numbers are limited and there aren't many users in the pirate crew right now. Besides a few prominent figures currently, only Jack and Sasaki are genuine Zoan users. The rest are Smile users. Tora nodded. Based on the current timeline, Shanks hasn't snatched the Nika fruit yet. So Fuzz is still mingling with CP9. By the time he gets imprisoned and then escapes to join the beasts, it will still be a few years away. The Beast Pirates are still in the stage of development and growth, and even the Smile users are not many. According to Tora's speculation, Doflamingo's collaboration with Caesar to establish the Smile Factory is just getting started, with insufficient production. Maria tidied up her clothes and took out a smoking pipe. Same with a wry smile. "I don't want to try artificial devil fruits. The success rate is low, and certain parts of my body would uncontrollably turn into animals. That's too ugly." Hey, she really cares about her image. "Even so, you should have a chance to obtain a devil fruit, right?" Maria shot Tora a glance. "I want to wait for a better fruit, at least an ancient type. This kind of thing is a lifetime commitment. How can I just settle for anything? But you finding a good fruit is really enviable. This woman has quite the high aspirations. So how does our Beast Pirates obtain devil fruits?" "I only know that the artificial devil fruits are bought by Brother Kaido from outside. The production of these fruits is also very unstable, sometimes more, sometimes less. While the real devil fruits were collected by the previous prominent figure, Brother Hanafusa. Hanafusa? He has supposedly left the Beast Pirates and become a Shichibukai. But that's just for him to conveniently collect devil fruits. In fact, he still has connections with us behind the scenes. How many Zoan fruits can he collect? Brother Jin's toothless pteranodon, Queen's brachiosaurus, and Sasaki's triceratops were all collected by Brother Hanafusa. He is keen on collecting ancient-type devil fruits. I thought I could wait for one, but unfortunately, after all these years, he hasn't been able to find any more, and it seems he has encountered some troubles. Being able to collect 3 rare ancient types is already very lucky, Tora thought to himself. Maria was somewhat disappointed, but at the same time, full of hope. However, every year on the Fire Festival, Brother Hanafusa will come back to gather with us. It would be great if he could bring back a few more devil fruits. We should get your wish this year. Maria smiled brightly, took out a cup, and ceremoniously poured a drink for Tora, then filled her own. Thank you. Borrowing your good words. The two clinked their glasses and drank it all. The next day, Onigashima. Hey, Tora, where did you go last night? I was on a look for you to take a bath together. Huh? Why are your eyes so dark? Didn't you sleep well last night? And why is your face so swollen? Who hit you? Yamato walked over casually, looking at Tora's miserable appearance with surprise. I went on a mission. Mind your own business. Tora said gloomily, unwilling to talk much about last night. Last night, in order to help Maria infiltrate the enemy, he had to cooperate with her in acting. The two had bickered loudly until midnight, and it was only when Mama-san came over to desperately mediate that Tora's rampage was stopped. During the bickering, Maria took the opportunity to retaliate and slapped him several times, leaving both sides of his face swollen. Mama-san apologized while arranging for Tora to be placed elsewhere and even called a group of girls to perform for him. To maintain his character, he kept a stern face all night, occasionally needing to show a violent side, and it wasn't until late at night that he finally sent those courtesans away. Tora rubbed his cheeks and sighed. Being a bad guy isn't easy. Seeing that Tora was unwilling to talk, Yamato pouted and walked around to his other side, looking curiously at the wooden box he was carrying. What is this? Did you bring something delicious? You're not going to let me taste it? As soon as Tora saw her trying to snatch it, he immediately ran off with the wooden box. He thought, I can't let this little girl see it. After running for a while, he could still hear Yamato shouting behind him, Tora, don't forget about compensating me for my diary. Got it. Wait until I'm not busy. And I won't have to stay up late to talk about it. Tora sighed inwardly. He was currently being treated like a workhorse. How could he have the time for that? Upon reaching the upper level of Onigashima, he saw Jean. Tora handed over the wooden box and said, Get ready to capture people. Anyone with this mark on their feet can be captured. Jean looked at his face in surprise and teased. Looks like your mission went quite smoothly. Jean leisurely opened the wooden box. Inside were a pair of severed lower legs, one of which had a moon mark on the ankle. He glanced at it, placed the box aside without a change in expression, and said with a smirk, Seems like you made quite a commotion over at Kuri. Your glorious deeds have already been spread by those courtesans, saying that a haughty member of the Beast Pirates wreaked havoc in the brothel and even fought a samurai from the crew of Kurizumi Orochi for a courtesan. Tora avoided discussing his actions, saying lightly that samurai is named Kimuman, and those legs belong to that samurai. Those marked with the moon are remnants of the Kazuki clan. Do you have any evidence? No. Upon hearing this, Jean became somewhat angry. I sent you to investigate to find out something. Although we of the Beast don't care about Kurizumi Orochi, he is, after all, a confidant of Kaido. Tora, unfazed by Jin's anger, smiled confidently and said, Then let's wait a bit longer. Also, let me tell you a secret. Kurizumi Orochi was one of Lord Yasui's retainers back in the day. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly not believing what Tora said. He fell silent for a moment before sternly saying, Do you think anyone will believe such baseless claims? You need to at least convince me. If we are to move against Kaido's people, we need a plausible excuse. Are we afraid of Kaido? Not afraid. But the Beast side temporarily needs him as a puppet. Some matters, including weapon transactions with the world government, rely on him as the apparent ruler of Wano. Tora stroked his chin and pondered, If we need an excuse, there's one. You should have seen the crest of the Kazuki clan, right? That Kurizumi Orochi has it tattooed on his back. And once this crest is discovered, we won't need to worry about Kaido anymore, right? Jin's gaze became intense, but he quickly calmed down, shaking his head slightly and saying nothing more. It was clear that Jean remained skeptical of this newcomer to the pirate crew, mainly because Tora's information was too incredible. Tora shrugged indifferently, thinking, anyway, I've given you the information. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. By the way, don't rush on the Kazuki remnants issue. You don't need to worry about it for now. Less trouble is better than more trouble. Tora secretly rejoiced. This was exactly the effect he wanted. But Jin's next words made him want to curse. You should go help out at the weapon factory and the mining site. Queen has come to me several times. Ahem, let's talk about this tomorrow. Tora asked warily. Jin looked at the weather, smiled slightly, and personally escorted him to the mining site. Chapter 21. The grudge of a bucket of sweet red bean soup. Tigersi entered the mining site with heavy dark circles under his eyes and a look of despair on his face. The slap mark on his face had faded. One of the benefits of being a Zoan-type user was quick recovery. Here, a group of prisoners were laboring. Some from rival factions of the Beast Pirates who had been captured after being defeated. More were samurai from Wano who were resisting Orochi and Kaido. The main task at the mining site was to collect various raw mineral materials, some of which were sold directly, while others were sent to weapon factories for weapon processing. The discrepancies in the output that Jean mentioned were estimated based on the quantity of raw materials. A certain amount of raw materials would produce a corresponding amount of weapons, with a relatively fluctuating range. However, if there were significant discrepancies over a long period, it indicated that something was wrong in one of the processes. Tigersi analyzed that either someone was stealing raw materials during weapon production or the finished weapons were being stolen. The former required attention during the transportation of raw materials from the mining site to the weapon factory and the weapon production stage at the factory. The latter involved issues during the storage and transportation of the finished weapons. As long as these processes were thoroughly investigated, perhaps the reason for the recent discrepancies in weapon output could be uncovered. Tigersi, with a heavy head, figured out the reasons behind it, but couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why am I being so dedicated? This was an old habit of his resurfacing. He wished he could slap himself. His past life as a corporate slave had made him develop the bad habit of wanting to solve problems whenever they arose at work. But he was now a pirate, and every cell in his body was telling him, stop working so hard and take a break. Did being a pirate require such dedication? Tigersi was feeling quite hungry. After being rushed by Jean, he hadn't had time to eat dinner before arriving at the mining site. It was already past mealtime, and the pirates had all eaten their fill, leaving no leftovers in the dining area. At that moment, several lackeys carrying a large iron bucket caught his attention. Through the lid, Tigersi smelled the aroma of food, a sweet and sticky scent. He stepped forward to block their path. Hey, what are you guys carrying? The lackeys looked at him as if he were an idiot. One of them shouted, Get out of the way. This is Brother Quinn's favorite red bean soup. You don't even know this? You must be new here. What's your name? Newcomers should be more respectful, so get out of the way. Another added, yeah. A newcomer should at least bring something to honor us seniors. Newcomers are getting more arrogant these days. Hurry up and scram. Tigersi, feeling dizzy and already suffering from a headache due to lack of sleep the night before, was also extremely hungry, now being scolded by these lackeys. Even a clay Buddha would be angry. He forced a smile and cursed back. Screw your respect. I'm a newcomer here to straighten things out. He understood, well, the principle of survival of the fittest among pirates. In such a workplace, backing down would only lead to being bullied. Tigersi charged forward with a knee strike, knocking the nearest pirate to the ground. Then casually snatched the bucket of red bean soup and attempted to make a run for it. The remaining pirates, stunned for a moment, quickly regained their senses and shouted angrily, cursing at Tigersi. You little brat, are you asking for death? Quickly give back the red bean soup. Oh no! Hurry up and chase him. Brother Quinn's favorite red bean soup is never allowed to be touched by others. After running a few hundred steps, Tigersi grew tired and stopped. He set down the iron bucket, lifted the lid, and began to drink straight from it. Not bad, not bad. The taste is okay, just a bit too sweet. The soup contained not only sweet red beans, but also many chewy and soft rice cakes, which were perfect for filling his empty stomach at that moment. In no time, he had consumed nearly half of the bucket. Ever since he gained his devil fruit powers, his physical constitution had improved significantly, and his appetite had increased as well. He always felt hungry. The lackeys soon caught up and saw that the bucket of red bean soup was nearly empty, making them tremble with anger. We're finished. Brother Quinn won't let us off the hook for this. What should we do? What should we do? First, let's take this kid down, and then we can blame everything on him. The group rushed forward to attack Tigersi. Hitui. Tigersi opened his mouth and exhaled a blast of cold air, instantly freezing the lackeys in place, their movements slowing down until they were solid ice. The lackeys let out horrified screams. The pirate who had been knocked down by Tigersi earlier had finally caught up, but upon seeing his companions frozen, he turned and ran away. Tigersi didn't bother to chase him. With no one to disturb him, he leisurely sat down and continued to savor the red bean soup. He felt the soup becoming more intoxicating with each sip, unable to stop. In less than 15 minutes, he had consumed the entire 20-liter bucket of red bean soup. Satisfied, Tigersi let out a burp and lay back on the ground, looking at his round belly, feeling content. There is nothing more satisfying than going from being extremely hungry to having a hearty meal. However, at that moment, the escaped lackey suddenly charged back in a menacing manner, followed by a towering figure over 3 meters tall, with a large yellow elephant head in the center of his stomach. This was Babanuki, the guard captain, the one who had injured his comrades and finished off Brother Quinn's red bean soup. The elephant man, named Babanuki, approached Tigersi, glaring at him with the elephant on his chest, occasionally raising its trunk and letting out an angry roar. I know you. You're Tigersi, right? The little brat who just joined the Beast Pirates. I heard Kaido himself approved of you. I can understand a bit of arrogance from a newcomer, but you definitely shouldn't have stolen Brother Quinn's red bean soup. Stolen? Don't say it so harshly. I openly snatched it. If you have a problem, let Quinn come find me. Now, where's a bed around here? I'm tired and need a rest. Saying this, Tigersi stretched lazily, ignoring Babanuki's questioning. Babanuki's forehead bulged with veins. You little brat, don't get too carried away. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Roar. Babanuki raised his elephant trunk, aiming at Tigersi, and the trunk suddenly swelled, launching a blast of air. Sensing danger, Tigersi sidestepped and dodged the attack. Boom! A cannonball was fired from the trunk, blowing apart the nearby rock wall, demonstrating its impressive power. Hey, that was dangerous. Babanuki cackled. Hee, little brat, it's not too late to apologize now. However, what responded to him was Tigersi's claws. Frenzied claw strike. Tigersi's hands curled into hooks, his arms bulging with muscles, and his tiger claws and stripes appeared. He transformed into his hybrid form. Babanuki looked uncertain, his expression serious. You, what kind of monster are you? Chapter 22. Quinn is very angry in the square of the mining site. Quinn bounced around on the platform with his balloon-like body, looking quite comical. Xenu, Xenu, Xenu. If I lost weight, I'd be too popular, so I deliberately stay this way. Funk. He looked round and plump, but all of it was muscle. While he danced his ball dance on stage, he chanted the lyrics, feeling quite pleased with himself. Below, a group of lackeys cheered loudly, immersed in Quinn's singing, while several female pirates screamed excitedly, clearly indicating that Quinn was indeed quite popular. After dancing for a while, Quinn felt a bit tired and suddenly realized he was hungry. Hey, where's my red bean soup? Bring it over. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks. At that moment, the pirate who had earlier led Babanuki stumbled out from the crowd. Oh no, Brother Quinn. Babanuki was defeated by a kid, and that kid drank all your red bean soup. Several of our brothers were injured by him. You have to stand up for us. A brief silence fell over the square with the sound of a pin drop. The pirates felt as if their ears were malfunctioning and turned to look at Quinn on stage. Quinn's face turned cold, his chubby cheeks trembling, a clear sign of his anger. Meanwhile, Toriko watched Babanuki, who was sprawled on the ground, sparking with electric arcs, his mouth crooked and twitching, feeling quite pleased. Seeing these givers was like finding a treasure chest that provided an unlimited lifespan, each touch yielding results. Permanent minor life gained. Life 2, a message from the indestructible grip triggered in his mind. This smile user could also stack life, although not much, but the key was to persist daily. Thanks, brother. Let's spar every day from now on. Are you a demon? Babanuki stammered, now completely powerless. His only thought was, run, I must run. I can't let this freak spot me. Suddenly, a large, round shadow appeared above them, growing larger and more solid. Give me back my red bean soup. Boom. A loud bang struck the ground, creating a dent and sending smoke billowing up. The ground around the dent began to crack in layers, fine spiderweb patterns spreading out. When the smoke cleared, a round, chubby figure shook off the dust and got up. "He, now you know my power, huh? Stealing my red bean soup." Before the fat man could finish his sentence, he looked ahead in confusion. Quinn's eyes bulged out like eggs, glaring wide-eyed, his tongue stretching out. "It's you, kid?" He suddenly realized something and turned to look behind him, only to see the elephant man Babanuki flattened in the pit like a pancake. "Q Quinn, you should lose." "Wait, useless." Quinn shot him a disdainful glance and turned to Toriko. "Did you steal my red bean soup?" "Steal? Eating can't be considered stealing. In pirate matters, can it be considered stealing? I just found a barrel of food and ate it all. At most it's borrowing." "Borrow?" Quinn was very angry, but it seemed he had no way out. He knew that Kaido was very fond of the kid in front of him, and Jin also seemed to favor him. He even heard that this kid had caused trouble in 9 Miles and had not been punished. But he was still furious. He hadn't even gotten a whiff of that pot of red bean soup, and it had gone to this kid for free. If he let it go so easily, where'd he put his old face? How would he manage this group of useless subordinates in the future? At this moment, the pirates and prisoners in the mining site slowly gathered around. The human nature of watching a show never changes. Borrowing is fine, but you must compensate me later. Also, if you can take my attack, I won't pursue it today. Mwahaha. Okay. Seeing Toriko agree so readily, Quinn secretly felt a bit annoyed. He thought, if I don't show you my power, you won't know how great I am. Quinn's body began to tremble, as if something within him was about to erupt. Suddenly, he shot up in height, his greasy fat turning rough and old yellow, his neck elongating, and his limbs becoming very sturdy, a thick and long tail hanging behind him. Quinn transformed into a yellow Allosaurus. In his human form, he was already quite tall at 6 meters, but in his hybrid form, he became even more enormous. Including his neck, he was roughly over 10 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence. Toriko looked up. This was the first time he had seen a dinosaur transform into its hybrid form. He felt like he had stepped into a real-life Jurassic Park. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. "Kid, stop looking around. Here comes my attack." Quinn opened his mouth wide, quickly gathering energy, a glow flickering. Black flame. Whoosh. A beam of yellow laser light shot out, its momentum and speed rushing towards Toriko's face. With a 0-frame start, no martial ethics. Toriko cursed inwardly and activated all the icy energy within him. No servant ice fawn. Toriko opened his mouth and released a continuous stream of cold breath, colliding with a laser light shot by Quinn. A loud explosion erupted, sending debris flying and raising clouds of dust. The pirates and prisoners watching the spectacle were shocked, many of them retreating, unwilling to get caught in the crossfire. The pirate who had reported was drenched in cold sweat, not expecting this newcomer to be so strong. Able to trade blows with Brother Quinn. Before the thick fog dispersed, Quinn charged in again, electricity rising. Quinn's long Allosaurus neck rapidly extended, with blue electric sparks gathering at his head, directly crashing into Toriko. Toriko was startled by Quinn's sneak attack, not expecting this old coin to be so ruthless. Furious claw strike. Toriko frantically swung his claws, having also transformed into his hybrid form, fending off Quinn's assault. Golden electric arcs entwined around his claws, colliding with the blue electric sparks emitted by Quinn. Another explosive sound erupted, and both were blown back by the shockwave, retreating and creating some distance between them. Toriko waved his hands to relieve the numbing sensation from Quinn's electric attack. "You old bastard. Are you still hitting?" "Mwahaha." Quinn laughed heartily. "I never said I would only use one move, kid. Come again. Next, taste my wetting hot fist." Quinn swung his gigantic mechanical arm, which glowed red hot due to the high temperature, the massive iron fist wrapped in flames smashing towards Toriko. Toriko's back burst into intense flames. And ever since he gained the ability of the new, he hadn't properly used the power of fire. Although his skill, Fire Charge, was thus enhanced, he wasn't planning to use Udyr's skills this time. He wanted to test just how powerful the flames granted by the fruit could be. He stood firm, flames swirling around his right fist, the flames freely flowing, covering most of his arm. Toriko struck a pose that Ace fans would be familiar with, Fire Fist. Chapter 23. Unfair Tactics. A massive fist, engulfed in flames and the size of a truck, surged towards Quinn, accompanied by a wave of intense heat. The onlooking subordinates and prisoners were horrified, with many being forced back by the scorching heat radiating from the fiery fist. Some who were closer nearly suffocated from the extreme temperature, their hair curling up from the heat and emitting a faint burnt smell. Everyone swallowed hard. Although they didn't want to admit it, the pirate subordinates instinctively found themselves worrying for Quinn. Quinn was also startled by the enormous fire fist conjured by the beast, Kaido. He first glanced at the fire fist charging towards him, then looked down at the small flames flickering on his mechanical fist, cursing under his breath about how unfair it was. The gigantic fire fist, enveloped in a torrent of heat, wrapped around the beast-human hybrid known as the Armored Dragon, turning Quinn into a massive ball of fiery flesh. This time, it was the fruit's ability overpowering technology. The surrounding onlookers gasped. Some covered their heads in disbelief, while others rushed to find water to extinguish the flames. Many pirates looked utterly confused. How could a newcomer who just joined the Beast Pirates defeat a prominent figure like Kaido? The prisoners were filled with despair. Most of them were rebels against Orochi and Kaido, deeply believing in the prophecy spoken by Lady Toki, and they had quietly prepared for the moment to rise up. When they discovered that the Beast Pirates had produced another remarkable individual, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within them. The stronger the Beast Pirates became, the more hopeless they felt. Just as chaos erupted in the mining site, the flaming meatball suddenly vanished. Quinn activated his invisibility device, Black. This technique originated from Germa 66. Researched by Vince Smoke Judge. Quinn had worked alongside Judge at MADS and was very familiar with the technology he developed. The Electric Queen he had used earlier also stemmed from this. Tiger, who initially thought he had won, became alert at this moment. He had yet to awaken his haki and, lacking observation haki, could not detect Quinn's movements. His current combat relied solely on his fruit ability and the enhancements he carried. Without haki, he felt insecure in battle. Haki was quite significant in the pirate world. Just as he was concerned, he suddenly received a punch to the head. This old punch was truly fierce. He vaguely saw Quinn's massive figure materialize behind him, and the fist was even wrapped in black armament haki. Damn it, that's unfair. You didn't use haki against Sanji during the battle at Onigashima. You're just bullying me. Tiger covered his head and fell back, already having a headache from lack of sleep. This old coin was showing no martial ethics, taking advantage of his lack of haki and using invisibility to launch a sneak attack. He realized that Quinn was determined to establish his authority in front of him. Even if he dodged this punch, Quinn would surely employ other tactics, like various viruses that were impossible to defend against. Tiger covered his face, intending to just lie there and not engage with Quinn anymore. No way. This old man isn't playing fair, and at this stage, he couldn't defeat Quinn. As long as the opponent didn't want to lose. There were 1,000 ways to take him down. Seeing Tiger no longer resist, Quinn canceled his invisibility, revealing his true form. Mwaha! You little brat, how about it? You admit defeat now, right? I'll give you some respect today. At this moment, the onlooking pirates also stopped their tasks and gathered around. What, Brother Quinn is fine. Huh? How could there be a problem? Just a newcomer. How could he possibly defeat a prominent figure? Seeing Tiger had already given in, Quinn sighed in relief. He glanced at the many watching pirates with a fierce expression. What are you looking at? Are you all so free? No one is allowed to rest tonight. The workload is doubled, and it must be completed. The pirates and prisoners groaned in despair. You have permanently gained a small amount of life 25. Tiger covered his face, unable to see his expression, but he still felt quite pleased inside. The vitality of ancient species is indeed strong. He would need to find excuses to bother Quinn every day in the future. Nighttime, Onigashima upper levels. Oi, Quinn, why do you look so disheveled? Kaido asked. Don't mention it, big brother Kaido. That brat Tiger is too unreasonable. Not only did he steal my red bean soup, but he also burned me. He doesn't know how to respect his seniors. Kaido laughed heartily. He had already heard about the events at the mining site through reports. Jean, who had been silent, couldn't help but gloat as he saw Quinn get humiliated, mockingly saying, a waste is a waste, You can't even handle a kid who hasn't even awakened Haki. Oi, that's not Quinn's fault. That kid's fruit ability is quite strong. Quinn, what do you think of his ability? Quinn grimaced in pain, recalling the battle with Tiger, clearly troubled by the burns he had sustained. That kid can control 3 elements: lightning, fire, and ice. All 3 have considerable power, but I'm particularly concerned about his application of ice, which is very similar to the ice breath used by Lord Yamato. Oh, are you sure? Quinn nodded. It shouldn't be wrong. Kaido's interest was piqued. He had known Tiger could manipulate cold air, but based on the information Jack had given, the kid could only release cold air or some small ice fragments, not breathe out ice. However, hearing Quinn speak so convincingly made him curious to test Tiger's abilities himself. Where's that kid now? Still at the mining site. Big brother Kaido, Kaido was someone who acted on a whim without any hesitation. I'll be right back. With that, Kaido transformed into a dragon and flew towards the mining site. At the mining site, the pirate subordinates and prisoners were suffering, working hard to complete the extra tasks assigned by Quinn. Recalling the terrifying body modifications and various bizarre viruses, no one dared to disobey Quinn's orders. As the saying goes, when the boss suffers, the subordinates pay the price. The commotion between Tiger and Quinn perfectly illustrated this point. Some hot-tempered pirates, feeling indignant, wanted to trouble Tiger, but quickly calmed down after a moment of thought. Who would want to mess with a disaster when even the warden Babanuki had been defeated? And this kid had exchanged blows with one of the Beast Pirates' prominent figures, Quinn? While everyone was grumbling and working hard, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky as a massive dragon head emerged from the clouds. Oi, where's Tiger? Kaido's signature eerie laugh could be heard, and he seemed quite pleased. Many subordinates were startled, while the prisoners gritted their teeth upon seeing Kaido. Kaido, Big Brother Kaido has come personally. Haha, I knew it. Even Big Brother Kaido can't stand that kid. He's definitely here to deal with him. Another exciting show was about to happen. They rushed over to watch. Chapter 24 Affirmation from Kaido. Just playing for real while everyone was gloating, Kaido had transformed into his hybrid form and approached Toki. Hey, kid, it's time to wake up. Toki rubbed his sleepy eyes and groggily stood up. When he saw who it was, he was startled. His first reaction was that this old guy was here to beat him up. Toki looked guilty. No, wait, I haven't been back to Onigashima these past few days, and I haven't had time to bathe with Yamato. He shouldn't be here to beat me. What's up? If there's nothing, I'm going back to sleep. I heard from Queen that you can exhale a cold breath. Show it to me. Showing off my skills to the boss? I can't do this job for free. A promotion and raise opportunity is here. Toki secretly speculated, planning to negotiate hard. What isn't it for me? I heard the Beast Pirates cherish talent. Can't you arrange for me to get some real combat experience? Promoting and raising pay should be brought up proactively. If you don't mention it, the boss will act dead and pretend nothing happened. Kaido let out that strange laugh, clearly in a good mood. Oh ho ho ho, I heard you defeated Babanuki, proving you indeed have the strength. Our Beast Pirates respect strength. As long as you can unleash a skill that satisfies me, it's fine. Alright, it's a deal. Toki once again summoned all his cold energy, preparing to unleash his ice fawn. Wait, hit me here. Kaido pointed to his face. Hey, you said it. Since Kaido wanted to try his saliva wash, Toki naturally didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth wide and forcefully sprayed a continuous column of cold breath, the power of which surpassed what he had shown against Queen. Kaido's eyes suddenly sharpened. With his experienced gaze, he quickly detected the clue and nodded inwardly. Not bad. This power and technique are indeed quite similar to that silly girl-esque skill. Kaido became interested. He opened his mouth, and a blast of hot breath shot out, colliding violently with Toki's cold breath. Perhaps because Kaido was a little excited, he couldn't control his strength, and the power of the hot breath gradually increased. Meanwhile, Toki began to struggle. His cold energy could no longer withstand Kaido's hot breath, and was ultimately engulfed by the massive wave of flames. Oh ho ho, very good. Kid, from today on, you're officially a member of the Beast Pirates, and Jin will arrange things for you. After saying that, Kaido transformed back into a dragon and disappeared into the clouds. Toki was blackened all over like a piece of coal, and he shouted loudly, Bastard Kaido, remember this. Oh ha ho 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 ho. Kaido's boisterous laughter gradually faded away. Everyone present was shocked and gained a more intuitive understanding of Toki's strength. The Beast Pirates had gained another true fighter. Some perceptive individuals had already begun to scheme, planning to befriend this newly promoted true fighter. Even some female pirates threw flirtatious glances at Toki, trying to offer their company. Everyone was not foolish. This kid's strength was not weak, and the future was promising. Seeking to climb the social ladder was a natural human instinct. Toki, of course, did not hold back. Since someone was willing to come and serve him, he naturally wanted to take full advantage. He called over several relatively good-looking female pirates to massage his shoulders and back, in order to few to find him some good food and drinks. He comfortably enjoyed the treatment of a local wealthy man. On the other side, Kaido had returned to Onigashima. Queen and Jin watched Kaido's excited expression and felt relieved. This kid had learned Yamato's techniques. This matter was now confirmed. Kaido laughed heartily and took a sip of alcohol. Not bad. This kid has indeed learned my foolish son's techniques. What an interesting little guy. Jin and Queen were also pleased. The stronger the beast pirates grew, the happier they were. I see this kid has talent, Jin. Kaido turned to look at him. Mister. Kaido, what do you need? This kid can control fire, and you happen to be a fire expert. I'll need you to teach him how to use the power of fire. Yes. Queen eagerly said, Kaido, brother, this kid is quite interesting. I have many body modification plans. If I can modify him, his combat power will definitely improve. No. Kaido and Jin spoke simultaneously, both looking at Queen with disdain. Kaido said solemnly, your technology is impressive, but for now, let him develop his potential. We'll discuss modifications later when his strength can't be improved anymore. We can't rely on external things from the start. Yes, I understand, Kaido, brother. Also, this kid hasn't awakened any Haki yet. We need to train him quickly. I will naturally teach him Haki, and you two should also give him some intensity when you have the chance. He. The only way to awaken Haki is to take hits. There's no shortcut. The next day, Jin found Toki first. He was there to inform Toki about his promotion to True Fighter. A true fighter in the Beast Pirates was essentially a small leader, able to recruit his own subordinates, including selecting from current members or recruiting new ones. The pay increased from less than half a gold per month to 10 gold per month. Wano country had closed its borders and had no economic exchanges with the outside world, so the common currency, berries, was not used. The main currency remained gold. 1 gold is approximately equivalent to 200,000 berries. Haha, I'm now also part of the high-income group, earning over 2 million berries a month. Toki felt pleased. As a true fighter, while enjoying status in the Beast Pirates, he also had to bear corresponding obligations. Besides managing his subordinates, he had to take on various business responsibilities for the pirate group, ensuring normal income and revenue. In simple terms, it was about managing a group of subordinates to work on projects that need to be profitable. The profits would go to the Beast Pirates, while he and his little brothers could receive corresponding performance rewards. Becoming a major figure was like being promoted from project manager to regional manager, overseeing a region in Wano and becoming a local governor. Toki was quite familiar with this management process. Jin said, you could spend some time recruiting your own subordinates now. First, establish your team, and then choose to manage projects within the pirate group. By the way, I will also be your teacher soon, training you on how to control fire. You can skip the tasks I assigned you before and focus on enhancing your strength with me and Mr. Kaido. Toki fell into deep thought and did not respond to Jin's suggestion. What? You seem unwilling? Toki shook his head, pretending to be mysterious. I have a rough idea about the recent weapon losses. Are you sure you want me to stop now? Chapter 25 Baboon? What? Jin widened his eyes in surprise, not expecting that this little brat would have made progress in just one night. Jin returned to normal and asked calmly, what did you find out? Give me a few days. I'll definitely help you catch the thief. It won't take too long. Jin didn't ask further, just warned Husai to act within his limits and not to cause trouble. A few days later, in the evening at the weapon factory. The weapon factory is adjacent to the mining site, and the raw materials mined are immediately transferred to the nearest weapon factory for processing. Husai had inspected the mining and transportation processes. The upstream and downstream connections were tight and smooth, making it impossible for anyone to interfere. Even prisoners needed to report when going to the bathroom. Wow, the Beast Pirates truly understood this extreme production model. The production at the weapon factory was far less high pressure than at the mining site. The workers here were quite different from the prisoners at the mining site. Apart from some heavy labor, most were craftsmen from Wano country. Although these craftsmen held a low status, they were not prisoners and worked in a relatively relaxed environment. The weapon factory operated on a 3-shift system, with production basically running non-stop. However, this meant a large number of staff needed to rotate shifts. This inevitably led to a lot of personnel movement. The staff rotation took place late at night, and naturally, there was plenty of opportunity for mischief. Therefore, he was sure there was something fishy going on here. Tonight was Husai's second time staking out in the middle of the night. Since it was too boring to be alone at night, Husai lured Yamato over with a bag of snacks. Yamato was currently behaving herself on Onigashima during the day. Apart from facing Kaido, she had a relatively easy time. Kaido's attitude towards Yamato had also improved significantly. The mining site and the weapon factory were located in Wano's Rabbit Bowl, heavily guarded by the Beast Pirates, essentially within their territory. No one dared to stop the chairman's daughter from inspecting her family's factory. Therefore, Kaido merely turned a blind eye to his silly daughter sneaking into Wano. At most, he would express dissatisfaction with Husai for taking his silly daughter away. Ugh! Yamato yawned widely. How much longer? I'm so sleepy, Husai. When are we going back to sleep? Shoo, wait a bit longer. Here, have this. Husai handed Yamato another pack of snacks, and she happily accepted it, instantly quieting down. These snacks were high-end ones that Husai specifically bought in Wano, the kind ordinary people wouldn't dare to buy, and they tasted incredibly good. For Yamato, who had grown up in harsh conditions and often went hungry, this was a significant upgrade, and she had no reason to refuse. Come on, we're now making $1 million a month, so I can afford this. Plus, it's for my wife, so why not? And since Yamato was happy, he could earn spiritual energy, making it a win-win. In fact, tonight, he had earned 60 points of spiritual energy. Yamato truly was his treasure girl. The sound of Yamato munching on snacks echoed in the quiet night. Apart from the distant clanging of hammers in the factory, her sound was the loudest. All right, stop eating. Something's happening. Look over there. Husai noticed something unusual and pointed at a shadowy figure in the distance. What? I don't see anything, Yamato said absent-mindedly, munching on her snacks, looking satisfied. Husai moved forward, snatched the snacks from her hand, and covered her mouth with one hand. Anxious, stop eating for now. Let us catch the thief, and I'll treat you to something delicious later. Let go of my mouth. I want to eat it, Yamato said, struggling to breathe. Husai released his hand, and Yamato inhaled deeply, finally catching her breath. Hey Husai, are you talking about those people? Yamato asked, pointing at several thin figures in kimonos changing shifts in the distance. Yes, what's up? Did you notice something? Yamato sniffed like a little puppy and said something shocking. Those guys are not human. Oh my gosh, don't scare me in the dark. If they're not human, then what are they? Yamato sniffed again, unsure. Maybe there's some kind of animal. Oh look, they're running. Let us chase them. Let us go. Husai clapped the dust off his pants and said decisively. Hey, Yamato extended her arm. What? Carry me, Husai. Husai sighed, feeling helpless. Fine, get on. You've gained quite a bit of weight recently. This girl had indeed put on weight since returning to Onigashima, with Kaido serving her good food every day. Don't say I'm fat. Yamato punched Husai on the back of his head. Ouch. Don't use your haki, that hurts. Sorry. I forgot you still can't use haki. Yamato covered her mouth, looking triumphant. Husai frowned, feeling that Yamato seemed to have changed, becoming a bit cleverer. Let us go. Yamato jumped high and landed on Husai's back, her tiny fist waving. Husai charge. Husai, carrying the noticeably heavier Yamato, transformed into a black cloud and vanished into the night. Fortunately, the black cloud he transformed in blended seamlessly with the darkness, making it easy to follow. Even at close range, the craftsmen below didn't notice them. Slowly, Husai began to notice something strange about these craftsmen. They moved much faster than humans. Although they tried to mimic human movements, upon closer inspection, there were indeed some differences. All of them wore long robes and masks, making their already slender bodies appear even more bizarre. Husai stared for a long time, but still found them odd without recognizing what these craftsmen were. He instinctively felt that these people were thieves. What exactly are they? Husai asked Yamato behind him. I'm not sure. I just feel they don't have a human scent. They look a lot like the monkey face when you transform into a beast. Come on, that's an ape, not a monkey, Husai silently complained. Wait, are you saying these are all apes? The two followed closely for a distance until the craftsman finally stopped at the entrance of a hidden cave. It seemed this was where they were hiding the stolen weapons. The craftsmen took off their long robes, revealing their forms. They paired up in a human pyramid formation to achieve a height comparable to that of an average person. Due to the darkness at night, the two couldn't see clearly, but based on their silhouettes and movements, Husai judged that these thieves were wild baboons from the nearby mountains. They suppressed their impulses and followed the baboons to the innermost part of the cave. Inside the cave, a sturdy baboon was directing a group of baboons to neatly arrange the stolen weapons. This baboon stood at least 6 or 7 feet tall, with thick arms that reached past its knees and a round belly that suggested it was well fed. The baboon wielded an exaggerated katana, shouting and jumping around, clearly enjoying the commanding process. Just then, flames suddenly erupted in the cave, revealing the figures of Husai and Yamato. Chapter 26. Taming a giant baboon by the firelight. Husai and Daeong finally saw the situation inside the cave. A giant baboon with a completely white coat and a red face was accompanied by a group of about 30 small wild baboons. After all, wild beasts fear fire. As Husai unleashed flames without hesitation, the cave immediately erupted into chaos. The small baboons scurried around like uncontrolled headless flies, emitting strange squeaks. Only the giant white baboon seemed somewhat calm, but couldn't hide the deep apprehension in its eyes. The white baboon let out a roar that echoed throughout the cave, causing the panicked little baboons to stop in their tracks. With a sense of leadership, the baboons bared their teeth and retreated in an orderly fashion, their fur standing on end as they crouched low, moving to the side while picking up weapons. Some grabbed swords and made slashing motions. Others held long spears and firearms, while a few aimed flintlock guns at Husai and Daeong. The white baboon stood with a sword blocking its chest, its legs slightly bent, adopting a defensive posture, looking quite practiced. Seeing the trained appearance of these baboons, Husai and Daeong were also taken aback. Husai wondered in secret who had trained these baboons and what their intentions were. Were they just trying to steal some weapons? The two were not flustered in the face of these baboons. After all, no matter how well trained, they were still ordinary wild beasts. Husai and Daeong exchanged glances and prepared to fight back against the baboons back to back. United as a couple, they were formidable. As expected, it didn't take long for the giant white baboon to be knocked down. Most of the damage was dealt by Daeong, while Husai commanded from the side. The little baboons were also severely burned by Husai's fire, and upon seeing their leader defeated, they instantly lost their will to fight and fled in panic. Even after being knocked down, the white baboon struggled to get back up, propping itself on the sword, showing commendable courage. You'd better lie down to avoid worsening your injuries, Husai kindly reminded. Unexpectedly, the white baboon seemed to understand Husai's words. Its eyes rolled around, and it gradually quieted down, ultimately giving up the fight. Husai's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the leader baboon to be so human-like, so different from the wild little baboons nearby. Could it understand human speech? Husai decided to test it out. He approached and patted the white baboon, saying, "In my hometown, there's a saying that those who know how to adapt are the true talents. If you tell me who sent you to steal weapons, I will spare you and your little baboons, and even give you some delicious food." The white baboon displayed a troubled expression, hesitating. At that moment, as Husai made contact with the white baboon, a message flashed in his mind. Consume 150 points of spiritual energy to tame the giant white baboon as a companion. Giant baboon? Isn't it just a baboon? Husai felt a stir of interest at the prospect of making this baboon a companion. Companion? Isn't that the same as a beast spirit? True. Ordinary wild beasts couldn't be beast spirits, but 150 points seemed a bit much. He had only recently painstakingly accumulated 230 points of spiritual energy through Daeong, and now he was about to spend 150 points. He felt a bit reluctant. However, curiosity drove him, and he ultimately made up his mind to spend 150 points of spiritual energy to take the giant white baboon. Acquire companion. Giant white baboon green can be evolved. In just a breath's time, a strange sensation filled his mind. Husai looked at the giant white baboon, feeling as if he had formed some kind of mental link with it. At that moment, the white baboon also felt a sense of familiarity towards Husai, no longer feeling like it was facing a formidable enemy. From today on, we are partners, Husai said, stroking the baboon's large head, feeling as if he were petting a dog. The white baboon was very obedient, clearly enjoying the attention, sticking out its tongue and looking like a well-behaved puppy. This scene made Daong, who was watching, exclaim in surprise, "Husai, what did you do? How did it turn into your pet?" "Huh, that's because of my charm. And it's not a pet. From today on, it's our companion," Husai replied confidently. "TCH," Daong scoffed. "Since it was a companion now, it needed a name. You're round and chubby like a ball. So from now on, we'll call you Rice Ball." Daong laughed. "Rice Ball, just now we got to know each other through fighting. Let's get along well in the future." Woof. Rice Ball nodded its head foolishly. Since Rice Ball could evolve, Husai was very curious and focused his mind again to see what it entailed. You can consume 350 points of spiritual energy to evolve the giant white baboon into a howling mountain ape. Hiss! Husai felt a bit troubled. 350 points was no small amount, and he couldn't afford it right now. However, he gradually realized that the amount of spiritual energy consumed was roughly proportional to the benefits gained. Establishing a bond with a beast spirit earned 200 spiritual energy, while a rune for an indestructible grip was worth 200 points. By comparison, the Howling Mountain Ape, which required 350 points to evolve, should be quite powerful as well. Husai thought about it and felt a bit of anticipation. Now that Rice Ball had become a companion, he could also communicate with it. Of course, this didn't mean verbal communication. Rather, he could sense the thoughts and emotions of the white baboon. It was a kind of tacit understanding, much like the bond between a person and a dog raised since childhood. This communication was somewhat unusual. It wasn't very precise, but he could generally sense each other's intentions, much like the interaction between Pokemon and trainers. Finally, at Husai's request, Rice Ball ordered its little subordinates to push a wooden cart carrying all the weapons, preparing to return to the weapon factory. After a night of commotion, they finally returned to the weapon factory as the sky began to lighten. The factory was still in operation, and it was time for the shift change. The guards at the entrance were startled to see a group of wild baboons armed with guns, thinking that rebellious warriors had come. Once they recognized Husai and Daong among them, they realized what was going on and approached to inquire, learning that the weapons they had lost had been found. This news also caught the attention of the higher-ups of the Beast Pirates. Jean and Quinn soon arrived. "Are you saying that the weapons we lost were found by you and Daong, and the thieves are this group of baboons?" Quinn's eyes widened in disbelief, not believing that the thieves were these scrawny baboons. He also didn't trust Husai, thinking he must have randomly caught some wild beast to take the blame. On the other hand, Jean remained relatively calm. Having interacted with Husai for some time, he knew that this young man was reliable in his actions, at least much more so than Quinn. Previously, when Husai guaranteed that he could track down the weapon thief, Jean had no expectations and was merely curious to see how the boy would act, but he didn't hold out much hope. Unexpectedly, Husai not only found the thief, but also retrieved the lost weapons, which Jean had not anticipated. He patiently listened as Husai recounted how the baboons had stolen the weapons, feeling both amused and exasperated. The weapon factory was built in a forested area, and naturally, there were many wild animals nearby. Moreover, the establishment of the factory had disrupted the surrounding environment, leaving many animals homeless and causing them to roam around. Among them, these baboons were the smartest. They had a strong ability to imitate and, when food sources were depleted, would often hang around near the weapon factory. Some craftsmen enjoy teasing the baboons during shift changes, occasionally feeding them some food. As a result, the baboons became regular visitors to the weapons factory, and everyone grew accustomed to their presence. People even found it natural for the baboons to come and go. Little did they know that these creatures had set their sights on the factory's weapons, stealthily taking them away when no one was watching. Their method involved two baboons stacking on top of each other, disguising themselves as craftsmen, and under the cover of night, they would sneak away with the weapons while visibility was poor. June expressed helplessness regarding the situation happening right under their noses and announced that management of the weapons factory must be stricter going forward. June is a meticulous person. He did not let his guard down just because he had identified the thieves. On the contrary, after counting the weapons, he furrowed his brow and fixed a piercing gaze on Usui, asking in a deep voice, "Something is not right. The weapons we brought back number over 500. But we have lost nearly 2,000 weapons overall. What is going on?" Chapter 27. Tiger's heart said, "I knew you would ask that." He had a confident demeanor. "Don't worry, I've also found out the whereabouts of the remaining weapons." "Oh, where are the remaining weapons?" "At the bell's back." "Why at the bell's back? Where does your habit of digging deeper come from?" "Oh, I forgot, you're a pervert for interrogation," Tiger thought to himself. "It was my new partner who told me." Tiger pointed at the rice ball beside him. "Partner?" "Yes, you asked me to recruit subordinates, and this is my first partner." Jean looked at the giant white ape with some curiosity. "It became your partner? Can you communicate with it?" Tiger nodded, not wanting to explain too much about it. Quinn also came over, expressing interest in those baboons, and wanted to ask Tiger for a few for virus experiments. Of course, Tiger flatly refused. These little baboons are the subordinates of the rice ball, and naturally became the younger brothers of his little brother. As the boss, he couldn't possibly give his subordinates to someone for experiments. Moreover, these baboons are highly imitative. With proper training, they could become a great troop. Tiger remembered that there was a similar group of baboons in the West Kale Kingdom of the Connolly Ganai Island, known as human imitators, capable of learning human techniques, which had caused quite a bit of trouble for Zoro in the original work. He believed this baboon troop had great potential in the future. As for who secretly hoarded these weapons, Tiger wasn't entirely sure. The rice ball conveyed to him that a strong man had approached it, asking for help to steal weapons. The reward was the long knife it currently had, and the strong man would occasionally provide food for the baboons. The person teaching the little baboons to use weapons was also this strong man. As for the location being at the bell's back, that was Tiger's own speculation. The rice ball told him that place is quite cold and snows all year round. This is easy to deduce. Wano country is divided into 6 regions, each with different climates. The area that snows all year round can only be the northern graveyard, the bell's back. Tiger conveyed the above information to Jean and Quinn, and their attitudes were different. Quinn thought that since the thief had been caught and the remaining weapons were just over 1,000, it wasn't much for the beast pirates. This quantity was indeed negligible. However, Jean didn't think so. He believed that while the number of stolen weapons was indeed not large, there might be some conspiracy behind it, likely related to the resurgent remnants of the Kazuki clan. In the end, after some banter between Jean and Quinn, they reached a consensus to send someone to investigate the bell's back. As for the personnel selection, Tiger naturally took the lead. This lead was discovered by him, and he had also captured the involved thief baboon gang. No one was more suitable than him. However, since Tiger had just become a true combatant and had no subordinates, only a group of baboons, Jean arranged for Jack and his gang for safety. Jack is also a true combatant now, but due to his exceptional talent, he has done well in the Beast Pirates over the years and has subtly gained the title of the best under the big banner. Jack's gang is currently growing, and coincidentally, Tiger and Yamato have seen these people before. These were the ones the two had personally thrown into the sea, holding a grudge against Tiger. Afterwards, Jack and his gang received severe criticism from Jean and Quinn. Such a humiliating matter would not sit well with anyone. Yamato is the daughter of their boss, so they dared not harbor resentment. Thus Tiger naturally bore all their hatred. Jack had also been looking for an opportunity to vent his anger. When Jack's gang saw Tiger, none of them had a good expression. Some were sarcastic, others glared angrily. A newcomer in the Beast Pirates is so arrogant. So what if he became a true combatant? He still needs Brother Jack's help. All day long, just hanging out with Princess Yamato, I see this guy has no skills. Just a soft rice eater. I also want to cling to Princess Yamato's thigh. Boo-hoo. The rice ball and the baboons sensed the animosity from the other side, and the baboons bared their teeth in retaliation, ready to fight at any moment. To avoid causing trouble, Tiger did not let the little baboons participate in this action and only brought the rice ball. Tiger had long anticipated Jack and the others' attitudes. You can't hold too high moral expectations for these rough pirates. In this lawless land where everyone is a dropout, it's a blessing that these desperate men can speak properly. So the group departed in a somewhat unpleasant atmosphere, with Yamato following along. She was quite leisurely, playing with the mask she got from the baboons, unable to put it down. From time to time, she would put it on her face, asking Tiger if it looked good. It looks good. So good that I need to go to the bathroom. What? Is your stomach uncomfortable? Yeah. Everywhere feels uncomfortable. Huh. The little girl was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly realized, knowing Tiger was mocking her. Yamato instantly exploded, pouncing forward to hug Tiger and pretended to bite him. The playful interaction between the two was seen by Jack, who scoffed and thought it was childish. Jack naturally learned about Tiger's recent promotion to true combatant, and compared to his subordinates, he knew more details. That bum Barbanuki can't even handle a newcomer. Jack looked at Tiger with a bad expression. Deeply disdainful. You're just lucky, got a good fruit. A rookie who can't even use hockey won't last long. After a day of hurried travel, the group of more than 30 arrived at the Bellsback. It snowed here year-round, with snowflakes falling from the sky, and the ground was a bleak white. Here, graveyards were like forests, and one couldn't tell who was buried here. What a strange hobby. These people didn't seem very close in life. Why do they prefer to be neighbors in death? As Tiger passed through this expanse of graves, he didn't feel depressed. Instead, he was in a pretty good mood. He wanted to exclaim about the white expanse. Finally, as the group crossed a wooden arch bridge, they encountered a strong man blocking the way. This man looked like a monk soldier, wrapped in a headscarf and clad in armor, holding a naginata in his right hand and several weapons stuck to his back. The monk soldier shouted loudly, not intending to let the group pass, and declared he would rob them of their weapons. The monk soldier began to grapple with Jack's subordinates. Seeing this, the rice ball howled, and through communication, Tiger confirmed that this monk soldier was the one who instructed them to steal weapons. Tiger found the man's attire and behavior somewhat familiar. He seemed to be that one who ate the human fruit, the fox god, right? What was his name again? Onimaru. As a time traveler, Tiger had some understanding of this guy's background. Onimaru possesses the human fruit, mythical Zoan-type Daibutsu form. This guy is keen on collecting various weapons, shouting that a sword is the soul of a samurai. Not very capable, but he sure knows how to shout slogans. It's a waste of this mythical Zoan. His purpose of hoarding weapons is to resist Orochi and Kaido, helping the remnants of Odin to restore their country. Can I let you have your way? Chapter 28. Jack's deliberate revenge. Tiger informed Jack and the others that the big man blocking their way was the mastermind. Upon hearing this, Jack looked at Tiger, who remained silent, seemingly waiting for further explanation. Tiger casually said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Jack frowned, slightly impatient, but had no way around it. He suppressed his displeasure and instructed his subordinates, "You guys, capture this blind fool first." Oh, the pirates responded in unison, raising their weapons and shouting loudly, cursing as they charged towards the monk-like giant on the bridge. In the eyes of these pirates, the big man before them, despite his tall stature, was full of flaws, and capturing him would be a piece of cake. However, the outcome was far from what they expected. More than 30 henchmen were knocked down, and they couldn't handle the monk at all. Jack could no longer sit still. He yelled at his subordinates, calling them useless, and rushed forward. Jack drew his 2 slender, curved swords and engaged in battle with the monk transformed from the fox spirit. It must be said that Jack had some skills. The pair of strange curved swords danced in his hands with great force. If one didn't look closely, they might think he was a comedic performer from a circus. Clang! The long swords clashed, producing a resounding metallic sound, and the monk gradually fell into a disadvantage. This was quite normal. As a fox spirit, the monk didn't deliberately train and relied solely on the powers granted by the fruit, charging forward recklessly. That's why those pirate henchmen thought he was full of weaknesses. Winning against a henchman was merely due to brute force, and his combat skills couldn't hold up against Jack. Seeing he was at a disadvantage, the monk hesitated to retreat, disregarding the weapons scattered on the ground, and transformed into a small white fox, swiftly escaping. Its white fur served as camouflage in the heavy snowfall, and unexpectedly, it really got away. Jack was furious and shouted at Tiger, "Why aren't you helping? Just standing there watching? I'm not your subordinate. And is this how you ask for help? You?" Jack's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot anger. ready to confront Tiger. Bang! Yamato approached, leaning on her spike club, wearing a mask that concealed her expression. Jack was thinking of retaliating against Tiger, but what about Yamato? Jack wasn't sure of Yamato's stance, but didn't want to show weakness. Yamato, what are you doing? I'm settling scores with this guy. Why are you butting in? Settling scores? I still want to settle scores with you. Give me back my diary. Oh, this little girl still remembers Yuda's diary. Diary? What diary? Jack was confused, not knowing when he had offended Yamato. But he was a stubborn person. Unable to understand, he decided not to think about it. With so many subordinates watching, as the leader, he couldn't show any sign of weakness. As the fight was about to break out, Tiger stepped forward. Jack, it seems you've forgotten our purpose here. I have a suggestion. Let's complete the task first, and then you can fight however you want. You don't want to return empty-handed, do you? Jack snorted coldly and angrily scolded his subordinates. How long are you going to lie there? Get moving and chase after him. The group followed the footprints and began searching. They thought it would be easy to find, but soon realized it wasn't that simple. There were just too many footprints, and with only about 30 of them, it was impossible. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, not to mention a fox. Jack and his subordinates quickly lost their direction, running around like headless flies. Pirates are good at fighting, but not at searching for people, which is a different skill set. Whether they could find it depended entirely on luck. At this moment, Yamato was useful. She transformed into her beast form, becoming a white wolf exuding cold air. Wolves have extraordinarily keen senses, and animal-type users truly have their advantages in certain aspects. Eventually, they discovered the white fox spirit in a small tree hole. Tiger patted Yamato on the head and said with a smile, "Good girl, you did well this time. We'll treat you to something delicious later." Yamato rolled her eyes, swatting Tiger's hand away with her wolf paw, complaining, "I don't want food. I want the diary. You promised to give me an equally exciting story." Okay. I'm writing it. Just wait a bit, don't rush. Yamato frequently brought up the diary, and this offline pressure made Tiger feel immense stress. The fox spirit had been captured and was now bound tightly with sea stone chains. Jack stepped forward and kicked the defenseless fox spirit twice, cursing. A stinky fox actually ate a devil fruit. What a waste. Hey, stinky fox, where did you hide those weapons? If you come clean, I'll make your death quick. The injured fox spirit spoke. You bastard pirates. Don't think I'll tell you anything. Oh, I didn't expect a fox could talk. It seems that's your devil fruit ability. Quite interesting. Since you don't want to speak, I can't be blamed. By the way, I love causing destruction. Jack ordered his subordinates to punch and kick the fox spirit round after round, but it remained silent. Damn, this is too cruel. Yamato rushed forward to stop the pirate's violence. Tiger patted her shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Let me handle this." "Stop. You're wasting your effort. If you kill it, not only will we not recover the weapons, but we'll also lose the clues behind them." Jack glanced at Tiger and scoffed. "Who said I was wasting my effort? You guys bring that thing over." Oh. Soon, a pirate carefully approached, holding a sealed iron canister with a skull emblem. Jack looked back at Tiger with a sinister smile. "I advise you all to stand back." Tiger stared at the iron canister, feeling a bad premonition. Jack and the henchmen donned gas masks and protective gloves. Even Yamato received a set, but Tiger did not. "Hey Tiger, what is this thing and how do you use it?" Yamato asked curiously, playing with it in her hands. "Hey Jack, did you forget to give me a share of these things?" Jack ignored Tiger's inquiry, directing his subordinates to continue their work. Tiger watched as the pirate opened the canister and dipped a test stick into a small amount of fluorescent green liquid, feeling a sense of dread. Could this be a virus? Something that Quinn concocted? Quinn was known as the Plague, and this old guy loved tinkering with such things. Tiger shouted, "Stop!" but no one paid him any attention. The henchmen only listened to Jack. Although Tiger was genuinely angry, no one took him seriously. The pirate henchman started to mess with the canister, and before long, the fox spirit let out a painful howl. Its body twitched uncontrollably. Its originally fluffy white fur became scorched and withered. Its entire body rolled like a worm, and due to the high temperature generated from its body, the thick layer of snow on the ground quickly melted away. Blood began to ooze from various parts of its body, making it look utterly miserable. Tiger wanted to step forward to stop it, but Jack blocked him. Jack shook the virus in his hand, laughing. "Do you want to try this too?" Chapter 29, Establishing Authority. Husai looked at the shaking green liquid in Jack's hand, a surge of unnamed anger rising in his heart. Jack sneered. Brother Quinn said to try to find someone to test it on. Why not you, Husai? With that, he splashed the green liquid toward Husai. Husai instantly transformed into a black cloud, narrowly escaping and retreating to Day's side. Day had no knowledge of the green liquid. Her attention was entirely on the little fox. Husai, what is wrong with that fox? It seems very sad. Seeing this, Day felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to check the situation. Husai's expression turned icy as he grabbed Day. Don't go over there. It's dangerous. That's a virus. If you get infected, it could be life-threatening. You should have thought of this earlier. Quinn had been eyeing his baboons, wanting to use them for testing. He just didn't expect that the virus would be brought out by Jack and used on Gamaru. What should we do? The little fox is so pitiful. What can we do? Jack, where's the antidote? We need to detoxify it first. Jack stared at Gamaru, not even glancing at Husai, and casually replied, Antidote? I didn't bring that boring thing. Brother Quinn asked me to test his newly developed virus. I advise you not to meddle, or you'll be the next test subject. Then Jack kicked Gamaru. Speak up. Where are those weapons hidden? Gamaru gritted his teeth and refused to say a word. Jack summoned his subordinates to observe and record Gamaru's symptoms. Do it quickly. Pay attention. If anything goes wrong, be careful that Brother Quinn turns you into human experiments. The pirates didn't dare slack off, but appeared relatively relaxed. Clearly, they had done this kind of thing many times before. Stinky Jack, stop immediately. Hurry up and hand over that antidote. Day brandished her wolf fawn club and was about to confront him. Your Highness, Day, you should go back to Ghost Island. The next events are not friendly for a child like you. However, before Jack could finish a sentence, he was suddenly hit from behind and kicked away, landing face first in the snow and mud. The snow mixed with dirt came into intimate contact with his face. Husai had made his move. Using it on enemies is one thing, but you want to use me as a test subject? You're asking for death. Jack stood up, brushing off the snow and mud from his face. Furious, boys, kill him. More than 30 pirates rushed towards Husai, recklessly charging at him. Husai closed his eyes, suppressing his breath, calming his mind. His expression was emotionless, watching the pirates charging at him like they were dead. He struck the same pose again, but this time, the flames of anger seemed ready to break through the sky. Fire Fist. With a roar, an overwhelming aura surged forth, crashing towards the pirates like a meteor. The pirates were instantly engulfed in flames, their screams echoing. Many were tossed into the air by the shockwave of the fire, like fried fish. Husai didn't hold back this time, unlike his previous fight with Quinn, where he only threw one punch and stopped. This Fire Fist was not only more powerful, but also much larger in scale. What was even more terrifying was that the flames continued to burn endlessly. The continuous fire erupted from Husai's fist like a massive fire pillar. This scene left Day and the rice ball nearby stunned. The rice ball hugged its head, terrified of the flames. Day was amazed at the sheer power of Husai's move. Even if she were to fight herself, she might not be able to suppress this fire. The pirate lackeys scrambled to escape, emitting a foul smell of burning flesh. Some let out wretched screams. Some rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames with the snow, while others lay motionless. Clearly, some had been burned to death. Jack's eyes were bloodshot. He raised his twin blades and charged at Husai. Seeing that the pirates were almost burned to a crisp, Husai ignored them and prepared to deal with Jack. In his eyes, Jack and his crew had to be taught a lesson. Earlier, when Jack brought out the virus, he deliberately didn't provide Husai with protective gear, clearly intending to harm him. And those foolish pirate lackeys dared to attack him. If he backed down now, any Tom, Dick, or Harry would think they could walk all over him. If I don't establish my authority today, how will I get by in the future? Facing the enraged Jack, Husai remained exceptionally calm. Jack had armed hockey. He didn't so a direct clash would definitely put him at a disadvantage. But he could fly, and didn't need to engage in a head-on confrontation. Jack swung his blades repeatedly, but couldn't even graze the corner of Husai's clothes. Without long-range attack methods, extreme speed, or the ability to hover in mid-air, Jack could only be toyed with. No matter how high his attack power or how strong his defense and recovery were, he couldn't withstand constant beatings. Moreover, Husai's fire attack had an enormous range, making it hard to dodge. Thus, under Husai's relentless grilling, Jack soon exhausted his stamina and sustained heavy injuries, ultimately defeated. Jack collapsed to the ground, weakly gasping for breath to prove he was still alive. His body was covered with extensive burns, looking miserable. Most of his hair had been burned off, resembling a bald chicken. After teaching Jack a lesson, Husai didn't pay him any more mind. He sat down to rest, and although he wasn't injured, he had exhausted a significant amount of energy. After resting for a while, he finally recovered. Earlier, during the fight with Jack and the others, Husai was worried that Day and the rice ball might get infected, so he had told them to stay away from Gamaru. Now that the fight was over, Husai took the gas mask and protective gloves from Day, donned them, and went to check on Gamaru. Gamaru's condition was dire, burning up with a fever that felt like it was over 40 degrees. It struggled to open its eyes and looked at Husai, speaking slowly. "Thank you for saving me, young man. I am very grateful. If it's not too much trouble, please take me to my next destination, and afterwards I only ask to be buried in this place." Chapter 30, please. Tiger's concern for Kimin's life and death was actually minimal. The reason he acted earlier was mainly aimed at Jack, mixed with personal grudges. Even if Jack hadn't used the virus, facing the other party's malice and provocation, he would only retaliate mercilessly. There was no need to reason with pirates, as the fist is the greatest argument. Tiger said expressionlessly, "You thank the wrong person. I didn't save you out of pity. And besides, I'm a pirate on the same side as those who persecuted you earlier. My actions are merely personal grievances. You're all Kaido's people." Kimin glared at Tiger, not hiding his inner disgust. It was unclear where Kimin found the strength, but he wobbled and raised his head, baring his teeth to bite Tiger. That's more like it." Tiger stepped forward, grabbed his mouth, and squeezed hard, shutting it. Then, he unleashed a chilling aura from his palms, instantly freezing Kimin's mouth, making it impossible for him to speak or bite. Tiger looked at Kimin and said indifferently, "Want to die? That's not up to you. Let's go. We're heading back to Onigashima." Tiger lifted Kimin with one hand and waved to Yamato and the rice ball with the other, as a black cloud rose beneath his feet, carrying everyone towards Onigashima. Due to concerns about the virus's infectiousness, Tiger deliberately split into two black clouds, carrying Kimin alone while Yamato and the rice ball shared one. Upon returning to Onigashima, Tiger handed the rice ball over to Yamato for safekeeping, and then he took Kimin to find Queen. After explaining his intentions, Queen was also surprised. "I didn't expect you really found the culprit. Mohaha, I know this fox. It once followed Shimizuki Maru to rebel against our beast pirates. At that time, it was just an ordinary fox. I didn't expect that after not seeing it for so many years, it actually got a devil fruit. You should give it the antidote first. We haven't found the remaining weapons, and we need to get information from it." "Antidote?" Queen chuckled. "There's no antidote. This virus was invented by me. Currently, I can only weaken its infectiousness. Even if I want to research an antidote, I need a large number of experimental samples. This fox is a good experimental subject. If you can contribute a few of your baboons, it might speed up my progress on the antidote." Tiger ignored Queen and instead asked, "How long can it live?" Queen leisurely lit a cigar. "At most until tomorrow." "Why do you care about this creature's life?" "It's only because it got a devil fruit that its body is slightly stronger than a normal person. If an ordinary person caught my virus, they wouldn't live past half a day. Oh, by the way, where's Jack? He got into some trouble with them and was dealt with by me. You should be back later. Don't go too far." Queen posed like a big brother to lecture him. Tiger left and found Shin, telling him about capturing Kimin. Unlike Queen, Shin was one of the few clear-headed individuals in the Beast Pirates and had a more comprehensive view of things. He naturally remembered Kimin's identity. Having followed Kaido to conquer Wano and having fought against Shimizuki Maru several times, he was a principled swordsman. Kimin was a partner of Shimizuki Maru. Considering Kimin's special identity, Shin squinted his eyes, lost in thought. The remaining weapons had not yet been found, and there might be other clues hidden behind Kimin. "Follow me." Saying that, Shin took Tiger to find Queen again. After a friendly negotiation with Queen, Shin took Kimin away. Afterwards, Shin interrogated him while Tiger stayed at the scene. To Tiger's surprise, Shin did not take any extreme measures against Kimin, just asking some simple questions. Tiger was inwardly puzzled. Wasn't he this guy, supposed to be a twisted pervert who loved to torture? Why did it not seem twisted enough? Later, he mentioned Kimen's master, Shimizuki Waimaru. Through Shin's words, Tiger learned that Shin seemed to admire this deceased daimyo, his words revealing regret and lament. What a pity for such a powerful swordsman. After a round of questioning, no useful information was obtained. What do you think? The remaining weapons are key. If we find them and the numbers match, it would prove that it was just Kimen's unilateral action. If the numbers don't match, it indicates that there are definitely others hiding in the dark. Shin nodded in agreement. That night, Tiger brought the rice ball and some food to visit the ailing Kimen, intending to see if he could extract more information. At this time, Kimen was still bound by sea stone chains, but he didn't look as miserable anymore. It seemed Queen had done some processing on him. The virus's infectiousness had been suppressed. Eat something. If you're going to die, don't die of hunger. Kimen just closed his eyes and rested, not responding. Tiger also stopped talking, and they sat in silence. The rice ball was eyeing the pile of food, drooling incessantly. After a while, Kimen opened his eyes and smiled at the rice ball. If you want to eat, go ahead. The rice ball immediately beamed with joy, carefully glancing at Tiger as if seeking his consent. Tiger nodded, smiling. Go ahead, you haven't eaten well these days, but leave some for this fox. Ow. The rice ball was very happy, grabbing the food and munching away. Kimen looked at the rice ball, also curious. It turned out that he and the rice ball were old acquaintances. There was considerable interaction between the two beasts. While they couldn't be called friends, they had some bond. I didn't expect you to ally with this person as your master? Ow, ow. The rice ball let out a rumbling roar, and the two beasts communicated. Although Tiger couldn't understand what the rice ball was saying, through the mental connection and Kimen's words, he could roughly piece things together. The rice ball's main point was that it didn't want to be a thief anymore. It just wanted to have enough to eat. Glug, glug. Kimen's stomach also began to growl. It seemed he had been hungry for a long time. This is the charm of a foodie. When someone in front of you eats heartily, even if you're not hungry, you want to have some. Even Tiger, who had little appetite, felt hungry watching. Is there any alcohol? Kimen unexpectedly spoke first. Wait a moment. Tiger brought him some alcohol, and Kimen drank on his own, becoming more talkative after a few cups. I see you aren't some despicable person. Why would you get mixed up with Kaido's people? What is good about being a pirate? Tiger also sipped a little alcohol, not caring about Kimen's words, but instead retorted. What is wrong with being a pirate? You guys like to follow that guy Odin. What is so good about him? Haha. Kimen laughed heartily. Lord Odin is loyal and brave, loves his people like his own children. We naturally follow him. Even if we face death, we have no regrets. Not saving you. Tiger didn't want to be polluted by Odin's spirit, immediately interrupting. Shut up and eat your food. Finish it and go die early. Kimen was silent for a moment, lying on the ground, and said solemnly, I have an unreasonable request. Chapter 31, The Third Beast Spirit O. Tell me more? As I mentioned before, after my death, I would appreciate it if you could help bury me in a cemetery in the north. I am very grateful. Tigers frowned slightly and said, That's fine, but what is in it for me? We are not acquainted, so if you want me to help you, naturally, I will need compensation. Although such matters are just a matter of raising a hand, Tiger doesn't want to do anything good for free, without corresponding benefits. He won't take action. He is just that kind of mundane person, no profit, no rise. Upon hearing this, Gamaru paused for a moment, seemingly hesitating and pondering. How about this? You tell me where the remaining weapons are, and I will help you. Gamaru quickly shook his head. Impossible. Unless you promise to help the warriors overthrow the Great Snake and Kaido in the future. That's not possible, and even if I promise you, would you believe it? Tiger also refused. At this moment, Gamaru laughed. Hee, little brother, you are quite honest. Naturally, I do not believe you. I just wonder why you are unwilling to help me or those warriors. They are all renowned heroes, and Lord Odin is even. Tiger scoffed and quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Heroes? Kneeling before everyone is a hero? Let's not discuss this anymore. He did not want to talk more. He had no good feelings towards Odin and his brainless followers. As for the warriors, whether leaning towards Odin or the Great Snake, Tiger had only one attitude. Anyone who provoked him must die. Seeing that Tiger was very resolute, Gamaru no longer mentioned it. He thought for a long time and finally sighed. Gamaru silently took a sip of wine and said slowly, "If I were to gift you a sword that belonged to my master in his lifetime, would you be willing to fulfill a wish for me?" This sword is called Tiger Cut, extremely sharp, having accompanied its master in countless battles over the years. A great sword. Tiger silently nodded, "Sure, I am very grateful." In the end, Gamaru did not survive that night and died. The little fox curled up, seemingly asleep, leaving peacefully. "Don't worry, having accepted your benefits, I will naturally help you fulfill your wish." At this moment, a piece of information surged into his mind. An unknown beast spirit has been sensed nearby and is attempting to communicate. Communication? Why not establish a bond? Beast Spirit communicated, Dido, Orange, a giant monster that often appears as a monk warrior, immensely strong, capable of shaking the earth with a single step. Evaluation. It is rumored that there is a strange, giant stone, towering into the clouds, occasionally emitting a bizarre sound like a bell. Dido was once sealed within it. Unbound, unawakened. Tiger closed his eyes and sank into his thoughts, only to see a monk warrior-like phantom appear before him. Unlike the agile little wolf transformed by the great mouth god, this monk warrior's gaze was dull, like a statue, hardly different from an inanimate object. Tiger understood that this unbound state could not establish a bond. But what should he do? Another piece of information came to his mind. You could spend 50 spirit energy points to help the unbound beast spirit return to its resting place. Will you proceed? Yes. Returning to rest. Riceball stared at the already deceased Gamaru, paused for a few seconds, then glanced at the pile of unfinished fruit. Swallowing hard, it ran over, grabbing a piece of fruit and stuffing it into its mouth. At this moment, the monk warrior-like phantom gradually disappeared and finally transformed into a stream of light, flying towards that pile of fruit. "Stop!" Tiger shouted loudly, rushing forward to stop Riceball's gluttony. Finally, that stream of light surged into a peach, and the surface of the peach underwent noticeable changes. Spiral patterns twisted and swirled, appearing on the surface of the fruit skin, and the peach's shape obviously enlarged, no longer resembling a peach. It looked more like an inverted mountain peak. This is a devil fruit. Tiger was filled with uncertainty, grabbing the fruit tightly and examining it closely. This fruit felt exceptionally heavy, as if it contained the power of a mountain. This must be the fruit that Gamaru had consumed, the human fruit Dido form. He never expected that using this method could actually recover a Zoan-type Devil Fruit. Tiger was both surprised and delighted. Although he had previously communicated with the Beast Spirit using the abilities of a Beast Spirit Walker, he could not establish a bond with it. Now that he had recovered this fruit, it would be much easier to establish a bond with it. Looking at the dazed Riceball beside him, Tiger had an even crazier idea. "Riceball, come, this fruit is for you, eat it." In the Beast Pirates, he had hardly any friends. The only one he had a good relationship with was Yamato, but Yamato was already a devil fruit user. He did not trust the others, so naturally, he left the benefit to Riceball, who had no ulterior motives towards him. Riceball obeyed Tiger's command without hesitation. When this devil fruit was swallowed, Riceball also underwent noticeable changes. First was its appearance. Its fur slowly retracted, no longer wild like a beast, and its face changed more towards a human direction. Even its sharp fangs were pulled back into its mouth, making it look somewhat more refined. Next, its demeanor and actions were no longer merely beast-like. Every move and word now had a human shadow. "Master, I seem to be able to speak." Riceball stammered, speaking human language. The rhythm of its speech like a 3-year-old child just learning to talk, but the pronunciation had a clumsy and deep tone. "Haha, very good. From now on, you don't need to call me Master. Just call me Big Brother." "Yes, Tiger Big Brother." Then a series of information flooded into his mind. A new bond has been established. Spirit energy, 200, Beast Spirit. Dido, Orange, compatibility. 30, acquired skills, passive enlightenment, strength enlightenment. A clear and tranquil heart, like a high monk in meditation. The understanding of various matters is always faster than that of ordinary people. Strength, immense power, fearless of gods and Buddhas, base strength doubled. Tiger felt a buzzing in his mind, a stinging sensation as if his brain cells were being refreshed like when he took a high-level math exam in his youth. He suddenly felt much clearer in his mind, as if he had genuinely become a bit smarter. As for his body, the changes were even more apparent. His originally robust body became even more muscular, with clear muscles. He lifted his shirt to take a look. Six-pack abs were clearly visible, and his waistline had become well-defined, with the muscle density throughout his body having seen varying degrees of improvement. Tiger felt that his strength had indeed increased significantly. He was quite amazed at the substantial changes brought about by acquiring this new Beast Spirit and the ability to obtain 2 new skills at once. The compatibility reached 30, even higher than Yamado's. Perhaps this was related to him having subdued Riceball in advance. The bond between one person and one beast was originally close. It was precisely for this reason that after Riceball obtained the fruit's ability, it could establish a bond with the Beast Spirit immediately. Tiger closed his eyes and began introspecting. Another monk warrior-like figure appeared at his feet. Upon closer inspection, that face was not human, but rather that of a monkey. And upon closer look, it bore a striking resemblance to Riceball. Tiger was in a great mood. He looked at Riceball excitedly and said, "Riceball, quickly see what abilities you've gained. Transform for me." Chapter 32. A promising future. Upon hearing this, Riceball pondered for a moment and began to transform. The process of transformation was very similar to that of Onimaru, and he appeared as a monk warrior. However, the changes were quite different. Riceball's beast human form. No, it was more like an orc form, still resembled a human, but his arms were longer and more muscular. His overall figure presented an inverted triangle, somewhat like an enhanced version of Bejas, but he was actually shorter than his original beast form. Originally, Riceball stood at 6 to 7 meters tall, but now his orc form was nearly 3 meters tall, making him look more human-like. His face bore some resemblance to that of a monkey, with 2 thick beastly tusks protruding prominently, giving him an underbite that was very close to that of the Beastmen infantry. His entire body was also covered in armor, and overall, he looked much more fierce than Onimaru. Good, good. Tiger continued to pat Riceball's shoulder, chuckling, "From now on, you will be a great help to me." "Ha ha," Riceball responded joyfully, his voice deep and resonant. "I still have to thank you, big brother. Do you notice any significant changes? I feel like my brain is clearer than before. Things I couldn't understand before now make sense to me." "Yes, that's right. What you consumed is a mythical beast type of the human fruit, which, as far as I know, enhances intelligence for those who eat it. The human fruit's great Buddha form, like that of Sengoku, is known for its excellent strategies and is referred to as a wise general. Even an ordinary reindeer that consumes the human fruit's commoner form can speak human language and learn advanced medical skills, becoming a highly skilled doctor. This itself demonstrates the value of the human fruit in enhancing intelligence." "What? You mean Luffy? He also has the human fruit." "That's true. But perhaps due to Luffy's naturally clueless nature or the fact that his talent points didn't go into intelligence, you could say the enhancement from the human fruit is negligible for him. The discussion about the hanging fool is not worth making, as anything outrageous he does is not surprising. So please ignore it directly. Do you have any special changes, like skills or something?" Riceball scratched his head, thought for a moment, and patted his round belly, saying in a deep voice, "I feel like my stomach is a bit bloated." After saying this, he opened his mouth wide, let out a hearty burp, and released a small burst of air. The power of this air burst was very small and quickly dissipated into the air. Tiger's eyes lit up as he looked at the form of this air burst, reminding him of Sengoku's shockwave. Although the scale was not comparable, as Riceball gradually grew stronger, one day he would certainly learn similar skills. Riceball was a beast capable of evolution, with enormous potential, and having consumed the mythical beast type of the human fruit, if well developed, he would certainly not be inferior to Chopper in the future. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the future is promising. 2 days later, Jack and his subordinates finally returned to Onigashima. Jack's return caused a huge uproar within the Beast Pirates. During these days, the news had spread like wildfire among the pirates. "Hey, have you heard? Yeah, that new guy, Zoro, defeated Jack and over 30 of his subordinates all by himself." "Why? How did it happen?" "She'll keep it down. I heard Jack's side made the first move." "That's not right. I heard that guy named Tiger attacked Jack first. Jack couldn't take it and ordered his subordinates to go all out, but this guy turned out to be so ruthless. When they went, there were still over 30 of them, but only a few came back. And I heard that Jack's remaining subordinates were severely injured and were sent to Brother Queen for treatment, but they haven't come out yet, so they probably won't make it. Ah, I wonder what kind of punishment that guy will face. Huh? Punishment? What kind of punishment can there be? Jack isn't dead, and our beast pirates have a clear rule. If a low-ranking member challenges a higher-ranking one and dies, they bear the consequences. Those guys shouldn't have attacked a true fighter. Why should we worry? Let's wait for Kaido's decision. Such private discussions occurred almost daily among the lower-ranking pirates. Eventually, the result came out. Tiger and Jack were each given 50 lashes and had their benefits deducted for half a year. Both were severely warned by Kaido that if there were any more serious internal conflicts, their positions would be downgraded by 1 level, and they would not be promoted for 3 years. As for Jack's remaining subordinates, it was said that due to severe injuries, Queen was unable to save them, and they died despite attempts at rescue. The pirates were accustomed to this and were no longer surprised. However, after this incident, Tiger's notorious reputation within the Beast Pirates spread widely. No one dared to look down on this newcomer who had just joined. Chapter 33, Yamato. It's time to give you a little shock through the battle with Jack. Tora felt that he had become overly reliant on his devil fruit abilities. Recently, he had acquired sea stone handcuffs to wear, deciding to focus on honing his physical body. Yamato occasionally came to train with Tora. One day, after training, Yamato said unhappily, "Hey, Tora, what about the story you promised? Are you trying to back out? Here, take this." Tora threw her a not-thin booklet, which he had recently rushed out during the evenings. Being urged to update was a happy thing, but sometimes it was also quite stressful. "Chronicles of Huaxia?" Yamato murmured. "Tora, what is Huaxia?" "My hometown, a distant land, a place rich in heroes and legends." "Oh, I see. There are great heroes there like Odin, right?" Yamato seemed to understand, though she didn't grasp the term rich in heroes, but she certainly understood great heroes. Tora rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that she was insulting him. "Shut up. Just read it. You only know Odin. What is so great about him? Can a fool like him compare to the fine young men of Huaxia?" Seeing her idol being slandered, Yamato became very angry. If it were someone else, she would have started a fight by now. But since it was Tora, she held back her temper and said angrily, "You can't say bad things about him. Then give me back the book." Tora pretended to reach for it. "Oomph. I don't want to. This book is mine now. You go away." The little girl ran to the side, pouting, and eagerly began to read. It seemed that this book had successfully captured Yamato's attention. After all, entertainment in Wano was somewhat lacking. Besides banquets among pirates, there was only singing and performances. There weren't many things for Yamato to enjoy. She had learned some Chinese characters from the daimyos while in the dungeon, and the entire Chronicles of Huaxia was written in Chinese characters. It was a bit challenging for her, but it didn't hinder her reading. Opening the first page, a few large characters firmly captured Yamato's attention. "Those who offend my homeland shall be punished, no matter how far they flee." She began to read it aloud, becoming completely engrossed. Tora didn't pay her any mind. In the first few days of wearing the sea stone handcuffs, he could barely walk and felt completely drained. However, through these days of effort, he gradually adapted to the intensity. He could slowly start a jog, although the sea stone sealed his devil fruit abilities. The enhancement from his mythical Zoan-type was subtle yet tangible. It didn't take away his vitality. Another reason was that all the abilities of his Beast Spirit Walker still existed. He could still use his 4 abilities freely, and with the continuous increase of Beast Spirits and the improvement of compatibility, Tora sensed that his physical strength was gradually increasing. He continued to steadily complete the daily tasks of Unyielding Grasp. He had encountered almost all the male and female Paramecia users he could meet. The men were fine. They were all brothers, and now that his fierce reputation was known, hardly anyone dared to object. However, it was a bit troublesome for some of the women. His actions had led some female Smile users to frequently report him to their superiors. Tora felt helpless about this. He had been as careful as possible, either giving a light pat on the shoulder or requesting a handshake to show friendliness. In response to these allegations of sexual harassment, Jean suppressed his anger and dismissed the accusations, warning Tora not to go too far. Tora felt quite helpless about it. "This is just how my golden finger is. What can I do?" As for reputation, he didn't care at all. In the face of such ephemeral things, gaining tangible life points was simply too enticing. As for those strange female users who had fused with animals, he had no interest in their bodies. Yamato was the best. She was big-chested and brainless, good-looking and kind-hearted, powerful, and never cried or fussed around him. She was far superior to those little girls. Of course, some female users were quite pleased with Tora's harassment. They would occasionally throw him flirtatious glances and gather to discuss which part Tora had touched that day. "Oh, today Lord Tora touched my head again. I'm so happy." "So what?" "When he came over today, I dodged, and he accidentally touched my calf. What is there to envy?" A woman named Mizukaka stood up. She was a user of a man-made devil fruit, a gorilla user, with her buttocks and little arms fused with a gorilla. The other women looked at Mizukaka curiously, wanting to know where Tora had touched her. Mizukaka blushed, appearing shy, and said, "When he came up to me today, he patted my gorilla's back, but he didn't know that the gorilla's back is my butt." After saying this, she covered her face, which was as red as an apple, and ran away. This drew gasps of surprise and envy from a group of girls. Tora paid no attention to this group of infatuated girls. He had no interest in collecting women or anything like that. Besides, he couldn't bring himself to touch those paramecia users. However, during the process of stacking unyielding grasp, he discovered an interesting phenomenon. Those who were robust clearly provided more life points than the thin ones. Smile users were obviously inferior to genuine Zoan users. The ancient types were the most exaggerated, even providing more than Yamato. Among them, Jack provided the most, giving around 25 to 35 life points. So far, except for Kaido and Jean, whom he hadn't touched, he had basically encountered all the capable beast pirates. He was very curious about how much life those two could provide him. After finishing training, Tora turned around and found that Yamato was still sitting in place. When he went over to take a look, good heavens! This little girl was crying like a rain-soaked pear flower. "What's wrong?" Tora asked, gently patting Yamato's head with concern. Chapter 34. What's wrong, Maria? Miss me? Boohoo, Yufei, Yu Pengju is truly a great hero, but to pity he died like this, such a shame. Boohoo. The crying was truly heartfelt. Husei was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. This book, Legend of Chinese Heroes, included many famous generals and heroes for his past life that he loved, besides heroes like Yu Fei and Qi Jiguang who resisted foreign invaders. There were also famous generals and heroes from the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin. Anyway, the truth and fiction were all mixed together. Coupled with the writing style of modern 21st century internet fiction, these characters were portrayed in a moving way, full of life, with stories full of ups and downs that made readers feel immersed. In short, it was very enjoyable and captivating. Yamato had not received much cultural education since childhood, and the only text she had come into contact with was that diary by the emperor. But how could a plain diary compare to a serious internet novel? For Yamato, this Legend of Chinese Heroes was a dimensional blow. The little girl was instantly captivated, reading it with rapt attention. She would sometimes get angry, sometimes feel melancholic, sometimes holding the book and pacing around, even shedding tears for the characters in the book. It could be said that she was completely hooked. Husei did not disturb her, waiting until dark when this little booklet of nearly 200,000 words was flipped to the last page by Yamato. "Huh? Why is it over?" "Too little," Yamato murmured softly, still wanting more. Husei stood by with a smirk, secretly feeling frustrated. 200,000 words. That is 200,000 words. Do you know how many days and nights of hard work that took me? Just like that, in a short period, you finished it. Sigh. There's nothing I can do. It really isn't enough to read, but I've been trying my best to write. This is a pirate world, and here in Wano country, there are no computers to type. Writing a book relies entirely on a brush and handwriting. Husei was not used to it all. He sighed in his heart. Sigh. I guess I have wasted my ancestors' teachings. Seeing that this book had a good appeal for Yamato, Husei also had an idea. All right, don't be upset. There's more to come. I'll write it slowly. Just wait for it. Huh, really? There's more? Husei smiled, of course. Well, have I ever lied to you? Yamato held the little booklet tightly, her face full of anticipation. On the other side, Jack found Quinn. At this moment, Jack was wrapped in bandages from head to toe. He looked at Quinn, who was recently looking excited and cautiously asked, "Brother Quinn, what happened to my subordinates? How are they?" Quinn seemed to have gained some benefit recently. He was chewing on a cigar and rubbing a gear part. Laughing, "Mwahaha, they're all dead." Then Quinn put on an educating look, saying, "Jack, don't casually provoke who's CI in the future. We are all part of the Beast Pirates, and we need to understand unity. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You didn't give who's CI protective gear. What do you want to do? Use the virus on him? We old folks are counting on you to go out and conquer cities to expand the Beast Pirates territory, and you guys, instead of going out to fight enemies, are already having infighting. No more of that in the future. Do you understand?" Yes, Brother Quinn, then what about my subordinates? You don't need to worry. We VE recruited a new batch of people recently. In a while, you'll have some to choose from. After receiving Quinn's answer, Jack left satisfied. Quinn watched Jack's departing figure and leisurely said to himself, Thanks to you guys, the development of my virus has accelerated. How should I thank you?" Time passed unknowingly for half a month. Through recent training, whose CI strengthened himself, feeling that his strength was becoming greater. He could feel that the passive skill force was exponentially enhancing his power. As long as his basic strength grew, his final strength would also multiply. Currently, it was conservatively estimated that it could be increased by about 35 times from the original basis. In these recent days, he also gained quite a bit of health through the Immortal Grip. Husei clearly sensed that his body was gradually becoming stronger. He was energetic every day, able to eat and sleep well. Meanwhile, news came from Maria, hoping that Husei could help him again. One day, Husei returned to the brothel he visited last time. Under the guidance of the madam, he added Maria. As soon as he entered the room, he closed the door and saw the blonde beauty on the couch, smiling. "What's wrong? Have you missed me after a few days?" Chapter 35. Black Maria's little thoughts. Black Maria sat up, spat at Tiger, and scolded, "Pa, stop flattering yourself." After saying that, she loosened the collar of her relaxed top, revealing her alluring white shoulders. She twirled a curl of hair in front of her forehead with her right hand, wrapping it around her index finger, showcasing her charming demeanor. Tiger watched her performance with a half-smile, not blinking. "All right, Maria," she clapped her soft chest and said irritably, "You know very well why I called you over. Yet you pretend not to know. Have you had enough of looking? If you have, think of a way to help me with my troubles." Tiger asked him, "First tell me what the situation is." Not in a hurry. Maria picked up the smoking pipe on the couch, knocked it against the tatami mat, stuffed in some tobacco, and lazily twisted her waist, saying lightly, "Light it up." With a snap of his fingers, Tiger ignited the tobacco. Maria's beautiful eyes sparkled. She always found Tiger's way of lighting the tobacco very novel and entertaining, never getting tired of it. She took a few puffs, exhaling smoke rings to keep the fire going. Just as she planned to continue smoking, Tiger swiftly moved, snatching the pipe away from her. Maria looked at him in surprise, opening her mouth wide. "What's so good about this? Let me try." Tiger took the mouthpiece in his mouth and took a few puffs. It was quite bitter, and the granules were a bit large, making it uncomfortable for someone who had never smoked before, causing a coughing fit. However, the mouthpiece carried a faint, sweet, and fragrant scent reminiscent of a young girl's makeup, which made Tiger's heart itch. Cough, cough. Tiger couldn't help but cough lightly. Maria covered her mouth and chuckled, then playfully scolded. "What are you doing smoking, you little kid?" "Little? I'm not small at all." She snatched the pipe back, wiped the mouthpiece with a handkerchief, and without hesitation, put it back in her mouth, continuing to puff out clouds of smoke. Tiger poured himself a cup of tea, rinsed his mouth, and asked, "So what's the matter? Why did you call me?" "As you said before, that Demo Wayman really came looking for me again. I shed a few tears, and he became completely devoted to me." "Hey, old pervert is just an old pervert." Tiger, being a fellow old pervert, naturally understood such people very well. "And then? Any gains?" It has been confirmed that they are remnants of Kei, Getsu, Odin. Recently, they have been hoarding supplies and plan to attack ports like Blade Port to cut off our Beast Pirates trade routes. Isn't that good? Since it's confirmed, just notify the higher-ups to catch them. I only know that Demo Wayman is problematic. I don't know the whereabouts of his subordinates. Just catching him would be too cheap. "So, what do you mean?" Maria stopped smoking, tapped the ground with the pipe, and said, "I want to take them all out in one go." "Huh, this woman has quite the appetite." He initially thought he would just help solve the Demo Wayman problem, but didn't expect her to want to take everyone down with him. Well, that's great. You have high aspirations. Keep up the good work and gather more information. Farewell. With that, Tiger stood up, ready to leave. Maria grew anxious and pulled him back. What are you doing? How does taking them out have anything to do with me? How many people are behind them? What is their strength? Have you figured this out? Besides, why should I help you? Maria stomped her foot. If I complete this task well, I will have the right to choose a devil fruit first. It's almost the annual fire festival, and who knows? Brother Hanavza might get a few ancient Zoan fruits this time, so what? So you have to help me. Tiger raised the corners of his mouth, staring at Maria without speaking, his eyes seemingly asking, why should I help you? Maria was a smart woman. After hesitating for a moment, she leaned back, resting one hand on the ground behind her. She slightly puffed her chest, making her soft bosom look even fuller, while her other hand wandered freely on her body, posing in a way that invited admiration. Tiger watched her performance, unmoved. He picked up the smoking pipe again and silently took a puff. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by the allure of a young girl, but compared to a fleeting romance, Tiger valued ongoing benefits more. Only by turning her into a fish in his pond could he maximize the interests. At present, if Maria was not a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user and was merely a good-looking girl, she wasn't worthy of trading with him. There were plenty of beautiful appearances in the world. If he just wanted to satisfy his appetite, it would be extremely easy in Wano, and he wouldn't need to deal with a group of warriors for Maria. Despite the fact that Maria was indeed a beauty and he was indeed tempted by her body, unfortunately, beauty could not serve as an equivalent currency for interest exchange in Tiger's eyes. Maria was quite annoyed by Tiger's inaction, and at the same time, she was uncertain about Tiger's temperament, feeling increasingly downcast. After a long wait, she heard Tiger say something seemingly out of the blue. Wait until you become a Zoan-type user. Then we'll talk. Maria furrowed her beautiful brows and said with a hint of grievance, I worked so hard just to obtain a good fruit. Do you think it's easy to get a genuine devil fruit in the Beast Pirates? As a weak woman, not good at flattery or reading faces, how can I survive in this Beast Pirates? But no matter what, the crew still speaks with strength, so I want to obtain a devil fruit and become stronger. Do you think anyone wants to climb up by sacrificing their looks? You men, just looking at me makes me feel disgusted. She became a bit agitated, her speech quickened, and by the end, she even seemed resigned, her eyes reddening as she weakly said, But what else can I offer besides myself? After a long time, Tiger asked, as a true subordinate, how many followers do you have in the Beast Pirates? What is their strength? Maria wiped her eyes. What strength can I have? Besides me, there are 3 sisters. We're not good at fighting. They could only rely on other male pirates to get by. I got along well with them, so I organized them, and we can look out for each other. And you? Why don't you think about relying on other male pirates in the crew? Although I'm not good at fighting, I'm not a pushover either. Ordinary pirates are no match for me. Otherwise, do you think I could become a true subordinate? Among the men in our pirate crew, besides Kaido, I don't look up to any of them. So, what is your relationship with Kaido? Maria's face turned red, and she said angrily, if I had a relationship, would I be working so hard? Tiger's heart stirred, so she was still a girl. I know what you're thinking. You men are all the same. Since the topic was out in the open, Maria had nothing to hide. I was noticed for my outstanding appearance since childhood and was trained according to the standards of the courtesans here. They hoped I could grow into a courtesan-level courtesan, making it easier to approach and control the upper echelons of Wano. Before becoming a courtesan, I had to ensure my virginity to win over the daimyos or generals of Wano, so I was well protected since childhood. Upon hearing this, Tiger's heart stirred. Chapter 36 Cooperation. Intelligence Gathering. Are you willing to help me this time? As long as you agree to help me. I can promise you a request after the job is done, except for matters between men and women. Maria is very adamant about this. It seems she cares quite a bit about such things. After thinking for a moment, Husei said in a deep voice, You must have heard about my situation, right? Maria nodded. I heard you recently got promoted to Junda and defeated Jack. You do have some strength. I just got promoted and have no one under me. I was thinking about expanding my team, so how about we cooperate? How we cooperate? Maria became interested. I need you to help me recruit a group of good-looking and hard-working women as my subordinates. And let's forget about those weird gift givers. And then, after this task is completed, we can discuss the next steps. Don't worry, I won't make you and your sisters do any fighting. Is it that simple? Udyr nodded. We cooperate with each other. No one owes anyone anything. Helping you this time is just to show my sincerity. And I hope we can cooperate well in the future. Maria bit her thumb, looking indecisive. Then you can't make any excessive demands on me. I must have the right to refuse. That's natural. I've said it's a cooperation. Our relationship is equal. There's no dependency. If you feel it's inappropriate, we can just part ways. But there's one thing I hope you can do. Once we establish a cooperative relationship, we both have to be honest with each other. No ulterior motivos. Maria sat up straight, her expression serious and solemn. No problem. Since we've come this far, I can't lack sincerity. Once this is done, let's cooperate well. Having reached a cooperative relationship with Maria, Udyr left satisfied. Maria's side also became lively. Some old lechers attracted by Maria's beauty have recently been quite active. This is because some of them received return gifts from Maria. Maria is charming, so naturally many want to win her over. However, since the day she appeared in the brothel, there have been no reports of anyone successfully staying overnight, even among wealthy merchants and officials of decent status. Recently, Maria's actions have given some infatuated lechers hope, thinking that Maria has finally come around. Some of them received return gifts personally sent by Maria, mainly consisting of various bottles and jars. Many old lechers were excited, trying various means to win Maria over. The recipients of the gifts were mostly those with a moon mark at their feet. What many do not know is that the items sent out by Maria will inadvertently emit a wisp of black smoke. Inside a large mansion, the legless Di Wu Wei Min was carefully wiping 6 or 7 bottles and jars. He looked intoxicated, fantasizing about some sensual scenes, with drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. He is now considered Maria's biggest supporter, both in terms of the number of visits and the money spent, making him the biggest sucker. Yet he hasn't even touched her little hand once. Even so, Di Wu Wei Min has only received 1 gift. This made him very angry and somewhat puzzled about Maria's intentions. He sacrificed both legs to chase after girls. But Maria's heartfelt cries to him did not seem fake. So why is she giving return gifts to others? He heard that the pirate who cut off his legs has started appearing in Maria's boudoir again. Thinking of this, Di Wu Wei Min was filled with rage, shattering the porcelain bottle in his hand on the ground. He thought, fine, others are just competing with money. But what is a pirate underling? Having long established a deadly feud with that pirate, Di Wu Wei Min absolutely cannot tolerate any connection between the woman he likes and his archenemy, not even holding her hand. Afterward, he also sought out Kuang Si Lang, wanting to deal with that pirate. But Kuang Si Lang rejected him, reasoning that the other party is Kaido's subordinate and it's not the right time to act recklessly. So he has been enduring until now. At this moment, a spy reported from outside. Brother Di Wu, the informant, reports that the pirate has gone to Miss Maria again. And it seems Miss Maria is very happy, as if she intends to stay overnight. Bang, bang, bang. The gifts he had bought back at a high price were all smashed to pieces by Di Wu Wei Min. Even the bottle personally sent by Maria could not escape. That coarse pirate who cut off his legs and humiliated him actually dared to touch the woman he likes. Emotions of anger, shame, and disappointment flooded his mind, causing him to lose his rationality and gradually go insane. Di Wu Wei Min roared in anger. Damn it, bastard. That damn bitch actually dares to flirt with that pirate. Gather everyone, regardless of whether she agrees or not. Today Maria must be mine. But, Brother Di Wu, didn't Kuang Si Lang say not to stir up trouble? He specifically instructed us not to deal with that pirate. Shut up. Kuang Si Lang has lost his mind. He can't even deal with a small pirate. I see he's gotten used to being a dog for the snake over the years, losing all his former sharpness. Just a henchman. Killing him is no big deal. What is there to be afraid of? Hurry, everyone get up. We must skin that pirate alive today. Chapter 37. The big fish is hooked as the sun sets. In Maria's room, Tiger and Maria are savoring some wine. Across the charcoal fire, a freshly caught, delicious fish is being grilled. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil. The two are enjoying themselves, and the atmosphere is just right. Eating grilled fish indoors was Tiger's idea. How could one drink without snacks? He feels that dining with a beautiful woman even if it's just a look, is a delightful experience. Maria can't refuse him and goes along with his wishes. Recently, she and Tiger have teamed up, storing a strand of black cloud he separated into jars and then giving them to those suspected of being remnants of the Kazuki clan. This method has indeed led them to several suspicious locations. These places share a common characteristic. They are gathering spots for many idle individuals. These people are not mere ruffians. They are warriors with experience in battle. Their purpose for gathering is to transport weapons, flintlock guns, firearms, explosives, and various military supplies. Upon hearing the news, Maria was pleasantly surprised and quickly reported it. The two are now waiting for further instructions from Kaido. Maria believes this is a sure thing and, feeling happy, drinks a few more glasses. At this moment, her little face is flushed, looking quite alluring. Through their days of cooperation, Maria has gained a deeper understanding of Tiger. He gives her a more profound impression, handling matters with a certain seriousness, not getting overly excited upon acquiring favorable news, but rather calmly analyzing the pros and cons. Conversely, she, as the one directly involved, almost lost her composure upon receiving advantageous intelligence and nearly exposed herself in front of the land of Wano's guards. Fortunately, Tiger noticed her unstable state and forced her to calm down. However, during usual times, this guy is unpredictable, making it difficult for her to grasp him. Like those LSPs, Tiger is also very interested in her and never hides it, which is in stark contrast to those greasy, lecherous old men who pretend to be upright. Just as Maria is scrutinizing Tiger, her communication snail began to ring. In Wano, due to its isolation, there are no telephone bugs. They use snails, which operate on a similar principle to regular telephone bugs. It's a message from Jin, indicating that it's south, almost time to close the net, as the beasts have sent people to prepare for an assault on the 4 suspicious locations. Seeing that matters are coming to a head, Tiger plans to leave. At that moment, a chaotic and hurried sound of footsteps grows closer. Clatter. Through the sliding door, a large group of figures can be seen rushing over, armed and looking menacing. The door is violently pulled open, and a group of warriors rushes in, surrounding Tiger and Maria. The leader, a rough-looking man, is none other than the long-missed Demoyumen. Demoyumen looks at the intimate actions between the two, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Tiger is holding Maria's slender waist with one hand and gripping her pale neck with the other, pulling her close. Their faces are almost touching, Maria exhaling softly, her flushed cheeks appearing shy. Tiger holds her tightly, and they can feel each other's breath and heartbeat. Tiger remains calm, while Maria's heart races like a beating drum. Bastard! Stop it! Let go of Maria! Demoyumen shouts, banging his cane on the ground, creating a loud thud. Demo-sama, please save me. Maria struggles in Tiger's embrace, her face glistening with tears, looking pitiful. Tiger ignores the others, his iron-like hand locking Maria's chin as he leans in to kiss her. Their lips meet. Maria's eyes widen, her hands pounding on Tiger's chest, emitting whimpers with a hint of crying. Tiger savors the girl's delicate fragrance, wearing a triumphant expression. He feels very satisfied. Demoyumen, filled with rage, cannot contain himself. This damned pirate dares to humiliate him in front of so many subordinates. Who doesn't he know that he has set his sights on Maria, having long regarded her as his possession, not allowing anyone else to touch her? And this person not only crippled his legs, but also broke the sword he had carried for many years. The samurai community values their swords above all, considering them as their very lives. This series of blows drives Demoyumen into a hysterical frenzy, a hint of madness creeping in. He howls with an inhuman cackle. Keek. Chop this pirate into pieces for me. The warriors draw their swords and charge at Tiger without fear of death. Tiger sets Maria down, stomping his foot, causing the ground to tremble. Waves of cold air surge from beneath him, and a chilling wind rises. Many warriors are halted in their tracks by the frigid gale, unable to advance. Keek. Demoyumen laughs wildly again. Do you think I wasn't prepared? It's your turn to attack. He waves his hand, and several figures resembling ninjas appear behind him, armed with hidden weapons aimed at Tiger. With a whoosh, 5 small, nail-like shuriken pierce Tiger's body. See stone-crafted hidden weapons. Tiger feels a wave of weakness wash over him. Demo Human laughs maniacally. I've sealed your devil fruit ability. Let us see how arrogant you could be now. Come on, cut off all his limbs. Chapter 38. You all have to die. Maria, standing nearby, watched the boy's back and silently felt anxious for him. That must be a weapon made of sea prism stone. What should I do? Can he handle it alone? Should I go help him? But if I do that... Maria bit her lip, feeling extremely anxious, hesitating whether to step in. Suddenly, she remembered how that scoundrel had stolen her first kiss just moments ago. The lingering scent of that guy still remained on her lips, making her feel a mix of shame and anger, her cheeks flushing even more. That damn kid. It would be better if he died. Despite thinking this way, she couldn't help but worry about him. At that moment, the group of sword-wielding warriors had already rushed to the front, looking like they were about to turn Tora into a human pig. The nearby ground martial guard was even grinning savagely. Just as the swords were about to fall on Tora, all the blades suddenly froze in midair, unable to move. To be precise, it was the people holding those swords who couldn't move. Everyone seemed like ice sculptures, instantly frozen in place, without a word, like dead objects. The biting cold wind mixed with ice shards became stronger, and a swirling blizzard spread out from Tora's center. Those surrounding warriors were all tossed away. The ground martial guard, standing not far away, abruptly stopped laughing, as if his neck had been squeezed, unable to make sound. Seeing this, Maria was also filled with confusion. Could it be that he is not afraid of the sea prism stone? The ground martial guard was silent for a moment, his eyes bulging, and he began to scream hysterically, "Impossible! How can this be? You! How can you still use your abilities?" Tora casually picked up a fallen warrior's sword. As he leisurely walked towards the ground martial guard, he sliced the frozen warriors into pieces. Severed limbs and corpses scattered all over the ground, blood flowing profusely, making the scene quite unsuitable for children. With each slash, more blood splattered on him. By the time he reached the ground martial guard, he was already drenched in blood. At that moment, Tora appeared as a demon in the eyes of everyone, terrifying to the extreme. The ground martial guard watched as the demon approached him step by step. Like the Grim Reaper urging him to his death, he was horrified. The sea prism stone weapons were his greatest reliance. It was precisely because of this that he dared to provoke Tora. But why was the sea prism stone ineffective against this guy? Why could he still use his skills? The same question arose in Maria's heart. The sea prism stone had no effect on him? Of course, it did, but it only sealed his fruit abilities. His original power as a Beast Spirit Walker was unaffected. What he had just used was his extreme store skill, the 5 sea prism stone shurikens. Even if the purity of the sea prism stone was not high, indeed caused him trouble, leaving him quite weak. If it weren't for his hard training some time ago, he might have really been in trouble this time. Tora stood before the ground martial guard, looking at his twisted and horrific, wrinkled old face, and couldn't help but sneer. In front of him, Tora pulled out the sea prism stone shurikens one by one, shaking them lightly in his hand, revealing a sinister smile. Is this your alliance? It's indeed a good thing. I'll take it. What other tricks do you have? The ground martial guard shouted. Kill! Charge! Kill this beast! He had lost his legs and could only sit in place, holding a cane, pounding the ground in impotent rage. Ha ha! Tora laughed loudly, not in a hurry. One by one, you all have to die. After pulling out all the sea prism stones, Tora felt a sense of relief wash over him. He no longer held back, instantly transforming into his beast form, intending to end things quickly. In an instant, a monster with the face of a monkey, the limbs of a tiger, and the tail of a snake appeared before everyone. This monster stood over 2 meters tall, with muscular tiger claws that were thick and powerful. The monkey head had tusks protruding from its mouth, looking terrifying like a demon. Seeing this peculiar monster emerge, everyone was startled and shrank back, not daring to approach. But Tora would not hold back. In his beast form, he was extremely furious, filled with primal power. Compared to before, Tora felt an inexplicable rage swirling in his heart during this transformation. What was this uncontrollable anger? This legendary monster protects those it deems good and brutally kills those it sees as evil. Perhaps it was the memories from his past life that made Tora instinctively dislike these warriors, already categorizing them as evil in his heart. He recalled the legend about Nu. It was said that Nu could not stand evil people doing evil deeds, and at night, it would emit terrifying cries to scare them away, but unexpectedly, it was killed by the evil person's subordinates, thus harboring resentment. It seems that those who killed you were the warriors, right? Nu, is this your reason for choosing me? Ha ha ha, then let's kill them quickly. As if responding to Tora, Nu let out a deep and mournful roar. In this beast form, more precisely as Nu, Tora gradually began to lose his rationality upon seeing these warriors. Nu swung its strong forepaws, its claws as thick as water buckets, like the grim reaper's scythe, reaping the lives of the warriors. Thanks to the previously acquired passive skill, Power, the already immensely strong Nu's power doubled. Those warriors and ninjas were as weak as paper under his tiger claws. Tora crushed a ninja's skull with one claw, throwing the corpse aside like a dead dog. He lunged into the crowd, and when a warrior swung two swords in a desperate attempt to resist, he unexpectedly lost his life the moment he raised his hands dropping to the side. The warrior's sword clattering to the ground. With a black tiger heart-pulling strike, the warrior's chest was instantly pierced, and his heart was directly turned to pulp. Similar merciless killings occurred to everyone. No one could escape. Warriors fell one after another. They died with their eyes wide open. They bled like rivers. They didn't even know why they had to fight against this monster before them. Occupied by beastly instincts, Tora had already lost his rationality. He felt entirely comfortable, letting out a wild and exhilarating roar. The cry of Nu was very eerie, neither a monkey's howl nor a tiger's roar, but a kind of bird-like lament that sent chills down the spine of those who heard it. This was a downside of animal-type abilities. They were mostly influenced by the demons within them, leading to violent tendencies in their beast forms. Moreover, those who had failed to awaken as animal-type ability users became intellectually impaired and uncontrollable due to their inability to resist their beastly nature. The most typical example of this was the beast wardens in Impel Down. Tora was similarly influenced by Nu, with beastly instincts occupying most of his mind. All the warriors were dead, except for the ground martial guard. The ground martial guard had long lost his previous arrogance and was now so frightened that he was rolling in his own filth, collapsed on the ground, unable to move, literally rolling in his own filth. He had already lost control of his bladder and bowels. The mixed stench of excrement and blood made the entire room resemble hell. Nu, drenched in blood, looked like a demon god, slowly walking and constantly circling around the ground martial guard. Its crimson eyes glowed like lanterns, fixating on the ground martial guard with a predatory gaze that seemed to want to devour him. Finally, Tora regained control of his body as a strong sense of discomfort brought him back to his senses. He thought, this old fool must not be swallowed. Tora transformed back into his human beast form, standing before the ground martial guard, coldly staring at him. With a thud, the ground martial guard fell to his knees, prostrating on the ground, constantly knocking his head. Everything in front of him had already terrified him to the core, and he no longer cared about the dignity of a warrior. He knelt down and begged for mercy. Sir, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. You don't really know you're wrong. You just know you're about to die. Chapter 39. Mockery and Seduction. The Earth Martial Guard, trembling all over, begged. It's my fault for being blind. It's all a misunderstanding. My lord, it's all a misunderstanding. Don't kill me. Tiger Tsukasa gave a cold smile. If I just let you die like this, it would be too easy for you. No, that was my confusion. I was confused, he said, pointing at Maria beside him. Maria is yours. I shouldn't compete with you for a woman. Upon hearing herself being treated like an object in a life-or-death gamble, Maria laughed in anger, her laughter ringing out. Tiger Tsukasa picked up a katana and swung it, slapping it across the face of the Earth Martial Guard, causing his body to lean sideways. His face was swollen from the blow, and a few shattered teeth mixed with blood were spat out. Tiger Tsukasa laughed. You think you're worthy of competing with me for a woman? Didn't you want to chop off all my limbs? With that, he brought the sword down, severing both of the Earth Martial Guard's hands. With a scream, the hands fell to the ground. Now, without hands and feet, the Earth Martial Guard finally realized he couldn't escape this calamity today. With nothing left to lose, he began to curse Tiger Tsukasa and Maria. Maria looked at Tiger Tsukasa, who was now covered in blood and resembled a demon, her gaze intense. In his beast form, Tiger Tsukasa's long white hair reached his waist, exuding a wild aura. His physique had also grown taller, with clear and well-proportioned muscles, especially his distinct six-pack abs, overflowing with male hormones. Having seen many short-statured male pirates and the beast pirates who didn't train their legs, Maria found this balanced physique very pleasing to the eye. She had gone from worrying about Tiger Tsukasa to being amazed at how he was unaffected by sea stone, and then to being shocked as he single-handedly slaughtered over 30 samurai. Maria instantly felt that this boy, who was about her age, had immense potential and a bright future ahead. Moreover, he was not bad-looking. Although his strength was not on par with Lord Kaido, he was only 16 years old. Given time, he might become an important member of the Beast Pirates. Maria was a woman who understood how to assess the situation. Although she wanted to rely on her own strength to rise without depending on anyone, she was self-aware enough to know that compared to those monsters, she would ultimately fall short. This was also why she was so determined to obtain a good devil fruit. The boy before her offered her a new perspective. Maria was mentally calculating, but unexpectedly, her body trembled as she looked up to see Tiger Tsukasa approaching her. The boy swung his serpent tail and bound her around the waist. Tiger Tsukasa yanked her forward roughly, causing her to let out a soft grunt. "What are you doing?" Maria asked, her voice slightly muffled. Tiger Tsukasa smiled slightly. "Considering how hard I'm working, isn't it fair to collect some interest?" He didn't want to suffer a loss. He wasn't about to work for free. With that, he embraced Maria and pressed his lips against hers. This time, Maria did not struggle. As she smelled the blood on him, her hands no longer pounded against him, but instead rested on his solid chest, feeling his firm muscles. Her luxurious kimono was now stained with blood, and even the corner of her mouth had a trace of it. Maria extended her tongue to lick it. She had bitten Tiger Tsukasa's lip. What a dangerous woman, Tiger Tsukasa thought. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he leaned closer to Maria and whispered, "You can notify the higher-ups now. Location, the ruins of Udyr Castle." He then found an iron chain and dragged the Earth Martial Guard outside. Maria followed him to the door, leaning against the porch, watching Tiger Tsukasa's gradually receding figure, softly saying, "Be careful." It was nighttime, the liveliest time for nightlife. A blood-soaked demon dragged a samurai with severed limbs through the streets, creating an incredibly horrifying scene. Many people were terrified and screamed, and some onlookers spread the news rapidly across the area of Kuji. As Tiger Tsukasa dragged the Earth Martial Guard along, the latter continued to curse, nearly alarming half of Wano country. However, no one dared to step forward to ask or intervene. This was exactly the effect Tiger Tsukasa wanted. The arrogant persona he had maintained reached its peak at this moment. He didn't believe that with such a reckless pirate before them, the so-called heroes among the remnants of Kazuki Udyr could remain calm. His plans succeeded in attracting the attention of a group of samurai. At various suspicious locations, the samurai raised their katanas, uttering excited words, ready to dismember the reckless pirate. They were all waiting for one person's command. What would Brother Kayashiro say? "Don't rush. The message has already been delivered to Brother Kayashiro. Here it comes. Here it comes. The news is here. Brother Kayashiro wants us to hold our positions and says that the plan to blow up the port is imminent. He doesn't want us to ruin the whole plan for one person. How can we just watch as Brother Dibba dies? I can't take it anymore. I'm a samurai, not a ninja. No, don't be impulsive. Do you want our hard-earned opportunity to go to waste? This is a chance we've waited for." At various strongholds, the samurai engaged in similar heated discussions about whether to go out and kill the arrogant pirate. Tiger Tsukasa walked leisurely, not in a hurry. He just wanted to see how long these samurai could act like turtles hiding their heads. Before he knew it, he arrived at the ruins of Udyr Castle. It was already in a state of disrepair, with various broken walls lying haphazardly like a wasteland. Yet among the ruins stood a few tombstones. He walked over to examine them closely. Kinemon, Kanjuro, Reizo, Kiku, and of course the one he hated the most, Kazuki Momonosuke. They even dared to erect tombstones so brazenly? It seemed that Kaido and Orochi's work was not thorough enough to allow these tombstones to stand here so openly. These were all done by you remnants of the Kazuki clan, right? Tiger Tsukasa looked at the Earth Martial Guard, who was already on the verge of collapse. With an inscrutable smile, he couldn't help but sigh internally. The management was too lax. If he were to be the general of Wano country, such things would never be allowed to remain. Tiger Tsukasa stepped forward and kicked over the tombstone of Momonosuke, trampling it until it was in ruins. The Earth Martial Guard's eyes turned red. Disregarding his identity being exposed, he shouted loudly, "Stop! Stop, you bastard! Lord Momonosuke is the beloved son of Lord Uten. How could he be insulted by a lowly person like you after such a heroic life? Hero? Haha, what a hero! If that's the case, why don't you come and stop me? What's wrong? You samurai, who usually boast about being real men, why are you all acting like turtles when it matters?" At this moment, even the Earth Martial Guard understood the intention of the pirate before him. He wanted to provoke his brothers to come out. Damn it! This little brat has been trying to anger us from the beginning. A complex expression flashed across the Earth Martial Guard's face. The thoughts of such a cunning brat sent shivers down his spine, and he regretted falling for this person's provocation. What Tiger Tsukasa aimed to do was make these samurai come out to defend the reputation of Uten. Once someone dared to show their head, his goal would be achieved. Tiger Tsukasa walked past those rudimentary tombstones, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. He casually summoned his power, crackling sounds emanating from his claws, golden arcs of electricity jumping in his palms. BFFT! Boom! These tombstones were shattered one after another by lightning, turning into debris and scattering across the ground. The samurai nearby who had been tracking the two were now filled with righteous indignation, clenching their fists, eager to crush the vile pirate to dust. I can't take it anymore. This is a disgrace to the samurai. If this continues, I would rather take my own life. Kill him. I want to kill him. Chapter 40. Obtaining the demon sword. Tiger cut suddenly. The sound of battle cries erupted from the distant jungle. More than 20 samurai, wielding long swords, charged towards Tiger Cut. Most of them had ferocious faces, bloodshot eyes, and were screaming like beasts. Tiger Cut did not hesitate. He immediately transformed into his beast form and pounced on those samurai. Nwei's once again transformed into a killing god. Those samurai were no match for him. In a matter of moments, they were torn apart, their bodies lying scattered around Yuqian Castle. However, these were just the vanguard. After a while, a thunderous battle cry could be heard from all directions, and numerous figures rushed through the rustling trees towards Yuqian Castle. Tiger Cut looked over and saw that there were as many as 500 people. It seemed that these individuals also came from the 4 suspicious locations and were Ronin samurai. Among them were several users of Conqueror's Haki. Although they were still somewhat inferior to the Red Sky 9 heroes, they were not mere lackeys. Tiger Cut was confident that he could handle a little over 100 opponents, but 500 was a different story. Especially since, once he got entangled with their mid-tier combatants, he wouldn't be able to kill them instantly. If he got caught up in a brawl, and someone from behind landed a hit, it would spell danger for him. However, if he couldn't win, he could always ride the black clouds and fly away. That shouldn't be too difficult. But just as he had this thought, he found himself hit again. He reverted from beast form, and the familiar feeling of weakness washed over him. Among these people, there were even ninjas using sea prism stone projectiles. Without the ability to use his devil fruit powers, Tiger Cut's combat strength would be greatly limited. Although he could still use the 3 elements of lightning, fire, and ice, that was only limited to Udyr's 4 skills. He couldn't unleash large area attacks like Fire Fist, which significantly reduced his speed in eliminating the enemy's fighting force. Without the ability to use his devil fruit powers, he could not fly, and escape became difficult. Currently, the other members of the Beast Pirates were attacking those 4 suspicious locations, and reinforcements wouldn't arrive anytime soon. It seemed he had to hold on for a bit longer. Tiger Cut pulled out a small projectile from his body and rubbed it in his hand. These projectiles were mostly rough in texture, very different from finely crafted weapons, and they didn't seem sharp enough at first glance. If he mastered armament haki, he should be able to withstand such small, not-so-sharp projectiles. Or, if he mastered observation haki, he could easily dodge them. At this moment of combat, Tiger Cut deeply realized his own lack of strength. He made a resolution to train haki diligently in the future. With the sea prism stone projectile drawn, Tiger Cut transformed into Nwei's again and began to charge into the crowd. But it wasn't long before he was struck by a hidden arrow and lost his Devil Fruit ability. Fortunately, his physique was still relatively strong. Had it been when he first crossed over, he probably would have perished by now. From observing the enemy's tactics, Tiger Cut was certain that the opponent couldn't use these Sea Prism Stone projectiles indefinitely. Sea Prism Stone is a special strategic material, and only Wano country can produce and process it. So it is strictly controlled by Kaido and Orochi. Every craftsman who can process Sea Prism Stone is recorded and closely monitored, and each piece produced has its own serial number for tracking. Seeing that the craftsmanship of these Sea Prism Stones was rough, they must have been privately refined using traditional methods. Refining Sea Prism Stone using such folk methods is extremely difficult, with very low yields, and the purity of the stone cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, the enemy couldn't have too much Sea Prism Stone. As long as he could hold out until they exhausted their Sea Prism Stones, victory would tilt in his favor. But the enemy wasn't foolish. They would only throw out Sea Prism Stone projectiles at critical moments. This tactic of wearing him down bit by bit with dull blades clearly had an effect. Tiger Cut was evidently suffering considerable damage, with horrific blood streaks staining his body red. If this stalemate continued, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Faced with such peril, a fierce determination ignited within Tiger Cut. He swung his long sword and recklessly attacked the enemies. In this besieged situation, if he showed any sign of fear, he would be doomed. He chopped down the nearby samurai one after another, even willing to exchange injuries to eliminate their fighting force. Gradually, the bodies of the samurai around him increased, most of them sliced in half by his sword. However, even so, he had only killed over 100. Looking at the sword in his hand, which had begun to dull, Tiger Cut couldn't help but smile bitterly. There were too many. He simply couldn't kill them all. Just then, a roar from a giant ape echoed from one side of the forest. "Big brother, I'm here to help you." Following that, a white-haired giant ape emerged from the trees, accompanied by more than 30 wild baboons. The baboons, armed with weapons, charged fearlessly forward. Under the lead of the rice ball, they rushed to Tiger Cut's side, surrounding him in a protective circle. "Big brother, your sword," the rice ball said in a deep voice, handing him a long sword. With a sharp sound, Tiger Cut drew the long sword named Tiger Cut. In the faint firelight, he saw the blade shimmering with a ghostly glow, the blade pattern appearing a light purple, giving off an eerie feeling. "He, a demon sword? It is said that those who use this sword will meet a tragic end. Its previous owner, Xuanyuan, also did not end well. Ha ha, then I shall see whether your curse is stronger or my life is tougher." In such a dangerous situation, Tiger Cut was not afraid. Instead, he felt a surge of heroism. The demon sword seemed to respond to Tiger Cut, the blade trembling slightly, appearing quite joyful and excited. He pointed the sword straight at the samurai ahead and laughed heartily. "Kill." Tiger Cut took the lead and charged into the fray. In battle, momentum is crucial. One must advance without retreat, sweeping away all opponents. This was the feeling he wanted, that no enemy could defeat him. The baboons felt a surge of battle spirit, their beastly blood boiling, and they roared as they followed Tiger Cut's lead, not retreating an inch. One man, accompanied by more than 30 monkeys, engaged in a deadly fight against the remaining 400 samurai. In an instant, the sounds of battle shook the heavens as both sides fought fiercely in a brutal melee. The samurai, witnessing the fearless baboons, felt their morale drop significantly, and the two sides ended up in a stalemate. The samurai found it unbelievable that, despite their training and skill in combat, they couldn't handle a group of beasts. Naturally, the leading pirate appeared even more like a beast in their eyes. Thanks to the baboon's cover, Tiger Cut was able to break free. After pulling out the Sea Prism Stone from his body, he activated his Devil Fruit ability and flew into the air. He transformed into his beast form again, and Nwei's was engulfed in raging flames, like a meteor crashing down on the group of samurai. This collision was like the fires of hell, scattering the samurai in all directions. Even those who could use haki could not withstand the scorching heat for long. The samurai were defeated and scattered. It was just a matter of time. However, Tiger Cut did not escape unscathed either. Over 30 wild baboons were now down to just 6, all severely injured. Many missing limbs, and some even had their intestines exposed. Looking at the baboons that had fought alongside him through thick and thin, Tiger Cut felt a pang of guilt and comforted them. "You've done very well. Leave the rest to me." The baboons retreated, and just as Tiger Cut was about to annihilate the remaining samurai, a blue-robed samurai with a light blue headpiece suddenly appeared on the battlefield with lightning speed. He blocked the pursuit of Husei with one strike, preventing the warriors from fleeing in panic. Chapter 41. The Choice of Keisai Aritsu. With the moonlight, Tora saw clearly who had come. The person was none other than Keisai R, whom he had met once before. Keisai R had shed the facade of a smile, and the frivolity of the past was gone. At this moment, his eyes were particularly cold as he spoke icily. "Brother Tora, why is this different from what we agreed upon? Whose man are you?" Tora looked at the murderous intent emanating from Keisai R and felt it was a bit tricky. He naturally guessed that Keisai R would intervene. He just didn't expect the 100 Beast support to be so slow. As a traverser, he had a clear understanding of Keisai R's strength. He was among the top in the Qishao 9 heroes. While he might not be able to defeat major players like Jean and Quinn, he could definitely hold his own against future major player Jack. This person had even single-handedly captured the Flying Six Sasaki. His strength was evident and not to be underestimated. It was not something Tora could contend with at present. If given a choice, he would prefer to avoid a confrontation with Keisai R. Once the relationship soured, Keisai R would undoubtedly do everything possible to kill him to silence him. However, if he fled, not only would his previous calculations be in vain, but it would also put the 100 Beast pirates in a passive position, likely giving Keisai R the chance to retaliate. If the other party became alert, it would become extremely difficult to capture these remnants of Kazuki. Success or failure hinged on this moment. He needed to smooth over the current situation first. Tora faced Keisai R without showing any signs of fear. He knew that once he showed the slightest hint of weakness, Keisai R would not hesitate to kill him. Tora laughed heartily. "I've been doing what I should be doing. Do you think being an undercover agent in the 100 Beasts is easy? Let me ask you, how much effort did you put in to become an undercover agent under Orochi?" He continued, "But you haven't managed your subordinates well. Am I right, Keisai R? No, I should call you King Cairo." The revelation of his identity shocked Keisai R internally. Even among the other retainers of the Odin family back then, most did not know his current true identity. Keisai R recalled the prophecy that Tora had recited when they first met as a boy, which confirmed to him that the boy was one of their own. Tora's reason was that he was doing the same thing, going undercover to become one of Kaido's subordinates, waiting for the right opportunity. In the days that followed, he kept a close watch on the boy's movements. Tora's subsequent actions also excited him. The boy had defeated Jack and killed many of Jack's subordinates, avenging him greatly. This made Keisai R firmly believe that Tora was on their side. This was also the reason Keisai R constantly persuaded Kinemon not to clash with Tora. Now, Tora confronted him face to face, accusing him of failing to manage his subordinates. And Keisai R knew he was in the wrong. He clasped his hands and said solemnly, "This matter was my oversight, but even if they were somewhat reckless, you shouldn't have killed them all." Is this a matter of recklessness? Your battle plan is about to be implemented, and these brainless fools come out making a scene. Their identities have long been exposed. If I don't kill them, should I leave them to be captured and have the 100 Beasts interrogate them for more information? It seems these people are utterly useless. Killing them is a way to eliminate unstable factors for the team. These fools are more trouble than they're worth. I disdain to associate with them. Moreover, they repeatedly disregarded your orders and chose to act on impulse against me. To me, they completely disregard you. Subordinates who do not obey their superiors' orders are deadly for a team. How can I trust them to get the job done? They're all a bunch of useless trash. They deserve to die. His words were reasoned and justifiable, leaving Keisai R with no grounds to argue. Moreover, he was already tired of Kinemon and his group repeatedly violating his orders. But as their leader, Keisai R had to protect them for reasons of allegiance. Keisai R thought for a moment and said fiercely, "What about you destroying the other people's gravestones? Isn't that a bit excessive? Even you hate them, which proves I did the right thing. Sometimes being an undercover agent means you have to go all out. You're not new to this undercover game, are you?" Besides, it's just a gravestone. After overthrowing Kaido and Orochi, we can erect a new one in glory. Keisai still did not rebut. This boy's behavior was indeed extreme, but as a qualified undercover agent, he couldn't find fault. However, stop with the buts. I still have not gained trust among the 100 beasts, and recently I've been targeted by Jack. If I don't do something soon, it will be hard for me to protect myself. Keisai's expression softened slightly. Tora's reasoning was quite valid. If he were in Tora's position, he might also have to take some extreme actions to gain Kaido's trust. After a standoff, Keisai could find no fault. His tone also softened. Now that this misunderstanding is cleared up, I need to take my man. Tora sneered. It's too late. The 100 beasts will be here immediately. If you hadn't shown up, my identity wouldn't have been exposed in front of these people, and perhaps I could have spared them. But now that you've appeared, I've been exposed too early. To keep the secret, they can only die. You should think about how to explain this to the 100 beasts later. Explain why you are here. Why didn't you help me? Is it worth it for these 100 people to undo years of hard work being an undercover agent under Orochi? Keisai frowned tightly, falling into silence. He indeed realized the seriousness of the problem. His subordinates had been exposed, and if one of them was captured by the 100 beasts and revealed Tora's true identity, Tora would be in danger. What to do? At this moment, the remaining samurai who had been burned by Tora finally came to their senses and began discussing among themselves. What's going on? That pirate actually knows Keisai. What? That kid says he is an undercover agent in the 100 beasts. But he is actually on our side? What is happening? Why aren't we fighting? Keisai, we've lost so many brothers. We can't let this kid go easily. You have to stand up for your brothers. Yeah. Kinemon was brutally injured by this kid. It's too tragic. The brothers all want to avenge him. This kid cannot be spared. Keisai's forehead throbbed with veins as he heard these words, and he couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Tora ignored the samurai and reminded him, make a decision, Keisai, time is running out. Keisai's lips curled into an exaggerated arc. He slowly drew his knife from its sheath. Chapter 42. Elimination of Witnesses. Kurosaki drew his sword, looking at the warriors with a chilling gaze. The warriors thought that their leader, Kurosaki, was going to stand up for them, and they all cheered loudly. Suddenly, Kurosaki turned around and slashed at the nearest warrior beside him. The cheers of the warriors stopped abruptly. With a splatter, a column of blood gushed out like a fountain as the warrior was cleaved in half, with severed arms mixed in, falling to the ground like broken parts of a toy. One might mistakenly think this guy had eaten the chop fruit. Kurosaki flicked the blood off his blade, gracefully sheathed it, and, facing the terrified warriors, said calmly, sometimes sacrifice is inevitable, everyone. For Lord Odin, please offer your lives. The warriors were incredulous, their faces filled with horror. They never imagined that Kurosaki's slaughtering blade would turn against them. Kazuki watched Kurosaki's clean and efficient swordsmanship and couldn't help but praise good swordsmanship. This guy was a true swordsman, far above someone like him who wielded a knife recklessly. He was relieved that he and T fought with this guy. Kurosaki glanced sideways and said casually, aren't you coming to help? Kazuki chuckled and drew his torakiri. Kurosaki immediately recognized the sword as one of the heirlooms of the former daimyo, Shimatsuki Ashimaru. The Shimatsuki clan, once a powerful family, had fallen into decline long ago, with only tombstones standing in the white snow. After the previous daimyo, Shimatsuki Ashimaru, died in battle, the clan had lost its glory. He had heard that a branch of the Shimatsuki clan had secretly left Wano country years ago, but he had no idea where they had gone. Now seeing this heirloom sword again stirred mixed feelings in Kurosaki. After a moment of thought, he speculated about the boy's background. He curiously asked, what relation do you have to the Shimatsuki clan? Kazuki wore a mysterious smile, saying, some things are better left unknown for both our sakes. Kurosaki nodded, not pressing further, tacitly accepting that Kazuki was from the Shimatsuki clan. The two of them swung their long swords together, silently cutting down the warriors. The warriors cried in despair, still unable to understand why they had to die. Their wails lingered in the woods for a long time until they faded away. Soon, the beast pirates arrived, led by one of the top officers, Jean. The first thing he saw was a pile of warrior corpses, resembling a small mountain, which startled him. After checking one by one and finding no survivors, Jin frowned and muttered to himself. When he saw Kazuki and Kurosaki chatting amicably, he began to have some suspicions. "Ah, Jin-sama, what brings you here?" Kurosaki greeted warmly. Jin squinted, scrutinizing Kurosaki. "I heard there were remnants of Kazuki Odin around, so I came to take a look." "I didn't expect you, Kurosaki, to be so skilled. You've wiped out all these warriors in such a short time. Impressive." Kurosaki caught the implication in Jin's words and maintained his composure, narrowing his eyes and smiling broader. "Haha, it's my duty as a bodyguard of Lord Orochi to maintain law and order in Wano, ensuring Lord Orochi's safe travels and eliminating these rebels. It's only right." Jin glanced at Kazuki, who nodded and replied with a smile. "Yes, I hit it off with big brother Kurosaki. If he hadn't come to support me, I might have been done for." Jin said, "In that case, we must thank Kurosaki for his support of our beast pirates. We'll handle the aftermath. I will report this to Lord Kaido, and I'm sure Lord Orochi will commend you for this. I trust you have no objections?" "Well," Kurosaki sighed and smiled, "the beast pirates have always been united with our lord. We're all on the same side. I'll leave the bodies of these rebels to you. I sustained some minor injuries earlier and plan to rest now, so I'll take my leave." "Take care. No need to see you off," Jin replied. Once Kurosaki was far away, Jin approached Kazuki to inquire about the events. This man was here to eliminate witnesses, and all those warriors had been killed by him. After a moment of contemplation, Jin nodded. You did well this time. Come back with me." "What about the 4 suspicious locations?" Jin showed a hint of appreciation, nodding. "You're quite observant. Don't worry, based on the intelligence from Maria, I've already sent people to keep an eye on them, and they are currently executing a raid." Kurosaki returned to his residence with a grim expression. He poured himself a cup of tea, trying to calm down, but found it ineffective. His face twisted in anger, veins bulging on his hands as he gripped the table, forcing it to break. A servant suddenly rushed in. "Report, Big Brother Kurosaki. It's bad. The 4 strongholds we use to transfer weapons have been attacked by the beast pirates." Kurosaki, furious, flipped the entire table over, shattering the exquisite teapot and wine cups on the floor. The spilled tea reflected his ugly face, and he shouted angrily, "Tell everyone to exit the passage and transfer all remaining weapons to the backup location. This operation is cancelled." On Onigashima, Jin had returned and was now reporting to Kaido. "All the visible remnants of Kazuki have been eradicated, and the 4 suspicious strongholds have been destroyed. We discovered their secret passage, and my men are currently pursuing them." Good. Kaido laughed heartily. "Well done. I heard that kid contributed a lot this time." Jin nodded, a smile appearing on his face. "Kazuki and Maria have made significant contributions. They not only found the enemy's weapon hiding spots, but also stopped their further actions. Kazuki single-handedly killed over 530 Kazuki remnants." Kaido was very pleased. "Oh? When did this kid become so capable? He shouldn't be this strong without mastering Haki yet." "Mr. Kaido, as far as I know, the enemy used sea prism stone to make hidden weapons, and there were quite a few mid-tier fighters among them using armament Haki. That's even stranger. How did he defeat them?" "According to the intelligence from Maria, it seems Kazuki withstood those sea prism stone weapons and managed to kill the warriors." Kaido took a swig of his drink, imagining the difficult battle Kazuki must have faced. To withstand such adverse conditions and still slay his opponents was indeed remarkable. Kaido laughed heartily. He greatly appreciated capable individuals, and Kazuki's tough approach was undoubtedly to his liking. The previous discomfort of this kid bathing with his daughter was thrown out of his mind. My beast pirates must have this daring spirit to fight. Jin, why don't you call this kid over? Our beast pirates have always been fair in reward and punishment. I want to give him a good reward. He should be with Queen right now, right? Chapter 43. The shocking triple from Kaido, Quinn's laboratory. 6 barely alive baboons were lifted onto the operating table. Toki and Angrily stood nervously to the side, feeling very anxious. Quinn had changed from his usual lazy appearance, and, for the first time, wore a white lab coat and a mask today. He looked quite like a surgeon. Quinn said, I think you two should wait outside. You were just getting away here. No, Toki immediately refused. What? Are you afraid I'll eat your little brothers? That is hard to say. Mwaha. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Sometimes, useless things can only be used for waste. Those guys contributed to my virus research. Toki remained silent. He had long suspected that those pirate lackeys had been used for experiments by Quinn. That was why he was uneasy about handing these baboons over to him. Don't worry, Jin has already given me a heads up, and these baboons are quite strong among beasts. It would be a waste to use them for virus experiments. I'm currently researching human modification and have made breakthroughs, so you're catching a good opportunity. Just wait to receive 6 powerful modified humans. Mwahaha. Quinn was very confident in his human modification technology, and when it came to topics he was interested in, he became excited. Toki remained silent, standing guard with Angrily. These remaining 6 baboons were like brothers to him. Although they were just a few ordinary beasts, Toki understood that sometimes these beasts could be more reliable than humans. Human hearts are hard to measure. It's still his group of monkeys that are trustworthy. The key is that they dare to act when something happens. Kaido asked, though, what's he going to Quinn for? Jin then told Kaido the details of how over 30 baboons fought against more than 400 samurai alongside Toki. After listening, Kaido was slightly taken aback and became serious, feeling that the wine in his hand was not as fragrant anymore. He listened intently and became interested, saying, "Tell Quinn that those 6 baboons must be preserved. He is not allowed to use them for any strange experiments. I really want to see what these beasts are capable of." Kaido was very interested in anything with strong combat power, whether human or animal. He had always valued talent and was keen on recruiting various combat powers. He didn't expect these beasts to form such astonishing combat power. And this incident opened up new ideas for Kaido. He sipped his wine while calculating. I've already instructed Quinn. Also, Mr. Kaido, do you know about that pet the kid has? Bait. Are you talking about that white-haired giant ape? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Kaido detected the meaning in Jin's words and suddenly laughed. It's rare to see you learning to keep me in suspense. Haha, Mr. Kaido, Jin rarely smiled, showing that he seemed quite happy. There's another good piece of news. Our pirate crew has gained another Zoan-type Devil Fruit user. What? Quick, tell me what happened. Kaido's face showed surprise. What on earth is happening today? One good thing after another. Do you remember that white fox the kid caught before? I remember. It was the companion of that samurai from back in the day. Yes, after all these years, that fox actually obtained a Zoan-type Devil Fruit, allowing it to transform into a human form and speak. It should be the human-human fruit, mythical type, Daibutsu form. Kaido was taken aback. Not bad. That fruit indeed exists. I didn't expect that inconspicuous little fox to have such luck. Wait, are you saying that the giant ape ate that devil fruit? Yes. That night, I had Toki check on the fox. He brought some food, and unexpectedly, after the fox died, the devil fruit actually reincarnated on a nearby fruit. And that white ape happened to be there and accidentally ate that devil fruit. Kaido listened closely to the details about the fruit, not expecting such a result. He had been searching everywhere for Zoan-type devil fruits for years, but had not made much progress lately. Otherwise, he wouldn't be thinking of finding Doflamingo to buy defective artificial devil fruits at a high price. Kaido was not a fool. He could tell the effectiveness of artificial devil fruits at a glance, and they were still far inferior to real ones. His choice to trade with Doflamingo was indeed a last resort. Who would have thought that within less than a month, they would add 2 Zoan-type users to the Beast Pirates? How could he not be happy? Oh, lo. It seems that the time for my Beast Pirates to rise has come. Kaido laughed heartily, downing his drink with great satisfaction. Just as Kaido was happily drinking, a lackey approached to report. Report to Lord Kaido and Lord Jin. We have received good news from the front. Those 4 suspicious locations have all been captured. Over 100k Mutsu remnants have been killed, and hidden passages have been discovered in all 4 locations. We found that these underground passages led directly to the docks of Rabu Port, and there are signs of enemy activity nearby. Moreover, we also found that the enemy seems to have connections with the underworld. This discovery startled both Kaido and Jin present. Previously, from Maria's intelligence, they learned that the enemy's purpose was to attack their trade port located at Rabu Port. The two were skeptical, but had also made considerable defensive preparations. However, now knowing that the enemy was attacking through underground passages made them feel a bit apprehensive, because all their defenses were almost on the surface. They lacked means to resist attacks from below. There's no way to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. If they let their guard down and allowed the enemy to exploit a gap, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jin became serious as well, saying, "You must notify the guards at Rabu Port to attack those underground passages and make sure to capture them all." Yes, currently, Lord Jack and Lord Sasaki have personally gone to Rabu Port. Kaido nodded. With Jack and Sasaki on the case, there would be no problem. He said solemnly, "I didn't expect these rats to become more cunning. Jin, we should intensify efforts to deal with these small fries soon." "Mr. Kaido, there is something I'm not sure if I should mention." "Speak, what else is there?" Toki informed him that Kanjuro was one of the retainers of the Kazuki family. And now it was discovered that the enemy had unclear ties with the underworld, and Kanjuro was currently the apparent leader of the underworld in Wano. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Kaido's eyes shifted, and his expression immediately darkened as he realized the key. If the remnants of the Kazuki family were involved with the underworld, then the mastermind behind this was most likely Kanjuro. So, Kanjuro may indeed have issues. Jin, prepare to strike against those underworld elements. Yes. Kaido slowly sipped his drink, realizing that the acquisition of this intelligence and the success of the encirclement operation were all related to that brat. It could be said that Toki single-handedly led out those samurai, successfully interrupted the opponent's plans, investigated four suspicious locations, resolved the crisis at Rabu Port, and ultimately uncovered that Kanjuro might be the mastermind behind it all. All of this was thanks to that newcomer who had joined the pirate crew for less than 2 months. Because of this kid, Yamato has currently stabilized and can train with him on Ghost Island, which also resolves half of his worries. Moreover, this kid is a beast-type ability user with great potential, and the pet he collected unexpectedly obtained a beast-type seed. Even Kaido has to admit that this kid has indeed brought a lot of advantages to the beast pirates. This wave of operations by Toki has led to a noticeable change in Kaido's opinion of him. He finished the drink in the gourd and laughed. Toki is indeed a talent. Once this extermination operation comes to an end, we must hold a grand banquet to reward the little ones well. Oh, lo. Jean, you can start making arrangements. Yes, Mr. Kaido. Chapter 44. The transformed 6 little ones recently, due to the frequent actions of the beast pirates. The down-and-out samurai and the gang leaders have been suffering losses one after another. They have all tucked their tails and hidden away. The battlefield does not lie. These remnants of Kazuki Oden can only act like turtles, lurking in the shadows. As a result, the long-term plans of Kanjuro have mostly gone down the drain. He himself has entered a mode of impotent rage, smiling during the day, but cursing at night. However, he is a person who cannot sit still. So every night, he cannot suppress the anger in his heart. As the saying goes, when one encounters an insurmountable obstacle, they must find a way to vent their emotions, or they might just burst. It's often said that when one is depressed, they need an outlet. So, every night, Kanjuro, like he has been injected with adrenaline, transforms into a Robin Hood-like figure, doing what he believes he can manage. The beast pirates have been reporting victories. Sasaki and Jack have been wreaking havoc at the Blade Marshal Port, having grasped evidence of the enemy's intention to attack the port. The two of them have cut through the local remnants of the Kazuki clan and gang members. Ultimately, this forced Kanjuro to step forward to clarify the situation and sever ties with these gang factions. Without their backing, this group was eventually cleaned up and eliminated by the beasts. This incident also alarmed Kaido, who dispatched his trusted subordinates to join forces with the beast pirates to carry out a major purge at Blade Marshal Port. In these days, Blade Marshal Port has been engulfed in chaos, with heads rolling and ordinary citizens living in fear, anxious every day. While the beast pirates were cleaning up the remnants of the Kazuki clan, Tereo did not participate at all. He and the Rice Ball have been staying with Queen for the past half-month. Recently, Queen has been working tirelessly on modifications, ignoring everything outside, focusing entirely on his work. All 6 little baboons have survived and, due to misfortune, gained extra strength. These 6 little ones have been given names by Tereo for easy identification. The largest among them is Big Mao, who is also the strongest, but unfortunately lost both arms in the last battle, rendering him almost disabled. Now, Queen has equipped Big Mao with a pair of massive mechanical iron fists. making him look like a gorilla supporting himself on all fours from a distance. These mechanical arms are made entirely of fine iron, incredibly sturdy, and the ends of the fists are embedded with sea prism stone, giving Big Mao some fighting capability against certain ability users. Moreover, Queen has enhanced the power of these mechanical arms, allowing Big Mao to easily lift objects weighing 5 to 6 tons, turning him into a strongman. Second Mao is tall and has the most agile mind among the baboons, being very observant. However, due to the brutal fight, a part of its head was sliced off. One ear was deafened, and its remaining right eye was gouged out by a samurai, leaving a long scar on its face. Therefore, Queen has installed a small mechanical brain and equipped it with an electronic scanning eye, granting it the ability to see far, along with some reconnaissance equipment, making Second Mao the best scout and currently the commander of this baboon squad. Third Mao is the most physically robust, although not as large as Big Mao. Third Mao has a solid physique, with muscles like copper and iron, making it the most durable. However, it suffered the most damage during the battle. Queen has made significant modifications and enhancements to Third Mao's body, covering it entirely with iron armor. Due to Kaido's pressure, Queen has reluctantly used the best materials, and key vulnerable parts of its body are wrapped in small armor made of sea prism stone. This material is exceptionally strong and can withstand most attacks, making Third Mao a true copper-headed, iron-armed warrior, impervious to blades and bullets. Fourth Mao had its hands chopped off, and Queen has installed a pair of mechanical arms similar to his own. These mechanical arms can extend and freely stretch and turn, with nozzles at the front that can emit flames. It can also use fire punches similar to Queen's wedding banquet hot punches for attacks. Fourth Mao is also one of the most unique baboons, as it is the least afraid of flames. Fifth Mao has a somewhat tragic fate during the battle. Its legs were severed. Queen has fitted it with a pair of mechanical flippers so it can swim and dive. Queen has also installed a power motor and diving components, allowing it to submerge in the sea and move at high speeds, making it a specialized recovery operator for ability users during naval battles. Sixth Mao is the smallest among them, and also sustained the least injury in this battle. Queen has not made many modifications, but has equipped this smallest baboon with an invisibility device, allowing Sixth Mao to become invisible for a certain period. Sixth Mao serves as the squad's disruptor and also carries out some covert reconnaissance missions. Looking at the newly transformed little baboons, Tereo couldn't help but develop a strange thought. Big Mao is immensely strong. Second Mao has keen eyesight. Third Mao has a copper head and iron arms. Fourth Mao can breathe fire. Fifth Mao can swim. And Sixth Mao can become invisible. Although there is no Seventh Mao, the resemblance to the Calabash brothers is quite uncanny. Each baboon's individual combat capability is not particularly outstanding. Although they are stronger than regular pirate lackeys, they still fall short against elite fighters. However, Tereo definitely wants these 6 baboons to form a small combat unit. Their individual combat abilities may be average, but their combined strength as a small group cannot be underestimated. As Tereo, a true fighter, he has officially formed his first batch of crew members. Moreover, thanks to the presence of the rice ball, he has easily achieved seamless communication between beasts and humans. Although these baboons cannot speak, through Queen's efforts, they have created a simple real-time voice transmission device. The principle is quite simple, using the rice ball as a translator, comparing the baboon's calls with human language, collecting a large number of samples to establish a database correlating animal calls with human language. When a baboon makes a sound, the database is referenced, allowing for simple simultaneous interpretation. This reminds Tereo of the artificially created dragon that could speak human language on Punk Hazard. He cannot help but marvel at the power of technology in the world of One Piece. Afterwards, Kaido first met this group of combat-capable baboons and the giant rice ball. He organized a small-scale simulation battle where the 6 modified baboons fought against 50 of his pirate lackeys. The results surprised Kaido. The 50 subordinates actually struggled against these 6 baboons and were nearly defeated. Kaido greatly admired the combat power of these 6 modified baboons. He asserted that this model of combining beasts with semi-technological modifications is also a potential development direction for the Beast Pirates. He also acknowledged Queen's contributions in this direction. asking him to increase research on human-machine modifications and allocating a large amount of research funding, while requesting Queen to postpone his bizarre virus experiments. Thus, the emergence of the mechanically modified baboons inadvertently halted Queen's virus research, sparing some individuals from being used as guinea pigs, which can be considered an invisible good deed. Queen had no objections to this. Receiving Kaido's praise and research funding put him in a great mood, and he couldn't help but show off a little. This old guy's been strutting around lately, even eating 5 big bowls of red bean soup for dinner without stopping. After that, Kaido tested the strength of Rice Ball. Although Rice Ball did not show any impressive abilities at the moment, Kaido was optimistic about Rice Ball's potential. Moreover, having a translator who could communicate with animals was quite rare. Kaido even claimed he would give Rice Ball special training to help improve its strength. The recent cleanup operation was also successfully completed, with the Beast Pirates achieving a great victory, ultimately resulting in the defeat of around 800 suspected remnants of the Kazuki clan and Yakuza members. At the same time, a large amount of weaponry was seized and recovered, even surpassing the previously lost weapons. Kaido was in a great mood. Looking at his subordinates, he waved his hand and laughed heartily. "You're damn. Let's hold a banquet." The Beast Pirates should celebrate this great victory. Chapter 45. The banquet begins. The Beast Pirates' large team-building event has started. As a newcomer who just joined, CI is very excited about the company's big team-building activity. Team building, you know what it is. No work to do, free food and drinks. Who wouldn't be happy? Moreover, this team-building event of the Beast Pirates is not like the minor events he experienced in his previous life. The Beast Pirates are big and powerful. This banquet will last for 3 days and nights, quite extravagant. The venue is spacious enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 people, and all the prominent figures of the Beast Pirates are present. There's a large stage on one side of the venue. At this moment, Queen is dancing on it with a group of subordinates. The Big Meatball Queen is performing his signature ball dance. With his catchy lyrics and quirky dance moves heating up the atmosphere. Below the stage, numerous minions are cheering, turning the venue into a nightclub party. The banquet is a chaotic scene, with all sorts of activities going on. After all, they are pirates, and the motto is to do whatever they please without restrictions. In some inconspicuous corners, one can even see some pirate men and women getting cozy. Even more bizarrely, CI spots 2 burly men with big beards embracing and kissing, which is quite a sight. After seeing this, CI can't help but feel a bit scared, thinking to himself, "Thankfully, I always go upstairs to bathe. If I had to mix with these rough old men in a communal bath, I wouldn't even dare pick up the soap." At the central seat of the venue, Kaido sits majestically, watching his subordinates reveling and feeling quite pleased, gulping down drinks. On either side of Kaido are the mid-level and senior officials of the Beast Pirates. Except for Queen, who is dancing wildly, the officials here are behaving quite normally. In such a grand occasion, as a true fighter, CI naturally wants to participate. He has his own spot at the main table, a bit away from Jean. CI also called over the rice balls and baboons. Yamato is also attending the banquet. She is currently showing off food with the monkeys, eating with grease all over her mouth. Today's Yamato is different from usual. As the daughter of the chairman, she is usually taken care of, but now she has changed into a bright red female kimono and styled her hair up, looking quite dignified. At first glance, one might think she is a courtesan from brothel. Yamato didn't plan to come because there are many of her father's subordinates around, whom she dislikes and doesn't want to associate with. CI hopes Yamato can accompany him. After all, he doesn't have many friends in the Beast Pirates. Yamato thinks it over and, tempted by the delicious food, decides to join. After all, others are having their fun, and she can enjoy her food without interacting with those pirates. As Jean is now CI's official superior, he feels he should greet him in this kind of setting. Moreover, he doesn't have many friends in the Beast Pirates, and among these pirates, Jean is the one he feels most comfortable with. Jean is a silent man. Despite being the leader of the Beast Pirates, everyone in the crew is afraid of him. In this moment, no one approaches him to chat, and he sits alone, sipping his drink slowly. Even in such an occasion, he hasn't removed his mask. CI knows Jin's background. The reason he wears a mask and keeps his identity hidden is related to his unique race. Long ago, the Lunaria tribe lived in the divine country on the Red Soil continent, known as the Race of Gods. For unknown reasons, the divine country was destroyed by the 20-nation alliance led by him, and the Lunaria tribe vanished from the world. Today, the world government is still capturing members of the Lunaria tribe and offering a hefty bounty. This is why Gene is reluctant to reveal his true face. When Gene sees Udyr and Yamato approaching, he is somewhat surprised but remains expressionless, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Udyr, pulling the somewhat reluctant Yamato, raises his glass and approaches. Udyr, what are you doing? Why are you getting so close to this guy? Yamato asks. However, Udyr continues to smile at Gene. Gene ignores the girl's impulsive remark and looks at Udyr. The boy's goodwill towards him cannot be feigned. Gene gives a slight smile, raises his glass in acknowledgement, and drinks it all in one go. Across from them are Sasaki and Jack, who are drinking together. Jack, who had a conflict with Udyr earlier and lost all his hair, now has his hair grown back, although he still bears scars from the burns. Sasaki notices Jack casting unkind glances at Udyr and unconsciously frowns. Jack, is that the kid who seriously injured you? Jack glares at Sasaki, but doesn't reply. Today is supposed to be a celebration banquet, and he doesn't want to recall such unpleasant memories. Seeing that Jack is ignoring him, Sasaki feels it's pointless and stands up with his drink, walking over to Udyr. He first glances at Yamato, who is busy devouring her food, and is somewhat surprised at her gluttonous behavior. Sasaki speculates about their relationship and says in a serious tone, "You must be Udyr. I heard that the information for this extermination operation was provided by you, and, thanks to you, our operation went smoothly. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Sasaki. Nice to meet you." "Hello, Udyr." After clinking glasses with Sasaki, they consider themselves acquainted. Then, Udyr starts chatting with Sasaki. Udyr doesn't have a deep impression of him, knowing only that he is a user of the Ryu no Mi, ancient type, Triceratops form, wielding a single sword, and his strength is not particularly remarkable. In the original story, he was defeated by Frankie. He appears to be in his early 20s and carries a bit of arrogance towards his subordinates, only respecting those with strength. He is a character without much depth, just a background character. Udyr doesn't particularly dislike him, and it doesn't hinder him from opening treasure chests and stacking the Eternal. Before long, the two start drinking and playing games to get to know each other. Eternal stack up. Permanent minor life gained. Life 10, only 10 points. No wonder he was defeated by Frankie. Weak is weak. Just as Udyr is secretly mocking, a thunderous noise erupts from below, with many pirates screaming loudly. Udyr looks towards the noise and sees a group of flamboyantly dressed, glamorous women in gorgeous kimonos, heavily made up, coming to the center of the square. Leading them is the blonde, blue-eyed Black Maria, who is wearing an exquisite black and gold kimono today, with a slightly prominent nose and finely chiseled features. Her fair skin gives off a mature, mixed-race vibe, making her stand out among the female pirates. It turns out there will be a talent show by the female pirates, and Udyr is eager to enjoy the performance. He crosses his legs, picks up a bag of snacks, and watches the woman on stage, whom he has had intimate contact with while eating and enjoying the show. Chapter 46. The epic meeting of the main and side wives. Many male pirates were spellbound by the performances of the women. Sasaki, standing nearby, was no exception. However, as one of the top fighters of the Beast Pirates, he had seen many women and was not easily impressed by most of the dancers on stage. The only exception was the standout Maria, who caught his eye. "What's this?" Brother Sasaki has an interest in the dancers on stage. Sasaki, unembarrassed, nodded in agreement. The two began to discuss the looks and figures of the women on stage. After exchanging thoughts, they discovered that their tastes in women were surprisingly aligned, leading to a lively conversation that felt like a long-awaited reunion. It was like a group of lecherous roommates discussing which girl in class was the prettiest or which cute underclassman appeared in the neighboring department. "So, Brother Sasaki, which of these dancers is most to your liking?" Sasaki took a deep swig of his drink and pointed to the most striking dancer, Maria, saying, "When it comes to looks and charm, Maria is the one that suits my taste the best." "Ha, Brother Sasaki and I are on the same wavelength, but what?" Sasaki raised an eyebrow. "But Brother Sasaki won't have that opportunity," came the reply. Sasaki chuckled lightly, not caring much about it. Everyone in the Beast Pirates knew about Maria's situation. Captain Kaido intended to turn these women into beautiful spies to control Wano, so most could only watch enviously, not daring to make a move. Sasaki thought Tiger had understood this and made a bland remark, "Yeah, it's such a waste to let those old geezers have it for free." But unexpectedly, Tiger's next words nearly made him spit out his drink. "Brother Sasaki, don't even think about it. The prettiest one on stage is mine." Sasaki stared at Tiger, wide-eyed, as if looking at a fool. He thought to himself, "The prettiest one? None of them are within your reach. Have you asked Brother Kaido about this?" After staring at Tiger for a while, he realized Tiger didn't seem to be joking. He felt a bit of admiration for Tiger's naive boldness. "Brother Tiger, good eye. I admire that, but one should know their limits and not overreach." "Huh, Brother Sasaki is too serious. I'll have Maria come over for us to drink together later." Sasaki chuckled again, choosing not to respond, thinking that this boy must be drunk and talking nonsense. Once the performance ended, the dancers came down from the stage one by one to accompany Kaido for drinks. After a round, Kaido waved his hand with a smile, signaling the dancers to move freely, and many went off to find some fun. Maria was among them. She scanned the crowd and quickly spotted that scoundrel. Tiger smiled back at her. Maria, with a proud toss of her hair, stopped her rising smile upon seeing the young girl sitting next to Tiger. A flicker of irritation sparked within her as she thought, "Humph, quite the charmer. Huh. Looks like the rumors of this brat being close to Yamato are true." She picked up her smoking pipe, lifted her skirt slightly, and boldly approached Tiger. At this moment, Tiger was still drinking with Sasaki and did not offer her a seat. Maria swung her pipe and lightly tapped Tiger on the back of the head. This surprised Tiger not at all, but Sasaki noticed something was off and began to speculate about their relationship. Tiger shifted over a seat and Maria, not minding that it was where Tiger had just sat, elegantly sat down with her legs crossed and tapped Tiger's fingers with her pipe. Lighting up, she followed the same routine, snapping her fingers to light the smoke, taking a puff, and exhaling clouds of smoke. Sasaki watched in disbelief. Tiger remained silent, and Maria did not speak either. They simply sat together side by side. Tiger poured Maria a drink, and she accepted it without hesitation, pouring herself a glass as well as they drank quietly. Sasaki was secretly amazed. This kid wasn't just bragging. It was like in a classroom where two buddies were privately discussing how pretty the class flower was, and one suddenly claimed to be very close with her, having even eaten together. The other would scoff, thinking it was just boasting. But when it was proven true, the scoffer could only watch in envy. Sasaki was that scoffer. Maria took a few more puffs of her smoke and blew a smoke ring towards Tiger, who quickly waved it away. He shot a glare at Maria, his expression seemingly saying, "Can't you see there's a kid next to us?" Cough, cough. Yamato, sitting beside Tiger, began to cough. "What is this? Why is it so choking? Hey, who is this beautiful sister?" Yamato looked up, wiping a bit of grease from her mouth, her big eyes sparkling as she innocently praised, "Sister, you're really pretty." This was indeed Yamato's honest opinion. She was straightforward and said whatever came to her mind. However, her compliment left Maria a bit puzzled. Most of the Beast Pirates did not know Yamato's true nature. They only knew she was Kaido's daughter, often opposing him and frequently getting him angry. Especially for someone like Maria, who frequently traveled between Onigashima and Wano. She had only heard of Yamato, but did not know her personally. She chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Your Highness Yamato, you flatter me. You are beautiful as well." Yamato was unfazed by Maria's flattery and turned to Tiger, asking bluntly, "Tiger, since this sister is so pretty, shouldn't you let her be your wife?" It seemed Yamato had remembered Tiger's dream quite clearly. Tiger felt pleased and nodded, casually saying, "Yay, the main wife. And she's the side wife. You two should get along well from now on." "Yay." Yamato raised her hands in excitement and handed a chicken leg to Maria, saying, "Sister, eat this chicken leg. We'll be friends from now on. It's really tasty." "Is this even real?" Sasaki was left dumbfounded, trying to make sense of the conversation between Tiger and Yamato, feeling utterly confused. What kind of nonsense was this kid up to? How had he not been killed by Kaido yet? He had indeed been hit before, and not just once. It was only that Tiger was tough enough to survive. Sasaki thought to himself that since this kid had some connection with Maria, he could tolerate it. After all, It was said that the information for the purge of the Kazuki remnants was provided by the two of them. It wasn't surprising that they knew each other. But what was with Yamato's talk about main and side wives? Sasaki was left with a face full of questions, staring blankly at their interaction. Well, Maria dumbly accepted the chicken leg, her mind blank for a few seconds. She suddenly exclaimed, "What do you mean, well? Who's your side wife?" Maria glared at Tiger, throwing the chicken leg at him. Tiger, quick on his feet, caught the chicken leg and handed it back to Yamato, chuckling awkwardly. "Just speak properly. Why get angry?" Yamato, confused, leaned closer to Tiger and whispered, "Does this beautiful sister not like chicken legs? Why is she angry? Did I say something wrong?" Hutsai rubbed Yamato's head and smiled. "It's okay, you're right. She's just not hungry. You eat yours." Oh, Yamato obediently buried her head in her food. To her, this beautiful sister was really strange. The drumstick smelled so good. Why wasn't she eating? Maria's face turned red, and she glared fiercely at Hutsai, scolding, "Shameless pervert." With a flick of her sleeve, she swirled her long skirt and walked away. Chapter 47. Hussey's request. The banquet lasted for 2 days. By the third day, it was evident that everyone had partied enough. Hussey finally understood why this team-building event had to last for 3 days. The members of the Beast Pirates are all fierce beasts, with physical qualities far superior and energy levels much higher than ordinary people. One day and night is simply not enough. Some people might not even have had their fill. Thus, for the sake of harmony within the group, the habit of reveling for 3 days and nights was formed. I must say, some of the scenes were quite harmonious. Yamato, the rice balls, and the baboons were all very satisfied with their meals. To them, being able to eat was the greatest joy. Hussey was very restrained and did not indulge in excessive eating and drinking, not because he was too proud, but because he was not used to overindulging his body, which would lead to burdens. He felt that although he had become a pirate, he still needed to maintain a proper distance from them. These people are truly fierce beasts, or perhaps even fiercer than beasts. Boys need to protect themselves well when outside. That afternoon, the revelry was nearing its end. Kaido, as the leader of the team, gave a speech highly praising the recent extermination operation. At the same time, he commended the members of the crew who made significant contributions during this operation. Hussey, Maria, Jack, and Sasaki were elected as the greatest contributors this time. Kaido also clearly pointed out that Hussey and Maria had done an excellent job in the intelligence work during the early stages. The reason they were able to crush the remnants of the Kazuki family in one fell swoop later on was all due to the detailed intelligence collection. This gradually made Hussey more well-known among the crew, especially among the guys from the quarry and the weapon factory. These people had witnessed Hussey's rise firsthand. They were all guards with relatively low status within the crew and usually did not benefit from anything. However, as Hussey gradually stood out in the Beast Pirates, people began to take an interest in his previous achievements at the quarry. The guard became the best storytellers. When these guards recounted Hussey's deeds, they caught the attention of other clueless pirates who were just there to watch the show. These usually low-status guards felt honored to be the first-hand witnesses. Other pirates learned that Hussey had defeated the head guard Babanuki at the quarry, had exchanged a few blows with the big shot queen, and later had a fierce exchange with Kaido himself, including the fact that he had provoked and defeated Jack afterward. It can be said that this recognition significantly boosted Hussey's popularity and fearsome reputation within the Beast Pirates. This also drew the attention of many, including Black Maria. Although she had some understanding of Hussey's past achievements, she did not know the details. However, when she heard the information coming from the guards this time, she couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. Although she was quite disgusted by this guy, flirting with Yamato and wanting her to be his mistress, when she truly heard that this kid could spar with the big shot in Kaido, even if she didn't want to admit it in her heart, she still acknowledged that this kid had some strength. In comparison to the information she received from others, she also knew some things that others did not. She knew that Hussey could withstand the pressure of Sea Prism Stone and still unleash his abilities. She knew that Hussey had easily killed over 30 samurai. She also knew that in the duel where he faced 500 samurai alone, this kid had laughed last. Although she appeared calm and indifferent on the surface, she still took the initiative to learn about Hussey. You want me to be your mistress? No way. Let's talk when you can really become a big shot. She glanced at Hussey in the distance, and found him joking with Yamato. Yamato seemed to be inspired by Hyuse's words and gave him a few playful punches and kicks. Maria pouted, rolled her eyes, and secretly cursed. Humph. Kids playing house. Seeing that everyone had pretty much discussed everything, Kaido let out his trademark eerie laugh. Olo lo lo lo. Our Beast Pirate's great victory this time is naturally inseparable from talent. So we will establish a new position. Jin, please explain. Yes, Mr. Kaido. Jin stood up, looking at the pirates, and said loudly, in true combat, we will select the 6 strongest individuals, named Flying Six. The treatment of the Flying Six is higher than that of ordinary combatants, with a status second only to the big shots, and they will have the right to challenge the big shots first. Upon hearing this, the pirates shouted in unison, responding enthusiastically, seemingly eager for this new position. Seeing his subordinates' excited expressions, Kaido was quite pleased. He then turned to Hyuse and the others and said with a smile, Olo lo lo lo. Our Beast Pirates have always been clear on rewards and punishments. If any of you have requests, feel free to bring them up. Jack and Sasaki exchanged glances, both quite excited. They stepped forward and said, we want to challenge the big shots. If we win, Kaido chuckled, not just winning. As long as you can hold your own against them and not fall behind, you can also become big shots. I allow you to challenge. In my Beast Pirates, we always speak with strength. The two looked at each other, both thrilled. Then he turned to Maria. What about you? Maria appeared slightly flustered, her voice trembling a bit. Mr. Kaido, I want the right to choose a devil fruit first, at least not lower than an ancient type. Is that okay? After speaking, she cautiously looked at Kaido, hoping to read something from his expression. Kaido thought for a moment, seeming a bit troubled. I can agree to that, but ancient type devil fruits are extremely difficult to obtain, so it depends on luck. As long as our Beast Pirates can get one, you could be the first to choose. Maria's heart finally relaxed. Thank you, Mr. Kaido. Finally, Kaido looked at Hyuse and asked, Kid, what about you? Hyuse stood up, in front of everyone, his voice firm and clear. Without hesitation, I want to learn everything about hockey. Can you teach me? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Chapter 48, Kaido's Little Scheme. This chapter is considered a bit filler by readers, including the author, mainly due to some psychological activities. Here, I help readers save time. Mainly, the protagonist can take the initiative to seek Kaido for learning, and Kaido's thoughts on wanting to keep the protagonist. If you find it boring, feel free to skip. The pirates swallowed nervously, falling silent, many shocked as they looked at Tereo. Who didn't he know the strength of their captain? Ordinary pirates would avoid a drunken Kaido, yet this kid dared to approach him. Kaido could be irritable and easily angered. When something displeased him, he would kick without hesitation, leaving many subordinates half dead. Jin's sharp gaze was fixed on Tereo, his expression serious. Quinn, smoking a cigar, wore a playful smile, internally mocking. Kid, you're quite brave. Tereo had his own plans for proposing this request, although Kaido had shouted several times that he would give him special training. Most of the time, it was when Kaido was in a bad mood and drunk, or when he found Tereo unpleasant. Tereo didn't want to be a human punching bag, so he made it clear that he could approach Kaido himself. By taking the initiative, especially choosing times when Kaido was sober, he wouldn't suffer too much. Moreover, when Kaido was sober, he could ask him questions about things he didn't understand. Every time he faced the crazy and unreasonable Kaido, he couldn't even get a word out, suffering a beating for nothing. This way, he would have a chance to get close to Kaido, which was what he wanted most. The vitality of the strongest creature was definitely unlike that of ordinary people. It was indestructible. Kaido propped his chin with one hand, tilted his head back to take a swig of alcohol, looking down at Tereo with a smile. Hey, you really need to learn hockey quickly. I can teach you, but you have to do as I say. Whatever I ask you to do, you must do. Seeing Kaido's wicked smile, Tereo felt uneasy. Even a monster like Luffy would cry out in pain if hit. But he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Improving his strength was worth it. He agreed without much hesitation. Quinn chuckled maliciously. Jean nodded silently, still not speaking. Even Jack, who had a bad relationship with Tereo, broke out in a cold sweat. He had felt Kaido's Kanabo before, and it was no pleasant experience. Yamato stopped eating, her expression tense, as she looked at her mischievous father, feeling a bit worried for Tereo. Kaido was now interested, letting out his signature rumbling laugh, saying, "Kid, I can also agree to one more condition. As long as you can satisfy me with your strength, Yamato will be free. She can go wherever she pleases. What do you say, kid? Do you dare to accept?" At these words, the pirates present were in an uproar. What did this mean? What kind of strength would satisfy Captain Kaido? Everyone speculated about Kaido's intentions. The one most anxious was Yamato. She had already lost her appetite, staring unblinkingly at Tereo, wanted to know his plans. Gaining freedom and not being confined to Onigashima had always been her pursuit. Kaido's intention was simple. This was a clear scheme. Tereo had no choice but to accept. If Tereo agreed, he would need Kaido's recognition, and how far that went would be up to Kaido. To achieve this goal, Tereo would have to work for the Beast Pirates for a long time, which wouldn't hurt Kaido at all. If Tereo refused, it would prove he was a coward, and Yamato would be disappointed in him, weakening their relationship, and Kaido wouldn't have to worry about his daughter being taken away. Kaido proposed this requirement to test Tereo's abilities. After all, Yamato's mind wasn't on Onigashima. Once she grew her wings, she would leave sooner or later. Thinking of this, Kaido took a meaningful sip of his drink, feeling secretly pleased. "Old lady, don't think I don't know about your marriage schemes." He shot a fierce glare at Tereo, inwardly cursing. "Humph. If you want to take my daughter away, you'll have to pay the price." Kaido was in a good mood, his gaze burning as he looked at Tereo, eagerly awaiting his answer. Chapter 49 New Challenges and Learning Hokushi fell into thought. He naturally knew what Kaido was scheming, but it didn't affect him much. What he needed most right now was to improve his strength. Kaido was one of the best teachers in the pirate world, known as 100 Lessons Kaido, a title not to be taken lightly. Just for the sake of developing the indestructible grip, he couldn't abandon this place full of opportunities. Moreover, by agreeing to this, he gave Yamato hope, showing her that someone would fight for her freedom. After coming to this realization, Hokushi smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "Ololololo, very good," Kaido said simply, not saying much more. Maria, biting her thumb, felt a mess of emotions. Just a moment ago, she had been criticizing Hokushi as a shameless pervert, cursing his desire to play both sides. But when Hokushi actually accepted the condition, it left her feeling somewhat dazed. Was he really willing to disregard everything just to a girl? She didn't understand and felt a hint of anger and jealousy in her heart. Yamato, on the other hand, was deeply moved. She knew how difficult it was to accomplish this task. Hokushi felt his mental energy surge in his mind, feeling elated. This was a definite win. After that, Kaido announced a significant news. Currently, Wano's Kuri region was still unclaimed territory and had not been incorporated into the Beast Pirate sphere of influence. Kaido intended to take this area. The reason was that there was a group of bandits in Kuri led by a strong and troublesome leader named Jutemaru. Because of this bandit group, managing Kuri was much more difficult and costly than in other parts of Wano. Kaido had been wanting to recruit Jutemaru, but this guy was strong, resistant to persuasion, and exceptionally slippery. Whenever he encountered someone stronger, he would quickly slip away. As the leader, Kaido naturally wouldn't deal with him personally. Currently, the Beast Pirates were continuously growing, and their recent development momentum was good. Kaido hoped to seize this opportunity to take Kuri in one go. He wanted to rid himself of this troublesome rat droppings. Kaido boomed with laughter. Ololololo, little ones, if someone can successfully subdue or kill Jutemaru, they will directly be promoted to the Flying Six and will have the right to challenge the All-Stars. Additionally, they can become the local governor of Kuri, enjoying a separate area in Kuri, with the reward from this area counted separately. "Oh!" the pirates shouted in unison, and the atmosphere erupted. With a heavy reward, brave men would surely emerge, and the pirates were eager to give it a try. After the banquet, the Beast Pirates returned to their busy routine. Sasaki and Jack got the opportunity. They wanted to challenge the All-Stars. However, given the chance, they proved inadequate. Sasaki challenged Queen, and Jack challenged King. Both failed miserably. The All-Stars were not to be trifled with. Due to their crushing defeats and the significant disparity in strength, they were not nominated for the All-Stars. In the Beast Pirates, the requirements to be promoted to All-Star are as follows. Defeat an All-Star to be directly promoted. if unable to defeat, based on performance in battle. One may receive a nomination for All-Star, and after further assessments or outstanding contributions, can be promoted. Those who suffer a crushing defeat will have no chance of nomination. Sasaki and Jack, unfortunately, faced this outcome. Hokushi was not surprised by this. After all, even years later, these two would still not be a match for the All-Stars. Compared to the superficial positions, Hokushi valued the improvement of his own strength more. Recently, there hadn't been any particularly important matters in the pirate crew, so he sought out King for special training. This had been agreed upon in advance, and King had no objections. The only difference was that Hokushi brought along his little brother, Angrily, and the baboons. With the help of the human fruit, Angrily was becoming more human-like. Though still a bit stuttery, he could express some complex ideas. He maintained a monk-like appearance, and, to the unknowing, appeared to be just a person. At this moment, he was leading the baboons to sit obediently aside, looking like a diligent student. King didn't mind the arrival of these baboons and patiently guided Hokushi in his training like a teacher. King was serious about his work and was quite competent as a teacher. Next, I will teach you how to use flames. First, watch how I do it. With that, he began to gather flames in his hands. A crimson fireball gradually grew larger, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to crackle. Flame Emperor. King threw a punch, hitting a nearby rock wall, creating a loud explosion. The rocks shattered, leaving a large dent. This strike didn't include any hockey. It was purely the destructive power of the flames. Saying this, he gathered flames again, swinging his fist in the air. As King swung his fist, the flames moved with it, taking the shape of a fist. That punch struck the rock like a blunt object. Then King pulled out a long knife. Flames began to wrap around the blade, and with a gentle swing, a massive fire blade was unleashed. It left a large gash on the rock wall, resembling a knife wound. King sheathed his knife and looked at Hokushi, saying, "You must have noticed that the flames produced from fists and those from a blade are different in form. Using your fists or other parts of your body for flame attacks mostly leans towards blunt damage. However, flames produced from a knife or other weapons are generally sharper, resembling sword energy, making them more suitable for cutting. There is no inherent superiority between these two attack methods. Using body techniques is more like treating a part of your body as a weapon to unleash the power of flames. The advantage of this method lies in concentrating power at a single point, emphasizing explosive force, resulting in strong destructive capability. The downside is that it requires close combat, and the flame's attack range is insufficient to effectively hit distant targets. You've been using this method all along, haven't you? Show me a set. Try to maximize the range of the flames." Hokushi also imitated King's earlier move, Flame Emperor, gathering flames over his entire fist. He unleashed a fiery punch, which similarly struck the rock wall. Compared to King, the power of Hokushi's fiery punch was noticeably weaker. It didn't produce the same impressive impact as a giant hammer striking a mountain. Hokushi's mind stirred as he recalled his earlier confrontation with Jack. He had continuously released flames in the air, roasting Jack for over half an hour before taking him down. While Jack's tough skin was a factor, the real reason was that his flames lacked sufficient power. Against someone like Jack, who had no aerial capabilities, he could barely manage through sheer consumption. But against a true expert, this wouldn't work. Moreover, King's explanation helped him understand an important principle when using body techniques to trigger flames for attacks at close range. The flames were more stable and concentrated, resulting in greater destructive power. In contrast, when flames were released at a distance, the temperature would dissipate, leading to reduced damage. This was why his flame attacks on Jack at range felt so ineffective. If he had hockey and fought Jack in close combat, releasing flames at close range would surely allow him to quickly take down his opponent. Jean cleared his throat. "It seems you've also noticed the drawbacks of this attack method, right?" Who nodded. "The power of the flames has dissipated, and it can't deliver a burst. May I ask how to improve the damage of this attack method?" Chapter 50. Controlling Fire and Using the Sword, Streamlined. This chapter focuses on training and may be a bit dry. Feel free to skip a little. Jean said, "This attack mode requires you to improve your physical skills. When releasing flames, it emphasizes explosiveness. It must be quick and powerful, and you need to unleash a large amount of fire in a very short time. Only by achieving these 2 points can you enhance its power. As for how to improve physical skills, it can only be done through prolonged, close combat training, which is fundamental and has no shortcuts. Regarding the release of flames, it will also be a key focus of my future teachings. You need to frequently use your firepower and explore the rules within it yourself. Husai nodded slightly, gaining a clear understanding of the upcoming learning. As for physical skills, there are no shortcuts. Experience must be accumulated through constant actual combat. And seeking out Teacher Kaido for this is definitely the right choice. Teacher Jean continued to explain, "Next, I will introduce you to my usual methods for dealing with opponents." He drew out a long knife, its blade already wrapped in a raging fire. The flames on the blade continuously changed, transforming into various shapes, even eventually resembling an Eastern dragon. Husai watched Jin's ability to manipulate fire with envy and couldn't help but ask, "What is the practical use of changing the flames into so many shapes?" Jin nodded slightly, speaking with a hint of appreciation. Changing flames into different shapes is to condense the strength of the fire, allowing its power to be maximized. As he spoke, he swung his long knife and unleashed a fire dragon. This fire dragon, like a massive wave, crashed against the rock wall, creating a deep hole. You can go take a look at the power for yourself. Husai rushed over to check, shocked in his heart. It actually melted the rock. Husai exclaimed, comparing his own control of fire to Jin's, feeling utterly outclassed. This strike directly penetrated the rock wall, and the interior of the mountain was melted by the flames, as if magma was flowing through. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as real magma. What was the reason for this? Husai asked. Jin once again conjured a fire dragon on his knife and gestured for Husai to observe closely. Upon closer inspection, Husai realized that this fire dragon was fundamentally different from the flames he released. His own flames felt light and could be blown away by a gust of wind. But Jin's fire dragon felt substantial, its power immensely strong. To draw an analogy, it felt like flowing magma, albeit a bit lighter and more agile than actual magma. This made Husai think of the universally recognized highest damage ability in the world of One Piece, the magma fruit. He hadn't seen a Kainu in person, so he couldn't make a judgment, but it should still be somewhat inferior to the power of magma. However, Jin was able to develop his flames to such a powerful level purely based on his racial talent, which was indeed impressive. He waited with excitement for Jin's explanation. "You must have noticed that my fire dragon is quite different from ordinary flames. This is because I have condensed and compressed a large amount of flames together, gathering as many as possible. This way, not only is the density of the flames high, but the temperature is also very high. There are advantages and disadvantages to using a sword to generate flames like I do. The advantage is that you can hit targets at a greater distance, giving you a means of long-range attack, while the disadvantage is that the accuracy of this long-range attack is far inferior to close combat, making it difficult to hit skilled users of observation hockey, and it puts a significant burden on physical strength. I usually don't use such powerful moves, but instead compress a small amount of flames to a very thin state and release them." As he spoke, Jin demonstrated again. He quickly swung his long knife, producing countless burning fire blades, akin to a machine gun. This consumes very little energy. Although the power is average because the flames are thin, they are exceptionally sharp and have good cutting ability. This is similar to a skilled swordsman executing a slash, producing sword energy. And my fire blades also have an additional burning effect, which greatly aids in cutting and armor breaking. I will teach you how to use weapons to guide the firepower. Releasing flames through body strikes doesn't require much technique. You just need to enhance your physical skills. As for the latter method, you need to improve your swordsmanship level. That strike I just made was a variation of a swordsman's sword energy and to condense flames with the power of my fire dragon. You will need to accumulate your sword intent. Sword energy and sword intent? How exactly do I do that? You should be able to intuitively feel sword energy. This technique uses weapon swings to unleash powerful energy. When this energy reaches a certain level, it can tear through the air, forming slashes. When these slashes are released, it's what we call sword energy. Once you can produce sword energy, if you apply firepower during that process, you can use skills like the one I just demonstrated. As for sword intent, my understanding lies in the concept of intent. Sword intent is accumulated. In this world, you might encounter people who wield very ordinary swords, some of whom might even just have a wooden stick, yet often a single strike can shatter mountains and rocks, unleashing an unbeatable momentum. This is a kind of aura or emotion. This aura needs to be continuously built up. The term gathering strength and waiting to unleash is based on this principle. This requires personal insight. Once you can gain some understanding, the strike you unleash will contain all your strength, and that strike will be unstoppable. How should I specifically practice? First, you need to enhance your swordsmanship level, starting with the basic sword techniques. When you can freely unleash sword energy, you will have passed the basic level. Next comes the control of flames, which will require hard work. You will need to practice this action 1,000 times every day here with me. As he spoke, Jean raised his hand and summoned a small fireball, manipulating it to circle around a nearby large tree, going from the bottom to the top without burning a single leaf. 1,000 times. Husai slightly opened his mouth, wanting to complain, but finding it difficult to say anything. Finally, there's the training of sword intent, which focuses more on the cultivation of one's inner self. You need to calm your mind. After completing your training each day, you must sit in meditation at the base of that waterfall for at least an hour, and then strike that rock. Jean walked over to a massive rock wall and patted it. Husai looked up, seeing that the rock wall resembled a small hill, not very tall, about 100 meters. You can only strike it once a day, as long as you can strike this small hill in the same manner as I did. Then your sword intent training will be on the right track. Having said that, Jean slowly drew his long knife, closing his eyes slightly, taking a deep breath, and centering his energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply, his gaze fierce, and his aura suddenly surged. With just one strike, he split the 100-meter high hill in half. The upper part of the hill slid down at an angle, the fracture smooth and even. This demonstrated how decisive and clean Jin's strike was. Jean glanced at Husai. How about it? Can you accomplish this training? All right, I have no problem. Jean nodded, seemingly interested, and continued to explain. There's a group of top-tier warriors in this world who can wrap their haki around their weapons or their own bodies and unleash it. This technique is called flowing cherry blossom in Wano country and is a high-level application of haki. The key lies in wrapping and unleashing. The principles behind this are similar to the skills I just demonstrated. Only the fire is replaced by haki. However, the cultivation and application of haki is much more difficult than using fire. But once you learn haki later, you will naturally understand this. Husai, with a curious expression, asked, "So, does that mean Conqueror's haki wrapping operates on the same principle?" Chapter 51. 100 Gifts. Kaido. Jean nodded. That's a more advanced technique that not everyone can learn. To master Conqueror's haki, you must first possess Conqueror's spirit. Even for those who have it, training and applying it is much more difficult than regular haki. Those who can master it are, without exception, the top powerhouses in this sea, and Mr. Kaido is one of them. However, all of this is too far off for you. Your immediate priority is to master the most basic swordsmanship. Huxley nodded, realizing he had been thinking too far ahead. He was also very fascinated by the Conqueror's spirit, having heard that it is innate and usually awakens under crisis. Huxley was quite concerned about whether he had the potential for Conqueror's spirit, as it would be too low if he didn't have it while sailing the seas and facing enemies. Thinking of this, he silently complained in his heart, "Dad, give me a power-up patch. Send me some Conqueror's spirit, otherwise others will think I'm weak." Jean said, "Speaking of practicing swordsmanship, you first need a suitable weapon." Huxley's heart stirred at this. "What do you think of my knife?" With that, he handed the tiger cut to Jean. Jean casually took the knife, examined it carefully, and unexpectedly said, "This knife looks very familiar. It seems to belong to that guy. Where did you get it?" Huxley didn't want to elaborate on the knife's origin, only telling Jean that he found it by chance in a graveyard during his last visit to Suzuka. Huxley was still anxious about whether this reason would deceive Jean, but Jean smiled lightly. Perhaps this is fate. After a moment of silence, he continued, "This knife is quite good. Keep it well. It's enough as a weapon." Then Jean also explained to Huxley the levels of weapons in this world, which are classified from low to high as short sword, good short sword, great short sword, and supreme great short sword. His tiger cut belonged to the great short sword category. Moreover, the level of a weapon is not fixed. Weapons can be upgraded through continuous battles in the hands of their users. Additionally, by covering the blade with armament haki, the sword becomes more durable, evolving into a more powerful black blade. At this point, Huxley couldn't help but recall a meme from the internet. Mihawk's black blade, Yuru, was actually painted black with black paint, 23333. Afterward, Huxley went to the upper level of Onigashima to find Kaido. Since Jean was only responsible for teaching Huxley swordsmanship and controlling flames, Kaido planned to personally teach him about haki, physical techniques, and the development of fruit abilities. Huxley approached the top of Onigashima with a nervous heart and saw Kaido and Yamato there. Upon arrival, he saw the father and daughter fighting fiercely. "You little brat. I told you not to get lost in some fictional stories and focus on training. What is so good about a broken book?" Kaido roared, knocking Yamato away with a strike. "Don't you dare slander the heroes in my heart. What do you know? My Song Dynasty's hero, Xian Chiji, is both cultured and martial. Zhao Zilong went in and out 7 times, capable of facing 1,000,000 soldiers. These people are all amazing." Kaido scoffed, ignoring his daughter's foolish words, and continued swinging his kanabo at Yamato. Huxley, listening to Yamato's righteous speech from afar, couldn't help but cover his face. He felt the embarrassment of having his own self-insert story discovered by his elders, wanting to find a hole to hide in. However, Huxley was relieved that Yamato seemed to have stopped mentioning Odin. It seemed his recent story attacks had been effective. "I must double my efforts and finish Chronicles of Chinese Heroes too," Huxley thought to himself. As long as he could pry Odin out of Yamato's mind, Huxley felt that enduring some hardship would be worth it. Huxley silently shed tears. Seeing Huxley arrive, Kaido called him over, preparing for a special training session. Compared to Jin's meticulous and patient teaching, Kaido's approach was clearly much more rugged. Teacher Kaido immediately came up and said, "Get ready." Get ready was all it took. To master haki, one must endure beatings and engage in battle. Huxley was required not to use any abilities or weapons, allowing him to dodge and fight back. During this lesson, Huxley also brought his rice ball along. Kaido looked at the 4th Zoan-type fruit user of his beast pirates with a pleased expression. He allowed a booming laugh. "Ho ho ho. You all have to take my hits. No one can escape." Huxley looked at Kaido's wicked smile and seriously suspected that Kaido was taking this opportunity to get back at him. Kaido acted as he pleased, not thinking of taking care of the younger generation. He started with a powerful Thunder Bagua, the purple-black electric arcs wrapping around his kanabo and sending the rice ball flying. Huxley rushed forward and elbowed Kaido in the abdomen. Kaido didn't care. A punch from a kid without armament haki felt no different than a tickle. Kaido slightly shook his head, the joints in his neck cracking, and smiled faintly as he swung his kanabo down on Huxley's head. Taking this heavy blow, Huxley was completely embedded in the ground. His head felt like 8 oil bottles clanging together, and the whole world spun around him, leaving him disoriented. Seeing this, Yamato rushed over to rescue him, dragging Aiken along and plowing a trench in the ground as she approached at top speed. She struck Kaido on the head with her weapon, causing him to stagger back half a step. "Ho ho ho. Come on, you little brats." Kaido laughed heartily, looking at the future 3 powerhouses of the Beast Pirates. After being hit repeatedly, the rice ball was also fired up, and seeing Huxley getting pummeled into the ground, its eyes turned red. "Big brother." The rice ball let out a giant roar, shaking the heavens and earth. Its eyes widened, mouth opened, and a burst of light erupted from its throat. In a moment of urgency, the rice ball unexpectedly learned a new skill, Diamond Roar. The massive roar descended like rolling thunder, and a cannon-like shockwave erupted from the rice ball's mouth. Huxley had just gotten back on his feet when he saw this scene, his eyes instantly brightening. This familiar sight reminded him of Sengoku's Buddha Palm during the Marineford War, although the rice ball was using its mouth to roar. Kaido was caught off guard and was pushed back repeatedly. Once the shockwave finished, Kaido's figure emerged, with only a bit of white smoke rising from him, showing no signs of injury. The strongest creature is indeed the strongest creature. A blow of such intensity would have vaporized an ordinary person in an instant. But even so, hitting Kaido was still nothing. "Ho ho ho. I like this smelly monkey." Show me all your tricks, Kaido said, before instantly transforming into a giant dragon, opening his mouth wide as a ball of crimson flames gathered within. Heat breath. The torrential flames erupted like a meteor falling from the sky, dragging a massive tail of fire towards the two and the monkey. Yamato and Huxley exchanged glances and leaped up simultaneously. At this moment, the rice ball, which could communicate freely with Huxley, transformed back into its giant ape form, thanks to the Zoan-type fruit's enhancement to its original body. The rice ball had grown more robust and larger than before, reaching nearly 9 meters in height. Huxley and Yamato jumped onto the rice ball's shoulders, and the three of them opened their mouths, unleashing their respective skills. No Samurai Ice Fang. 2 Diamond Roar. The trio unleashed their combined technique. 2 clusters of white ice pillars intertwined with golden shockwaves converged together, crashing towards the incoming heat with an even more formidable aura. Chapter 52. The Strongest Creature. The strongest blood bag with a loud bang. The sky above Ghost Island trembled, causing the pirates below to think it was an enemy attack. The pirates quickly dropped what they were doing and rushed to the top of Ghost Island. The fastest to arrive was Jin, who had already transformed into a toothless wyvern and was hovering in the air. Following him were Queen and the other members of the crew. When they saw the shocking scene of the three, a man, a monkey, and Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, struggling against a wave, everyone was taken aback. It was clear to the keen-eyed that although Kaido wasn't taking it seriously, that platinum-colored energy column was actually able to match Kaido's heat breath. Moreover, it seemed to have a faint counterpush momentum. The platinum energy column was slowly pushing toward Kaido at a visible speed. Kaido, intrigued, began to exert force. A stronger flame roared from his massive dragon mouth, clearly much more powerful than before. The three of them struggled to hold on, but after about 2 minutes, they were ultimately overwhelmed by Kaido's heat breath. Boom! The massive and scorching fire column hit the three, instantly engulfing them in a wave of heat. Kaido, still unsatisfied, blasted the three directly into the ground, leaving behind a huge bowl-shaped pit with a diameter of about 30 meters before he stopped. The two and the monkey lost their combat awareness. Although it was 1 against 3 and they lost, being able to withstand Kaido's pressure for 2 minutes was enough to be proud of within the Beast Pirates. Yamato stood up unsteadily, a thin layer of ice crystals falling from her body. It was this layer of ice that had protected her from Kaido's heat breath, allowed her to suffer less damage than Toki and the rice ball. This was a new skill Yamato had recently comprehended, Mirror Mount. It formed a layer of ice armor on the surface of her body to resist damage. Kaido had now transformed back into human form. He glanced at his daughter and nodded with a smile. Not bad. It seems you've made some progress these days. Today's training ends here. Take these 2 kids down, and we'll continue tomorrow. Toki lay on his bed, waking up with a yawn. He stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. In the past, he had experienced Kaido's heat breath, which had felt like a mere sneeze, like a light drizzle. But today, Kaido's heat breath felt like he was actually exerting some effort, leaving Toki somewhat fearful. The strongest creature was terrifying indeed. Although he had suffered considerable injuries today, he had finally touched Kaido. Permanent life acquired. Life 215, truly worthy of being the strongest creature. His vitality was extraordinary. The energy of just one Kaido was enough to equal the total of all the other members of the Beast Pirates combined. It seems I have to find Kaido every day from now on. It hurts so much. Toki grimaced in pain. 2 days had passed since the rooftop battle between the three and Kaido. Perhaps the scene was too shocking. Even now, many pirates were still talking about it. The public opinion continued to ferment. At the Yinya house. Ding ding ding. Maria, why are you so distracted today? This was already the 3rd chemise Maria had broken today. She looked a bit dazed, still immersed in the shocking scene she had witnessed above Ghost Island that day. I'm sorry, manga. I might have caught a cold and don't feel well. If you're not feeling well, you should go rest, Mama-san frowned and said. Maria bowed, lifted her skirt, and took the broken chemise back to her room. This was not her previous room. Her old room had been destroyed in the aftermath of that battle. Mama-san had not blamed Maria for it, and had given her a larger, better room. Maria opened the window and sat by it, staring blankly at the white clouds in the sky, not knowing what she was thinking. She propped her chin with one hand, idly watching the clouds drift by. A gentle breeze brushing against her face and lifting her hair. She twirled a strand of her long hair around her finger like plucking a string. Ever since that boy had caused a ruckus in her room, her days had become much quieter. Of course, those guests were not fools. After the fate of the Wumai Gate, who would dare to come near this young lady? No matter how charming Maria was, it couldn't compare to her own life. With no guests coming, she had been feeling quite restless these days. Maria furrowed her beautifully embroidered brows and thought, that damned boy. He doesn't come to sit with me anymore, just knows how to be mushy with Yamato on Ghost Island every day. Currently, Maria's place was practically deserted, which undoubtedly troubled her intelligence-gathering work. On Ghost Island, Toki sneezed loudly, feeling as if someone was speaking ill of him. During this time, Toki had become quite a busy person. Whenever he had time, he would actively seek out Jin or Kaido. Being able to receive training from these top-level powerhouses was a rare opportunity that he naturally wouldn't miss. Thanks to the passive skill enlightenment he had acquired, he was learning and comprehending things at an accelerated pace. So far, he had not yet mastered observation haki or armament haki. But after enduring a lot of beatings in recent days, Toki felt that his body had become much stronger than before. He was gradually adapting to Kaido's attacks. Previously, he could only last half an hour before being beaten to a pulp. Now, he could endure for an hour under Kaido's hands. Moreover, his body had become much more agile, and his perception of danger had greatly improved, giving him a sense of having eyes on the back of his head. As for swordsmanship, he was still practicing. He practiced basic movements daily, such as thrusts, slashes, and horizontal cuts. Now, every time he swung his sword, he would release flames that wrapped around the blade, but he was still a bit short of being able to unleash the flames like sword energy. Ever since that day he exchanged blows with Kaido, his reputation within the Beast Pirates had gradually risen. Some pirates wanted to pledge their allegiance to him, making his place quite lively for a time. The Beast Pirates were not a monolithic entity. There were many factions within. It could be said that where there are people, there's a world. Some pirates were loyal subordinates of the big names and true fighters, while others were more casual, merely treating their time in the Beast Pirates as a job. Toki would not accept everyone who came to him, compared to the Beast Pirate strategy of quantity. He planned to take the elite route. He would selectively choose those who came to pledge allegiance. The method was simple. As long as they could withstand a blow from the rice ball's King Kong roar, he would keep them. Additionally, he would generally avoid those with artificial devil fruit abilities. In Toki's view, these artificial devil fruit users were generally weak and still had a gap compared to true Zoan-type users. The most crucial point was that artificial devil fruit users could not provide him with beast spirits. Since he aimed to expand the fish population in his pond, Toki naturally hoped that his subordinates would be genuine Zoan-type users. He also had his own ideas. His special ability could recycle Zoan-type devil fruits. He didn't mind spending some time collecting them to give to his trusted subordinates. As for those relatively unstable artificial devil fruits, he was cautious. If he were to collect them, they would have to be perfect replicas made by Vegapunk. Toki thought to himself that if he could get a chance to contact Vegapunk and obtain that technology for replicating devil fruits, it would be wonderful. Since Queen was also a scientist, he could let that old guy do some research, and who knows, he might actually come up with something remarkable. After a period of selection, he has managed to get a few decent subordinates. Since he hasn't taken over the Beast Pirates-related business yet, he doesn't plan to recruit too many people for now, only picking a few with the most potential. Most of these people are not talkative, just pure men and muscle-bound, with decent strength. Although they can't currently become his unbreakable package, those who can withstand a shockwave from a rice ball have a solid foundation. If he can later acquire some animal-type devil fruits, this should also become a good support. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar voice sounded outside the door. Is Brother Tiger here? Chapter 53. Don't you want to capture the phantom beast species? Sasaki, brother, how did you come here? Are you also looking to spar with me? Tora reached out a fist to bump with him. Sasaki, accustomed to Tora's greeting style, laughed and said, You're joking, Tora. I happened to get a bottle of fine wine and thought to share it with you. Sasaki loved drinking, but Tora felt a bit unsure about his true intentions since he seldom visited without a reason. However, since he was here, Tora didn't want to send him away. He pretended to be happy, grabbed 2 wine glasses, and prepared to pour the wine. Hey Tora, don't rush. This bottle is Hatsuzakura, a unique sake from Wano country, fragrant and pleasant, with a hint of sweetness from the rice brew. It tastes even better with some ice. Do you have any ice here? Sure. Without Tora getting up, he extended his index finger and drew circles in the air. Crackle, crackle. Following the direction of Tora's finger, ice cubes quickly formed in midair and fell into the glasses with a clatter. Sasaki was impressed by Tora's ability to summon ice cubes instantly. I heard Tora can use ice, fire, and thunder attributes. I didn't believe it first, but now I'm completely convinced. Tora raised his wine glass, took a sip, and praised it as good wine. He looked at Sasaki and smiled. Sasaki, you're not here just to watch my tricks, right? If you have something to say, just say it. Sasaki chuckled awkwardly. You're straightforward as always, Tora. I'll be direct. I'm planning to go to Kuri to capture someone called Jitemaru. Are you planning to go too? Not interested. Upon hearing this, Sasaki seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. With one less person coveting such a feat, there would be one less competitor. A smile blossomed on his face as he secretly rejoiced and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my brother. To be honest, I plan to go capture that bandit leader. With you not being a strong opponent, I feel more at ease. Tora smiled slightly, finding Sasaki somewhat interesting. He didn't have much fondness for him, but his straightforward nature made him feel pleasantly surprised. Tora knew about the bandit Sasaki mentioned. Jitemaru was his title. His real name was Ashura Boy, known as the strongest monster in Kuri. He was defeated by Kazuki Odin and became one of his retainers. After Odin's death, he returned to Kuri as a bandit. This person was very powerful, and even Jack, who became a big shot after adulthood, couldn't match him. He was also called the strongest warrior by Aki. With Tora's current strength, defeating him head-on would be too difficult. Although he could fly and maneuver, if the opponent chose not to fight and tried to escape, he wouldn't have a way to deal with Jitemaru. He didn't want to waste time on such a thorny character. Then I wish you success in capturing Jitemaru. Thank you. Thank you. Tora, you have exceptional talent. I heard you learned Yamato's techniques. A few days ago, I saw Yamato using a new move. I wonder if you've learned it too. Tora waved his hands repeatedly. How could that be? I'm someone who hasn't even mastered hockey. My talent is average. Sasaki, don't tease me. The two enjoyed their drinks and exchanged compliments, and Sasaki eventually stood up to take his leave. As Tora watched Sasaki depart, a few ice shards fell from his cheek, and he smiled slightly. He had indeed learned Yamato's skill, Mirror Mountain. But why would he tell Sasaki about it? Mirror Mountain was a very practical defensive skill. Recently, his compatibility with the great god of the Great Mouth had reached 30. As soon as Yamato learned Mirror Mountain, he immediately learned it too. Tora also gained a clearer understanding of the essence of the Beast Spirit. Once a Beast Spirit, an animal-type ability user, learned a new skill, as long as their compatibility with that Beast Spirit was high enough, he could directly learn that move. However, the moves were limited to the abilities of a user's fruit powers. For example, Yamato could use Thunderbagwa, but he couldn't learn it through his connection with the Beast Spirit. Moreover, he had also obtained the Diamond Roar from Mariejois. The Diamond Roar was similar to the impact wave of the Sengoku era. As for its power, Tora hadn't seen Sengoku yet and couldn't compare it. According to the vague impression from the anime, it seemed to be slightly weaker than Sengoku's. However, it was still quite useful. The advantage of this impact wave was its speed, short release time, and considerable explosiveness and damage. It was more powerful than the No Samurai Ice Fang, which was a sustained output type. The Diamond Roar was an instant skill, while the No Samurai Ice Fang was more of a breath type sustained output. Due to his relationship with Angrily, his compatibility with Daibutsu increased rapidly. The downside was that no matter how positively he interacted with Angrily, he couldn't gain spiritual energy. It could be said that there were pros and cons. With this, Tora pondered a principle. The stronger his teammates were, the stronger he would become. If his teammates could develop more skills, he could effortlessly borrow skills, which was simply delightful. Looking at his gradually growing strength, Tora couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. He unexpectedly arrived in this world because of a gaming session with his friends and accidentally gained the skills of the hero he chose, becoming a Beast Spirit Walker in this pirate world. Although he had made a name for himself in the 100 Beast Pirates, He had very few true friends. Joy or loneliness he could not share with anyone. He could only slowly digest these various feelings by himself. He wondered what expressions his friends would have when they learned that he had gone offline and could no longer log in. Before long, Angrily returned. Now that Tora had such a capable assistant, he allowed Angrily to participate in some matters within the pirate crew. To his surprise, Angrily was doing quite well. The human fruit provided it with human-like intelligence and emotions, and now, Angrily had successfully integrated into the 100 Beast Pirates. Big brother, we received the bounty this time. Angrily entered, holding a box and grinning foolishly. How much is it? I heard it's 500 gold. Big brother, I don't know how to count, and I haven't checked it yet. Can you see if it's short? Tora chuckled. He had forgotten about this. Then he taught Angrily how to count, and Angrily learned quickly, understanding it right away. The two of them closed the door, happily counting the money. A box full of shiny gold coins looked festive. He had never seen so much money in his past and this life combined. 500 gold, not a single cent less. With this money, perhaps that plan could be implemented. At that moment, his communication snail made a sound, and he answered the call. Hello, it's me. What's up? What is up? You made me recruit new people, and I've almost finished. What's wrong? Are you suddenly powerful now, and the previous cooperation doesn't count? The caller was Maria. Listening to her tone, Tora smiled slightly. He liked her sarcastic and rebellious demeanor. Why would Tia count? Haven't I been busy these days? Busy? Busy being lovey-dovey with Yamato? That sounded a bit sour. Tora said earnestly, we were training together. Why does it sound so unseemly coming from you? Well, you keep busy. I'll hang up first. Beep. She really hung up. Tora felt a dark line on his forehead. Where did this woman get all this resentment? He found it baffling and called her back. Finally, after 3 refusals, the call was connected. What is up? Weren't you busy? All right, stop messing around. The cooperation counts. Where are you now? Let us talk in person. In a mocking tone, Black Maria said, Humph. Now you don't look for me. Sorry, I have a guest now. Oh, well then. I was going to find you a phantom beast species devil fruit. But since that's the case, I'll just find someone else, right? You stay busy. Duh, what? Hey. Maria stomped her feet in anger. Chapter 54, Breakthrough imminent. A little anxiety about her figure, she hurriedly called back Tiger, but received the same treatment. After 5 consecutive calls, all rejected, Maria felt anxious and was biting her teeth in frustration. Finally, on the 6th attempt, the call connected. Bastard, don't hang up on me. Half a day later, Tiger met the impatient Black Maria. At this moment, Maria had applied light makeup and was wearing a pink and white fitted kimono that perfectly highlighted her voluptuous figure. With exquisite features and a mature charm. Even with light makeup, she had a captivating beauty. Her complexion was somewhere between attractive and unattractive. She wanted to scold Tiger, but was afraid that if he got upset, she might miss her opportunity. She switched between being flattering and angry, amusing Tiger beside her. Tiger cleared his throat. Let us get down to business. You said you've recruited enough subordinates. Do you have any information? Let me see. Black Maria pulled out a stack of detailed information, considering Tiger's LSP attributes. She thoughtfully included photos, height, and measurements. She was indeed professional in gathering intelligence. Well, these people look pretty good, Tiger said as he pulled out 2 pages and handed them to Maria. Let us start with these 2. I need to train them first. What are their backgrounds? Can I trust them? Maria glanced at them and shrugged. Don't worry, they're very obedient. All right, then let them stay with me for a while. Have them come over tomorrow, he said, extending his hand. Pleasure to cooperate. Maria, holding a cigarette holder, looked at him. Did you forget something important? Tiger feigned ignorance and said seriously, No, aren't we just discussing cooperation? Whether this works out or not, we need to take it one step at a time. Maria angrily threw down her cigarette holder, exclaiming, The devil fruit. What about the mythical Zoan devil fruit you mentioned? In an instant, Tiger transformed into a cloud of black mist, the cigarette holder passing through the mist and bizarrely hovering in midair. He didn't reveal himself, instead smoking in this form. The white smoke rings intertwined with the black mist, creating a peculiar sight. Ha ha. All right. Don't be angry, I'm not teasing you anymore. Tiger reverted to human form, took a puff, and said lightly, I wonder if you're interested in the snake fruit. Yamada no Orochi form? In the following days, Tiger continued to learn swordsmanship from Jean and trained in hockey with Kaido. One day, he found Jean again. Not bad. You're progressing quickly. I didn't expect you to grasp the essence of swordsmanship in such a short time. Jean nodded frequently, watching Tiger, who was sweating profusely, with a satisfied smile. The basic sword movements flowed smoothly from him. This was all thanks to his passive ability, Enlightenment, which allowed him to master techniques at twice the speed of an ordinary person. Now, Tiger could slash out fire blades about 30 centimeters long. Although the speed and quantity were far inferior to Jin's slashes, it was still a small improvement for him. He had new means to confront enemies, no longer needing to foolishly unleash flames randomly for ranged attacks. By the way, how's your hockey training going? Jean asked curiously. Still a bit lacking. I can feel my body has become much sturdier, but I'm just missing that final step. Always unable to grasp it, Tiger replied. You start exerting force, and I'll take a look. Tiger nodded, extending his arm and exerting strength. A sharp aura suddenly surged, and he felt the hardness of his entire arm increase. Jean stepped forward and touched Tiger's arm, feeling the muscle hardness like iron, which startled him. His experienced eyes immediately saw the clues. This kid is on the verge of a breakthrough. Perhaps at 1 TB long before he can fully master armament hockey. And this is just within 2 months. Permanent acquisition of a slight amount of life 30, Tiger felt the information in his mind and nodded slightly. Not bad. Jin's physical condition was also great, but he couldn't practice every day like Kaido. Jean was still relatively aloof, making it somewhat difficult to interact with him. Jean was quite satisfied with Tiger's progress. He said lightly, also, you can't neglect your observation hockey. I'll help you with that. You can dodge, or you can choose to take my attacks. With that, Jean flew into the air, transforming into his hybrid form. At that moment, his arms spread wide, turning into enormous wings. The 2 pairs of massive bat wings instantly turned jet black, and with the addition of armament hockey, they slashed down at Tiger like scythes. With a loud clang, Tiger raised his arms above his head, blocking the slash. The sound of the impact was like a great bell, ringing out a crisp sound. Without giving Tiger a moment to catch his breath, Jean continued to slash down. Tiger looked at his forearms, which were becoming red, and felt a burning itch. He gritted his teeth and endured hundreds of slashes. His hands began to tremble violently, clearly reaching his limit. He dared not take any more hits and chose to evade. Observation hockey was quite mysterious. It was as if it allowed you to see your opponent's movements half a second in advance. As long as your reaction speed was fast enough, you could evade attacks during that brief moment. Tiger had a well-proportioned figure, not like Jack's bulky form. His body coordination and agility were on point. He rolled sideways to dodge Jin's moves several times, which made Jean nod frequently. Not bad. Your body is very agile. You've already touched the surface of observation hockey. It shouldn't be long before you break through. Speaking of body agility, Tiger became interested and asked, I've always had a question. Our beast pirates, especially those with abilities, why are they all so tall? Their muscles are also well developed, but such bodies reduce agility, making them easy targets. Isn't that a disadvantage? This had been a long-standing question for Tiger. For example, Kaido is over 7 meters tall in his human form, and Yamato, being a girl, isn't as exaggerated, but at just 15 years old, she already stands an astonishing 8 meters tall, which might be related to her Oni bloodline. In the original work, Yamato was 28 years old and reached 6 meters tall. In human form, both Queen and Jean are 6 meters tall. Jack, at just 15 years old, is already close to their height. Even if he has fishman blood, he shouldn't be that big. Jean belongs to the Lunaria tribe, which might differ from ordinary human physiques, but Queen is human. Why can he also grow to 6 meters? Jean smiled at this. This is related to each person's living habits. You should have felt it too. Ever since you became a Zoan-type user, your appetite has increased quite a bit, right? Tiger nodded. Yes, I have indeed become much hungrier lately. Is this related to appetite? But then he thought, wait, Luffy can eat a lot too, but he grown to 5 or 6 meters. I'm not sure about other mythical Zoans, but in terms of ancient types, appetite and recovery are much stronger than ordinary Zoan users. Most ancient types are large creatures, with fast recovery and growth rates. Eating more leads to our bodies growing taller. Some people have different training habits. For example, Jack likes to train his arm strength, so his upper body looks particularly strong. I see. Yamato didn't grow that big because she had inconsistent meals as a child. No wonder Maria is currently only a little over 3 meters tall, not reaching 4 meters. She hasn't obtained the ancient type from the original work, so she doesn't have such exaggerated height. Even so, Maria is almost 4 meters tall, which gives Husai quite a headache. Thinking of this, Husai asked, "Will I also become very tall?" Chapter 55, Observation Haki, Body Size Issues. In the awakening of Zoan types, why are you suddenly interested in the height issue? I'm just curious why everyone can grow so tall. As a shrimp, I really want to know these height secrets. How tall you can grow, I can't say for sure. I can only tell you that ancient type users generally have a chance to grow taller at a certain stage or age after obtaining their fruit. But how tall they can grow is mostly related to the body size of the animal itself. Tigers fell into memories. Rob Lucci is 2 meters tall, and even the ancient type Fuzz only grew to 3 meters. They are both felines, and their body size is inherently small, so users won't be particularly tall. Also, for example, the ancient type siblings, Runty, both didn't exceed 2 meters in height. They probably haven't reached the age for secondary growth yet. Thinking of this, Tigers breathed a sigh of relief. The Nu itself is not a particularly huge monster, at most 6 or 7 meters. Tigers felt that growing to 5 or 6 meters would be just about right. He didn't want to become too gigantic. In his impression, the giant race is tall, averaging over 20 meters, but their actual achievements are indeed not commendable, with every appearance being them getting beaten up. As for the demon Oz, his power is astonishing, but he only gets focus fire. Tigers deep down didn't want to become too huge, because Akira Toriyama once told him that having too much muscle mass affects reaction speed. Although attack power increases, during combat, reactions can be a beat slower. If you can't hit your opponent, then high attack power is useless. Creatures like Kaido and Barrett are ultimately the exceptions. Being big and fast, ordinary people can't control that body size. If you're too big, you can't manage it. Tigers felt that most members of the Beast Pirates are more of a tank type, with excessive attack and defense, but lacking speed, making it easy for agile opponents to exploit gaps. Jean asked, "You seem to care a lot about your height?" Tigers nodded. "I think our Beast Pirates users, in their full beast forms, are too big and not agile enough. I want to know how much observation haki is still effective with such a huge body." Jean nodded. "It's good that you can consider this. I can tell you clearly that in beast form, it will be affected, and the greater the difference in size between human and beast forms, the more it is affected. This is quite easy to understand. We are mostly familiar with our body in human form, using observation haki to avoid danger. In human form, usually just moving half a step can dodge danger. But in beast form, due to the size difference, you might have to move several steps or even dozens of steps to avoid danger. This difference can lead to misjudgment. Generally, larger bodies are indeed easier to hit." Tigers nodded in agreement. He rarely saw agile big guys. Kaido in dragon form is nearly 1,000 meters tall. Even if his observation haki is strong, it's hard for him to quickly maneuver that massive body to dodge attacks. For example, with the giant race, he hardly saw them use any observation haki. They rely entirely on their physical resilience in fights. Tigers asked, "So how can we avoid this issue? Does observation haki not work well in beast form?" To avoid this issue, when training observation haki, it's best to switch between the 3 forms, allowing your body to fully adapt to different sizes. Only by mastering this can you use observation haki adeptly in various forms. But you don't need to worry. Your beast form isn't that huge, just 6 or 7 meters, and since your speed has greatly increased in beast form, it's actually easier to dodge. Jean also became interested. Generally speaking, human beast forms are the best state for combat. Although beast forms have a significant increase in life and defense, they face a small flaw. What flaw? Tigers quickly asked. In beast form, the physique will revert to the primitive characteristics of wild beasts, and you'll also return to the instincts of beasts. Your mind and emotions will be affected to some extent, becoming more savage, and you'll more or less lose human rationality. I see. Tigers suddenly understood. When he transformed into Nu, he was filled with rage and heavy resentment. This is the downside of the Zoan type. Although you can gain powerful combat capabilities in beast form, there is also a risk of losing your true self. Not to mention that he is influenced by new every time, but this hidden danger indeed exists. Jean continued. So, I generally don't use beast forms in combat. And it's precisely this reason that makes it difficult for us Zoan users to awaken our fruit abilities. How should we awaken our Zoan abilities? Since they had talked about the topic he cared most about, Tigers perked up, ready to listen to Jin's understanding. When the mind and body are sufficiently matched with the ability, it will trigger the awakening of the fruit. This is what Mr. Kaido told me, but I have never been able to comprehend it. Mind and body matching? Tigers silently pondered. Then he asked the question he most wanted to know. Can Kaido awaken? Jean shook his head. Currently, there has not been a successful awakening of a Zoan user. I've heard that the guards in Impel Down are awakened, but they lost their minds because of it. Mr. Kaido may also have concerns in this regard. Moreover, the rarer the fruit type, the more powerful the ability. The easier it is to lose one's true self, and the harder it is to awaken. This is because your mind and body need to become stronger to match the more powerful fruit abilities. Only when matched can awakening occur. Tigers thought about Kaido's unpredictable temper. Sometimes crazy, perhaps he really was influenced by the demon within the fruit. However, in the original work, there have been successful awakenings of Zoan users, Rob Lucci and Kaku. Both of their Zoan types are ordinary animals, which may also be the reason they can awaken. The awakening threshold for ordinary Zoan types should be somewhat lower. Looking at it this way, Tigers felt a bit unfair for the Beast Pirates, a massive Yonko pirate crew, sailing the seas for so many years. Yet not a single one has awakened. It's truly unacceptable. If you say Rob Lucci and Kaku are geniuses, exceptional among men, is that really the case? Rob Lucci can be said to be a once-in-800 years genius, but what about Kaku? Are you a genius too? It feels slightly off. If you say Jean and the others are all inferior to Lucci, Tigers still held a skeptical attitude. Doing this makes it seem like everyone in the beast is a clown. Is that right? He thought that if one day he could meet these two geniuses, he must give them a thorough questioning, specifically ask them how they awakened. Tigers slowly mulled over the information in Jin's words, lost in thought. The mind and body that Kaido spoke of should refer to two aspects. Body refers to physical quality, which needs to be trained to a very powerful level. Mind should refer to mental capacity, thoughts, and emotions, which are not so intuitive. The strength of the body is evident, but aspects related to the mind and emotions are more abstract, perhaps related to beliefs, desires, and aspirations. As for the so-called matching ability, Tigers speculated that it should be about achieving a 50-50 balance with the demon inside, without the demon from the devil fruit taking the dominant position. Therefore, the more powerful the demon, the harder it is to defeat them. This may be the reason why powerful Zoans find it difficult to awaken. The new inside Tigers has a strong self-awareness. It is fine when encountering ordinary opponents. Everything seems normal. But once he meets warriors, he becomes exceptionally resentful and furious. If it really comes to the point of awakening, Tigers is also worried about being influenced by news mentality, becoming like the guards in Impel Down. Tigers found this quite troublesome, feeling that awakening the Zoan type is incredibly difficult. At this moment, Jin's communication snail rang. Hey, Mr. Kaido, it's me. What? I'll be there right away. Chapter 56, a fine-sharpening stone. Hokuto noticed that Jin's expression seemed a bit serious, and knowing that something bad had happened, he followed. They arrived at the upper level of Ghost Island and saw Kaido. At this moment, Kaido was sitting on a high seat, his face as grim as water, with Queen and Jack present below. Queen, who usually had no decorum, also became serious at this moment. Jack, covered in wounds and looking extremely miserable, had one of his arms bandaged and seemed to have undergone special treatment. Seeing that Jean and Hokuto had arrived, Kaido spoke in a deep voice. You both are here. Just in time. Jack, explain the situation again. Yes, Brother Kaido. Recently, I and Sasaki discovered the trail of that thief leader, Jotaro, near the head mountain west of Burrowtown. Sasaki and I began to pursue these thieves and found that the food we lost from our peach orchard farm was actually stolen by these thieves. I intended to deal with these guys, but normally those thieves are not a problem. Yet Jotaro is quite powerful. Even with Sasaki's help, we couldn't defeat him. Sasaki was severely injured by him and is currently receiving treatment, while I was also wounded on one arm. After speaking, Jack touched his bandaged right arm, still feeling a sense of dread. Hokuto nodded silently after hearing this. It met his psychological expectations. Jotaro was indeed strong, and it was normal that Jack and Sasaki couldn't defeat him. In the original story, even the adult Jack didn't fare well against Jotaro. Not only was Jack's weapon broken, but he also suffered a heavy blow to his chest, leaving a long knife scar. However, he didn't expect these two to be so miserable. Bang! Kaido smashed the wine gourd in his hand, shouting, "What a Jotaro! I intended to recruit him, but I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful and dare to injure my subordinate. Simply despicable." Kaido then looked at Jean and said, "Years ago, you also fought against Jotaro. What level of strength does he possess? His swordsmanship is very impressive, and his haki is not weak either. He can use flowing cherry blossoms. It is normal that Jack and the others can't defeat him." After pondering for a moment, Kaido said, "Jean, I'll leave this matter to you to handle. If he is willing to submit to us, that's good. If he continues to resist, you can decide whether to capture or kill him. Jack, you should focus on recovering from your injuries for now." "Yes, Mr. Kaido." "Yes, Brother Kaido." Jean left with Hokuto, remaining silent along the way as if considering a strategy. After a long while, Jean spoke. "I have a suggestion. This time, when we go to deal with Jotaro, do you want to try it out as well? Your hockey training is almost complete, and it's a perfect opportunity for a real duel. You might even break through in one go. What do you think? Are you willing to give it a try?" Hokuto began to think seriously. His point of hesitation was still regarding Jotaro's strength. The Azure boy, he remembered, was indeed very strong, but facing two ancient Zoan users and being able to inflict heavy damage was somewhat unexpected for Hokuto. However, Jin's proposal made him feel eager and excited. This was indeed an opportunity. A powerful opponent like Jotaro was a fine sharpening stone for him. Perhaps, through this battle, he could completely master his haki. With determination, Hokuto accepted Jin's proposal. After resting for a few days and making ample preparations, they set off together, calling some subordinates and heading towards Burrow Town. Hokuto also brought along Angrily and the baboons and instructed them not to engage if they encountered Jotaro, as even Jack and Sasaki were not his opponents, and they were even less capable. To the west of Burrow Town, there were rolling mountains. These areas were mostly desolate, rarely visited by people, and inhabited by various wild beasts. This chain of mountains was called Head Mountain, which was where the Head Mountain thieves were hiding. Sasaki and Jack also caught that group of thieves in these mountains, and a fierce battle ensued. Jean first led the team to Head Mountain, intending to find the thieves' hideout. However, after searching for a while, there were no results. Hokuto suggested checking out Pickup Village, as the thieves might have gone there to steal something. Jean advised Hokuto to act cautiously and to notify him immediately if they encountered the enemy. Hokuto then took his dozen subordinates to Pickup Village. Pickup Village was adjacent to Burrow Town, which was previously mentioned as a relatively prosperous place in Jiuli, inhabited by those who had relied on Orochi. These people were wealthy and lived affluent lives. The rich often discarded their unwanted items outside, while the poor living in Pickup Village relied on scavenging these discarded goods to survive. This is how Pickup Village, also translated as Ruined Town, got its name. These impoverished people could not access clean food and water, and most looked pale and malnourished. As soon as he entered Pickup Village, he heard cries and numerous villagers' pleas and curses. Following that, he heard a series of smashing and looting sounds. Some armed ronin, thieves, were pushing villagers around. Some even drew their swords, pointing them at the villagers' noses and hurling insults. An elderly man with graying hair cried out, "Get it back to me. That was food for my grandson. He hasn't eaten for several days. We barely managed to scavenge some items from the rubbish, sold them for money, and finally gathered enough for a bowl of rice. Please, have mercy and give it back." Unexpectedly, the strong thief punched the old man to the ground, viciously saying, "Shut up, you stinking old man. Hurry up and die." Some villagers, unable to bear it, wanted to step forward to stop it. At this moment, a man riding a large black bull with pink hair spoke up. "How could we possibly return the food we just stole from you pathetic creatures? The samurai who used to protect you are gone. What are you still dreaming about? This country is finished. This round man with pink hair was about 5 meters tall, holding a wine gourd marked with the character for heaven in his left hand, draped in a purple kimono. It seemed that his size made it impossible for his clothes to close, and one could vaguely see the purple floral tattoos on his shoulders. His exposed chest and round belly looked somewhat comical. However, unlike Queen's soft and flabby figure, this fat man appeared quite solid, giving off an imposing presence. Hokuto took one look and recognized that this person was the Jotaro Azure boy he was looking for. This appearance, this expression, and the large black bull he was riding made him extremely recognizable. Chapter 57 versus Ju Tianwan. Tiger glanced roughly at the bandits, and including Ju Tianwan, there were about 60 or 70 people. The bandit lackeys were not to be feared. The only difficult one was the fat man with pink hair. Tiger first used a conch to contact Jean, informing him of Ju Tianwan's location, and then he led his subordinates to block their path. Seeing that the robbers' looting was nearing its end, he was worried that they would slip away again. Tiger stepped forward to block the way of the bandits, wanting to engage them before Jean arrived. He instructed his subordinates to be cautious, as they were outnumbered, and they didn't need to be reckless. They just needed to keep an eye on Ju Tianwan's movements. Even with the rice ball, Tiger didn't require it to intervene, as he planned to handle Ju Tianwan alone due to his formidable strength. At that moment, Ju Tianwan was sprawled on the back of a cow, lifting a wine gourd to drink, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, and gruffly said, "I thought who it was. Turns out it's just those stinky sea pirates from 100 Beasts. The 2 you sent earlier had a bit of strength, but they weren't enough for me to take a single slice at. Is there no one left in 100 Beasts that you send a snot-nosed kid like you?" After he said that, the band of thieves behind Ju Tianwan erupted into laughter, clearly not taking the dozen or so pirates in front of them seriously. Tiger didn't bother to engage in a lengthy conversation. After all, Ju Tianwan would participate in the upcoming battle at Ghost Island, undoubtedly a remnant of Yutian. He wouldn't go easy on a true enemy. He drew his sword Tora Kiri, with flames gathering on the blade, and swiftly slashed, sending fire blades shooting out like flying daggers. Fire blade slash. This was the name he gave to this technique. However, the lounging Ju Tianwan scoffed, slowly putting down the wine gourd. With a nimble motion, he leaped up from the cow's back, drawing his sword with his right hand and lightly flicking it. A sound like a gentle breeze passed by, and the light in front of Ju Tianwan twisted. Through the refraction of light, Tiger felt that the air in front of Ju Tianwan seemed to solidify. Puff, puff, puff. His fire blades crashed against this layer of air wall, and not a single one could penetrate this twisted and invisible barrier. Tiger muttered to himself, wondering what kind of technique this was. Was it sword energy? Jean had said this person was skilled in swordsmanship, but he didn't expect that just a single slash could completely block all the flames he unleashed. This person could actually shatter the air with one strike, forming a wall of air. This air wall was quite exaggerated, capable of lasting for a period of time. Otherwise, it couldn't have blocked all the fire blades he had sent out. Tiger was surprised. No wonder this guy was called the strongest warrior. He indeed had some skills. Not daring to be careless, he decided to switch to close combat since long-range attacks were ineffective. Holding his sword in his right hand, he charged toward Ju Tianwan. Facing Tiger's rush, Ju Tianwan showed no fear, shaking his long sword and boldly meeting him head-on. Both used one-handed swords, and their styles were both fierce and vigorous. The clash of their blades erupted with a rapid metallic sound. Diagonal cuts, horizontal slashes, reverse strikes. Tiger repeatedly executed everything he had recently learned, his swordsmanship leaning towards variation. From time to time, he would rotate his blade and switch hands to deflect Ju Tianwan's strikes, using his freed right elbow to strike back. It looked somewhat flashy. In contrast, Ju Tianwan's swordsmanship was plain and unadorned, delivering blow after blow to neutralize all of Tiger's attacks. He appeared calm and collected, clearly in control. Both of them possessed extraordinary strength. The contest was not just about power, but also technique and reaction speed. Tiger had speed to spare, but lacked in technique, as every strike he delivered was easily deflected by Ju Tianwan. Meanwhile, the latter had a relatively powerful armament haki, and as they continued to clash, Tiger gradually fell into a disadvantage. Since Juetian could wrap his haki around his sword, it made his blade much tougher compared to Torikiri. Worried that his sword might be broken by his opponent, Tiger chose to sheath it. It would be too regrettable to lose such a good sword just because he couldn't use haki yet. Oh, Juetian squinted his small eyes, a playful expression on his face. What's this? Not fighting anymore? Tiger had no habit of chatting with his opponent, since he was here to break through his haki. Continuing to fight with a sword went against his original intention. He hadn't come to defeat Juetian. The latter was merely a good sharpening stone for him to hone his haki, compared to training with Jin and Kaido on Ghost Island, where he was in a relaxed state knowing he was not in danger. Facing Juetian now required him to be 100% focused. This was not just a simulation exam, it was the real test. This difference in mindset made Tiger calm, and his attention was highly concentrated. With a long roar resembling a mythical creature, Tiger decisively transformed into his beast human form. Feeling the boiling beast blood within him, his fighting spirit surged. His arms grew thick and powerful, with veins and muscles bulging, and the tiger-striped fur made him look extremely intimidating. His entire body was well-defined, with muscles carved like a sculpture. At first glance, he resembled a beast with the head of a monkey, the body of a tiger, and the tail of a snake, standing on two legs. Juetian was taken aback at the sight of this creature for the first time. Seeing the monster before him reminded him of the recent uproar over the events. The bandits in the distance turned pale, with some recognizing this as the beast that had wreaked havoc in Burrow Town and killed hundreds of warriors. Even the impoverished villagers of Jinglu had heard of this notorious figure from the 100 Beast Pirates. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Tiger suddenly stomped on the ground, causing the earth and stones to shatter, and his entire figure surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The momentum was like a tiger descending a mountain, and the ground beneath him cracked as he charged. Juetian did not dare to be careless. He swung his sword to slash at Tiger. The long sword, imbued with armament haki, collided with Tiger's sharp claws. Although Tiger had not truly mastered armament haki, he was only a thin veil away from it. His arms, now as hard as iron, faced Juetian's haki-infused strikes without fear. The sturdy and powerful arms clashed with the blade, producing a sound like raw iron. After several exchanges, Tiger, although at a disadvantage, felt his fighting spirit igniting. His overall momentum gradually rose, and he did not retreat an inch. The renowned teacher in the pirate world, Rayleigh, once said, "Haki is the latent power that all humanity possesses, corresponding to momentum, breath, and intimidation. Armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki correspond to these respectively. Among them, conqueror's haki is special, as only a very few can wield this intimidating power. The power to sense an opponent's breath is observation haki, which allows one to read the position, number, and next move of enemies outside of sight. Armament haki emphasizes momentum, a belief in one's own strength. Tiger felt that his momentum was different from before. His two arms faintly gave him the illusion of being unbreakable. Chapter 58, A Glimpse of Armament Haki. The fierce wind from the punch directly met the slash from Juetian. Tiger was not afraid at all. He craved this kind of imposing momentum. Tiger engaged in close combat, not allowing Juetian any distance to swing his sword. The action of swinging and chopping with a sword requires a certain distance to build momentum. Tiger pressed in closely, completely denying Juetian the space to swing his sword. For a moment, they were at a stalemate, and Juetian had to use his sword for close-range defense. Even if he tried to retreat to create distance, Tiger would stick to him, not giving him a chance to strike. Juetian was somewhat surprised. This kid in front of him had mediocre sword skills, but seemed to understand how to restrict a swordsman's attacks. Just as he was pondering this, the snake tail behind Tiger moved like lightning, instantly wrapping around Juetian's right arm. Tiger's beastman form was advantageous because he had an extra tail, which was not just for show. The snake, though seemingly unremarkable, possessed immense strength, its constriction power greater than that of an average adult. This snake tail alone could rival the strength of Tiger's two tiger arms. It could be considered Tiger's third hand. with Jiu Tianwan's arm ensnared by the snake tail. His sword hand was immobilized. In terms of strength, Tiger would not lose to him. The animal-type abilities inherently made his strength superior to that of ordinary people. And combined with the passive skill, power, Tiger's strength was more than twice that of normal individuals. Seeing that his sword hand was unable to move, Jiu Tianwan was slightly shocked. He did not expect this kid, who could not even use hockey, to possess such great strength. Tiger clenched his fists, and his fists, as thick as barrels, rained down like a storm on Jiu Tianwan's chest and abdomen, forcing him to retreat step by step. Jiu Tianwan freed his left hand, his forearm and fist turning pitch black, and he launched a punch imbued with armament hockey straight at Tiger's face. Tiger, who was just a step away from awakening his observation hockey, instantly rolled over, using Jiu Tianwan's right arm as support with his tail, performing a monkey grab moon action. Swinging his entire body around to Jiu Tianwan's back, he landed 2 heavy punches on Jiu Tianwan's back and, leveraging the force of his snake tail, flung Jiu Tianwan's sword away. Tiger then kicked the sword even further away. Without his sword, could the samurai still fight? Jiu Tianwan was indeed a samurai, skilled with a sword, but that didn't mean he would become useless without it. His formidable armament hockey was not just for show. Jiu Tianwan did not rush to retrieve his sword. Instead, he exchanged punches with Tiger. Even in his beastman form, Tiger was only a bit over 3 meters tall, while Jiu Tianwan stood at 5 meters and 4. In close combat, Tiger's agility was clearly superior to that of his opponent. This was also an advantage of being an animal-type user. Animals often possess sharper instincts, swifter movements, and stronger explosive power than humans. Tiger assumed a fighting stance, his fists like the wind, exuding a fierce aura. Jiu Tianwan, with his arms black as ink, blocked Tiger's punches one by one, counterattacking with his own fists wrapped in armament hockey. In his view, this was enough to deal with the kid in front of him. Using a sword was unnecessary. Tiger did not use any fruit abilities, relying solely on his physical strength to endure. Jiu Tianwan's fists, as large as sandbags, hammered against various parts of Tiger's body. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded like a hammer striking an iron plate. This also implied that Tiger's body was not merely flesh and blood. Instead, it was enveloped in a layer of energy. This energy could not be called true armament hockey, as it was not solidified and was quite scattered, which is why it could not form a hard, invisible armor like genuine armament hockey. With each punch, Tiger endured the blows. He felt like a red-hot branding iron on an anvil, his entire body burning with pain. But that layer of energy covering his body was gradually being compressed, little by little, accumulating on the surface of his body. When it reached a certain limit, the surface of Tiger's body began to show the characteristic pitch-black color of armament hockey. When Jiu Tianwan's fist struck Tiger's body again, it produced a sound like metal clashing against metal. With a loud clang, Jiu Tianwan's fist was bounced back, and he was momentarily stunned, thinking he had struck a steel plate. Tiger wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, clenched his fists, and concentrated his energy. His fists instantly turned as black as ink. At that moment, armament hockey finally broke through. Tiger laughed joyfully, swinging his fist to collide with Jiu Tianwan's. Feeling this strange power, the hardness of the areas covered by armament hockey was significantly stronger than before. Jiu Tianwan sneered. "You just learned armament hockey, and you're this happy? Do you think you have a chance?" Saying this, he swung his fist again, and this time, the surface of his black fist showed some differences. Tiger narrowed his eyes. Behind that fist, he vaguely saw a flash of red light. Not good. Tiger raised his arms to block in front of his chest to defend against the incoming punch. However, Jiu Tianwan's fist did not make contact with Tiger's arms. Tiger's body shook violently, his arms trembling as they crossed in front of his chest, and his heart and lungs were hit by an invisible shockwave. He was sent flying like a cannonball. Tiger spat out a mouthful of blood, his insides churning violently. "Flowing cherry blossom?" Tiger murmured. There are indeed different levels of armament hockey. What Jiu Tianwan had just used was the advanced application of armament hockey, known as flowing cherry blossom in Wano country, which means wrapping flowing hockey around a weapon or body then releasing it to penetrate the surface of an object, directly causing internal damage. Zhou Tianwan's technique had directly injured Tiger's heart and lungs, making his chest feel tight as he gasped for breath. On the side of 100 Beasts, Tiger's subordinates, seeing him injured, rushed forward in a panic to assist him. They swung their swords and brandished their guns at Zhou Tianwan. Tiger shouted loudly to stop them. "Don't be impulsive. You are not his opponents." But it was too late. Zhou Tianwan casually picked up a nearby sword, slowly sheathed it, then lowered his stance, assuming a standard draw stance. With a whoosh, Zhou Tianwan vanished from where he stood, rushing into the crowd like a gust of wind. His ghostly figure kept appearing behind the pirates, too fast for them to see his sword-swinging movements. It was unbelievable that this was the maneuverability of a 5'4", over a ton heavy man. One by one, Tiger's subordinates fell without even seeing their opponent's shadow, losing consciousness before they knew what hit them. And Fan Tuan had also sustained considerable injuries, with 2 large gashes on his chest bleeding profusely. "Fan Tuan, step back. You're not his opponent yet." Tiger propped himself up with a sword, struggling to stand, hastily positioning himself in front of Fan Tuan before Zhou Tianwan could attack further. "Big brother, you go check on the others first, take them to safety." At this moment, Tiger felt several bones in his body had dislocated. If he were not an animal-type user with a strong physique, his bones would have probably shattered by now. The power of Flowing Cherry Blossom was no empty reputation. Tiger gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, twisting his body, his bones cracking as he forcibly reset them. The dislocated bones finally returned to place. It was fortunate that he had a strong physique to withstand this. Now that he had mastered armament hockey, he was only one step away from observation hockey. Tiger did not want to waste this precious battle opportunity. He chose to continue fighting. Although Zhou Tianwan's Flowing Cherry Blossom had dealt him significant damage, it was not a fatal blow. No matter how terrifying Zhou Tianwan was, could he be more terrifying than Kaido? Husei held his breath and focused, feeling the other person's breath. Chapter 59. Mission accomplished. Tiger's strategy shifted from pure offense to entangling and maneuvering against Saketian Maru. He primarily focused on blocking and dodging. As long as he could stall until Jean arrived for support, it would be considered a success. Tiger relied more on his agility to avoid attacks, which was fundamentally different from the observation hockey's ability to predict an opponent's moves through sensing their presence. Observation hockey emphasizes the perception of aura, which is not seen with the eyes but felt with the mind and spirit. As Tiger faced Saketian Maru's attacks, he gradually relaxed his mind. Just before his opponent was about to strike, he slowly closed his eyes. In that moment, he felt as if time had stopped, and his breathing slowed. In his consciousness, his opponent's figure seemed to move. He drew his sword, aiming from about a 45-degree angle above his left shoulder. Tiger's breathing was steady as he quietly sensed. He suddenly tilted his body, shifting his footwork and dodging Saketian Maru's slash like a slippery eel. Saketian Maru's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Tiger sensed this mystical feeling and still kept his eyes closed. Saketian Maru swung his sword several more times, but none could hit Tiger. When Tiger opened his eyes, seeing his opponent did not affect his ability to sense the aura. He had fully mastered observation hockey. At that moment, Tiger felt completely at ease, and his body felt much lighter. He could handle Saketian Maru's slashes with ease. While feeling the miraculous change in his body, Tiger continued to engage Saketian Maru in combat. However, observation hockey was not invincible. He would still occasionally be hit. Most of the time, he was struck by the Flowing Sakura. The destructive power of Flowing Sakura was not to be underestimated. Even with the protection of armament hockey, Tiger still sustained significant injuries. He gradually found himself at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Saketian Maru. Soon, Saketian Maru seemed to sense something. He squinted his small eyes and looked up at the distant sky. Tiger felt a stir in his heart, knowing that Jean had arrived for support. He immediately stepped forward to block Saketian Maru's path, preventing him from escaping. Saketian Maru quickly retreated, slowly sheathing his long sword, lowering his stance, and preparing to draw again. Not good. With his awakened observation hockey, Tiger became particularly sensitive to danger and instinctively tried to dodge. Sakikamaru drew his sword and swung down, accompanied by layers of fierce wind. He dodged. Tiger silently rejoiced, having avoided the direction pointed by Sakikamaru's sword tip. But his joy lasted only 3 seconds before he began to wobble, and then he felt as if he were being blown away by the wind. No, this wasn't the wind. It was the sword energy he had just unleashed. It could affect such a wide area. I clearly dodged it. Tiger was incredibly surprised. He had a face full of questions. This technique was like a combination of Zoro's Great Tornado and 36 troublesome winds. Indeed, swordsmen can be so flashy. After swinging this sword, Sakikamaru did not linger. He quickly sheathed his sword and dashed towards the distant forest as if his feet were oiled. His subordinates, sensing the danger, had already fled with whatever they could grab. Just as Tiger was blown away by Sakikamaru's sword energy, he felt a wave of heat behind him. He turned his head slightly to see Jin unleashing several fire dragons. Fire Dragon Emperor. These fire dragons shot towards the direction where Sakikamaru had fled like fireworks lighting up the sky. 7 or 8 giant fire dragons engulfed the forest, burning a path through the dense trees, and the ground instantly turned to scorched earth. Jin caught up at this moment and glanced at Tiger, saying calmly, "Chase." The two flew towards the forest to search. It is said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone those who have been thieves for years. Although the fat man is chubby, Sakikamaru is a nimble fat man. Jin's Fire Dragon Emperor hit quite a few thieves, and the thieving lackeys fell to the ground in various positions, clearly injured. However, the most important target, Sakikamaru, was not among them. Seeing the main target escape, Jin instructed the arriving subordinates to continue the pursuit. After spending more than half a day, they still could not find Sakikamaru's trace. So they had no choice but to give up and return to Onigashima. At this point, Tiger understood why the management costs of Kuri were high. With a band of bandits like this, firing a shot and changing locations, and with the strategic depth of the woods and mountains, it would be difficult for anyone to catch them anytime soon. The two returned to Onigashima and reported the matter to Kaido, who was understandably unhappy. However, upon learning that Tiger had broken through Haki during his battle with that person, Kaido's expression brightened a bit, deeming his teachings over the past few days worthwhile. Kaido asked, "You little brat, can you defeat that Sakikamaru now?" "No, this guy's swordsmanship is very strange, and his movements are exceptionally agile. He also possesses high-level armament Haki. I can only manage not to be defeated by him." Tiger was very honest. Given his current strength, he was still a bit lacking to completely overcome the opponent. If Jin had not arrived in time, causing Sakikamaru to have second thoughts, he would have taken a few more hits from the flowing Sakura and would have been seriously injured, ending up like Sasaki. Such a formidable swordsman is between the All-Stars and the Flying Six, making it quite difficult to completely defeat them. Given that Sakikamaru could overpower Jack during the All-Stars period, defeating all the Flying Six should not be a problem for him. Moreover, these Wano swordsmen are generally very robust. He recalled that during the Battle of Onigashima, these people survived even after taking multiple powerful attacks from Kaido. As long as they wrapped themselves in some supreme bandages, they could bounce back to life. Not finishing off a defeated enemy is a dangerous bad habit. It can only be said that Kaido is still too merciful. Tiger, during his entanglement with his opponent, did not trigger the immortal grip, indicating that Sakikamaru's physique was somewhat weaker. No wonder other people did not die in the Onigashima battle. Only he and Izo did. Upon hearing Tiger's response, Kaido did not say much. Tiger's performance had already exceeded Kaido's expectations. Not only had he broken through Haki, but he could also hold his own against Sakikamaru for a significant amount of time. This had already created a gap between him and Jack and others. After some thought, Kaido turned to Tiger and said, "You did well this time. Since this Sakikamaru has not yet been subdued after your recent training, go find trouble with this guy. It would be best if you could capture him for me. You can also bring Yamato. She also needs to accumulate different combat experience." Kaido was clear about his thinking. Since he couldn't recruit Sakikamaru for the time being, he didn't mind using this swordsman to train his subordinates and accumulate combat experience. At the same time, Kaido looked at Jin. "We must not relax concerning this Sakikamaru. Jin, you should also increase the number of personnel recently and search the mountains and forests to compress their influence and destroy their living forces. Yes, Mr. Kaido. Tiger had no objections to Kaido's suggestion. He was eager to continue sparring with such a master. Now that he had learned Haki, it was indeed time to consolidate his skills. Moreover, working with Yamato would not be tiring. The little girl would be happy to leave Onigashima and explore outside. Chapter 60. Intensive training. Since Tiger had mastered Haki, he had clearly felt a subtle shift in his status within the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates indeed valued strength above all else. Many people showed a hint of respect in their eyes when they learned that he had learned Haki in such a short time. Jean told him that his strength was now sufficient to stand on his own, and with subordinates under him. It was time for him to fulfill the obligations of a true fighter. Tiger, with his crafty mind, wanted to take the opportunity to ask for a position in the Flying Six. However, he was sternly rejected by Jean. It seemed that he still had a long way to go before achieving his goal of slacking off. Tiger knew that strength was the foundation of his existence, so he had been unusually diligent lately, striving for an early promotion so he could relax afterward. To solidify and enhance his Haki, he decided to increase the intensity of his training in the following days. First was the armament Haki. He called over Rice Ball and his subordinates, instructing them to fire their guns and cannons at him. Bullets of all sizes and cannonballs rained down on Tiger like locusts, blocking out the sun. Tiger stood still, his entire body cloaked in black, every inch of his skin covered in armament Haki. The bullets pelted him like raindrops, making a crisp sound like exploding beans. Soon after, cannonballs the size of coconuts exploded against him, the blast accompanied by flames and smoke, filling the area with a strong and acrid smell of gunpowder. Tiger remained unmoved, the solid defense of his armament Haki leaving him unscathed. This exercise trained both the strength of his armament Haki and increased his Haki capacity. The concept of Haki existence has a possibility of being depleted. Much like stamina, it requires rest, food, or sleep to recover. Covering oneself entirely with armament Haki is generally considered to be a very exhausting practice. But this was training, and Tiger wanted to grow his Haki through this method. He aimed to gradually adapt to the feeling of consuming Haki in large amounts in order to enhance his Haki capacity. At this moment, Tiger felt as if his muscles were on fire. He removed his armament Haki and looked at his reddened, swollen muscles, feeling a hint of excitement. He could sense a feeling of becoming stronger, with slight signs of increased attack intensity and defense. Tiger nodded to himself. It seems this training is effective. I'll increase the intensity and see. Tiger called over Rice Ball and had it release shockwaves at him. The shockwaves were evidently much more powerful than the ordinary guns and cannons. Each shockwave sent Tiger flying a considerable distance, causing his subordinates to gasp in shock. Each of them had personally experienced Rice Ball shockwaves as Tiger's subordinates. They could only manage to survive a single hit. To see Tiger endure such powerful attacks without any issues was enough to label him as a monster. Next came the observation Haki. He instructed his men to gather many round logs and hung them all with hemp ropes to serve as pendulums. Tiger then blindfolded himself and stood underneath, dodging these pendulums. During the training for observation Haki, he switched between his human beast, and beast forms, varying his dodging techniques to adapt to the application of observation Haki in different body sizes. Tiger's high-intensity training did not go unnoticed by his subordinates. Rice Ball and the baboons were fine, but the newly joined pirates were filled with awe. After all, pirates were inherently drawn to strength. Having a powerful leader made them all the more motivated. Tiger informed all his subordinates that from now on, they too would have to train like him. If anyone couldn't keep up, they would have to leave. Tiger would not accept the weak. These individuals had been defeated in a single blow by Jiotian Wan during their previous confrontation, and having experienced failure, they knew their own capabilities. So they had no objections to Tiger's demands. As Tiger grew stronger day by day and continued to interact with Kaido, he noticed subtle changes occurring in his body. The most noticeable change was that the horns on his head had begun to grow. Compared to when he first arrived in this world, they were only 6 or 7 centimeters long, but now they had grown to over 10 centimeters. These horns were beginning to take shape, allowing him to recognize them as a pair of dragon horns. However, They were slightly different from Kaido's dragon horns. His horn tips were sharper and covered with layers of keratin. Moreover, changes were also occurring on the surface of his body. His chest and the sides of his cheeks had sprouted a few blue, glistening scales. Currently, the number of scales was few and not very noticeable, especially those on his cheeks, which looked like mere decorations. These scales shimmered in the sunlight, adding a mystical aura to Tiger. The horns on his head and these scales confirmed Tiger's long-held speculation. This was the power of the dragon god, Udyr. The dragon god power was a skin of Udyr, chosen for his last game. Udyr, adorned with dragon horns and blue dragon scales, was humorously referred to as Kaido by some players. To his surprise, it was indeed the power of the dragon god, Udyr. Tiger was both shocked and delighted. As he continuously absorbed life from Kaido through the unyielding grip, the power of the dragon god within him began to awaken. Tiger speculated that the life he absorbed also contained the essence of the dragon from Kaido. This reminded him of the background legend of the dragon god, Udyr. The spirit of the giant dragon would closely follow, and Udyr would channel the dragon's flame into a force of energy to infuse his rebirth with spiritual energy, thereby gaining a new life. He had come to this world, reborn as the dragon god, Udyr, and through his interactions with Kaido, the power of the dragon god within him was gradually awakening. Tiger guessed that when he truly obtained Kaido's Beast Spirit, this power of the dragon god would fully awaken. Now that his power of the dragon god was gradually recovering, the 4 skills, QWER, had also undergone significant changes. The damage of these 4 skills had noticeably increased. Previously, he rarely used these 4 skills in combat because he couldn't upgrade them as he did in the game, resulting in fixed damage values. Now, as the power of the dragon god gradually recovered, the damage of these skills increased accordingly. Additionally, when using these 4 skills, their appearances changed significantly. A layer of dragon scales would emerge on his arms. For example, with the Q skill, Rampaging Claw, his claws noticeably became bulkier, resembling the bear claws of Volibear. The W skill, Ironclad Armor, would cover his arms with a thicker, dark green armor, reminiscent of the armor of the demigod, Iron Mountain Boar, Idle-How. The E skill, Fire Stomp, would manifest a pair of red ram horns in shadow when released, evoking Orn's horns. When using the R skill, Extreme Hurricane, his dragon scales would become translucent, and a pair of crystalline wings would appear on his forearms, resembling the wings of the Ice Phoenix. Although the powers of the 4 demigods were no longer present, the shadows of the 4 demigods could still be seen when he executed these skills. Tiger felt the changes within him and was filled with excitement, laughing heartily. Kaido, you truly are my power bank. One day, after finishing his daily training, a dark shadow appeared behind him. Jean descended slowly from the sky, flapping his wings. He looked at Tiger, who was drenched in sweat, and smiled. You've been quite diligent lately. It's truly rare. Tiger wiped the sweat from his face and asked, What brings you here? Did you come all this way just for me? Jean replied, You can stand on your own now. It's time to assign you some responsibilities within the Beast Pirates. Chapter 61 New Affairs. Implementation Plan. Jean looked around at the new subordinates that Udyr had recently recruited, nodding slightly. Most of these individuals were fierce and intense, clearly not ordinary folks. Their appearance indicated that they had been well trained by Udyr. Jean pointed at Udyr's subordinates and said, Now that you have a group of subordinates, as a true fighter, you need to take on some responsibilities. This is a rule of the Beast Pirates. Every true fighter must be responsible for a corresponding position and manage their affairs well. Affairs? Is it finally happening? These days, he had been rarely idle, able to train his hockey well. But now it seemed he was going to be working like a beast again. Jean explained the basic situation regarding the affairs related to the pirate crew so that Udyr could have a general understanding. Why does the Beast Pirates need affairs? With tens of thousands of people in the crew, they need money for food, drink, and other necessities. Various research expenses for Queen, trading with the world government, buying artificial devil fruits, and so on. All these aspects require money. Some things can be obtained through robbery, but others can only be acquired through trade. After understanding this, Udyr suddenly admired the Straw Hat Pirates. He felt they must be very good at making money. Ace had once joked that if Luffy became a Navy officer, he would surely bankrupt the Navy. Thinking about Luffy's appetite in the Straw Hat crew, Udyr had to admit that Nami, who managed the finances, was indeed talented. Currently, the finances of the Beast Pirates were primarily managed by the most reliable Jean. The main business of the Beast Pirates was still piracy, specifically going overseas for zero-cost purchasing. However, in their base in Wano, they couldn't operate like that. One could understand that the Beast Pirates treated Wano like a colony. The internal management of a colony is not primarily about looting. They must give the local people a way to survive. Otherwise, if everything was robbed, the people of Wano would lose hope for a living, and no one would work for the Beast Pirates. Udyr did not plan to go to sea for the time being, so he did not choose the external zero-cost purchasing business. He wanted to stay in Wano for a while to stabilize the rear before making further plans. With his current beginner-level hockey skills, encountering a few freaks at sea would surely lead to disaster. Moreover, he wasn't too reassured about leaving Yamato here. He could only feel at ease to explore the outside world after correcting Yamato's mindset. He didn't want to go out to sea just to come back and find that Yamato had become someone else's shape. As for the affairs in Wano, they mainly focused on production and entertainment. The entertainment projects like singing and playing music were generally considered state-run projects, which were also the major source of income. There were also some manufacturing industries, such as shipbuilding and construction, which provided stable jobs for local craftsmen. The weapons factory and mining were firmly controlled by the Beast Pirates and were the pillars of their business in Wano. Currently managed by Queen, ordinary true fighters usually did not get involved in this area. The remaining sectors included agriculture, fishing, and small handicrafts, which were small businesses that the Beast Pirates typically did not engage in. After reviewing everything, Udyr ultimately chose the service industry. The main focus of the service industry in Wano was the street of brothels, which was primarily run by locals and usually in the hands of Orochi and some underworld figures. On Onigashima, there were also brothels, but they were only open to the internal members of the Beast Pirates, serving as self-sufficient establishments and not considered profitable ventures. In the service industry, the Beast Pirates basically did not get involved, as pirates were usually rough and not inclined to provide services to the people of Wano. Therefore, Jean was not optimistic about Udyr's choice. However, Udyr had his own calculations. He had already partnered with Black Maria, and since that was the case, he certainly had to make full use of the advantages of these female pirates. Udyr did not intend to engage in any illicit industries. Rather, he planned to establish a bathhouse, a legitimate one, not a flesh trade. Regarding business, he was not skilled, and taking on this responsibility was not only a duty of every true fighter, but also a way to accommodate his cooperation with Maria. This was also something they had discussed in advance. Additionally, there was a bit of his own selfish desire in it. He just wanted to relax and enjoy a good bath without having to go upstairs to find Yamato every time, which was quite inconvenient. This was also the last stubbornness of this laid-back dog. As for what the bathhouse would look like, he already had a rough idea in his mind. In his previous life, he found the bathhouse in the animation Spirited Away very interesting and had always wanted to enjoy the pleasure of bathing in such a place. However, now that he was in Wano, he was somewhat disappointed as there were no large establishments for relaxation and entertainment. It was mostly filled with courtesans, which made him quite uncomfortable, and he didn't dare to spend money there, fearing he might get into trouble and catch some strange disease. Every day, besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, Udyr trained with Kaido and Jean, leading a somewhat monotonous life. After crossing over, he truly felt that his previous life wasn't so bad. Not to mention that things like LOL, video games, online literature, movies, animations, and short dramas had nothing to do with him anymore. With the loss of so much entertainment, Udyr felt it was quite boring. Therefore, he wanted to create a bathhouse to bring himself some fun. The bathhouse would focus on bathing and offer some legitimate massage services. Udyr planned to train a few charming and articulate girls to tell popular stories while customers were bathing or receiving massages. Coupled with the talents of dancers who could sing and dance, he believed there could still be a certain market for it in Wano. As for whether the bathhouse could be profitable, Udyr didn't care. He wouldn't invest too much energy into that aspect. After all, he was just looking for self-sufficiency, a place to relax, bathe, and enjoy massages during boring times. As long as this large entertainment facility could be established in Wano, it might attract Orochi's attention. Once he could lure out Orochi, he would have the opportunity to act against him, and this bathhouse might become Orochi's grave. Once Orochi was dead, Uzi could reclaim the mythical Zoan fruit, Yamada no Orochi. He had also thought about the aftermath. He could use clones to disguise and create a puppet resembling Orochi if necessary. If discovered, he could simply eliminate Orochi's subordinates. If they could be captured and made to serve, he would do so. Those who were unwilling would be sent to restart their lives. After all, Uzi would not be soft-hearted when it came to suppressing samurai. Then, Kaido would completely take over Wano. After all, in the original story, Kaido did this. Once Orochi was dead, his subordinates would quickly switch allegiance to Kaido. Uzi didn't believe those people had any backbone to dare to confront the Beast Pirates. With determination, Uzi contacted the craftsmen in Wano after securing the land. Due to the rewards from this mission, both he and Maria had received a considerable amount of funding. Additionally, they could apply for some subsidies from the Beast Pirates for construction, allowing them to finalize the project smoothly. After all, once this bathhouse was built, it would also be an asset under the Beast Pirates. Upon seeing Uzi's proposal, Jean was also intrigued and approved the project. However, he rejected the plan to build a large bathhouse, suggesting they start with a smaller one as a pilot. As long as this business could succeed, the Beast Pirates would not mind building a full-scale large bathhouse later on. Uzi and Maria had no objections to this. As for the two female pirates borrowed from Maria, one was named Jean Lamy, and the other was called Salamander. Jean Lamy was tall, had an outstanding figure, and a very proper appearance, giving off a mature housewife vibe. Uzi had recently begun teaching her some massage skills. Once Jean Lamy learns the skills and passes the test with Tiger, she can teach other female pirates. Shaloman has pink hair and a calm demeanor, giving her the vibe of a caring older sister, along with a hint of scholarly air. Tiger plans to cultivate her eloquence, aiming for her to become a qualified storyteller. During these days, he has also enjoyed a bit of this routine. Every day after returning home, he would summon Jean Lamy and Shaloman to assess their practice results for the day. Jean Lamy would give him a massage, while Shaloman told stories beside them. And life was quite pleasant. Chapter 62. The Overseer in Husai's room. Husai had just finished today's training and had taken a shower. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, enjoying Jean Lamy's massage. Jean Lamy, now looking about 17 or 18, was tall and had already developed her features and figure. She had a unique, mature charm, with slightly upturned eyebrows, heavy makeup, and a curvy figure that could rival Yamado's. She resembled a princess from a nightclub. Husai closed his eyes, savoring the woman's fragrance and the gentle kneading of her fingers, allowing his entire body and mind to relax. Very good, Jean Lamy. My neck is very sore. Put some more strength into it. Yes, that's the feeling. You're getting better at this. My back and waist also need that kind of pressure. Yes, Lord Husai, it's all thanks to your guidance. Jean Lamy will make sure you're even more comfortable. Jean Lamy replied earnestly, her hands kneading Husai's firm and sensual muscles while her mind wandered, and her hands began to move uncontrollably. Husai cleared his throat. All right, Jean Lamy. You can stop there. It's enough. You can go out now. Understood. Jean Lamy blushed as she left. The hot spring project was in full swing. Since the hot spring was located between Burrow Town and the pickup village, it often attracted the head mountain thieves. To ensure the smooth progress of the hot spring project, Husai had to come here frequently. He had deployed the food, the baboons, and the subordinates he had recently recruited to ensure the project proceeded smoothly. Since Kaido personally allowed Yamato to participate in dealing with Jitemiru, Husai also called Yamato to Kuri. After being imprisoned on Onigashima for years, the child was suddenly brought to a new place, and it was impossible not to feel excited. The little girl was like someone released from a cell, running wildly on Kuri's land, excitedly shouting, "Hey, stop running, let's go back." Husai lay back on a cloud, resting his head on his arms and crossing his legs, leisurely following behind Yamato. He looked like a couple shopping, with the girl exploring everywhere while the boy followed behind with a look of indifference. The only difference was that Husai could fly. He could lie down while doing so. After a while, the white-haired girl finally calmed down and jumped onto Husai's face. "Hey, let us go back. It's been so long since I flew in the sky. Are you treating me like a mount? Get down. You've gained quite a bit of weight recently. Don't call me fat. Then eat less. Why? Because I want you to. If I eat too much, you'll have a hard time later when I grow too tall, right? Why would it be hard for you to grow tall? Husai ignored her. Now he was nearly 2 meters tall, and the 15-year-old Yamato was already 1 meter 80. Her father Kaido could grow to over 7 meters. If she kept eating like this, surpassing the original height of 2 meters 60 would be too easy. What am I supposed to do then? Husai sighed, carrying Yamato back to the construction site. Here, the workers were busy laying the foundation, with some studying the construction drawings while others were running around with various building materials. In short, it was bustling with activity. This place was very close to the pickup village, where discarded items accumulated year-round, often attracting some daring villagers from the pickup village. Thus, this area was naturally not favored by the wealthy families of Burrow Town. The Beast Pirates had taken this plot of land for its cheap price. As construction began, the debris that had been piled up for years was naturally disposed of by the craftsmen nearby, and it ended up in the pickup village area. This attracted a large group of villagers from Pickup Village, who were thin and ragged, with clothes full of patches. They rushed forward as they saw the garbage being discarded by the craftsmen, eagerly sifting through the piles. Wow, there's a piece of silk. Great. I can finally make a little belly wrap for my little bow. He's been coughing lately. He must have caught a chill at night. A thin woman in coarse cloth exclaimed joyfully. Hey, there's half a fruit here. It looks like it's not bad. Let me try it. Wow, so sour. These 2 bowls are still good. This is a good find. Many villagers gathered, and as more and more people arrived, some even began to argue over the ownership of seemingly insignificant items. Yamato looked at these villagers in disbelief. Although she had visited Wano country years ago, the people were not like this. That time, she had witnessed heroes turn into the king of boiling while following Kaido, and she had seen the people of Wano. But how had these people changed so much? She then looked at Burrow Town, just a wall away, where the people were singing and dancing, each person radiating happiness. The little girl was immediately at a loss. Husai, why are they like this? Why, just a wall apart. Can the people inside live well while these villagers live in such misery? Is it Kaido's fault? Hey, you really are Kaido's good child. How can you blame everything on your father? Just a wall apart? Is it really just a wall apart? Husai looked at Yamato and said seriously, on the surface, it seems like just a wall apart, but the reality may be worlds apart. I can't answer that question. I also want to know why some people are born without worries for food and clothing, while others can only struggle. Why do some have to beg for leftovers while others fight for scraps? This is a tough question. No one can solve it, not even gods. Are there gods in this world? Yamato asked curiously. Husai laughed heartily, unconcerned. There might be. Anyway, some say there are, so there must be. Can those gods make them live well? I doubt it. Instead of praying to the gods, it's better to believe in yourself. In my hometown, we don't have the habit of relying on gods. Oh, Yamato seemed to understand vaguely. She was just curious and had the habit of asking Husai whenever she didn't understand something. But this time, Husai couldn't answer her. But they are so pitiful. I want to help them. You can go by yourself. I want to go. Why are you like this? That's too much. Yamato frowned, clearly unhappy. Hey, my young lady, I'm a pirate, not a philanthropist. I have no obligation to save others. I get it. You've really become just like Kaido. You're both jerks. The white-haired girl said angrily. Husai didn't argue, realizing he had been a bit serious. He patted his cheeks, shaking off the unpleasant mood, and changed to a smiling face, cheerfully saying, Let us not worry about that. You can't help these people. There are too many such things, and you can't manage all of them. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. No, you just said not to let me eat. I want to go help these people move things. The white-haired girl was unusually spirited today, stubborn like a little donkey. Husai rubbed his knife, secretly sighed. Yamato, you're so kind and good-hearted. How should I thank you for this? In the end, Husai helplessly shook his head and had no choice but to follow her. He then transformed into a dark cloud and flew away. He planned to carry out the next step of his training. This method was also taught to him by Kaido regarding the training of fruit abilities. Chapter 63. Training devil fruit abilities and developing new techniques. This method comes from Tiger asking Kaido how to develop his devil fruit abilities. As the first person of the mythical Zoan type in the pirate world, no one has more authority on this issue than Kaido. Kaido is the user of the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, in its Azure Dragon form, which was given to him by Big Mom after she acquired it during the God Valley incident. This can be considered a great favor from Big Mom to Kaido throughout his life. Kaido's subsequent efforts have proven that he is worthy of this god-tier fruit. He has nearly developed the Azure Dragon fruit to its limits. The fruit not only enhances his already monstrous physical strength, but also grants him various disaster-level elemental abilities, allowing him to manipulate fire, lightning, wind, and more. Kaido has developed multiple techniques from these elements. Heat breath is a technique that harnesses the power of flames, capable of emitting high-temperature fire that can incinerate buildings and mountains. Bad wind utilizes wind abilities to release numerous powerful and sharp scythes that can cut through enemies. There's also tornado, which creates a massive whirlwind by twisting his body, capable of blowing enemies away. His lightning abilities manifest when he uses his dragon roar to combine lightning with tornado, releasing a more powerful tornado bad wind strong enough to slice through terrain. Furthermore, Kaido can create something called flame clouds, which can float and move in the air. By covering objects with these flame clouds, he can make them float as well. Kaido's strength is overwhelming. In the original work, he was able to lift the entire Onigashima, which had over 35,000 people on it, while simultaneously fighting Luffy, moving the entire island with him. In comparison, the Gorosei seem rather inadequate. These 5 elders also appear to be awakened mythical Zoan users, but compared to Kaido, their abilities are lacking. Kaido-sensei is truly the strongest. It must be said that Kaido has truly mastered that Azure Dragon fruit, with every ability being disaster level. Naturally, Tiger takes the advice of such a master of mythical Zoan seriously. Kaido's suggestion to him is to develop his own devil fruit abilities. He must use them frequently, pushing each ability to its limit and exhausting all potential. Having many abilities and being strong are 2 different matters. Currently, Tiger can use fire, lightning, and cloud abilities, but his application of these 3 abilities is evidently insufficient. The main issue lies in the lack of power he can unleash. It's like comparing a novice to a master who has trained martial arts for over a decade. Even if the novice can mimic the movements and techniques perfectly, their punches will still not compare to the masteress. Tiger thought of this line. To enhance power, he needs constant training and to improve the power of his various abilities. Only by elevating these abilities to a certain level can qualitative changes occur from quantitative ones. Kaido's approach is to use flame clouds for weighted training. Flame clouds are one of Kaido's many abilities, capable of supporting multiple objects and are the most direct reflection of the strength of his fruit abilities. Tiger can also manipulate similar black clouds. Kaido once asserted that when his black clouds can lift an object as large as an island and allow him to fight others effortlessly at the same time, then he would have truly mastered the use of his fruit abilities. This kind of weighted training is not as simple as just lifting and putting down. He must also manipulate these objects to move, rotate, and perform various actions while lifting them. This tests not only strength and endurance, but also the technique of releasing and controlling abilities. Tiger began today's training with the goal of using black clouds to lift a small dirt mound weighing 2 tons and to manipulate it in the air while moving and rotating it. He has been practicing this for some time now. Initially, he could only lift 2 trees thick enough to be hugged by a person, but now he can easily lift this 2 to 3 ton dirt mound. Lifting heavy objects is not particularly difficult. If Tiger were solely pursuing weight, he could lift objects weighing 7 to 8 tons by now. The real challenge lies in manipulating the object, not only moving it, but also maintaining it for a sufficient amount of time and moving and rotating it at different angles and trajectories. This undoubtedly tests both physical stamina and concentration. Now he can hold for an hour, although it pales in comparison to Kaido's exaggerated weight-bearing capacity. It is a significant improvement compared to his previous self. The most direct manifestation of this is that the strength of his cloud clones has noticeably increased. Previously, his clones were very fragile, easily dissipating upon contact with any hard object. Now, even when they come into contact with objects, they do not dissipate. They merely allow the contacting objects to pass through. Additionally, The number of small black clouds he can control for reconnaissance has also significantly increased. Previously, he could only manage around 30 at most. Now, Tiger can easily control around 100 of these small black clouds. Furthermore, his lightning and fire powers have also been enhanced simultaneously. The fire blades created by Fire Blade Slash are more solid and sharp, and their quantity has also increased. It is said that developing fruit abilities requires imagination. Tiger combined his cloud clones with lightning to create a small thunderstorm projectile, developing a unique new technique. He transformed his cloud clone into a bird-like shape, the size of an eagle, and compressed lightning as much as possible within it. He named this technique Cloud Clone, Thunderbird. The Thunderbird moves at the speed of an eagle, striking at enemies with lightning speed and detonating the lightning upon impact. The power of this technique entirely depends on the might of the lightning, and, at this stage, it is already comparable to a standard bomb. It serves as another means of ranged attack for him, allowing him to create around 20 Thunderbirds in one go. Moreover, these Thunderbirds appear like crows, making it difficult for ordinary people to recognize them without careful observation. This concealment also allows the Thunderbirds to serve dual functions of reconnaissance and assassination. The potential of the Thunderbirds does not stop there. Tiger believes that as he gradually enhances his fruit abilities, the power of the lightning will also increase, and the damage of the Thunderbirds will rise accordingly. Moreover, as he can later control more Thunderbirds, launching self-destruct attacks on a single target with hundreds of them will be an exhilarating sight. Just as Tiger was about to conclude today's training, a subordinate reported, "Brother Tiger, that Sakazuki has reappeared, and Lord Yamato has already engaged him in battle. You should go take a look." Upon hearing this, Tiger smiled slightly. He was just worried about not having a chance to use his newly developed skills. Let's try them out on this fat guy first. Chapter 64, Reunion with Jiu Tianwan. Completion of the bathhouse under the guidance of his subordinates. Tiger quickly arrived at the battlefield. As soon as he arrived, he heard Yamato's angry shout, "Die, fat man! You bastard! Don't you dare take anything from these villagers." Beside her, a tall, chubby man swung his katana and laughed. "Where did this little girl come from? What a big tone. Did you ask my sword first? I'm not a little girl. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan." From a distance, Tiger smiled knowingly. She finally stopped claiming to be Kazuki Oden. "Zhao Zilong?" Jiu Tianwan muttered to himself, somewhat confused, but didn't think much of it and swung his sword towards Yamato. However, when he faced Yamato, he was somewhat surprised. Yamato was different from the other members of the Beast Pirates he had fought before. Her strength, combat skills, and control of the battle situation were all significantly stronger. Tiger watched for a while and gained a clearer understanding of Yamato's strength. In the past, when he and Yamato were trained by Kaido, they mostly just passively took hits. Tiger had rarely seen the actual effects of Yamato's attacks. All her attacks against Kaido seemed to have no effect. Kaido hardly moved. Now that Yamato was fighting others, he could intuitively feel the gap between himself and Yamato. He had fought Jiu Tianwan once, and, with the direct comparison, he realized how strong Yamato's combat power was. If they set aside all fruit abilities and simply fought in close combat, Tiger was not Yamato's match. "My wife is amazing. Go, wife," Tiger thought happily. This little girl awakened her conqueror's haki when she was still a small fry, and over the years, under Kaido's strict training, she had already become a strong fighter. Coupled with her previous experiences, Yamato realized her inadequacies and had been training particularly hard lately. It could be said that Yamato's development had surpassed the original timeline in every aspect, both in physique and strength. After several exchanges, Jiu Tianwan had not gained any advantage, and there were faint signs of being suppressed by Yamato. Although Yamato at this stage might not be able to defeat Jiu Tianwan, she could still apply pressure on him. The pink-haired fat man was somewhat surprised, thinking, "Not long ago, I lost quite a few brothers. This tiny girl with horns and a wolf fawn club can't possibly be related to Kaido, right? And I didn't gain any advantage fighting that strange boy before. Anyway, I've taken all the valuable things I could. There's no need to continue fighting and risk attracting that winged guy." Thinking this, Jiu Tianwan began to retreat. Tiger noticed that the fat man wanted to escape, so he hurriedly stepped forward to block his retreat. When Jiu Tianwan saw Tiger floating in the air, he was clearly taken aback. He was surprised. How did this kid fly up? I clearly remember that he couldn't fly when we fought before. This kid is up to something. Tiger smiled and, with a flick of his hands, conjured a black eagle. The black eagle seemed to have a spirit of its own, swooping down towards Zhu Tianwan. Zhu Tianwan raised his sword and instantly slashed out a wall of wind to block the black eagle. The black eagle hit the wind wall and could not penetrate it. With a loud explosion, it burst apart 5 meters away from Zhu Tianwan. He was unharmed. Tiger was somewhat surprised that Zhu Tianwan's sword energy could block his Thunderbird. Your slashes can only face one direction. Can you block attacks from all sides? After saying this, Tiger, under Zhu Tianwan's astonished gaze, quickly conjured more than 20 Thunderbirds, attacking from all directions. Zhu Tianwan quickly defended himself, blocking most of the Thunderbirds. But just as he managed to fend off one batch, another wave came in less than half a minute. These Thunderbirds charged from various angles, making them hard to defend against. No plan can cover every detail. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Tianwan was hit repeatedly. The enormous sound of thunder erupted, and smoke filled the air. Many parts of Zhu Tianwan's body were injured by the lightning. The Thunderbird's lethality was average, but the side effects of electricity left him numb all over. He decided to retreat, no longer wanting to fight, and quickly withdrew behind the cover of the explosions. When the smoke cleared, Tiger couldn't even see the fat man's shadow. Tiger felt a headache. He let him escape again. It seemed this technique had to be used cautiously. It seemed that Zhu Tianwan knew that Yamato and Tiger were not to be trifled with. In the following days, he never appeared again, perhaps having fled to another place. Tiger felt it was a pity. He wanted to practice against that fat man. Without the disturbances from Zhu Tianwan, the bathhouse project progressed smoothly and was finally completed a month before the end of the year. The youth version of the bathhouse was not large, only about 6 or 7 stories high. Besides the first floor having mixed bathing, the other floors featured individual bathing pools, each large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people. Each floor had a main stage and hall where talent shows or storytelling could be arranged. Below the main stage were rows of elegant and unique beds where guests could rest and enjoy massages while appreciating performances or listen to small stories. On the top floor of the bathhouse, Tiger reserved a room for himself, which had his exclusive bathing pool and resting bed. After receiving education from his teacher Kaido every day, Tiger would come to his own room in the bathhouse to rest. Not bad, your skills have passed. The other sisters will need you to check their work according to this standard. Yes, Lord Tiger. Jean Lamy, encouraged by Tiger, was very happy. She already had a bit of a mature charm. At this moment, encouraged by Tiger, a blush rose on her face, making her look even more stunning. Tiger looked at her outfit and coughed lightly. Next time, don't wear something so revealing. We have formal work clothes. Let's wear those. Jean Lamy carefully exited Tiger's room, looked down at her nearly bikini-like outfit, stuck out her tongue, and quickly ran away. After that, Tiger called for Solomon Snake to test her storytelling skills. The girl had short lavender hair and a red flower tucked behind her ear, giving off a gentle vibe like a big sister next door. When she saw Tiger looking at her, Solomon Snake became a bit nervous, and her originally rhythmic storytelling tone became softer and stammered. After finishing, the girl was drenched in sweat, clearly very anxious. Tiger looked at her and smiled gently. Although you're a bit nervous, you'll be fine once you get used to it. You've been working hard lately. As long as you correct this nervous habit, you'll be qualified. In the future, you should also be a good teacher and teach the other sisters. Yes, thank you for your encouragement, Lord Tiger. I will work hard, the girl said earnestly, then politely bowed to Tiger. Now, Tiger had trained these 2 people and was just waiting for them to teach these skills to others before the bathhouse could officially open. At that moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside, followed by a knock on the door. Come in. Jean Lamy, having just changed clothes, reported to Tiger. Lord Tiger. Yamato has caught a big tiger, and she is looking for you everywhere. You should go take a look. A tiger? Tiger's face was full of question marks. Chapter 65. Evolution of Rice Balls. Tora followed Yamato as they hurried out of the soup house. Not far away, Tora spotted Yamato and the beast behind her at a glance. Hey, Tora, look what I caught. Yamato raised one hand high and waved at Tora, while the other hand dragged the tail of a large tiger, running towards him excitedly. The tiger, lying on the ground, was about 3 meters tall, with white fur and deep indigo tiger stripes. Its right eye was slightly squinted, with a deep scar across it, seemingly blind. The tiger, which should have been the formidable king of the jungle, appeared more like a kitten under Yamato's tugging. The white tiger had several large lumps on its forehead, indicating it had been beaten by Yamato. "Why did you catch this tiger?" Tora asked. "It bullied those villagers. It's so big, if left unchecked. Those villagers are bound to suffer. Some have already been hurt by it." Since Jitenmaru had not been captured by the beasts, Yamato took the opportunity to come to Kuri and hang out from time to time, and Kaido turned a blind eye to her. Tora was not in a hurry to deal with Jitenmaru. After all, it was good for Yamato to be able to walk around more. Yamato had a kind heart and couldn't bear to see the villagers living in poverty, so she often helped them out. Over time, the villagers became very grateful. Tora did not stop Yamato's kind actions. He would not actively do good deeds, but he also would not hinder others from doing good. So he just watched Yamato's social practice without saying or doing anything. It seemed that this large tiger in front of them had caused some trouble for the villagers. "Well, what do you plan to do? Hitting it won't help. It's still a wild beast," Tora said. Yamato pointed to the rice ball beside her and said, "I want to tame this tiger like you did with the rice ball, making him my mount, he." Seeing that it suddenly got attention, the rice ball smiled foolishly and walked over. "Perfect, rice ball. Ask this tiger why it harmed the villagers." "Yes, big brother." The rice ball began to communicate with the tiger. After a while, the rice ball said, "Big brother, it says that the food in the mountains is getting less and less, and it had no choice but to come to the village." "Why is the food getting less?" Tora inquired. "It says that many environments have been destroyed, some rivers have water that makes it uncomfortable to drink, and the number of animals has also decreased." "Okay, I understand. The environmental destruction in Wano is closely related to Kaido's weapon factory, and Tora cannot change this situation." Yamato, worried, asked, "Then what should we do? How can we improve the environment?" "I thought of a compromise solution, but you should not worry about it for now. Leave it to me. Then I want this tiger as a mount. You help me." Tora sighed and walked up to the tiger, touching its forehead with one hand. He intended to try and see if his golden finger would react. Ever since he tamed the rice ball, he hadn't tamed any other animals. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Perhaps ordinary animals lacked the strength, and his golden finger didn't take a liking to them. At the moment of contact with the white tiger, information surged into his mind. There's a reaction? Consume 80 spiritual energy to tame the white hunting tiger as a partner. Acquired partner, white hunting tiger, green, cannot evolve for now. It seemed that it couldn't evolve at the moment, probably not as good as the rice ball. Feeling a close connection with the white tiger in front of him, Tora felt playful. "Come on, raise your paw." The white tiger obediently raised its large paw. Tora shook its paw and pointed at Yamato, saying, "You will follow her from now on." "Oh." The white tiger seemed reluctant and even a bit scared. Tora patted its large head and comforted, "Don't be afraid. She won't hit you anymore, and you won't bully those villagers again, right?" "Oh." The white tiger walked towards Yamato instead. "Tora, you really have a way." Yamato laughed, patting the white tiger's head and said, "You will be my partner from now on. As long as you don't do bad things anymore, I won't hit you again." "Oh." Thinking about evolution, Tora felt it was necessary to try since the rice ball could evolve directly. He had also accumulated a lot of spiritual energy recently, enough for it. With a decision made, Tora went to the rice ball and touched its forehead with one hand. A surge of information flooded his mind. 350 points of spiritual energy spent. The white-haired giant ape is about to evolve into the roaring mountain ape, evolving. Evolution complete. Acquired partner, roaring mountain ape, blue, cannot evolve for now. In this very short time, Tora witnessed the entire process of the rice ball's evolution. The rice ball maintained its human beast form throughout the process. Although it still looked like a monk soldier, its appearance became more ferocious, and its body grew significantly taller. In its human beast form, it was already close to 5 meters tall. "Rice ball, how do you feel?" Tora asked. "Big brother, what was that just now?" "I feel full of power. I just helped guide the potential power within you. You should be stronger than before now. Quickly check what changes have happened to your original form." The rice ball nodded and released its human beast form. Returning to its original state, the rice ball became much larger, Its original form was about 6 or 7 meters tall, but now it had grown to 12 or 13 meters. Its fur appeared denser and thicker, with sharper canine teeth and a prominent ape mouth. At first glance, Tora thought he had stumbled into the world of Dragon Ball. The rice ball looked just like a scion in its giant ape form, only slightly smaller. As the rice ball revealed its original form, the recently tamed white tiger trembled in fear. The big cat tucked its tail and paced back and forth. Unable to sit still, it hid behind Yamato and Tora, not daring to look at the rice ball. The rice ball, now in its roaring mountain ape form, pounded its chest and let out a thunderous roar. The sound echoed for hundreds of miles, shaking the nearby deep mountains and startling large flocks of birds. This roar directly scared the white tiger into lying flat on the ground, not daring to move. Meanwhile, Yamato and the female pirates who had come out to watch all covered their ears. Many, unable to withstand the shock of the roar, were frozen in place, and some even collapsed to the ground in shock. At that moment, Tora's mind was flooded with another piece of information. Acquired active skill. Ape roar, a roar from a giant beast that can intimidate enemies, causing fear. Tora nodded in satisfaction, looking at the skill description. This skill was somewhat similar to the basic version of Conqueror's Haki, both having the effect of intimidating opponents. It should be able to scare off some minor enemies. Now, without Conqueror's Haki, this skill could serve as a decent lower-tier substitute. However, it was a bit hard on the throat. He wondered if there were any special medicines in this pirate world for throat treatment. Having tasted success, Tora began to pay attention to these beasts that could evolve. It would be great if he could find more animals that could evolve. Later, Tora returned to Onigashima and found Shin, informing him about the situation of many wild beasts roaming in some wild areas of Wano due to environmental destruction. Shin did not express any opinion on this matter. He only advised Tora not to get involved. Since the weapon factory was immovable, the beasts needed a large quantity of weapons for trading with other forces. It was the core industry of the beasts and could not be disrupted. I don't mean to arm a factory. Can we think of it differently? We could capture some strong beasts and tame them to serve as the fighting force of the 100 beasts. Huji is not suddenly having a change of heart, wanting to do something good for the people of Heziguo. He wants to see if he can filter out some beasts that can evolve. Huji has always been someone who won't get up early without profit. He doesn't care about things that don't bring benefits. Huji looked at Jean, his gaze intense, and asked, "What do you think?" Chapter 66. This flying six is definitely mine. Upon hearing this, Jin's eyes lit up. Previously, Kaido had allocated a large sum of modification funds to Quinn precisely to create an army like this. If they could truly tame a group of fierce beasts as subordinates, the strength and scale of the beast pirates would elevate to a whole new level. Without hesitation, he took Tiger next to him and found Kaido to explain this idea. Kaido had just returned from Yamato's side and naturally saw the white tiger. Kaido's discerning gaze immediately recognized that the white tiger was extraordinary, and hearing this proposal made him gradually take it more seriously. He had previously witnessed the combat power of the modified baboons. Thus, increasing investment in Quinn's modification technology was also aimed at creating a fearless beast army. He looked at Tiger and asked, "How confident are you in taming such beasts?" "Not to say 100 taming, but I have about 70 to 80 confidence." 70 to 80? Kaido rubbed his chin, deep in thought, clearly not very satisfied with this ratio. "I don't care how confident you are, as long as you bring me a large army of 500 beasts, with strength not lower than those baboons. You could be directly promoted to flying six." "What do you say, kid?" Tiger secretly complained. 500? Are they going to use me as a beast of burden again? He curled his lip, clearly uninterested in this reward. Kaido laughed and scolded, "You little brat. Just say what you want. What are the benefits of being a flying six?" You little brat. I knew you would ask this." "Jean, show him the recent announcements." "Yes, Mr. Kaido." Jean mysteriously produced a notice from somewhere and handed it to Tiger. "You've been so focused on training lately that you probably haven't seen the notifications, right? Take a good look." Tiger took it and saw that this was a notice used internally by the pirate crew to spread news. It clearly announced the specific responsibilities and benefits of the Flying Six. As senior executives of the Beast Pirates, the Flying Six enjoyed many privileges, second only to the All-Stars. First, There would be no performance requirements for the business of the Flying Six. This was quite good. It was like having a job without performance evaluations. Even if there were losses, no one would bother you. Oh my God, there's such a good thing? This was simply tailor-made for a slacker like him. Secondly, the Flying Six could have their own pirate ship, not very large, and could freely choose the time and place for sailing, exempting them from mandatory plundering tasks. Having my own pirate ship and being able to sail freely? This was also quite attractive to Tiger. Exemption from plundering tasks was also very nice. After all, the Beast Pirates were pirates and would often send people out to plunder. Only after robbing a specified amount of wealth could they consider the task completed. As an ordinary member, Tiger naturally could not be exempted. These plundering tasks were very cruel. A large team would set out, and usually only about 30 would return, which was quite dangerous. Some unfortunate souls would encounter elite Navy forces during plundering, essentially becoming cannon fodder. This was the harsh reality of the pirate world. Everyone was engaged in a business where they risked their lives, and no one could blame anyone. If luck ran out, they could only resign themselves to fate and prepare to die. Plundering tasks could not be avoided. They were scheduled in turns. Unless there were special circumstances, whoever's turn it was had to go. According to the rules, Tiger was supposed to go plundering with other Beast members after the new year. If he had a choice, he certainly didn't want to do such work. It was dirty, tiring, and the uncertainties were too many. Pirate plundering was a malicious event, and the Navy would intervene whenever they encountered it. If one day luck ran out and they ran into a powerful Navy force, it would be miserable. Just thinking about the 3 admirals or Garp made his head ache. Although he could fly, he couldn't guarantee that those old-timers wouldn't have coping strategies. After learning about the benefits of being a Flying Six, Tiger felt very satisfied. Having his own pirate ship and being able to roam freely was simply a paid vacation. It was too enjoyable. Damn it. If there's a bargain, I'm no fool. This Flying Six is definitely mine. All right, I'll take this job. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now that's more like it, you little brat. But I have a request. Tiger tentatively asked. Kaido glared. Speak. My hot spring house is about to open, and I need manpower. I want Maria to help me. Is that okay? Kaido directed his inquiring gaze at Jean. Jean replied, We've gathered enough intelligence recently. Having one less Maria won't have a significant impact, and since a hot spring house is also a place of entertainment, there will be a certain flow of people. She can continue her intelligence work there. Kaido waved his hand. All right, you little brat, just negotiate with Maria. Tiger gave an okay gesture. The last point on the notice caught Tiger's attention, and he asked, What is this fire festival? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? You want to know more about the fire festival. With the new year approaching, the fire festival would be coming in less than a month. Jean explained, The fire festival is an annual grand event. At that time, people from Orochi will come to our Onigashima to celebrate together. It's also an important festival for the Beast Pirates. During this time, seniors from the pirate crew will return, and everyone will exchange ideas and prepare for the next year. What Jean mentioned should be Hanazuki, the man known as the King of Lizards, who is now a warlord. Tiger had previously learned this news from Maria. Jean reminded, The fire festival is a grand celebration, and during this period, everyone will be celebrating, so their mindset will be more relaxed. However, this is also the time when vigilance needs to be increased. The important thing to note is this. We've been cracking down on the underworld recently to make things easier during the fire festival. After all, those underworld figures have never been obedient. Tiger, you should also go with the team to clean up those guys. The underworld in Wano country has a long history. Due to Kaido's control over Wano, those samurai who once followed Oden have lost their support. Most of these people lost their focus in life and gradually turned into thugs and ronin, gathering together to form the current underworld figures. Most of these people engage in shady businesses, such as running casinos and private brothels. They are not protected by laws and exist on the fringes of society. Previously, they had their leader, Kaido, but due to a series of events, these underworld figures are now practically equated with Oden's remnants. Black Maria reacted most strongly to this situation. She arranged for her trusted subordinates to pursue those suspected of being Oden's remnants relentlessly. Kaido no longer enjoyed his former glory. He has been suspected by Black Maria and warned not to shelter those underworld personnel. Security work gradually no longer involved Kaido, and he, the nominal security captain, had become a mere title. Recently, Kayashiro had to lay low, hiding in the largest courtesan house in the flower capital, drinking away his sorrows all day. In the evening, the actions of the ugly trio became even more frantic. In the courtesan house, Uncle Tanshiro, don't frown so much. Let Hiyori play you a tune. This is something I just learned recently. Princess Hiyori, I told you before, even if I'm the only one here, you must refer to yourself as Kamurasaki. There are ears on the other side of the wall. We can't be careless. Kayashiro was reeking of alcohol, but his mind remained clear as he constantly reminded the little girl beside him. The little girl called Xiaozi has medium-length greenish-blue hair, adorned with a small pink flower accessory on her head. She holds a shamisen in one hand and a plectrum in the other. The girl looks to be around 12 or 13 years old, pouting with her small face puffed up like a bun. She thinks she is very cute. Compared to the relentless pursuit and bloody clashes of the Black Carbon Serpent against the underworld figures, the actions of the 100 Beasts seem relatively ordinary. They usually confiscate the funds from underworld shops and disperse the employees inside. They do engage in smashing and looting, and if they encounter suspected remnants of the imperial court, they will execute them on the spot without hesitation. Recently, Tiger has been following the main force of the 100 Beasts to carry out this task. This kind of bullying and showing off power is incredibly easy for Tiger. In smashing and looting, Tiger can be considered a proper pirate for once. He enjoys watching the samurais' heads roll. Today, he arrived at a brothel, the very one where Mariejois works. The madam was respectfully welcoming at the door, and upon seeing that the leader was Tiger, she immediately adopted a more fawning demeanor, smiling as she said, "Lord Tiger, in consideration of Mariejois, I hope you will show mercy and go easy on us. Don't hold it against this old woman." Tiger laughed heartily. "Sure, where is Mariejois?" The madam replied with a smile. "Mariejois is still inside. Please follow me, sir." Tiger waved his hand. "No need for that, just call her out. I'm here to take her away today." Chapter 67. Street Racing. The madam hesitated for a moment, then quickly put on a smile. "Sir, please wait a moment." In less than a quarter of an hour, Mariejois came out. She looked at Udyr, feigning surprise, and said, "Grandpa, you're here. Why don't you go sit inside?" She had rushed out in such a hurry that she wasn't even wearing socks. Her fair and alluring feet were now stepping on wooden clogs, looking quite charming. To everyone's surprise, without saying a word, Udyr stepped forward, picked up Mariejois, and was about to leave. He turned back to the madam and said, "Mariejois is mine. I'm taking her with me today. You have no objections, right?" Without waiting for the madam to respond, Udyr turned to his subordinates and said, "You guys be gentle. Just smash lightly and take the valuable things. No killing, okay?" "Oh." His subordinates replied in unison. Hearing Udyr's words, the madam nodded obediently with a smile and no longer dared to look towards Mariejois. A dark cloud rose beneath Udyr's feet, and he ignored the surprised gazes of others, swaggering away with Mariejois. "Let go of me. What are you doing? I need to go back. I still have intelligence work to do," Mariejois protested, clinging to Udyr's shoulder and wriggling around. Her face flushed as she kept hitting Udyr's back. "Don't worry. You could do the same at the bathhouse." Kaido agreed. "So you'll follow me and do your intelligence work at the bathhouse from now on," Udyr replied. Hearing that Kaido had agreed, Mariejois calmed down slightly. She watched as the houses below grew smaller, realizing they were flying higher. With a crisp sound, Udyr slapped her on her perky bottom and laughed. "You should eat less lately. Already 3 meters 5 tall. Why grow so tall? Mind your own business." "Let me down," Mariejois retorted. Udyr slapped her again, laughing. "Be good, eat less." Mariejois ignored him and struggled to jump down from Udyr's shoulder. Her feet landed on the dark cloud, and she felt a sense of novelty. It was her first time in the sky, and she was both excited and scared. She tightened her grip on Udyr's arm, looking around as the wind blew, causing the surrounding houses, mountains, and trees to gradually recede. She occasionally looked down at the familiar street scenes of Julie, feeling it was surreal. Even in the world of pirates, being able to fly in the air was a rare ability. The wind was strong, blowing her skirt and making her wide sleeves flutter, while her golden hair was a mess. She stretched out a hand, continuously smoothing her hair, trying to make herself look beautiful. Gradually, she became bolder. Still holding onto Udyr with both hands, she extended one foot to kick the dark cloud beneath her. Caught up in the fun, she kicked off her clogs. Damn it. She casually let go of the other clog, kicking it away as she bounced on the clouds with her bare, delicate feet. She opened her mouth, laughing heartily, as the wind rushed in her mouth, producing a continuous Allah, Allah sound. Hold on tight. Udyr accelerated, soaring directly toward the sky. Maria closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Udyr's waist, feeling both scared and thrilled, her heart racing. They were so close that Udyr could almost feel her heartbeat. As they reached nearly 1,000 meters in altitude, their speed gradually slowed. It felt like being on a drop tower ride at an amusement park, where the machine had reached the highest point and stopped. This allowed Maria to catch her breath. She opened her eyes and looked down at Wano country and the nearby Onigashima. So small. Suddenly, Maria felt a sensation of weightlessness, her body free-falling downward. Like all little girls on their first drop tower ride, Maria screamed in fright. She clung to Udyr with one hand while the other covered her skirt, her long, messy dress flying up, nearly brushing against Udyr's face. With her skirt flying, Maria's long, fair legs were fully exposed, and she blushed, hitting Udyr hard. The dark cloud plummeted toward the nearby sea, and Udyr made a quick stop, changing direction to fly close to the water surface. The rapid speed split the sea, causing white waves to splash up to 2 meters high. Maria was soaked, her loose kimono now clinging to her body, accentuating her graceful figure. It was the first time Maria experienced such thrilling excitement. Even though she wasn't a timid girl, her heart continued to race. Gradually, Udyr slowed down. They arrived in a diving area, and while Maria wasn't paying attention, Udyr suddenly tossed her into the water. "You bastard!" Maria laughed and cursed as she splashed water at Udyr, occasionally bending down to pick up stones from the bottom to throw at him. Udyr didn't dodge. He stood there and let her hit him. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of armament hockey, and the stones hitting him felt like nothing. In fact, some stones shattered against his hard armament hockey. As the sun set, after a while of playing around, Maria felt tired, so Udyr took her toward the bathhouse. Although the bathhouse wasn't open for business, some pirates were already stationed there, including Jinrami and Salamander, who were training other female pirates and cleaning up before opening. When they saw Udyr carrying Maria into the bathhouse, they were pleasantly surprised and all gathered around. "Big sister, what happened? You're soaking wet." Yeah. Go change into some dry clothes inside. Be careful not to catch a cold." Maria said, "Are there any clothes for me here? Your sizes are too small. I can't wear them." Salamander smiled and said, "We have some. Lord Udyr specifically instructed us to prepare your clothes and toiletries since he said you would be coming soon." "Humph." Maria glared at Udyr with a proud look, swaying her hips as she followed her sisters to take a bath and change clothes. She took a comfortable bath and changed into a loose robe. After walking around the bathhouse, she found she couldn't see Udyr anywhere and felt a little disappointed. She casually asked, "Where did that bastard go?" Salamander replied, "Big sister, are you referring to Lord Udyr? He has already returned to Onigashima. I heard it was Lord Jin who sent him back for a mission." "Oh really?" Maria responded nonchalantly and swayed her hips back to her room. "I even put on a beautiful makeup, and you just go have fun." Onigashima. Jin and Queen were counting the number of people present for the operation, and there were quite a few capable members of the Beast Pirates. Udyr, Jack, and Sasaki were among them. Sasaki had healed from his injuries and looked fine, completely unlike the person who had suffered serious injuries a few days ago. When he saw Udyr looking at him, Sasaki smiled and nodded. Udyr looked around and noticed that everyone participating in this operation was of true combat level. There were no ordinary members among them. Including himself, there were only 6 people in total. It seemed that the target of this operation was not simple. Once Jin saw everyone was gathered, he spoke in a low voice. "An informant has reported that near the flower capital, a nimble thief known as Ugly Third Son appears every midnight. There is reliable evidence that this thief is related to recent gangsters. The Orochi side has tried several times to deal with this person, but has failed, thus requesting our Beast Pirates' assistance. Mr. Kaido has already agreed, and you will head to the flower capital tonight to capture this Ugly Third Son." "Yes," everyone replied in unison. Chapter 68. The Ugly Trio, the flower capital, located in the center of Wano country, is the capital of Wano. compared to other regions. The flower capital is more prosperous and densely populated. It was already evening when Tiger and the others arrived in the flower capital, the time when nightlife is most vibrant. The group dispersed, blending into various corners of the flower capital, waiting for their prey to appear. The streets were still brightly lit at this hour, with a continuous flow of people showcasing the splendor of the city. Since it wasn't curfew yet, the ugly trio wouldn't show up. So Tiger planned to take a stroll first. This was his first visit to the flower capital, where rows of traditional wooden buildings lined the streets. The lattice windows of the merchant houses and the warm curtains of the oil shops created a unique charm as he wandered through the city. Since the target hadn't appeared yet, Tiger decided not to deprive himself and planned to enjoy some food and drink alone. He bought some snacks from a street vendor and casually found an izakaya to sit down and have a few drinks. Supporting his chin with one hand, he poured himself a drink now and then, watching the passers-by, letting his mind wander. This was his exclusive leisure time. Feeling slightly tipsy, Tiger left the izakaya, holding a sake jug in one hand, casually wandering the streets. His target was the ugly trio. While others didn't know this person's true identity, Tiger was well aware. This thief was like a frenzied man every night, known as K-Sai. Since the target was K-Sai, why not actively seek him out? There was a high-end brothel in the flower capital run by K-Sai. Recently, he had heard some rumors indicating that K-Sai wasn't doing well, so he thought he might take a chance there. With one hand holding the sake jug and the other resting on his sword, Tiger staggered to the brothel. The establishment was clearly more upscale than those in K-Reboro Town, featuring a top-tier courtesan from Wano, the Oiran. This Oiran could not possibly be cozy, as according to the original timeline, it would take another 13 years for Cozy to become the top courtesan of Wano. Tiger speculated about the time and assumed that Zuki Hayori was being kept here by Sai, still a 13-year-old girl. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Tiger took a swig from his drink, adding to his drunkenness, and muttered to himself, "If you were 5 or 6 years older with a developed figure, I would definitely have that Cozy accompany me for drinks and bed, just to show you how much I can push you. Thinking of avenging Yutaka? No way." Tiger cursed as he entered the brothel. Reeking of alcohol, he immediately displayed the typical behavior of a drunkard upon entering. After causing quite a stir, K-Sai came out to greet him with a smile after about 15 minutes. "Oh, isn't this my brother Tiger? What brings you here? Not welcoming me? How could that be? Come, let's go to the private room upstairs. Today, drinks are on the house, and you can choose any girl you like. All expenses are waived." "Ha ha ha." Tiger laughed heartily. "K-Sai, you're too generous. I might as well move in here. Today, you must send your Oiran to accompany me for drinks." K-Sai's expression changed slightly. "Oh, that's unfortunate. The Oiran is out tonight accompanying General Orochi. If you had told me earlier, I would have saved her for you. Damn Orochi, daring to steal my girl. Just wait until I chop off his dog head." Tiger shouted boisterously. K-Sai quickly covered Tiger's mouth and whispered, "Shh, be careful. There might be ears on the wall." Then K-Sai spoke loudly, "My brother Tiger is drunk." "Haha, he's drunk. I will definitely bring you a couple of girls who are just as beautiful as the Oiran. Come on, let us go upstairs." Once inside, K-Sai dropped his facade. He had lost a lot of weight and didn't look well. "Tiger, you really shouldn't have come here. I'm being watched now. You just found your footing with Kaido, and you shouldn't be involved with me anymore. It's nothing. I just came to have a look and enjoy some drinks. Those samurai we killed together recently have made others think we have a bond. If I suddenly distance myself from you now, wouldn't that raise more suspicion? Just let it be. I'm here to have fun today." K-Sai thought about it and agreed. He exchanged a few more pleasantries with Tiger before leaving. "Enjoy yourself today. All expenses are on me, and I'll make sure to send you some beautiful girls later." Once K-Sai left, Tiger immediately shook off his drunkenness, feeling more alert. Seeing that no one was around, he gently flicked his fingers, and a cloud the size of an egg appeared at his fingertips. "Go." He flicked his finger, manipulating the inconspicuous little black cloud into a wisp of black thread, disappearing into the night. Before long, K-Sai sent in 2 elegant courtesans, each with a beauty rating of 7 or 8 out of 10. Tiger thought to himself that K-Sai was working late because of him, and he had to take full advantage of this opportunity. Free food and drink made Tiger feel that his effort wasn't wasted, He didn't even want to capture Sai anymore. Keeping him around for free benefits every now and then sounded wonderful. Tiger wrapped one arm around each courtesan, occasionally saying flirtatious things that made the two beauties giggle shyly. After a few rounds of drinks, a few maids came in with food and drinks, accompanied by a petite girl. The girl had greenish long hair and held a shamisen, looking about 12 or 13 years old. After entering the room, the girl bowed and sat down, softly speaking with a sweet, childlike voice. I heard that Lord Tiger is a friend of Brother Sai, so I, Cozy, came to pay my respects. I don't have much to offer, so I'd like to perform a song for you, Lord Tiger. Cozy? Upon hearing this, Tiger perked up. Oh, so you are indeed here with Sai. He raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, a little girl like you. Why are you here as a courtesan? At such a young age, you should be studying more. Don't your parents care about you? Ah, Lord Tiger, please don't say that. Don't underestimate Cozy. She plays the shamisen beautifully. Even the Oiran would feel ashamed. One of the courtesans chimed in. Yes, Lord Tiger, we became courtesans out of necessity. Poor Cozy, she lost both parents at such a young age. It's truly pitiful. Another courtesan lamented. The girl named Cozy visibly froze when Tiger mentioned her parents. Her expression darkened, and she showed no emotion, lowering her gaze and remaining silent. Tiger waved his hand. All right, then start your performance. Cozy bowed again and said, I will show my clumsiness now. With a rhythmic sound, the shamisen played a sorrowful and beautiful tune. Tiger had no musical expertise, but he could tell that Cozy's skills were indeed impressive. After the performance, he clapped repeatedly, laughing. That was wonderful, little Cozy. Come, pour me a drink. Schapta 69 Liter. Little Z still can't drink. Little Z placed the samisen aside and covered her mouth with a light laugh. Can't drink? That's okay. Practice makes perfect, young lady Little Z. There are plenty of days ahead. If you aim to become a courtesan, you can't be bad at drinking. Why don't I teach you this first time? But Little Z clearly hesitated. Hitsuji brought over a small wine cup and poured a little drink, smiling. Miss Little Z, I even got you a smaller cup. And this wine is the famous Hatsuzakura sake from Wano country. It's sweet and fragrant, with a hint of cherry blossoms and the clear sweetness of rice wine. Just take a sip, it's fine. Little Z blinked her big, beautiful eyes, eager to try. Come on. Hitsuji suppressed a mischievous smile and waved her over. He signaled to the nearby courtesan to make some space and patted the cushion, grinning. Little Z charmingly approached Hitsuji, sat down with her legs crossed, and carefully picked up the small wine cup. Come on, let's drink. Hitsuji raised his cup and clinked it with Little Z's. Little Z slowly finished the cup of wine. Cough. Little Z felt her throat warm up and couldn't help but cough, a few tears welling up in her eyes as she exclaimed, Hitsuji-sama is lying. It's not sweet at all. Hitsuji feigned surprise, glanced at the wine bottle beside him, and laughed. Sorry, I might be a bit drunk and grabbed the wrong one. That was shochu. Oh dear, Hitsuji-sama is so naughty. Little Z pouted, her face turning slightly red. At that moment, she seemed to be sulking, her chubby cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. The two courtesans beside them chimed in. Come on, this time I didn't grab the wrong one. Give it a sniff. Hitsuji took out another bottle of sake and brought it closer to Little Z. Little Z was still pretending to be angry, but her little face unconsciously leaned in. She scrunched up her pretty little nose and sniffed. It smelled so good. She indeed detected a fresh fragrance, completely different from the fiery, choking shochu she had drunk earlier. Come on, let us fill it up. Hitsuji poured her some Hatsuzakura sake. Little Z tentatively licked her little tongue over it, her eyebrows raising as she downed the small cup in one go. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Little Z nodded. After that, without needing Hitsuji to coax her, Little Z drank cup after cup, and he couldn't stop her. Although it was sweet rice wine with a low alcohol content, it was still alcohol. The green-haired girl's face was now flushed, and she swayed slightly. She leaned against Hitsuji's shoulder, exhaling softly. Hitsuji looked at this little Hinata and felt no stirrings in his heart. Since they were close, Hitsuji could feel the flatness of her chest against him. He secretly complained, so small, almost negligible. My dado is much better. This little kid seems to know how to play this game. No wonder she can fool those old men when she grows up. It's one thing to like cheating for money, but why target those lecherous old men? Hitsuji even suspected that Hinata might prefer older men. Moreover, this girl could get close to a man and later casually say that men would drool with her sleeping beside them. Such outrageous claims. Those who didn't know the truth might think she loved her profession so much. Such a dedicated young lady even made Hitsuji want to give her a thumbs up. At this moment, Kyujiro suddenly walked in. He immediately spotted little Z leaning against Hitsuji. Kyujiro strode over, his tone slightly accusatory, and said anxiously, "Hitsuji, what does this mean? Why are you letting this little girl serve drinks?" Hitsuji raised an eyebrow and feigned impatience. "What do you mean, Kyujiro? Didn't you say you were treating me today? Do you really care about a 13 or 14-year-old girl? I didn't do anything to her. She drank a few cups herself, and I couldn't stop her." Kyujiro was about to say something else when little Z suddenly stood up, swaying. She waved her hand dramatically, her long sleeves flowing as she said, "Kyujiro, no. Uncle Kyujiro, how can you blame Brother Hitsuji? He is a guest. I have to accompany him well." In just a short while, she was already calling him brother. She spoke with a hint of reprimand and command. Little Z's actions startled the two courtesans beside them, who looked at her and their boss in surprise. Kyujiro's expression slightly changed, but quickly returned to normal. He stepped forward and pulled little Z up, smiling. "Hitsuji, don't mind. This little Z is the daughter of a longtime friend of mine. That friend has long since passed, leaving only this daughter. I treat her like my own. I just saw her drink a bit much and got a bit anxious. I hope you don't take it to heart." Before Hitsuji could respond, little Z, who was already unsteady, suddenly spoke. "Brother Hitsuji wouldn't be so petty. Unlike you. He said he would come and play with me whenever he has time." Kyujiro chuckled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. Hitsuji understood, and seeing Kyujiro's nervousness, he was now 100% sure that this little girl was Kagetsu Hinata. Hitsuji smiled. "Oh, so that is how it is, the child of a late friend. I truly apologize. I thought this little girl's hair color was so similar to yours, Kyujiro. If I really guessed correctly, don't treat me as an outsider next time. I should bring some gift for my niece when I come over." Kyujiro was already unhappy with Hitsuji for encouraging Hinata to drink, and after seeing that Hinata was fine, he said nothing more. But when Hitsuji joked about Hinata's identity, Kyujiro really got a bit angry, though he hid it well. He squinted his crescent-shaped eyebrows and coldly smiled. "Hitsuji, don't make such jokes. Little Z is drunk. I'll take her home. You enjoy yourself." Hitsuji laughed. "All right, take care. I'll drink a couple more cups, so I won't see you off." Kyujiro dragged little Z away without looking back. After that, Hitsuji continued to drink and have fun with the two courtesans, playing and making noise until late at night. The two courtesans were exhausted and randomly collapsed onto the tatami to sleep. At that moment, Hitsuji, who had been leaning on his elbow and lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was exceptionally clear, completely unlike someone who was drunk. Hitsuji stood up and walked outside. The night was deep, and the flower capital was asleep. Here in the courtesan house, a few sounds could still be heard, the sounds of guests enjoying themselves with the courtesans. But the entire marketplace had already quieted down. The cool night breeze brushed his face, and Hitsuji looked up at the waning moon in the sky, his lips curling up. A slender figure dressed in night clothes and wearing a mask was currently darting across the rooftops in the moonlight. This person had no idea that a wisp of black cloud was always following him, almost imperceptibly. Hitsuji chuckled. Finally can't hold back anymore. Chapter 70. Neither of us will drown watching the figure of the ugly kid leap away. Tiger turned into a black cloud, following behind at a leisurely pace. He notified the other true fighters of the 100 Beasts. About a quarter of an hour later, Tiger noticed that the people from the 100 Beasts were also rushing over from other places. Among them, Jack and Sasaki were the fastest to move. However, their actions were so conspicuous that the ugly kid on the rooftop had already spotted them. If you were to say these two were good at competing and showing off, Tiger would agree. But if you said they could set up an ambush or track someone, those two were unreliable for that. The ugly kid, also known as Crazy Death, was somewhat startled. He thought he had hidden well and shouldn't have been discovered. He observed those chasing him, clearly aware of his hiding spot. Crazy Death found this very puzzling, feeling as if a pair of eyes were watching him from behind. This forced him to cancel his plans for the night. He only had one thought in mind: to quickly shake off these 100 Beast people. The more anxious he became, the easier it was to make mistakes, and before long, he was surrounded by 5 true fighters. Jack and Sasaki were the first to attack, each drawing their weapons to strike at the ugly kid. Apart from these two, the remaining 3 true fighters were Hold'em, who had just obtained an artificial devil fruit, and the still ordinary people, Doping and Daifugo. Hold'em had a lion growing on his stomach, looking like he had run out of the zoo. The other 2 had not yet acquired artificial devil fruits. Doping was the hippo man from the original work, with his entire upper body in the mouth of an enormous pink hippo. Daifugo was a scorpion man in the original, possessing 6 legs. Hold'em, Doping, and Daifugo had recently just been promoted to true fighters, with strength that was barely above that of ordinary lackeys, significantly weaker compared to Jack and the others. At this moment, the ugly kid was dressed in a neat night outfit, wearing a mask. The weapons he carried were not his usual daggers, but 2 small short knives, each about 50 to 60 centimeters long. As Jack and Sasaki swung their blades towards him, he had no choice but to fight back. Although he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against any one of them, facing 4 hands with 2 fists, combined with the fact that the weapons he carried were not his usual ones, he was quickly suppressed by the 5. Among them, Jack and Sasaki were the main attackers. Jack took the lead. Despite the curved sword in his hand looking quite strange, it was very effective against enemies. He was the one who put the most pressure on the ugly kid. He swung his curved sword with great speed, and coupled with Jack's tall stature and long arms, he pushed the ugly kid back repeatedly. Sasaki also took the opportunity to strike, occasionally landing a blow that kept the ugly kid on the defensive. The other 3 moved behind him, waiting for a chance to ambush. After several rounds of knife fighting, the ugly kid found it hard to guard against attacks from both sides, sustaining multiple cuts to his shoulders, arms, and back, resulting in quite a few injuries. The wounds were not deep, but blood still oozed out. Seeing the situation turn dire, the ugly kid decided not to continue the fight. Clang, clang, clang. Crazy Death swung his short sword repeatedly, blocking Sasaki and the attacks from the other peripheral fighters. Then he charged straight toward Jack, using an exchange of injuries to break through the encirclement. Finally, after enduring 2 strikes to his chest, he tore open a gap and was about to escape. But at that moment, several blackbirds flew in from nowhere, attacking the ugly kid. Bang, bang, bang. With each explosive sound, the ugly kid suffered a heavy blow to his back, even tearing his shirt. At this moment, his back was exposed, revealing the well-known emblem of Kazuki Oden to everyone. Jack shouted, "So you are the samurai of Kazuki Oden." The ugly kid was enveloped in arcs of electricity, feeling a wave of paralysis that slowed him down. Jack rushed forward, wielding the 2 curved swords, striking heavily at the ugly kid's back. The 2 strikes, enhanced by haki, clearly had an effect. The ugly kid staggered, nearly falling, but he had no time to catch his breath, as standing before him was the boy with 2 horns. The boy smiled slightly at him and instantly slashed several times, sending countless fire blades flying towards him, clearly aimed at his mask. Tiger knew very well that as long as he could tear off the ugly kid's disguise here and expose his true identity to everyone, Crazy Death would be finished. But the ugly kid also understood how crucial the mask on his face was. He covered it with one hand while continuously wielding his short knives with the other, blocking the incoming fire blades one by one. Even when he couldn't block them, he preferred to shield his other body parts rather than expose his true identity. This resulted in numerous areas of his body being hit. The cuts from the sharp blades, coupled with the burning flames, caused the ugly kid immense pain. He glanced back and saw Jack and the others charging at him again, realizing the danger, and decided not to hold back anymore. He quickly retreated to a suitable position, creating distance, and assumed a stance with both hands on his knives. He held the knife in his left hand above his head and the other in front of him, as if gathering strength. Tiger, seeing this familiar stance, felt alarmed and quickly withdrew to avoid the ugly kid-ass attack. Two-sword style, T-Jin 10 fist. Unaware of the truth, Jack and the others continued to swing their weapons, charging towards the ugly kid. The 2 blades, entwined with haki, cut through the air like shooting stars as the ugly kid charged forward. The powerful, aggressive cross/slash sent Jack and the others flying away in an instant. One by one, they fell to the ground, clearly injured. With space cleared, the ugly kid leaped onto the rooftop in a few quick steps, intending to escape using the cover of the buildings. Quick chase. Tiger, having avoided the opponent's attack, was in the best state and hurriedly rode the black cloud to pursue. Jack and Sasaki quickly got up. Both were ancient-type users with tough skin. Although they had been heavily injured by that cross-slash, it did not hinder their movements. The severe strike from the ugly kid had also ignited their ferocity, and the two transformed into their beast forms. The massive mammoth and triceratops charged through the streets of the flower capital, crashing through the annoying houses one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Those buildings crumbled under the feet of these two giants like paper toys, unable to withstand their advance. Some residents were awakened from their sleep by the noise and came out to see what was happening. The civilians whose houses had been destroyed were now left homeless. Cries filled the air, and the scene turned chaotic. The ugly kid watched the brutal actions of these two beasts, a surge of anger rising within him. Several times he considered turning back to fight these people, but reason made him choose to endure. He immediately jumped down from the house, intending to choose another escape route. Tiger followed closely behind him. Seeing the ugly kid change his escape direction, he hurriedly shouted, "Not good. This guy's trying to escape into the river. Stop him." After saying that, he released several thunderbirds, which flew towards the ugly kid. However, the ugly kid didn't care and braved the heavy blows, diving straight into the river along the street. By the time the others arrived, it was already too late. The thief had already submerged underwater. At this moment, Tiger also landed from the air, and the six of them exchanged glances. Among them, for were ability users. So the responsibility of pursuing in the water fell to the ordinary people, Duopeng and Dayfuge. Both of them were mediocre swimmers and looked at the dark river water, feeling a bit troubled. Seeing this, Jack got angry, grabbed each of them by the collar, and lifted them into the air like little chicks. With 2 splashes, he threw them into the water. Jack cursed fiercely, "I can't swim either. If you guys don't go, do you expect the rest of us to jump in?" Chapter 71 suggestions after that. Toko transformed into black clouds again and continued searching along the river. The remaining 3 also searched everywhere by the river for the trace of that ugly kid, but after a busy night, they still lost him. Upon returning to Ghost Island, they naturally could not avoid a scolding from Jean and Quinn. Everyone felt a bit aggrieved, but the fact was that they had not done their job well. Toko spoke up. "That person is not an ordinary thief. In a one-on-one situation, we cannot completely guarantee victory over him, but this time we did gain something. At least we know that this person is a retainer of Odin, and this thief is one of the red scabbards from back in the day." After that, everyone detailed the circumstances of their encounter with the enemy to Jean. Jean was somewhat surprised, though. This person actually knows Odin's two-sword style? Jean was well aware of the power of that technique. The huge cross-shaped scar on Kaido's belly was left by Odin back in the day. Quinn on the side spoke up. "Even so, with so many of you, you couldn't even stop one samurai. That's really embarrassing." Everyone looked at each other, feeling a bit awkward. Jack stepped forward and said, "This thief is very agile and kept hiding by jumping between buildings. It was hard for us to keep up." "Agile?" Quinn chuckled while holding a cigar. "It looks like you all should lose some weight. Eating too much affects your agility." Toko looked at Quinn, who was like a meatball, and silently complained. "When you criticize others, maybe you should look at yourself first?" Jean frowned. "So I told Toko to follow you, right? He has the ability to fly. That person definitely couldn't escape." Toko helplessly said, "I did follow him the whole time, but that guy jumped into the river in the end, and there was nothing I could do." Jack added, "I even had Dopon and Dave jump and chase him, but their swimming skills are average, and they still let that thief get away." Jean rubbed his forehead and didn't say anything further. "You all go down first." "Yes." The other fighters all took their leave. Jean glanced at Toko, who was still standing there, and asked, "Do you have anything else?" Toko replied, "Although we didn't catch that ugly kid this time, we can inform Kaido about the actual injury situation of this thief." "Why is that?" "I suspect this thief is Kanjuro. I have met Kanjuro several times and fought alongside him to slay those samurai. Even though the thief was masked tonight, judging by his build and agility, he is very similar to Kanjuro." We just need to inform Kaido about this person's injury and share our suspicion. Kaido is naturally suspicious and will want to verify it himself. The rest can be left to them to fight it out. Quinn asked, "Are you so sure this thief is Kanjuro?" Jean didn't speak. He was pondering. He recalled that Toko had previously mentioned that Kanjuro had the Kazuki family crest on his back. Back then, Toko was just a newcomer, and Jean didn't believe him at first. Now, having confirmed that this thief indeed has the Kazuki family crest, and hearing Toko's speculation, Jean found some reason in it. He decided to trust Toko's speculation for now. Moreover, reporting this action and the speculation from the Beast Pirates was a perfectly normal thing to do. Jean said, "Okay, then it's settled." Toko said, "This operation also exposed some issues within our Beast Pirates." Quinn, puffing on his cigar, said with interest, "Go on, tell me." Toko raised 2 fingers, 2 points, not agile enough and not good at water combat. He looked at Jean and said, "Regarding agility, I mentioned it when you were training me earlier. If everyone in our team could reach the level of the Navy's Shave and Moonwalk, we wouldn't let such agile opponents slip away so easily." As Kaido's right-hand man, Jean and Quinn had fought with the Navy many times in their early years and were naturally aware of the Navy's 6 powers. Jean nodded, clearly agreeing with Toko's statement. "You're right. On this point, our Beast Pirates do need to strengthen. Some people indeed need to lose weight." As he spoke, he glanced at Quinn. Toko raised this point out of his own selfishness. He was quite envious of the Shave and Moonwalk from the Navy's 6 powers. If someone could teach him a little, with his passive enlightenment, he should be able to learn quickly. Trying to comprehend and practice on his own would still be too slow. Shave was said to allow for rapid movement by stepping on the ground at high speed within 0.36 seconds, making it seem like one had instantly disappeared. Moonwalk allowed one to walk briefly in the air. Although Toko had gained the ability to fly, he couldn't guarantee that his Devil Fruit powers wouldn't be confiscated one day. Moonwalk might save his life at a critical moment. These 2 skills were very practical, and it would be great to learn them. After all, having more skills is never a bad thing. Quinn, noticing Jin's implication, rubbed his belly and said, "Why are you looking at me? These are all muscles." Toko silently complained. "During the Ghost Island battle, you just shot lasers everywhere, trying to hit Sanji, who could use Moonwalk. Did you manage to hit him? In the end, you didn't catch Sanji and delayed the opportunity until Zoro recovered. What good is strong firepower if you can't hit anything? It's all just for show." As a member of the Beast Pirates now, Toko certainly didn't want such things to happen. If possible, he hoped the Beast Pirates would grow stronger, so he could lean on a big tree and enjoy the shade, achieving his laid-back life. He certainly didn't want the Beast Pirates to be destroyed in a decade or so. Currently, the Beast Pirates only had Kaido as a top-tier combat power, and he hoped Jean and Quinn could be strengthened so that at least they wouldn't lose to Zoro and Sanji 13 years later. Toko continued, "We also need to improve in naval battles. In the future, the Beast Pirates will have many Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. But when facing those good at water combat, we will be somewhat lacking, just like today, when we couldn't even catch a thief." Jean replied, "We in the Beast Pirates have always had thoughts about this. The best at water battles are the fishmen." Jack is from a fisherman background. He goes back to Fishman Island almost every year, hoping to recruit some fishmen, but unfortunately, the results have been minimal. After all these years, almost no fishmen are willing to join us. Fishman Island is relatively isolated, and fishmen have long been discriminated against. Many pirates have committed crimes on Fishman Island, and only after Whitebeard incorporated it into his territory did the situation improve somewhat. Therefore, they have no good feelings towards human pirates, and there is a group of fishmen on the island who strongly dislike humans, advocating for a break with humanity, making our recruitment work quite difficult. Even though Jack is a fishman, it still doesn't have much effect. Quinn sighed, "You don't need to worry about this. Rather than expecting to recruit fishmen, you might as well capture some wild animals that are good at swimming." Jean said, "That's right. I will explain the 2 points you mentioned today to Mr. Kaido. You should focus on your own matters for now." Toko nodded, seeing that his goal had been achieved, and took his leave. Fishman Island, huh? It really is an exciting place. Toko thought to himself that he must visit Fishman Island if he gets the chance in the future. Not to mention anything else. He certainly didn't want to miss those beautiful mermaid ladies. Chapter 72. The Plan of Crazy Death. Speaking of Fishman Island. one cannot help but mention the giant mermaid princess, the ancient weapon Poseidon, which is born only once every 800 years. It is rumored that she can communicate with sea kings. When Queen asked him to capture some water-dwelling beasts, his first reaction was to capture the sea kings. These big guys are said to be the most powerful species in the ocean, and it is said that sea kings possess the same intelligence as humans. I wonder what it would be like to capture one as a partner. Perhaps utilizing its golden finger could lead to its evolution. Once he becomes a flying six, he could take a trip to Fishman Island. Even if he can't get a sea king, capturing a small octopus, kraken, would still be possible. Jean informed Kaido's subordinate, Black Charcoal Orochi, about the thief being injured based on reports from Tereo and others. After learning this news, Orochi also sent someone to test the waters at Crazy Death's place. From the reports from his subordinates, Orochi became increasingly restless. He pushed away the beautiful woman in his arms, knocked over all the various delicacies in front of him, and paced back and forth in the room, feeling uneasy. Orochi speculated to himself, this thief is confirmed to be Odin Samurai, and he was injured by the Beast Pirates. And Crazy Death just happened to be injured at this time. What a coincidence. Even the locations of their injuries are roughly the same. Orochi squinted his eyes, having made a decision. In the end, Crazy Death completely relaxed. He had completely lost Orochi's trust. The hot spring house is about to open. Yamato frequently comes here. As soon as she finishes training with Kaido, she rushes to Kuri. Most of the time, Tereo carries her over. After all, Onigashima is separated from Wano by the sea, and having Tereo as a convenient aerial transportation tool is not to be wasted. In the evening, Yamato basically does not return to Onigashima. After all, the most convenient transportation tool stays overnight at the hot spring house, and since she can't fly, it's troublesome to go back to Onigashima, so she often stays over. Staying overnight naturally requires a bath, and she always drags Tereo along. This has become their old tradition, a daily routine. The two main characters are already used to it. But this makes Maria, as an onlooker, quite uncomfortable. This bastard is so shameless, really without any shame. Maria is very angry but can't find a reason to vent. Every time, aside from cursing him as a shameless bastard, there's nothing more. Even when Tereo greets her, she ignores him. Tereo, let's go take a bath, Yamato said, changing into a yukata and casually pulling Tereo toward the bathroom. Today is another day of being harshly criticized by Maria. Tereo looks at Maria's proud little expression and is unbothered. How would you understand the joy of taking a bath? Just envy from the side, you. After washing up with Yamato, Tereo felt completely relaxed and returned to his room, planning to rest well. He didn't know how much time passed, but just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a rustling sound outside the window. Tereo immediately became alert, wide awake, instinctively grabbed the tiger cut, drew the knife, and looked towards the bedside. Who is it? Tereo, brother, it's me. May I come in? Crazy Death. Tereo was startled. How'd he sneak over here at this late hour? Tereo held the knife and cautiously opened the window. A thin man dressed in night clothes rolled in from outside. Tereo asked, somewhat unfriendly, Crazy Death, what are you doing here at this late hour instead of staying at your own place? Crazy Death took off his headscarf and mask, smiled awkwardly, and said, Tereo, brother, I have something to ask of you. Crazy Death, just speak plainly. Crazy Death looked considerably thinner. It seems he has not been having a good time lately. His face showed sorrow, and he no longer had the vigor of the past. He slowly spoke. Recently, Orochi's suspicion of me has intensified, and I can no longer intervene in his security work. Tereo nodded. Indeed, there's been quite a commotion on Orochi's side lately. Many underworld people have been suppressed. It's not surprising that he suspects you. Crazy Death, just say it directly. What do you need my help with? Crazy Death was suddenly at a loss for words, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Finally, he sighed. My undercover work may have to come to an end. I received news that they may take action against me soon, probably around the time of the Fire Festival. Oh, Crazy Death, what do you plan to do next? T'auras fini de surprise, asking anxiously. I plan to set sail and look for companions. Companions? Crazy Death nodded. I still firmly believe in Lady Toki's prophecy. My companions and Lord Momonosuke must still be alive. In another 10 years, they will surely return to Wano and by then, we will definitely avenge Lord Odin." His eyes were resolute, revealing a hint of hope, as if he longed for that day to come. "Then I wish Crazy Death a smooth sailing and good luck in finding your lost companions." "Thank you, brother. I also have an unreasonable request. I hope you can agree to it." "Please, go ahead." "What I worry about the most after leaving Wano is little Hiyori. I hope Tereo, brother, can take good care of her while I'm away." "Oh, it seems Crazy Death came here tonight specifically for this matter." "Little Hiyori's identity should not be as simple as it seems," Tereo asked tentatively. Crazy Death hesitated and did not speak. "Crazy Death, you are too polite. I can agree to your request, but I, Tereo, always do things with clarity. Please clarify who little Hiyori is. I do not wish to take in a girl of unknown origin without understanding." Crazy Death gritted his teeth, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Crazy Death, "It's better to be honest. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease taking in little Hiyori." Crazy Death clasped his hands together. "I should have considered this better. To be honest, little Hiyori's identity is significant. I asked Tereo, brother, to promise me. Absolutely must not tell anyone." "No problem. Little Hiyori is the daughter of Kazuki Odin, the princess of Wano, Kazuki Hiyori." "What?" "Crazy Death, don't joke with me." Tereo's expression changed to one of shock as he sat up straight. "This is a serious matter. How could I be joking?" After saying this, Crazy Death bowed deeply, performing a kneeling salute, and said hoarsely, "I hope Tereo, brother, will treat Princess Hiyori well. Now, apart from me, no one knows her identity. You must hide her well. When the time comes, I will return to Wano with my companions, and Tereo, brother, will work with me from the inside to catch Orochi and Kaido in one net, avenging Lord Odin." Tereo hurriedly helped him up, meaningfully saying, "Rest assured, I will take good care of her." Chapter 73. With this punch, you might die. Tiger watched as Kayashiro disappeared into the night, feeling utterly unperturbed. He simply hadn't expected Kayashiro to entrust him with Kazuki Hiyori. "You're sending a sheep into the tiger's den, Kayashiro." Tiger reported Kayashiro's impending escape to his superiors and then waited for the opponent's whereabouts to be revealed, ready to reap the rewards. At the top of Onigashima, today was another day of harassing Kaido. Over the past 6 months, Tiger had managed to get close to Kaido repeatedly. Coupled with the other members of the Beast Pirates not slacking off, he had gained about 40,000 health points during this half year. A significant portion of this came from Kaido, as each time he got close, he earned roughly over 200 health points. The most direct feeling after increasing his health was that he felt quite resilient and full of energy. Previously, he could only last for a little over an hour against Kaido, but now he could easily hold on for nearly half a day. Having more health meant he could act freely. His rune, Unyielding Grip, had also upgraded from its initial form to an intermediate level. Unyielding Grip, intermediate based on the primary effect. Your normal attacks will add an additional damage. This additional damage, active, triggers every 15 seconds, dealing 3 of your maximum health as additional damage. According to his current maximum health, what would a punch from him mean? For example, with the current Rice Ball, a relatively strong entity and a mythical Zoan user, a punch from Tiger could take away approximately 1/5 of its health. Moreover, whether using his fists or a weapon, this additional damage would apply. Tiger believed that as long as he steadily stacked Unyielding Grip, his health reached an incredible level. A punch from him might actually kill someone. At that time, he would be a true one-punch man. The increase in maximum health also strengthened his Q and W skills. Raging Claw, Q Thunder Power, increases attack speed, and attacks can additionally deal a slight amount of lightning damage, along with 5 of current maximum health as extra damage. Ironclad Armor, W Life Force, grants a shield equal to 3 of current maximum health, and normal attacks restore a small amount of health. In the past, these 2 skills had low damage due to his low health limit, so he rarely used them. Now, with his health stacked up, the additional damage from Q was even more exaggerated than the normal attack from Unyielding Grip. The shield provided by W was also significant, although it was nothing compared to his own health. Now, if he were to encounter Jotaro or Kayashiro again, it might be a different story. Tiger collided fists with Kaido. Kaido seemed a bit surprised. He recently felt that Tiger's punches were getting heavier. Without using haki, he could already feel a slight tingling sensation. especially from the kid's pair of tiger claws, which released a current with noticeably increased power compared to before. Kaido chuckled. Hey, you little brat, you've made some progress lately. Let me see how well your black cloud lifting practice is going. Tiger followed orders and unleashed the black cloud, lifting a nearby small mountain. This small mountain weighed about 10,000 tons, roughly the size of a small pirate ship. Kaido nodded. Fight me in this state. After saying that, he swung his kanabo towards Tiger. Tiger focused his mind, preparing to block Kaido's attack. But when his attention shifted to Kaido, the lifted small mountain suddenly plummeted downwards. As he divided his focus to control the mountain, he was unable to respond to Kaido's attack. One swing sent him flying, and the mountain fell to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Your training isn't enough. You must be able to control the mountain while also fighting others. Kaido reprimanded sternly, slamming his iron rod into the ground. Tiger slowly got back up, brushed off the dust from his body, and nodded silently. Kaido's training was quite beneficial for him, making the strength of his fruit ability noticeably stronger. Thanks to this training, the black cloud he released had also become more solid. It is said that developing a fruit ability requires imagination, and Tiger had a bold idea. He wanted to emulate Smoker's approach, using his black cloud to bind enemies. When Smoker first appeared in the anime, Tiger was genuinely impressed. Smoker could turn his body into smoke, wrapping enemies in large amounts of it to capture them. Now that the strength of his black cloud had significantly increased, he wanted to replicate that skill, learning how Smoker captured people. This way, when he met Kaiashiro or Jotaro again, he would have another method to restrain them. Tiger had thought this ability was quite practical when he first saw it, and this natural type ability was just too awesome. But it wasn't until the combat power version was updated time and again that he changed his view on Smoker. One could only say, poor you, Smoker, you missed out on Oda's power-up patch. Tiger said to Kaido, I recently came up with a new skill. Can you take a look? Kaido raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, give it a try. Tiger called over the resting rice ball as a target. He gently waved his hand, quickly releasing a mass of black cloud, which was quite different from usual. It wasn't a mass, but rather a long, tubular shape, almost like a black snake. The black snake swiftly shot out, wrapping around the rice ball. Thanks to his developing haki, a layer of it was now attached to the already dark black snake, making it even darker and shinier. The rice ball was bound by the black snake and could not move. While resting nearby, Yamato found it quite interesting and was eager to try. Kaido nodded. Good idea. How did you come up with this technique? Tiger replied, a few months ago, we were tasked with dealing with that ugly brat. If I had developed this skill earlier, I could have captured him easily. It seems you're quite attentive to the task that Jin assigned you. Kaido was satisfied with Tiger's attitude. No, it's not that. I just don't want those samurai to keep being arrogant. However, your skill might work on ordinary people, but it might not against true strong opponents. After saying that, Kaido beckoned with his finger, indicating for Tiger to use the skill on him. Tiger gathered the black cloud again and waved it towards Kaido. Yet, no matter how Tiger used his ability, it had no effect on Kaido. Yamato walked over, curious, and asked what's going on. Is it because of haki? Before Kaido could speak, Tiger replied, exactly. Once haki reaches a certain level of strength, it can negate fruit abilities. You little brats still have a long way to go. Don't overly rely on your fruit powers. Yamato was somewhat unconvinced, believing her haki training was nearly complete, as she had awakened her conqueror's haki at a young age. She approached Tiger and requested a try. Tiger summoned the black snake again, wrapping Yamato inside and effortlessly lifting her up. No matter how much Yamato struggled and squirmed, she couldn't negate Tiger's fruit ability. The facts were clear, and Yamato had to admit that she was still quite far from a reckless old man. You brats. From today onward, the training intensity will be increased. You need to master higher-level haki applications. Higher level? Are you talking about flowing cherry blossom? Will we get to see haki binding? Chapter 74. Closing the net a few days later, at night, in changing port of Rabbit Bowl. A thin man dressed in a simple kimono approached the port. He wore a straw hat that cast a shadow over most of his face, making it nearly impossible to see his features in the darkness. A few rough-looking city slicker men were leading the way in front, most of them burly with multiple scars, looking like they were from the underworld. The leading man turned back and quietly said to the straw hat man, Brother Kwang Silang, Your boat is ready, over there. Kwang Sailang looked in the direction the man pointed, where a small boat capable of carrying about 10 people was moored by the shore. The leading man continued, Brother Kwang Sailang, we have prepared food and supplies on the boat for you. Wishing you a smooth journey and a quick reunion with your companions. Kwang Sailang clasped his fists and said solemnly, Everyone take care. The group bid farewell, their reluctance evident. However, unbeknownst to them, a completely black bird, resembling a crow, was watching their actions from a dark corner of the rooftop, not far away in the dense forest. Uzi and Sasaki were chatting while waiting for the right moment. They were sent by Kaido to assist Orochi in capturing Kwang Sailang, and behind them were nearly 500 pirate henchmen. Brother Uzi, how's the reconnaissance going? Uzi shared his vision with the Thunderbird and nodded. Inform Orochi's people. The target has appeared, we can act now. After Uzi reported the news of Kwang Sailang wanting to escape Wano, Kaido arranged for people to secretly monitor Kwang Sailang's every move. Finally, they caught this guy today. Upon hearing it was to eliminate Kwang Sailang, Uzi immediately agreed to the mission without hesitation. He wouldn't miss the chance to kick a man when he's down. Want to escape? Can I let you escape? The moment his identity was suspected, his fate was already sealed. On the other side, as Kwang Sailang was saying goodbye to those people, just as he was about to board the boat, suddenly 7 or 8 warships appeared across the port waters, with armed men ready for action, clearly prepared for a fight. The area around the port suddenly lit up as torches were ignited, resembling stars in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, Changing Port was illuminated as bright as day. A glance revealed nearly 1,000 people surrounding the area. Leading them was a ninja wearing a horned helmet, standing nearly 4 meters tall, with a long sword hanging on his back and messy reddish-brown hair that looked like a lion dog. This man was named Udyr.He, a trusted subordinate of Kaido and a member of Orochi's elite guards. Udyr.He chuckled. Kwang Sailang, considering our years of working together for General Orochi, I advise you to surrender quietly to avoid any unpleasantness. Kwang Sailang looked at Orochi's henchman, slowly drew his long knife, and said, So you've come. On the other side, Brother Uzi, it seems like a fight is about to break out over there. Should we go? Sasaki suggested, holding back his impatience. No rush, Brother Sasaki. Although this encirclement operation was Kaido's idea, it's ultimately an internal matter for Orochi. We don't need to get too involved. Let them fight it out for a while, and we'll pick up the pieces when they're weakened. Sasaki chuckled. Good idea, but we're too far away to see the situation. What should we do? No problem. Everyone follow me. With that, Uzi waved his hand, and a large cloud of black mist rose beneath their feet. The 500 henchmen and Sasaki were lifted into the air by Uzi, and after a few rises and falls, they arrived above the battlefield. This was also the result of Uzi's recent training in carrying weight. It was the limit of what he could currently lift. He couldn't compare to Kaido's feat of lifting 35,000 people and an entire ghost island. Sasaki cautiously leaned out to look down and saw that Kwang Sailang had been completely surrounded, feeling somewhat relieved. He marveled at how smoothly they had reached the battlefield and could see the situation below clearly. Sasaki couldn't help but sigh. What a convenient ability. He then praised Uzi's power, leisurely observing from the air. Uzi secretly complained, when you manage to rotate the bone plate on your Triceratops's neck, maybe you can fly too. The pirate henchmen were excited and curious to be flying in the air for the first time, but most held their breath and remained silent, fearing they might fall if they spoke carelessly. Uzi squatted on the black cloud, watching the fight below with pleasure. Let Kwang Sailang expend more of Orochi's living forces down there. In his view, whether it was the remnants of Odin or Orochi's subordinates, they were all obstacles to the Beast Pirates' rule over Wano. Only when the Beast Pirates completely controlled Wano, with no worries behind them, could he comfortably relax. Below, Kwang Sailang faced off against Udyr.He and the others. Although surrounded by thousands, Kwang Sailang was not panicked. Recently, he had been severely suppressed by Orochi's men, with many of his underworld brothers targeted by Kaido, suffering heavy casualties. It could be said that the forces in Wano still loyal to Odin were now few and far between. Staying in Wano held little meaning for him now. Kwang Sailang had long been harboring a surge of anger, and seeing these lackeys of Orochi only fueled his rage. He slowly drew his matching knife. his brows furrowing as killing intent surged. Dahe, seeing that Kwang Sailang did not intend to surrender, also adopted a cold expression and slowly drew the long knife from his back, pointing it at Kwang Sailang. Kill! Nearly 1,000 soldiers advanced, gradually tightening the encirclement. The battle was about to break out as Kwang Sailang charged forward with his long knife against the enemies rushing towards him. The few big men beside him also drew their weapons, their eyes resolute, following closely behind Kwang Sailang without retreating. After several rounds of fighting, the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided as it was 3 or 5 men against 1,000. Kwang Sailang's subordinates had all fallen, and although he himself had not sustained any fatal injuries, he had exhausted a lot of energy and was now gasping for breath. The subordinates of Orochi were also suffering. Nearly 300 had already perished at Kwang Sailang's hands. Kwang Sailang knew that if this dragged on too long, unexpected changes would occur, and he was unwilling to continue the entanglement, planning to retreat. He glanced at the small boat not far away, intending to jump onto it and escape. Although there were still several warships on the sea, breaking through those ships wasn't too difficult for him. As long as he reached the sea, he would have more room to maneuver. Just as he was about to leap onto the boat, a massive black cloud slowly descended, and a gigantic triceratops poked its head out from the cloud. The triceratops charged out of the black mist and crashed down, smashing the small boat to pieces. Chapter 75. Using a head for a moment, this triceratops was quite enormous, estimated to be about 14 or 15 meters tall. The small wooden sailboat, approximately 20 meters long, looked like a small platform under the feet of the triceratops, transformed by Sasaki. The small sailboat was instantly destroyed, and the retreat plan of Kaido was thwarted. Then suddenly, 500 pirates from the Beast Pirates descended from the black cloud above, completely blocking Kaido's escape route. Dahe laughed heartily. "Brother Sasaki, you came just in time. Let us kill this rebel together. General Orochi will surely be pleased." Sasaki jumped down from the destroyed sailboat and transformed into his hybrid form, blocking Kaido alongside Dahe. Kaido's eyes turned red, and veins bulged on his forehead. In his desperate situation, he had a hint of madness. He held nothing back, determined to carve out a bloody path even at the cost of his life. Kaido was already one of the most powerful swordsmen, and in a life-or-death struggle, he was incredibly fierce. In an instant, he broke through the siege of 300 soldiers, killing them one by one, leaving limbs and corpses scattered on the ground, blood staining the entire area. Seeing the bloodied Kaido, the soldiers of Orochi shrank back, hesitating. Ujin looked at the soldiers and shook his head slightly. Orochi's subordinates are just a bunch of cowards. Kaido's clothes were already tattered, and he tore off the rags hanging on him, revealing the mark on his back. Dahe glanced at it in shock. "You really are one of Odin's people." Kaido laughed loudly. "What are you laughing at? You're about to die." He chuckled. "I laugh at your foolishness, at how General Orochi is just a complete idiot. After all these years by his side, he still treats me as his confidant. Isn't that funny?" After saying this, Kaido swung his long knife, unleashing a powerful sword energy that knocked down the approaching pirates, making it seem like he was about to escape. Sasaki instantly transformed into his hybrid form, raised his large knife, and blocked Kaido, engaging him in a fierce battle. Sasaki laughed. "Kaido, you're that ugly little brat from a while ago, and now you're at death's door. Any resistance is futile." Kaido sneered, and didn't he respond? He had nothing good to say to the Beast Pirates. He switched from a one-handed grip to a two-handed grip on his knife, striking down, clashing with Sasaki's large knife. A strange scene unfolded. In his hybrid form, Sasaki stood nearly 10 meters tall, massive and muscular, towering over Kaido, who was about 3 meters tall. Logically, he shouldn't lose to the smaller Kaido. But the reality was the opposite. Sasaki found himself being suppressed by Kaido. Using agile movements and superior swordsmanship, Kaido smoothly sidestepped to Sasaki's diagonal rear and struck. The disadvantages of the heavy and massive hybrid form were once again exposed. Seeing Sasaki at a disadvantage, Dahe joined the fight. The two fought desperately but still couldn't take down Kaido, and in several rounds of confrontation, they sustained serious injuries. Meanwhile, Kaido managed to take out over 100 soldiers during their entanglement. As the situation turned dire, Kaido seized an opportunity and dashed out, leaping into the sea, planning to escape underwater like last time. Not good, Sasaki exclaimed and hurriedly chased after him. Dahe shouted, "You guys, hurry up, block him and kill him. General Orochi has ordered that this man must be executed. We can't let him get away." Just as Kaido was about to dive into the water, the black cloud moved. Two thick black snakes, as wide as a bowl, surged out, swiftly coiling around Kaido's ankles. Kaido's body eerily froze in midair. Everyone present was stunned, staring at the two black snakes hovering in the air. Then, from the black cloud, emerged the figure of a young boy. The boy had handsome features, a determined face, and a strong, muscular body, exuding a sense of wild violence. "Hujin, you finally made your move." Sasaki was delighted to see Hujin act. Hujin waved his hand casually, controlling the two black snakes to pull Kaido back. With a crash, Kaido fell headfirst to the ground, dazed. He hurriedly stood up, one hand clutching his forehead. Pain etched on his face. Blood flowed from several wounds, and even though he pressed hard on the wound with one hand, the bleeding wouldn't stop. Mixed with blood and sweat on his face, Kaido's vision began to blur. However, the figure of the boy coming toward him became increasingly clear. The boy smiled slightly. "Brother Kaido, we meet again. Kaido has ordered us to take your life, so don't blame me." Kaido leaned on his knife, panting. His prolonged struggle had drained his stamina. He stared intently at the approaching boy, murmuring to himself, "He must be from the Shimatsuki family, right? That sword. It can't be wrong. But why won't he let me go? Is he trying to take my life to gain Kaido's trust? What?" In that moment, bitterness surged in Kaido's heart. He didn't know where he went wrong to end up in this situation today. He looked at Hujin's resolute eyes and laughed. "If you want my life, then come and take it." Kaido drew another long knife from his waist, wielding two swords. Striking a pose again. Odin's two-sword style, T-Gen Tenken. Kaido held up his twin swords, forming a cross, like a shooting star charging at Hujin. Hujin didn't T-dodge. He stepped forward, lowering his stance, preparing to draw his sword. His hand, gripping the knife, turned pitch black, the armed color hockey flowing like water, quickly wrapping around the entire blade. However, that wasn't all. After the blade was covered in the dark armed color hockey, a layer of flowing red phantom enveloped it. This was the result of Hujin's recent special training with Kaido. While Flowing Cherry was a higher-level armed color hockey, it didn't take long to learn, especially under the guidance of a top-notch mentor in the pirate world. Hujin mastered Flowing Cherry in just one day. Hujin pushed off the ground, launching himself forward. The force was so great that the ground shattered beneath his feet. In an instant, Hujin drew his sword, slashing down to intercept Kaido's cross slash. A tremendous roar accompanied the collision of the red flowing light. The clash between the two was but a moment. They separated, maintaining their respective poses without looking back. Kaido's hands trembled as he looked at the long knives in his hands, which shattered inch by inch. With a loud clang, they broke into several pieces. Impossible. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Slowly lowering his gaze to his chest, he saw a massive wound that extended diagonally from his left shoulder down to his lower abdomen. The wound was deep enough to see bone, having already injured his internal organs. Kaido felt as if his life force was being drained. He weakly knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach. Dahe and Sasaki were stunned. Their mouths agape. Did a single strike just eliminate the seemingly invincible Kaido? Sasaki's face was filled with disbelief as cold sweat dripped down. This was the first time he had seen Hujin go all out, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. I didn't expect him to be this strong. Hujin's previous strike did not use the fruit ability, but instead activated Flowing Cherry Blossom, along with the additional damage from the Immortal Grip. Just this one strike drained most of Kaido's life. The color drained from Kaido's face, and at this moment, he was breathing more out than in. Hujin flicked the blood off the blade and slowly sheathed the tiger cutter. He approached Kaido from behind and said lightly, "I heard that you samurai love to commit seppuku. Kaido brother, are you satisfied with this way of dying?" Kaido eyes gradually lost their color. He no longer had the strength to speak, only managing a faint, tragic smile, his voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Udyr smiled slightly and slowly drew the demon blade tiger cutter, gripping it with both hands. Kaido, brother, I'll borrow your head for a moment. With that, he swung the knife down, separating Kaido's head from his body in one stroke. Kaido's vision slowly tilted backward. He flew up. To be precise, it was his head. The moon is really round today, Kaido thought as he looked at the bright moonlight. Udyr also looked up to appreciate the moonlight of tonight. So beautiful, just like the night when I first stepped on a ghost island. The moonlight is the same as it was then. In the moment Kaido was about to lose consciousness, he heard the young man muttering something he couldn't understand. Sorry, your bloodlock reward will only be credited 13 years later. Kaido, or rather Tsunetsu, passed away in the deep autumn of the 1509th year of the Sea Circle calendar. He would never wait for that day. Because of Ujyr's existence, that day would forever be impossible to come. Chapter 76. Kidnapping the Little Princess. Hanafusa's visit to Death of Crazy Death was a significant shock in the land of Wano, especially among some gangsters and remnants of the Orochi faction. With the loss of their leader, many felt disheartened. Some secretly left Wano, while others chose to hide their identities and lie low. More gave up on their ideals and chose to live as ordinary people due to a lack of hope. On the other hand, Kaido was quite pleased. He reportedly threw a lavish banquet and partied for several days without rest. Kaido's reaction was relatively calm. To him, killing a samurai from the Orochi faction was a trivial matter. Even if all those samurai joined forces, they would not be his match. Kaido had never taken him seriously. However, since the task was completed excellently, there was naturally a reward according to the Beast Pirates rules. Tereo voluntarily gave his reward to Sasaki. This wasn't out of kindness, but rather his own considerations. Tereo's action surprised Sasaki, who was secretly glad to be assigned the task with Tereo. Sasaki was relatively pure in his desires. He simply wanted to grow stronger and coveted the position of a prominent member, aiming to rise higher in the Beast Pirates. This reward brought him a step closer to the Flying Six position. Sasaki expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thanks, Tereo brother. I'll treat you to a drink next time." A flood of information surged into Tereo's mind. New Beast Spirit detected, bond being established. Bond established. Spirit Energy 200, Beast Spirit. Triceratops, purple, compatibility. 9. Triceratops species, herbivorous dinosaur. Evaluation. Exceptional physical strength, rumored to be able to compete with Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gained attributes. Life 1000. Defense increased by 5. Gain passive. Brutal growth. Brutal growth beginner when health is below 15. Basic life recovery of 30. Tereo felt his physique strengthening further and nodded slightly. This was his goal. Ordinary rewards were still too bland for him. Obtaining a new Beast Spirit was the real deal. Ancient species couldn't compare to mythical beasts. They lacked flashy traits, with the only advantage being their resilience and toughness. He was increasingly on the path of becoming a solid powerhouse. If he could secure the remaining ancient species in the Beast Pirates, his toughness would surely reach the next level. This task also elevated Tereo's status within the Beast Pirates. Many were shocked by the news of Tereo slaying Crazy Death with a single strike, especially Jack, who, after inquiring with Sasaki about the details, had to admit he was no longer Tereo's match. Many believed Tereo would be the first to advance to the Flying Six. Recently, the bathhouse finally began operations. The ownership of this establishment was under Tereo's name, making him the nominal boss. As a boss, he couldn't skimp on his attire. He changed into a black sleeveless leather jacket, adorned with a collar of beast fur, still fitting the style of the Beast Pirates. The jacket was open, revealing his well-defined chest and abs. His developed deltoids, biceps, and triceps were exposed, giving off a fighter's vibe. He wore straight, light-colored casual trousers, looking quite sharp. His medium-length hair was also trimmed, styled neatly with bangs swept to the right, resembling the fighter Seti. If he dyed his black hair red and paired it with his now sharp, chiseled features, he would look just like Seti when seated on a sofa. Tereo looked in the mirror, very satisfied with his current outfit. He did not interfere with the operations of the bathhouse, leaving everything to Maria to manage. As the leader of the female pirates, her management skills were naturally commendable. She had effectively become the proprietress of the bathhouse, handling matters with a decisive manner. Watching the harmonious atmosphere in the shop, Tereo felt a bit emotional, realizing that through serendipity, he had managed to accomplish a significant feat in this world. Tereo felt he had done something good. Yamato occasionally visited the shop, but she had recently become busy. She often helped the villagers of Nine Red, who were eager to interact with the kind-hearted girl. They felt that Yamato was somewhat naive and easy to deceive. Tereo disapproved of this, but he didn't forcefully stop her. Instead, he suggested she take a break and stop helping those villagers. If you're tired, rest. Even if you don't help them, they'll have to survive on their own. If you leave Wano one day, do you think these people won't live? After thinking it over, Yamato agreed and followed Tereo's advice. The idea of a favor begets a demand was something only she could truly understand through personal experience. Tereo wouldn't lecture Yamato. No one likes to be lectured regardless of age. The harshness of reality often teaches a person to grow quickly. In the flower capital, at the largest brothel with Crazy Death dead, the establishment lost its strongest backing and faced a purge from Kaido. At this moment, the place was in disarray. Many bottles and jars were smashed on the floor, and cries from the courtesans could be heard, along with the jeering and laughter of the assailants. After Crazy Death was slain, the first thing Kaido thought of was to eradicate everything related to him. These people were all Kaido's, and the one leading the charge was Dahe. He was currently dragging a courtesan by her hair down the corridor. This woman was the establishment's top courtesan, the Oiran. Dahe let out a lewd laugh. "What are you crying for? After this, you'll belong to General Kaido. What complaints do you have?" Suddenly, Dahe heard a faint noise coming from the next room. He felt a sense of unease. Aside from himself, his subordinates wouldn't come up here. Could it be remnants of Crazy Death? Who? He pushed the Oiran away and burst through the door, but found no one there. In the cloud above the brothel, a green-haired little girl looked around excitedly. This was Little Purple, experiencing the sensation of flying for the first time. Initially, like an ordinary person, she was a bit scared, but after a while, she gradually got used to it. Clinging to Tereo's leg, she looked up with her big round eyes and innocently asked, "Tereo, brother, why didn't you save the Oiran just now?" Tereo chuckled. "Do you want me to save her?" "No." The green-haired girl answered without hesitation, her face innocent. Tereo smiled faintly, not responding. "Where did Uncle Crazy Death go?" "He went far away. You should stay with me for now." "Oh, you can live in my shop, but it's not free. You have to work and get rid of the bad habits Crazy Death spoiled you with. Do you understand?" Little Purple pouted and didn't reply, still considering herself a princess. Tereo wasn't going to indulge her. Stubborn individuals needed education from a young age. He pinched her puffed cheeks and lifted her up, then directly kicked her off the cloud. "Ah!" The little girl screamed in fright, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry. Help!" Just as Little Purple was about to fall to the ground, Tereo saved her. She was tear-streaked and didn't dare look at Tereo, shrinking away to the side. Tiger didn't even look at her and said, "Forget your previous identity, because starting today, you are a pirate. If you can't do that, I'll just throw you to Orochi directly. You wouldn't want to end up like that courtesan from earlier, would you?" Xiaozi silently nodded. After that, the two returned to the bathhouse, and Tiger handed Xiaozi over to Maria. Tiger instructed Maria to keep a strict watch on this girl, ensuring that she does all the work that needs to be done in the shop, and required Maria to teach her how to become a qualified female pirate. Evil must be tempered by evil. After that, there were no major events in Wano country. Occasionally, it was reported that Orochi's Onitorbans had destroyed a few underworld dens or executed several suspected remnants of the Kurazumi clan. In the following month, Wano country was relatively peaceful. As deep autumn approached, the annual important festival of Wano country, the Fire Festival, arrived, and people from all over began to get busy. At one side of Onagashima's port, a huge pirate ship docked here. This was not a beast pirate ship. The ship bore a large lizard emblem, looking ancient and imposing. At this moment, a middle-aged man, standing 5 meters tall, stepped off the ship. The man had a nickname, known as the King of Lizards. Chapter 77. 2 Ancient Demon Fruits on Onagashima in the high-level hall. Kaido, Jin, and Queen were all present. On the other side of the hall sat a man named Hanavza, the king of lizards. He stood 5 meters tall, wore a black hat, and a deep blue leather coat with striking silver-white iron claws. Hanavza's weapon was also quite unique, a long-handled scythe about 3 meters long, with an iron chain at the end tied to a large, spiked mace. Hanavza met Kaido in his early years, and after being impressed by Kaido's immense strength, he chose to join him. Hanavza had a hobby of collecting Zoan-type Devil Fruits, not just as a pastime, but to help strengthen Kaido's beast pirates. Hanavza was now a warlord, a title given to pirates who had been sanctioned by the world government, enjoying a legal status. The warlords were often referred to as the government's lapdogs, existing to intimidate and deal with other common pirates. For this reason, the warlords would inevitably have some enmity with other pirates. In the original story, Hanavza was defeated by Ace, who had just set sail, and was removed from the government's list, severely injured and later killed by vengeful pirates. Hanavza, how has this year been for you? How's the situation outside? Any big news? Kaido asked. Hanavza replied, a lot has happened at sea this year. The world government has just invited a female pirate to become a warlord. She is quite strong, and at only 18 has impressive achievements. Jin nodded. Yes, we've heard about it. It's the pirate crew of the Nine Snakes, right? Their leader is now the Empress of Amazon Lily, named Boa Hancock. Hanavza continued. But you may not know a secret. This Hancock was once a slave of the Celestial Dragons. She escaped during the chaos caused by Fisher Tiger a few years ago. Upon hearing this, Jin and Queen were somewhat surprised, eager to hear more about such gossip. Kaido, however, showed little interest in the female pirate. But when Fisher Tiger was mentioned, he exhibited a hint of admiration. Oh, that tiger is a real man for daring to storm Mariejois. What is he up to now? Fisher Tiger formed a pirate crew entirely composed of fishmen called the Sun Pirates. They roam the seas, advocating for liberation and freedom. They attack ships that sell slaves to rescue them, and they won't hesitate to confront the Navy. Hanavza explained. Kaido laughed heartily. Now, that takes courage. Hanavza, if we recruit the Sun Pirates to our Beast Pirates, do you think we have a chance? Hanavza shook his head. Fishman Island has suffered from pirate harassment in the past. The fishmen don't have a good impression of us human pirates. There are rumors that after defeating the Navy, they killed almost all the Navy personnel on their ship, showing that a significant portion of them harbors a deep hatred for humans. Kaido, sipping his drink, pondered. He was quite troubled by the fishmen's hatred for humans. Most of these fishmen were brave and skilled in battle, with a significant advantage in naval warfare. His beast pirates would have many Zoan-type users, which would put them at a slight disadvantage at sea. If he could win over a group of fishmen as his subordinates, it would be a tremendous boost for his crew. Kaido thought for a moment and said to Jin, this year, we should send Jack to Fishman Island to recruit. Hopefully, he can achieve something. Kaido took another swig of his drink, not holding much hope for recruiting those fishmen. Hanavza then said, by the way, have you heard the news? A devil fruit secretly escorted by the world government was stolen by the red-haired pirates. Oh, the others were surprised. Such matters were confidential to the world government, and the beast pirates naturally had no knowledge of them. As a warlord, Hanavza could learn information through certain connections. Shanks? Kaido took another drink. Wiping the wine from his mouth, humph, that brat from Roger S. crew has really made a name for himself. Did they steal something important? Hanavza replied, I don't know. But the world government is being so secretive about it. It must be quite extraordinary. Speaking of devil fruits, Kaido became interested and asked, by the way, Hanavza, have you made any gains this year? Did you manage to get a few devil fruits? Hanavza laughed heartily. Big brother Kaido. I've had good luck this year, and indeed have made some gains. He then called out, run me, Pejuan, bring the stuff up. Come on, Dad. Pejuan is already 7 years old. A little girl with sky blue and light pink hair entered, carrying a large wooden box. Following her was a boy around 6 or 7 years old, wearing a white and green horn hat, who grumbled, Sister, stop calling me Pejuan. The boy named Pejuan also held a wooden box and came close to Kaido, placing it down. These two kids were Hanavza's children. The girl was named Runmi, and the boy was named Pejuan. The older sister Runmi was 9 years old, hot-tempered, a bit naive, and a total doting sister. The younger brother Pejuan was 7 years old, more reserved and introverted, preferring to be alone. Both wooden boxes were opened, revealing two fruits with spiral patterns. One had a light green skin, while the other was dark brown. These two fruits appeared exceptionally ancient, with their skins looking somewhat rough, resembling the exterior of reptiles. Kaido was very pleased to see these two devil fruits. Hanabza, are these two fruits also ancient types? Haha, yes. They are indeed what I managed to obtain with great effort. Big brother Kaido, you must keep them safe. Of course. Kaido smiled, but suddenly felt something tickling his calf. He looked down to see Runmi kicking him. Kaido, you idiot. Dad worked hard to collect these fruits, and even brought them personally to you. And you can't even say thank you. You jerk, Kaido. The little girl kicked him several times. Okay, sister. Don't do that. Pejuan hurriedly stepped forward, tried to pull Runmi away. But as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly tripped. Pejuan fell, looking back to find that he had been tripped by a little short leg. Ha ha, Pejuan, watch where you're walking. Queen shamelessly teased the children. Queen, Runmi shouted angrily, putting her hands on her hips. You jerk, Queen. How dare you bully my little Pejuan? Just wait, I'll get you. With that, she bared her sharp, triangular teeth and lunged at Queen, looking like she wanted to bite him a few times. Chapter 78. Whose mischievous child? Everyone laughed heartily as they watched Runty play around and Quinn tease her. Hanafusa looked at his willful daughter and felt a headache coming on. After some antics, Hanafusa stepped forward to grab Runty. He smiled and asked, I wonder what our beast pirates have achieved this year? Hearing this, Kaido's mood instantly brightened as he laughed heartily. Brother Hanafusa, our beast pirates have had pretty good luck this year. We've added 2 new Zoan-type Devil Fruit users to our team. Oh, Hanafusa was quite shocked at this news. Zoan-type Devil Fruits were far rarer and more precious than the ancient types he had been seeking. After a whole year of hard work, he had only managed to obtain 2 ancient fruits, which he considered good luck since he had come up empty in previous years. Hanafusa was the most qualified to speak on the rarity of these fruits, so getting 2 Zoan-type Devil Fruits in one go was simply unbelievable. Hanafusa quickly asked Brother Kaido, please tell me how this happened. The others then informed Hanafusa about how Tora joined the Beast Pirates and the events that followed. Oh, this boy named Tora is quite remarkable, and that white ape is lucky indeed. Haha, that's wonderful. Congratulations, Brother Kaido, on gaining 2 strong fighters. Our Beast Pirate strength is greatly increasing. Kaido laughed heartily. Brother, the 2 ancient fruits you brought are equally significant. We will gain 2 powerful users. These 2 devil fruits were hard to come by. Jean, keep them safe. In 2 days, it's the Fire Festival, and they will be perfect reward for the little ones. Jean stored the 2 fruits away. Come on, it's just a bit of luck. What's so great about that boy named Tora? Runny muttered softly from the side. Hanafusa affectionately patted Runny's little head and chided, getting a devil fruit requires luck. Who can be 100 certain of obtaining one? Don't mind him, Brother Kaido. My daughter is used to being a little spoiled. It seems we both have daughters that are a handful. I wonder how my niece Yamato is doing. Is she still insisting on being a boy? Upon hearing this, Kaido's expression slightly darkened. It was hard to tell how angry he was, but he clearly did not want to discuss Yamato. Quinn, taking a puff from his cigar, jovially said, Yamato is doing much better now. She no longer insists on being that fool Odin and has been training alongside you, Brother Kaido. Oh, it seems Yamato has grown up. Kaido snorted coldly. That foolish daughter still doesn't let me rest easy. The 2 middle-aged men, both fathers, exchanged glances, recognizing the helplessness that came with fatherhood in each other's eyes. Baka Kaido, you can't even manage your own daughter. I won't go against my father. The little runty piped up again to assert her presence. Kaido continued drinking, ignoring the little brat. Hanfuse aside, feeling helpless about his daughter, Brother Kaido, please tell me how my niece Yamato changed so I can better discipline Runny. Kaido remained silent, drinking his alcohol. He didn't want to discuss his silly daughter or that troublesome boy. It was Quinn who eventually spoke about Yamato's transformation and the role Tora played in it. Oh, that boy who is a Zoan type? Tora, right? Brother Kaido, how's his strength? Kaido replied irritably, just a brat. If he meets elite Navy vice admirals or admirals, he'll only have the option to run away. Hanfuse felt a slight shock. Although Kaido seemed to look down on Tora, he knew from his understanding of Kaido that the boy must possess considerable strength. Being described as SOSO by Kaido was not a derogatory remark. Elite, vice admirals, and admirals were undeniably top-tier combat power in the Navy. Hanfusa grew increasingly interested in the boy named Tora. All right, brother Hanafusa, since you rarely come back, let us not talk about these youngsters anymore. We should enjoy a good drink. Of course. On Onigashima, this was where Tora usually trained. Today, there was an additional person, Sasaki. Sasaki approached Tora not for any other reason, but because during one of their drinking sessions, Tora had mentioned that he could develop his Triceratops fruit to fly. Sasaki naturally did not believe it. His Triceratops form was large and heavy. How could it possibly fly? Recently, he sought out Tora, hoping for advice. Just maintain your hybrid form. Rotate the bone disc on your neck. Yes, just like that, keep spinning. Good, maintain it, spin faster. Faster, don't stop. In his hybrid form, Sasaki was over 10 meters tall with a round belly, looking somewhat comical. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, tilting his head back and raising his toes like a fat roast duck hanging in an oven. The massive Triceratops bone disc on his neck spun continuously. Hey, Tora brother, is this right? Yes, just like that, keep it up faster. As the bone disc on Sasaki's neck spun faster and faster, the wind generated around him increased, blowing the rocky debris on the ground away. Buzzing, a sound similar to a helicopter rotor spinning at high speed, erupted. Sasaki, tilting his head back, gradually lifted off the ground. Hey, Tora brother, I'm really flying. Clang. Just as he rose 5 or 6 meters into the air, Sasaki, overwhelmed with excitement, lost control and fell heavily back down. Sasaki's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Tora waved his hands to disperse the dust in front of him. Are you okay, brother Sasaki? Ha. I can fly now. This is amazing. Sasaki shouted excitedly, brushing off the dust from his body as he walked over to Tora. Tora, brother, thanks to you, I can fly now. You're truly talented. I'm very grateful. Sasaki's words were sincere, and his gratitude seemed genuine. Tora smiled without speaking, thinking to himself, no, this isn't my genius. I just told you the method in advance. Spirit Power 20, Triceratops Compatibility to 915. Acquired active skill. Charge. Use all your strength to slam into a target. The heavier you are, the higher the damage. Tora felt the information in his mind and was somewhat speechless. Wait, is this the pirate version of a heavy charge? He secretly complained. My weight can't increase any further. I can't compare to those big ancient types. It seems ancient types indeed have a gap compared to Zoan types. The abilities they grant are mostly melee-focused. Oh well, better than nothing. At that moment, he suddenly heard a little girl mumbling behind him. Little Pei, look. That big fat guy just flew in the air. Tora turned around to see an unwilling Yamato approaching with 2 small children. One was a boy and the other a girl. The girl looked slightly older and quite lively, while the boy, wearing a green and white hat, appeared somewhat reserved. The blue-haired girl came up to Tora, looked up at him, and casually said, You're Tora, right? I heard that idiot Kaido say you have decent strength. How about we have a match with my brother and me? Husei was puzzled, and he turned to Dei and asked, Whose mischievous kid is this? Chapter 79. The day of the fire sacrifice, they're the children of that scoundrel's friend. The little girl is named Runny, and the boy is named Pijuan. Kuzi looked at the little girl and thought, So she's the future stunner. You're the little girl. Runny put her hands on her hips, glaring at Yamato with an angry look, ready to confront anyone. With her brows furrowed, she turned to Kuzi. You're the brat. She lifted her small foot and kicked Kuzi's calf. Bang! Runny felt like she had kicked a steel plate, wincing in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Why is it so hard? The little girl sat down on the ground, rubbing her toes, pouting as she looked at Kuzi. Kuzi lifted his foot to dust off his pants, slowly squatted down, and patted Runny's head, smiling. Hey, little brat, you got my pants dirty. Aren't you going to buy me a new pair? He was tall, and even in a half squat, he was still taller than Runny standing up. Runny swatted Kuzi's hand away, tidying up her hair that had been messed up by him. I'm not buying you anything. The little girl bared her small teeth, ready to start a fight. I thought you were some big deal, but you can't even be intimidating. Hey, you 2 brats haven't eaten a devil fruit, have you? The moment he came into contact with Runny, and without triggering immortality. Kuzi guessed that the siblings probably hadn't eaten a devil fruit yet. All right, big sister, don't do that. The boy Pijuan stepped forward to pull Runny back. Before Runny could speak, the somewhat shy Pijuan said, Kuzi big brother, we really haven't eaten a devil fruit. I heard Uncle Kaido say you're a mythical Zoan user and my sister and I want to see it. Little Pei, why are you being so polite to him? Runty's fiery temper flared, her little legs bouncing, still relentless. Kuzi put on a cool demeanor, casually digging at his ear, saying, Why should I show you? Just because you want to see? Do you think I'm a juggler? Hearing this, Pijuan lowered his head in disappointment, while Runny was furious but couldn't find a comeback. You. Runny pointed at Kuzi. You what? Speak properly. Runny shouted. You stingy brat. I'm a stingy brat. What can you do about it? Seeing that this little girl was quite entertaining, Kuzi deliberately teased her. At that moment, Sasaki walked over and saw the two little brats beside Kuzi, laughing. They're the children of Brother Hanavza. Hey, little brats, did Brother Hanavza bring back any devil fruits this time? Sasaki was still in his beast human form, and the two little brats felt a bit pressured seeing the giant monster walking towards them. Runny stepped in front of Pijuan. Who would tell you? You big fat dragon. Pijuan leaned forward, curiously staring at the giant Triceratops man in front of them, even though he and his sister had seen their father's powers long ago. Seeing other different dinosaurs still excited little Pijuan. Kids at this age have no resistance to giant monsters and dinosaurs. Their father, Hanavza, could also transform into a giant dinosaur. When they were younger, the siblings often played on their father's back. However, recently their father had been busy and rarely carried them to play anymore. Upon hearing Sasaki mention their father and the devil fruits, Kuzi came up with a mischievous idea. He suddenly said to the siblings, If you give me a devil fruit, I'll show you my fruit ability. What do you think? Pijuan hesitated, clearly considering the possibility, but Runty immediately saw through Kuzi's bad intentions. Who wants to see your lame ability? Let us go, little Pei. This guy isn't a good person. The day of the fire sacrifice has arrived. On Onigashima, the atmosphere was lively, with many pirates immersed in this annual festival. As one of Kaido's right-hand men, Kuzi naturally had to attend. At the banquet on Onigashima, he met Hanavza and also Kaido. Hanavza was nothing special, just an ancient Zoan user, also a big dinosaur. Kaido was ugly and lewd-looking, with a short stature and full of flaws, showing no signs of being a mythical Zoan user. Kuzi was confident that if he were given 3 minutes, he could take down that big snake. However, there were many of his trusted guards around Kaido, so breaking through would require some effort. Moreover, the beast pirates had no intention of eliminating Kaido, so Kuzi naturally wouldn't take risks here. After hanging around at the banquet for a while, feeling bored, he decided to look for Yamato. Recently, Yamato seemed a bit unhappy, and he didn't know who she had fallen out with. Kuzi found Yamato outside. The young girl was squatting on the ground, drawing circles with her hands. Kuzi approached and patted Yamato's head, saying, What are you doing here? Let us go inside and eat something delicious. Yamato didn't respond and had a worried look on her face. After a long while, Yamato finally spoke. Kuzi, why don't those villagers talk to me anymore? Have they started to dislike me? What did you do? I didn't do anything. I just followed your advice, and haven't actively helped the villagers these days. But recently, they even look at me differently. We were all chatting happily before. Kuzi sighed. There's no way around it. It's human nature. When people are in danger and you help them, they will be grateful. But if you help too much, it creates dependency. Once you stop helping, they will harbor resentment. Why is that? Yamato still wanted to understand the reason behind it. Kuzi comforted her a bit and didn't dwell on it further. He squatted down like Yamato and quietly drew circles on the ground with her. Yamato was kind-hearted, like a little white flower untouched by the world. Kuzi didn't want to preach any profound principles to her. He wasn't skilled at that. When faced with setbacks and difficulties, she needed to digest it herself. At this time, the only thing Kuzi could do was accompany her well. Hey, does this look like you? Kuzi pointed at the pig head doodle he just drew on the ground, laughing as he asked. You are the pig head. Yamato swung her kanabo and struck him on the head. Kuzi didn't dodge and took the blow solidly. He didn't even activate his haki, and his forehead instantly swelled up, with a large bruise forming right in the center. Yamato quickly put down her weapon and hurried over to check, worriedly saying, "You really are a pighead. Why didn't you dodge? Did you learn observation hockey? And what about your armament hockey? Why didn't you defend yourself?" Kuzi chuckled and hugged Yamato, saying, "How about it? Do you feel a bit better?" Yamato's cheeks turned slightly red, feeling warm in her heart, and she silently nodded. "If you're feeling better, let us go and eat something delicious inside. That will make you feel even better." Yamato nodded vigorously. As soon as they entered the banquet hall, they noticed something was off. The atmosphere was tense, and there was some unrest. Everyone's faces looked unusual. Kaido on the high seat was especially furious. He shouted, "Everyone mobilize! Catch that bastard who stole the devil fruit." Chapter 80, Disappearance Wa, Hurry and Save Xiaopei. Xiaopei has been kidnapped. The girl's cries caught everyone's attention. Hanafusa rushed forward and hugged Runny, asking with concern, "What happened? Did Xiaopei get taken by the thief who stole the devil fruit?" Runty, while rubbing her tears, nodded blankly. "Did you see what the thief looked like? The person dressed like an ordinary pirate. He was a big fat guy, holding a samurai sword." While saying this, Runny pointed at Sasaki and continued, "He was similar to him, but taller, and had pink hair. From Runny's description, the thief should be that Jotemeru." Sasaki and Jack had encountered this person before, and upon hearing her description, they immediately thought of him. Upon learning this, Tiger sighed and facepalmed. The security work of the Beast Pirates was really terrible. In the original story, the main characters managed to sneak into Onigashima just because they changed outfits, and ultimately toppled the Beast Pirates. After suffering such a huge loss, they still didn't learn their lesson. Wait, this event hasn't happened yet. But this shows how lax the security awareness of the Beasts has become. He even thought about who else could cross into the pirate world. It would certainly be promising to work as a security guard for the Beasts. Afterward, everyone learned more about the situation from Runny. It all started at the banquet, when Kaido wanted to present the 2 devil fruits that Hanafusa found as a reward for the capable officers in the pirate crew. Runny and her brother volunteered to help fetch them. However, during this process, they were targeted by the disguised Jotemeru, who followed them, injured the accompanying pirates, stole the devil fruit, and also took Peg Ivan away. "Why did that thief want to kidnap your brother?" Hanafusa asked. "Why?" "Because Xiaopei swallowed a devil fruit to prevent the thief from succeeding in the chaos. I wanted to do the same, but that fat guy was too fast and agile. Before I could act, I was thrown away." "What to do, Dad? Hurry and save Xiaopei." "Kaido." Hanafusa looked at Kaido. Kaido said, "Don't worry, my little brother Hanafusa." Then he turned to the pirates and ordered, "All members of the Beast Pirates, mobilize. We must catch the thief and ensure Pejaivan's safety. Bring him back. As long as this mission is completed, that devil fruit will be the reward." The pirates responded in unison and rushed out of the banquet hall, searching the island. Among them, Maria was the most anxious. After learning that Hanafusa had found 2 devil fruits, she was extremely delighted, as her long-held wish was about to be fulfilled. But when she learned that there was a mishap and the 2 devil fruits had been stolen, her heart tightened. From the little girl, she learned that 1 fruit had already been eaten, while the other was still there, reigniting her hope. After Kaido issued the order, she became anxious again. If someone else completed the task, wouldn't her devil fruit be gone? Maria paced back and forth, looking around helplessly. Coincidentally, she saw that jerk again cozying up to Yamato. She didn't care about her gorgeous kimono today and rushed over to Tiger. "Jerk, you have to help me." Tiger, with a laid-back attitude, slowly replied, "What do you want me to help with? Be clear. And what benefit is there for me to help you? This doesn't count as part of our cooperation." Maria, seeing him feign ignorance, anxiously said, "That devil fruit, hurry, help me get it back. It originally belonged to me." Tiger remained indifferent. Got it. Why are you shouting so loudly?" Then he spread his hands and asked, "What's in it for me? What do you want?" Maria stomped her foot in frustration. "All right, stop dragging your feet. Go solve the problem first, and we can talk about the terms after you really get the reward." Only then did Tiger leave contentedly. Tiger, with Yamato, floated above Onigashima on a black cloud. Hey, Tiger, didn't you just promise Maria to help her? What are you lying here for?" He was lounging leisurely, appearing completely unconcerned. "Don't worry, if we can't find that thief, Others definitely won't be able to find him either. Then let us go look for him. Lying here doing nothing won't help, Yamato urged. Tiger, however, was not in a hurry. Oh, I didn't know you cared so much about Maria's situation? Didn't you say she has a little wife? I as the big wife. Should take care of her too. Tiger nodded, giving Yamato a rare thumbs up. You're quite aware. That's why you could be the big wife. Then why aren't you taking action? No ruse. Tiger clapped his hands, and with a snap, a blackbird appeared as if by magic. This blackbird was very lively, indistinguishable from ordinary birds. Tiger extended a finger, and the blackbird cooperatively leaped up, grabbing his finger with its claws. Yamato was both surprised and delighted to see the bird. Hey, isn't this the thunderbird you used against that fat guy before? It explodes, right? Don't worry. This one won't explode. There's no lightning in it. These little blackbirds are all my eyes and ears. To expand the search area, Tiger reduced the thunderbird size and didn't implant any lightning into it. Now he had released nearly 200 of these little blackbirds. Tiger tossed the little bird to Yamato. Yamato played with it in her hands, very pleased. So, we just need to wait here for news, right? Exactly. Time passed, and by evening, everyone still hadn't found any trace of Jotemeru. Tiger had no gains either. Onigashima was not that big. Everyone searched high and low, but still couldn't find Jotemeru. Moreover, there were surveillance cameras all over Onigashima, so if the criminal was still there, they would definitely be caught on camera. Tiger speculated that Jotemeru might have left Onigashima. Today was the Fire Festival, with ships coming and going non-stop, and some pirates would take this opportunity to go to Wano country for fun. However, Queen investigated all the surveillance and still found no trace of Jotemeru boarding any ship to Wano. Even Hanafusa, who held Pajivan's life card, couldn't find him. Because the direction indicated by the life card kept changing, it meant that the guy who took Pajivan was always on the move. How did this guy manage to do that? Kaido and his subordinates, the Orochi's retainers, had also been busy all day, but everyone had no gains. Reluctantly, Orochi had to take his subordinates back to Wano, and he planned to send more manpower to help Kaido search for that thief. During this time, Tiger suggested that Jotemeru might be hiding on Orochi's ship, heading back to Wano with Orochi. But Jin stood up to refute Tiger's speculation, because just before Orochi was about to return to Wano, he had already searched Orochi's ship inside and out with his men. Jotemeru, being over 5 meters tall, such an obvious fat guy couldn't just disappear into thin air. No, this kid is right. Hanafusa stood up and said. He opened his hand, revealing the life card to everyone. Since the ship of Kaido began to leave Onigashima, the direction of the life card had already been determined, pointing exactly in the direction the ship was sailing. Chapter 81. The weather changed impossible. Jean stared wide-eyed. He had just come down from Kaido's ship. During that time, he meticulously led his subordinates in searching, and the Sake Heaven Pill could not possibly be hidden on that ship. Jean informed everyone about the specific search situation, and the group fell into a brief contemplation. At that moment, Tiger stepped forward to break the silence. That at least indicates one thing. Peggy Wan is on that ship. Judging by the current status of his life card, he should not be in immediate danger. This thief is exceptionally cunning. He is likely hiding Peggy Wan in some unknown location on that ship to draw our attention, while he himself is probably still hiding on Ghost Island. Everyone, do not let your guard down. Kaido nodded, agreeing with Tiger's analysis. How about this? Some of us will follow Hanafusa to intercept Kaido's ship, while the rest will continue searching Ghost Island. The group arranged their tasks and prepared to depart. Tiger was the first to find Hanafusa, as the only piece of Peggy Wan's life card was with him. To find Peggy Wan more accurately, they had to act together with Hanafusa. What do you mean by acting together? Hanafusa looked at the young man in front of him, surprised. Well, flying will be faster. Boats are too slow. I'll go with you. Jean also walked over, intending to join them. After all, he had searched Kaido's ship, and if Peggy Wan was indeed on that ship, it would be his dereliction of duty. In a critical situation, the three set off ahead. Tiger rode on a cloud, flying with Hanafusa in the air, while Jean followed beside them. Both of them were quick, and in less than a quarter of an hour, they spotted Kaido's ship still sailing on the sea. Tiger was particularly diligent this time. not only wanting to catch the sake heaven pill to recover that ancient devil fruit, but also harboring a more insane idea, to directly eliminate Kaido. Currently, Kaido's ship was sailing in the waters between Wano and Ghost Island. If they could destroy that ship, and Kaido fell into the water, he would hardly need to do anything, just wait for Kaido to drown. It was already evening, and the nights in autumn and winter came earlier than usual. By 7 or 8 o'clock, the sky was already dark. Tiger looked up at the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and the wind rose violently, indicating that a heavy rain was about to fall. Watching the increasingly turbulent sea below, Tiger chuckled. With such big waves, having some maritime accidents wouldn't be too much to ask for, right? Kaido, oh Kaido, blame it on your bad luck. The three boarded the ship. Kaido looked at the three descending from the sky, somewhat surprised. He muttered to himself, didn't they already search my ship not long ago? Are they coming for another round? Kaido was already somewhat displeased about Jin's previous search of his ship, and now seeing these three pursuing him again, he sensed hostility in their demeanor. Kaido suppressed his smile a bit, but still laughed. Gwahaha Jin, why are you here again? Didn't you search enough just now? Though Kaido had a smile on his face, his tone conveyed impatience. Jin, with an unyielding expression, calmly replied, General Kaido, there's a reason for this. This concerns the lives of my Beast Pirates members, so it's better to be cautious. Please don't take offense. After saying that, he ignored Kaido and began searching the ship with Hanafuzoa and Tiger. Gradually, the people on the ship gathered around. Kaido's retainers arrived, and Big Black was among them. This man had some dealings with Tiger and was considered a half-acquaintance. He approached Tiger and smiled. Tiger, what brings you over here today? Tiger smiled and said, it's all a task from above. I hope Brother Big Black can understand and make it convenient for us. No problem, brother. If you need any help, just let me know. Tiger's eyes turned. Do you have any fruit? Pineapples or apples will do. Fruit? Big Black looked puzzled. Yes, after this unexpected incident today, no one has had a break. I've been running all day without even a sip of water, and now I just want to eat some fruit to quench my thirst. Haha, Big Black slapped his forehead, realizing, wait a moment, I'll go get some for you. Before long, Big Black returned with a bag full of fruit. Tiger looked inside and saw it filled with various fruits, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you. This is a big help. Tiger brother is just joking. A bag of fruit isn't worth much. Hey, weren't you thirsty? Why aren't you eating? Tiger smiled. It's not time to quench my thirst yet. Let's wait a bit. Big Black, Hanafuzoa was walking step by step, holding the life card in his hand. He moved slowly and carefully, afraid of missing something. Eventually, he stopped in front of a tall, fat ninja. This was a fat ninja wearing a yellow ninja outfit, taller than Big Black. Since he was in a ninja outfit, his entire body was wrapped tightly, except for his exposed eyes. Tiger and Jin walked over as well, the three of them forming a triangle to surround this person. Tiger had some impression of this fat ninja. He seemed to be called Hans, with a size and build very similar to Sake Heaven Pill. Once he saw Hanafuzoa lock onto this person, he had a speculation in his mind. It must be that after stealing the fruit, Sake Heaven Pill disguised himself as Hans. The reason Peggy Wan's life card kept moving was that the disguised Sake Heaven Pill was also mixed in with the search team. Walking around, it naturally made it impossible to lock onto a direction. Seeing the three surrounding Hans, it seemed they were about to move at the slightest disagreement. This was once again slapping Kaido in the face. Kaido didn't know where a surge of anger came from. He adjusted the crown on his forehead and shouted, What do you mean? Don't think you could do as you please just because you're Kaido's subordinates. Hans is my trusted aide, even when beating a dog. You must look at its owner. With one look from Kaido, the retainers behind him tightly surrounded them. Jin's eyes turned cold, and Hanafuzoa tightened his grip on the scythe in his hand. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, both sides were on edge, and an eerie silence fell over the scene, where a pin drop could be heard. At that moment, a burst of laughter broke the silence. Ha ha ha! Tiger laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Kaido's men all turned to look at Tiger, deeply displeased with his mocking attitude. Do as you please? Sorry, I became a pirate to do as I please. How is it that my beast pirates need to look at your face when we work? Seeing Tiger's disrespectful words, Kaido angrily said, Where did this little brat come from? Jean, you must teach this disrespectful brat a good lesson. Jean remained unmoved, having already drawn his long knife, and approached Hans alongside Hanafuzawa. You pirates, understand who the General of Wano is. I am the King of Wano. I command you to stop immediately and apologize. Otherwise, I will definitely have a word with Kaido. Kaido's retainers also moved forward, and behind them were many samurai, at first glance numbering as many as 300. Tiger stepped forward, blocking the way, and laughed. In my hometown, there's an old saying, those who recognize the situation are the wise. It seems you all are quite unwise. Kaido, furious, finally exploded, pointing his finger at Tiger. Is this a place for you to speak? First, capture this blind pirate, and then I will personally deliver him to Kaido to let him manage his subordinates properly. Kaido's retainers and the samurai behind him all pointed their weapons at Tiger and closed in. With a half-step forward, Tiger stepped forward, and his body began to change. His figure slowly grew taller, and his face gradually transformed into that of a monkey. His limbs became thick and powerful, and orange-black tiger stripes appeared. A snake tail dragged behind him, its cold, serpent eyes staring at everyone. Tiger transformed into a beastly form. The imposing and fierce aura put immense pressure on the subordinates of the great snake, causing them to shudder and hesitate. Tiger howled to the sky. A thunderous roar like a monkey's echoed, shattering eardrums. Bang, bang, bang. The hundreds of warriors rolled their eyes, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Even the seasoned warriors of the great snake were too frightened to move. The great snake was even more shaken, his heart feeling like shattered jars scattered on the ground. Along with it, his already meager dignity and face were also in ruins. The great snake sat slumped on the ground, trembling all over. If it weren't for his subordinates keeping him conscious, he would have wanted to faint immediately. Tiger grinned, a smile that was not quite a smile, revealing his fangs, and slowly walked toward the great snake. Who cares what you are? Now, do I have the right to speak? The great snake's teeth chattered, unable to utter a word. He awkwardly tried to shuffle backward, but he was too weak and couldn't move at all. With a swift sound, Tiger drew his knife. The blade shadow was so fast it was hard to see. In an instant, the great snake's head was severed, his large and foolish head falling onto the deck with a thud. His face still bore an expression of disbelief and terror. Tiger smiled faintly. The King of Wano? I didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again? Who? Is this the King of Wano? Chapter 82. Decapitation. Everyone present stared at the head of the giant snake rolling down, as if petrified. The members of the YR bands, who had initially been terrified, were now in shock, staring blankly at the rolling head on the ship's deck, their minds blank. Even Jin and Hanabza were momentarily stunned. However, the two did not step forward to stop Torikatsu. After all, the fat ninja in front of them was their primary target. Torikatsu stepped forward and kicked the giant snake's corpse a couple of times, saying, "Hey, stop pretending to be dead. Are you a tortoise fruit user? Do you like to be a shrinking turtle?" After waiting for a moment and seeing no movement from the giant snake, Torikatsu plunged his sword down, piercing straight through the snake's abdomen. Suddenly, the giant snake, who should have been dead, began to move, rolling back and forth on the deck. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. From the neatly severed neck of the giant snake, a head sprouted, identical to the previous one. Black Charcoal Snake cried out in pain, clutching his belly wound, gasping for breath. How is this possible? Damn it, you little brats, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Some members of the YR bands still hesitated, looking at the monstrous boy in front of them, all feeling unsure. They tightened their grips on their weapons, awkwardly moving toward Torikatsu. At this moment, Fukurokuju, still the captain of the YR bands, stepped forward. Fukurokuju was a very tall, bald man, with long earlobes and a unique-looking skull. He spoke up. What are you all waiting for? We must ensure General Snake's safety, no matter what. He then glanced at Torikatsu and said, Young man, I advise you to be wise. You have already committed a capital offense by injuring General Snake. Surrender peacefully. Rat tail juice. Torikatsu chuckled, not waiting for the other to finish speaking, and raised his hand to strike, showing no regard for martial ethics. With one slash, he knocked down Fukurokuju, then slowly approached the now terrified, literally, Black Charcoal Snake. Hey, You still haven't answered my previous question. Tell me, who is the king of Wano country? Black Charcoal Snake dared not answer directly. His eyes were bloodshot, nearly bursting from strain. He shouted hysterically, "Bastard, you all get up! Kill him!" Torakatsu engaged in a melee with the rushing wire bands, but those people were no match for him. Torakatsu's health had reached an exaggerated level. Dealing with these weaklings was easy with just his Q skills. Furious Claw Strike. Golden arcs of electricity flowed like a rampaging dragon across his claws and forearms. Torakatsu charged into the crowd like a fierce tiger among sheep, taking down one ninja after another. The ninjas and samurais were tossed around like garbage, with many falling heavily after just one swipe. Their captain, Fukurokuju, was already dead, having been pierced through the chest and abdomen by Torakatsu's claw, now reduced to a pile of mush. Fukurokuju's eyes were wide open in death, staring fixedly at the giant snake. Seeing this, the giant snake felt nauseous and almost vomited. Noticing that Torakatsu was once again fighting the wire bands, Jin frowned slightly and reminded him, "Don't go too far. Leave the giant snake with a breath." "All right." Torakatsu smiled cheerfully, seemingly agreeing, but in his heart, he thought otherwise. Who knew when he'd get another chance to be this close to Black Charcoal Snake? At this point, how could he let him live? The giant snake and his subordinates looked at Torakatsu's sunny and bright smile, feeling a chill in their hearts. That smile was like the devil's mockery. On the other side, Jin and Hanavza were also engaged with the yellow fat ninja. It must be said that this fat guy was quite agile. After a few rolls, he dodged Jin's attacks and pulled out a knife to clash against Hanavza's scythe. However, Jin and a warlord were not pushovers. After several rounds of fighting, the yellow fat ninja was retreating step by step, his yellow ninja outfit already tattered. This yellow fat ninja might have felt that the ninja outfit was a hindrance as he tore off his disguise. Jin immediately recognized the true identity of this fat guy and angrily shouted, "Sake Temeru, hand over Pejuan and the Devil Fruit." Sake Temeru laughed. "Pejuan? You mean this little brat?" He tugged at the bandages on his body, revealing a small head on his belly. This person was none other than the kidnapped Pejuan. It turned out that Sake Temeru had controlled Pejuan, wrapping him in bandages around his belly. No wonder everyone had been searching for so long without finding him. Plus, the earlier yellow ninja outfit was loose, which had fooled everyone's eyes. Now, Pejuan was only 7 years old, and being small, he looked like a big man carrying a little kitten compared to the more than 5-meter-tall Sake Temeru. Little P. Hanavza's eyes turned red in an instant, and he was about to rush forward. Sake Temeru easily tore off the bandages, lifting Pejuan with one hand like picking up a chick. He casually tossed Pejuan to the other side of the ship, with such force that he threw him directly into the sea. From Runty's words, it was learned that Pejuan had already eaten the devil fruit, and now with the waves rolling in the sea and the sky darkening, if he fell into the water like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without thinking, Hanavza jumped straight off the ship to save his child. Sake Temeru, on the other hand, ran in the opposite direction, leaping high, intending to dive into the sea. Jin shouted, "Torakatsu, go save him." Then he spread his wings and chased after Sake Temeru. Seeing the situation was urgent, Torakatsu instantly transformed into a black cloud and vanished from his spot. A large mass of black cloud, as large as 2 basketball courts, spread across the surface of the sea, safely catching the father and son. After bringing them back onto the ship, Torakatsu did not pay attention to them. The father and son exchanged warm greetings, and he could not interject. Noticing that Jin had flown far out to pursue Sake Temeru, Torakatsu realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He steeled himself and walked back toward the giant snake and the others. Seeing this disaster return, Black Charcoal Snake and his subordinates fell silent, with many dead or injured. The giant snake had long lost his earlier bravado, but upon hearing Jin's order for Torakatsu to spare him, he felt somewhat reassured. "You bastard! What kind of look is that? What do you want to do?" "Jin said you can't kill me." With a snap, Torakatsu drew his sword again and decapitated the giant snake once more. 1, 2, 3. Torakatsu began to count, and with each count, he took off one of the giant snake's heads. Black Charcoal Snake screamed in terror while cursing the ninjas around him, urging them to stop this madman. During this time, a few ninjas did muster the courage to intervene, but they were all instantly killed by Torikatsu's lightning-fast strikes. After that, no one dared to step forward again. 4. Seeing his life threatened, Black Charcoal Snake begged for mercy. "Spare me. Please, spare me. What do I have to do for you to let me go?" Torikatsu thought for a moment, seemingly considering seriously, then smiled. "You still haven't answered my previous question." "Question?" The giant snake was stunned. "Wrong answer. 5-6. With 2 more snaps, 2 more heads fell from the giant snake. Covered in blood, after a while, another head grew back, and he waved his hands in desperation, pleading, "It's Kaido. Kaido is the king of Wano country." "Oh." Torikatsu then looked at the YR bands and asked, "Do you all think so too?" Yes. Of course it's Kaido. Kaido is not just the king of Wano. He is simply a god." Yes. "The king of the Bright Nation is our guardian deity of Wano. We are all his loyal servants." Everyone was speaking at once, fearing that if they spoke too slowly, the young man's slaughtering knife would swing towards them. Tori nodded in satisfaction. "Correct, but unfortunately, there is no reward." 7. As the words fell, Tori raised his knife and once again chopped off Orochi's head. Chapter 83. Obtaining the mythical Zoan fruit. Yamada, no, Orochi as the head was severed. The black carbon snake fell to the ground. Its legs twitched a few times before going completely still. "Hey, strange, I only counted to 7. Shouldn't there be one more head? Get up, stop playing dead." Torikichi stepped forward and kicked the snake a couple of times. After waiting for a while, the snake still didn't get back up. At this moment, Jean returned, empty-handed and looking unwell, clearly having let that sake Temaru escape again. However, this was understandable. A devil fruit user wouldn't want to swim, and the other party was determined to submerge, leaving Jean with no way to deal with it. His abilities were fire-based and couldn't reach a target underwater, so he ultimately had to give up. Upon returning to the ship, Jean first checked on Pejuan's condition. Seeing the little guy was mostly unharmed, he felt a bit relieved. Pejuan was stable in both body and spirit, with just a few bruises on his face. The little one did not become timid after this incident. On the contrary, little Pejuan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Torikichi's back, full of admiration. He had almost fallen into the water with his father, but was easily saved by Torikichi. Back on the ship, he witnessed Torikichi overpowering everyone by himself. The strong Torikichi left a deep impression on the little guy's heart. From that day on, little Pejuan secretly vowed to become strong like Torikichi when he grew up, to protect his sister and father. Afterward, Jean chatted with Hanavusa for a few moments before coming over to Torikichi. Jean immediately noticed the fallen black carbon snake and frowned. Scolding, "Why did you kill him? Didn't I tell you to leave him a breath?" "Hey, wait a minute." Torikichi acted confused. "I clearly counted while chopping. I stopped at 7. Isn't this guy Yamada? No, Orochi? He should have 8 heads, right?" With that, Torikichi smiled and walked over to the still crouched members of the Yantama, saying, "Right? I stopped when I counted to 7. Everyone looked at his innocent face, nodding and responding in agreement, afraid that a slow response might cost them their lives. Jean, being meticulous, quickly saw through the issue. Torikichi's clumsy acting couldn't fool him. "You already chopped off 1 head at the start. Didn't you count that one?" Seeing his little scheme exposed, Torikichi didn't care and continued to lie through his teeth. "Oh, I forgot. Look at my memory. I've been so busy lately that I often forget things." Jean was too lazy to engage with Torikichi's antics and immediately reported the matter to Kaido. On the other end of the phone, there was a brief silence before Kaido's thunderous roar erupted. Even from a distance, Torikichi could feel Kaido's fury. Hanavusa walked over and asked, "What do we do with these remaining people? Should we kill them all?" Mr. Kaido told us to take them back to Onigashima first. Hanavusa felt a headache coming on. "How do we take them back? A storm is coming. The waves are so high that this ship would struggle to make it back to Onigashima, and the wind is blowing in the opposite direction." Jean then turned to Torikichi. Crossing his arms coldly, "You caused this trouble. You figure out how to solve it." Hanavusa was secretly surprised. He had seen this boy fight before. His strength was indeed impressive, and his fruit ability was quite powerful. If he worked hard, he would surely become a valuable asset to the beast pirates in the future. But to have this boy solve such a problem and face the storm? That seemed too much to ask. Hanavusa didn't he believe Torakichi could handle it. Torakichi was sweating coldly. Do we really have to take them all back to Onigashima? Mr. Kaido said we even have to bring this ship back. All right, then I'll give it a try. Torakichi had a troubled expression. Hanavusa listened to their conversation, feeling surprised. Didn't he seem to be joking? Even the usually serious Jean acknowledged that Torakichi could solve this problem, sparking Hanavusa's curiosity to see how the boy would do it. Without any visible action from Torakichi, the entire ship suddenly began to move. Creak, creak. The wooden planks on the ship made cracking sounds as the ropes on the mast leaned sharply to one side, and the sound of the ropes straining against the mast could be heard. The ship had tilted 30 degrees, and it began to rock continuously. Various items on the ship, including some bodies, rolled around on the deck, some already falling into the sea. Everyone hold on tight. Torakichi shouted loudly. After a while, the ship gradually stabilized. Hanavusa had a strange feeling that the ship was motionless, as if it were floating in the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the turbulent sea. The water was still violently churning, making it feel surreal. He quickly approached the edge of the ship and looked down, only to see that the ship had completely risen above the surface of the sea and was continuing to ascend at a steady speed. Boom! A thunderclap rang out, and the wind howled, followed by a downpour of rain falling from the sky. The dense raindrops pounded against the deck, making a sound like popping beans. The ship's ascent accelerated, rising higher and higher, breaking through the thunderclouds and reaching above the layer of clouds. The raging wind and rain soon disappeared, and a bright moon hung in the sky, its light cascading over the ship like flowing water. Dad, we're actually flying in the sky, little Pejuan shouted. Hanavusa patted his little head, reminding him, Peijai, don't get too excited, be careful not to fall. What is going on? How can we be flying in the sky? Hanavusa pointed at Torakichi, who was sitting cross-legged at the front of the ship, and smiled. It's that boy's ability. Little Pejuan tilted his head, looking at Torakichi with great curiosity. At this moment, Torakichi sat cross-legged at the front of the ship, enjoying the wind and moonlight. He rummaged through his bag and found a peculiar fruit. This fruit resembled a pineapple, with a purple-red skin that was scaly, and each scale had a spiral pattern. It looked just like the mythical Zoan-Yamada no Orochi fruit he remembered. Torakichi smiled slightly. This time, it wasn't all for nothing. Successfully retrieving this fruit put him in a great mood, and he couldn't wait to turn it into his beast spirit. This Yamada no Orochi has 8 heads. Having the fruit is equivalent to having 8 lives. The snake is so foolish. It didn't properly develop this fruit. I wonder if there are any other abilities? I'll make sure to have that woman eat it and urge her to develop the fruit properly. Otherwise, she'll be in for it. Just as Torakichi was lost in thought, a child's voice rang out behind him. Torakichi, big brother, thank you for saving me this time. Torakichi calmly set down the bag in his hand, turned around, and smiled. No need to thank me. You're all right? Pejuan shook his head. There were still remnants of his injuries on his face, with one side still a bit swollen. The little guy's eyes sparkled as he clenched his small fists, gathering his courage to say, Torakichi, big brother, you're so strong. Can you teach me? I want to be strong like you. Chapter 84. Harvesting a little fanboy tiger was dumbfounded and chuckled. Why was this little guy still hanging around him? Why didn't he go find your old man? He's one of the 7 warlords, very strong. The little guy pouted and sighed. My old man said the seas have been rough lately, and some of his enemies are always causing trouble for him. He said it would be inconvenient to take me and my sister along. So this time he wanted us to stay on Onigashima with Uncle Kaido. I see. It seems like Onigashima is going to be lively again. I heard you ate a devil fruit. What ability do you have? Let me see. The little guy nodded, full of confidence, and seriously said, Brother Tiger, I ate the dragon fruit, ancient type Spinosaurus form. All right, let's take a look. Pejuan began to transform, first shifting into his hybrid form. Now, he was just a 7-year-old boy, so in his human form, he was only about 1 meter tall. In his hybrid form, Pejuan had grown quite a bit, now almost reaching 167 meters. His limbs became robust, His legs transformed into the hind limbs of a dinosaur, and his hands turned into claws, already showing characteristics of a reptile. A high red dorsal neural spine rose on his back, which was a feature of the Spinosaurus, and a thick, powerful tail dragged behind him. Tiger watched Pejuan's transformation, nodding secretly. Not bad, very spirited. Then Pejuan showcased his beast form, revealing a Spinosaurus about 3 to 4 meters tall. The huge and ferocious Spinosaurus spoke in human language, its tone somewhat childish, giving off a feeling that seemed a bit off. "Brother Tiger, what do you think? Can you guide me in training after this?" Tiger nodded. "Sure, but you mustn't complain about being tired." "Ha ha." Pejuan isn't afraid of tiredness or pain. Afterward, Tiger led everyone back to Onigashima. The more than 300 warriors who were knocked out and the few remaining members of the Amatsukido were controlled and directly thrown into the dungeon. The corpse of Orochi and his 8 heads were also collected by the pirates and brought to the upper level of Onigashima. In a small conference room on Onigashima, Kaido, Jin, Queen, and Hanazawa gathered here. Of course, the mastermind behind this incident, Tiger, was also present. The news of Orochi's death was temporarily sealed, and the rest of the Beast Pirates had no idea yet. The high-ranking members of the Beast Pirates were discussing countermeasures and how to manage Wano country moving forward. Kaido pointed to the corpse of Kurobata, Orochi, on the ground, and said, "Queen, take another good look." Queen stepped forward to examine it, and, after a while, he shook his head. "Brother Kaido, this Orochi is completely dead, not playing dead. There's no saving him." Kaido nodded, resting his chin in thought. He turned to Tiger and asked, "Why did you kill Kurobata, Orochi?" He said he was the king of Wano country. "I couldn't stand it, so I made my move." "The king of Wano country?" Kaido murmured lightly, sneering. Kaido did not overly reprimand Tiger for this reckless action. Killing Orochi and occupying Wano was originally part of Kaido's plan. However, the implementation of the original plan would have to wait a few more years. Since the incident had already occurred, Kaido had no choice but to advance this plan. He found it quite troublesome. Now that Orochi was gone, if he wanted to trade with the world government in the future, he would have to establish a new general for Wano country. He currently had no candidates, so he gathered everyone to discuss. The high ranks of the Beast Pirates engaged in heated discussions, completely putting Orochi's death out of their minds. All the pirates present, whether it was Hanazawa, Jin, or Queen, were indifferent to Orochi's death. To them, Orochi's death was akin to killing a wild dog by the roadside. It made no difference. After discussing for a long time, no good solutions emerged. At that moment, Tiger, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "If it's really difficult, why not just use Kurobata, Orochi?" "What are you talking about? That guy is dead." Queen, holding a cigar, seemed to think Tiger was telling a bad joke. "Just recreate Orochi," Tiger said, casually waving his hand to manifest a cloud that gradually condensed and took shape, ultimately becoming the likeness of Orochi. Seeing Tiger's mysterious transformation technique, everyone present, except for Hanazawa, had already grown accustomed to it. Queen laughed. "Your cloud clone looks quite similar, but what's the use? It will shatter at a touch. Even a slight breeze can blow it away. It shouldn't be that fragile now." Tiger smiled confidently. Queen immediately raised his mechanical arm and transformed it into a spiral fan blade. The blade spun rapidly, generating a strong airflow that blew towards the cloud clone of Kurobata, Orochi. After the operation, the clone did not dissipate. Even Jin, who was standing nearby, looked slightly surprised. Hanazawa walked over to the clone, circling around it, and exclaimed, "Not bad, it's really similar, and the aura is quite close to that person." Queen approached the clone and poked it with his finger, discovering that this clone was not in a smoky state. Instead, it had substance with a jelly-like texture. Queen exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it actually has a hint of substance. If possible, I can also enhance the strength of this clone." Jin became interested, stepping forward to draw his long knife. If he guessed correctly, Tiger must have infused this clone with haki. The blade lightly slashed at the clone of Orochi, producing a crisp sound like iron. Jin nodded. "With this, the issue of contact is resolved." Tiger looked at Kaido. "How about it? This should be fine, right?" Kaido still rested his chin on his hand, not surprised by the cloud clone Tiger created. "But how will we solve the issue of speech? This clone can move. but it can't talk. That's easy to solve. We can say Kuwabata Orochi encountered a maritime accident, suffered great shock, and sustained brain damage, resulting in some sort of aphasia or strange illness, causing him to lose the ability to speak. Once this Orochi returns to Flower Capital, we can say he is ill and has discomfort, making him stay in his bedroom. We will try to minimize his appearances, only letting him show up when the beast pirates need him. After pondering for a moment, Kaido slowly nodded, finding this method feasible. He looked at Tiger and said, however, the remaining forces of Orochi must be eliminated. Kid, since this mess was caused by you, you'll be in charge of the cleanup. Tiger asked, should we kill them all? Kaido replied nonchalantly, those who are willing to ally with my beast pirates can stay. Anyone who dares to say a single word against it, kill them all. All right, leave it to me. Chapter 85. Are you really willing to get it to me? After a long night of turmoil, Tiger finally returned to his hot spring house. He had taken this place as a stronghold and seldom spent the night on Ghost Island anymore. Although it was already midnight, Tiger was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He looked at the Yamada no Orochi fruit in his hand and had no intention of going to bed. Now that he was an ability user, he naturally couldn't eat this fruit. Giving it to Black Maria was something he had agreed upon with her earlier. He heard that Zoan-type Devil Fruits have their own will, and if this fruit disappeared by dawn, it would cause a huge uproar. He planned to find Maria immediately and have her eat the fruit to avoid any complications. He went to the room opposite his, which was Maria's bedroom. Since the hot spring house opened, Maria had been living here. Tiger knocked on the door and waited for a while, but when he heard no response, he decided to open the door and look for her. Hey, it's locked. Do you think this can stop me? Tiger released a puff of black smoke, which slowly entered the room through the crack of the door. Thanks to the enhancement of his fruit abilities, he found it much easier to manipulate the black clouds now. Using the black clouds to simulate a human shape and open the door was a small matter for Tiger. Tiger entered Maria's bedroom and gently closed the door. The night after the storm was exceptionally clear, and the bright moonlight shone even more brightly. Moonlight poured in through the window, making the room still visible even without lights. Maria was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. She was wearing a pink and white short dress as sleepwear, with a layer of blanket only covering her lower abdomen. The dress was very short, revealing a pair of alluringly long and fair legs, half concealed, leaving much to the imagination. Maria's long golden hair fell over the head of the bed. Compared to her usual bun hairstyle, this loose hair made her look quite rare. Tiger approached the bedside and, looking at Maria's sweet sleeping face, couldn't help but touch her forehead and face. To his surprise, Maria immediately reacted, as if it were a reflex, and punched Tiger in the face. Bang! It sounded like two pieces of iron clashing together. Tiger slowly retracted the armed color from his cheek, rubbed his face, and complained. That was ruthless. You even used hockey. She hasn't woken up yet. It seems that punch was just her instinctive reaction. Tiger lightly slapped her face and said, hey, it's time to wake up. Maria rubbed her eyes in confusion. Who is it? She squinted in the moonlight and saw the man sitting on the bed. Maria suddenly woke up, and once she recognized it was Tiger, she immediately showed a mix of embarrassment and anger. You bastard. Why are you in my bedroom? What did you do to me? She was a bit agitated, lifted the blanket, and checked her body. Seeing that her clothes were intact, and she didn't appear to have been violated, Maria finally calmed down. She then furrowed her brows and angrily said, what are you doing in my room? Her disheveled long hair draped behind her, and paired with her now flushed cheeks, she looked just like someone caught doing something wrong. Cut the crap. Eat this. Tiger turned on the room's light, casually tossed a round fruit to her. Maria caught the fruit and examined it closely in her hand. The fruit wasn't large, about the size of an ordinary pineapple. Its skin resembled snake scales, densely arranged. Each scale had a distinctive spiral pattern. Maria had seen devil fruits before and immediately recognized that this was undoubtedly a devil fruit. She stared at the fruit for a while, then looked up at Tiger, her face showing slight surprise as she asked, what kind of fruit is this? Tiger, now in no hurry, got up to find a cup and poured himself a glass of water, drinking leisurely. Maria said, that's my cup. Oh, what's the difference? Tiger continued to drink without a care. Are you very thirsty? Well, I thought you might be thirsty. Finally, Under Maria's murderous gaze, Tiger slowly said, as we agreed before, "This is the snake fruit, mythical Zoan-type." "What? The black charcoal snake is dead? You killed it?" Maria's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "Impossible. He was fine. Didn't he just return to Wano? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Just eat it quickly to avoid any trouble. I heard that Zoan-type devil fruits can run away on their own." At this, Maria tightly hugged the fruit, afraid it would fly away. Today, as Fire Festival had been terrible for her, the ancient devil fruit that should have belonged to her had vanished without a trace. The thief had not yet been caught, and she had long given up hope of recovering that fruit. But unexpectedly, late at night, Tiger gave her a big surprise. Looking at the fruit, it should be a Zoan type, and its scales easily reminded her of snakes. As for whether it was a mythical type, Maria didn't think too far. The feeling of having it returned changed her mindset. Earlier, she had been fixated on wanting an ancient devil fruit. But after today's ups and downs, she felt that having any devil fruit would be good enough. "Are you really willing to give this devil fruit to me?" Tiger nodded. His demeanor was so light and carefree, as if this invaluable fruit wasn't precious in his eyes at all. "Why are you treating me so well? Do you have some ulterior motive? Want me to be your little wife?" Tiger was silent for a moment. He nodded, then shook his head and smiled. "I just feel more familiar with you. If you don't want it, I can find someone else. If it weren't for the fact that Yamato is already an ability user, I would have wanted to save it for her." Hearing Tiger mention Yamato again, Maria inexplicably felt a pang of jealousy, and she hugged the fruit even tighter. "Oomph, this is mine. No one can take it from me." After saying that, she swallowed the fruit in just a few bites. The fruit, which might seem the size of a pineapple to an ordinary person, felt more like a peach in Maria's hands. "How does it feel? Is anything uncomfortable?" Tiger watched as Maria frowned, her eyes tightly closed, seemingly in discomfort. Suddenly, Maria rolled off the bed, her originally fair long legs twisting on the ground. Then, a layer of snake scales slowly covered her thighs, ultimately transforming into a snake tail nearly 3 meters long. With the power of the snake tail, Maria straightened her waist and stood upright. Her originally blue, beautiful eyes had their pupils shrink into vertical slits, resembling snake eyes, appearing somewhat deep and dark. However, under Maria's strenuous control, the snake eyes flashed and disappeared. Her eyes gradually returned to their original blue. Her facial features remained unchanged, not becoming ugly like the black charcoal snake in human animal form. 2 small fangs appeared at the corners of her mouth, making her look somewhat cute. Although these fangs seemed harmless, they were indeed genuine snake fangs, venomous and extremely dangerous. Beautiful women are always dangerous. On the side of her face, a few fine snake scales grew, but they were not obvious and wouldn't be noticed unless looked at closely. Maria felt the power surging within her, a smile creeping up at the corners of her mouth as she habitually stuck out her tongue. To her surprise, what came out was not a human tongue, but a snake's forked tongue. Thanks to the power of the Yamata no Orochi, Maria, who was already a mature and alluring woman, gained an additional air of sinister charm. She looked like a seductive and somewhat wicked bad sister. Now she truly had a water snake waist. Seeing his little wife still so beautiful and enchanting, Husai felt relieved. "Hey, you're the Yamata no Orochi. We're the other snakeheads." Chapter 86, Beast Spirit. Yamata no Orochi. Upon hearing this, Maria hesitated slightly, as if she was trying hard to restrain herself. Her back was slightly swollen, stretching her pinkish-white nightgown a bit, and then it returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. She raised her hand, and 2 snake heads suddenly shot out from her wide sleeves. Husai was startled and stepped forward to observe closely. The snake heads transformed from the black charcoal snake were very different from what he remembered. The black charcoal snake's head looked just like its ugly face, resembling a silly creature. In contrast, Maria's transformed snake heads did not resemble a human at all. They were pure snakes with a pair of black horns on their heads, which were somewhat similar to those of the black charcoal snake. The 2 snakes that sprang out from Maria's sleeves appeared extremely aggressive and fierce, opening their blood-filled mouths and roaring at Husai, flicking their tongues, showing a wild and untamed demeanor. Suddenly, the 2 snakes lunged uncontrollably at Husai. seemingly regarding him as a delicious meal. Maria gritted her teeth, exerted force with her arms, and forcefully pulled the two snakes back. She waved her hand and smashed the disobedient snake heads to the ground. Seeing that Maria seemed genuinely angry, the two snakes showed human-like expressions, retracting their necks and retreating to Maria's side. You have one snake in each hand, and with yourself, there should be 5 snakes, right? Maria pointed to her lower body, indicating Husai to look down. Just then, distracted by the 2 snakes that had just lunged at him, Husai had momentarily overlooked Maria. He saw her legs, which had transformed into a snake tail, reappear with 5 snakes extending out from beneath her fitted nightgown. Maria was surrounded by those snakes like stars surrounding the moon, sitting with her legs crossed, her body leaning against the snakes. She lay on her side, resting her elbow on one of the snakes and propping her chin on her hand, looking very much like a queen. Without any visible action from her, the snakes began to crawl, moving Maria's body forward. Husai, seeing her like this, curiously asked, "What happened to that snake tail? Why is it gone? I thought the previous form looked a bit ugly." "What? Don't you like this form?" She provocatively raised one delicate foot, attempting to lift Husai's chin. Not minding her teasing, Husai gently swatted her foot away, falling into deep thought. In the original work, Maria's fruit ability was originally that of an ancient spider. However, her transformed human-animal form retained almost all human characteristics in the upper body, while her lower body became that of spider, looking similar to a smile ability user. She could also transform into an ordinary human-animal form, but due to her vanity, she altered the transformation wavelength, allowing her to maintain most of her human appearance. The concept of transformation wavelength exists among Zoan-type users, like Chopper, who, through the Rumble Ball, has 7 transformation stages. There are also users like Kaido, who in the original work has a beastman form that is more animalistic than the human-animal form, with more robust muscles and a more imposing figure, and a nose that looks distinctly more dragon-like than in the regular human-animal form, with sharper teeth. Husai noticed that the remaining 5 snake heads were much more docile compared to the previous 2, seeming to lack aggression, looking as if they had just woken up. "What's going on?" Husai asked curiously. Maria's forehead glistened with fine sweat, showing signs of strain as she explained. "These 7 snake heads each have their own consciousness. The limit of what I can currently control is these 2 snakes. I made the other 5 temporarily quiet. This is also a last resort. This fruit is too powerful. If I let them run wild, my mind and body will be affected. I can only slowly enhance my strength, and once I gain control of this power, I will fully unleash their strength. This is also to protect my own consciousness from being influenced." Husai nodded, thinking about how the black charcoal snake was completely corrupted by the fruit's power, greedy and brutal, combined with its laziness and love for pleasure, resulting in the Yamada no Orochi being both foolish and fat, lacking the aura of a fierce beast. Maria, on the other hand, while not very powerful within the beast pirates, had awakened both haki and was not a weak woman. She clearly needed to be more cautious in controlling her fruit ability. Husai reminded her, "I've heard that Zoan-type users need to awaken in order to match their body and mind with their abilities. My understanding is that you need to wrestle with the demon within you. Your mind and body cannot be suppressed by it. Only when you overcome the demon inside can you awaken the fruit's power. Of course, this is all for later. The point of saying this is to remind you not to get lost in this power. You need to train well and gain control of this power as soon as possible." Maria nodded and reverted from her human-animal form. Her legs felt weak, and she almost fell, indicating that she was having some difficulty adjusting to her first transformation. Husai stepped forward and caught her. Due to the transformation, her nightgown had become too loose, and the back was already bursting at the seams, making it look very ill-fitting. With just a slight movement, the entire nightgown slipped down. This part should be censored. At that moment, Maria looked incredibly alluring, causing Husai to feel a rush of blood, and he started to feel dizzy. He quickly grabbed the blanket on the bed and threw it to Maria, urging her to cover herself. He immediately covered his nose and said, "It's getting late. See you tomorrow." With that, Husai hurriedly left. Maria lowered her head to look at her perfect body, thinking, what is wrong? Why do they look like they've seen a ghost? It's clearly perfect. She covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Humph, I knew you were all talk. Maria lay back down on the bed, full of excitement. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, suddenly recalling that she had been seen naked by that guy earlier. Feeling embarrassed and annoyed, she pulled the blanket over her face and rolled around on the bed for a while, still unable to sleep. Husai returned to his room, wiped his nosebleed, and took a deep breath. Calm down, stay composed. He focused his mind, perceiving a new Beast Spirit bond establishing. Bond established. Spirit Energy 200, Beast Spirit. Yamada no Orochi, Orange Compatibility. 35, a giant serpent monster with 8 heads and 8 tails. Each head has its own consciousness, often crowned with 8 colored ominous clouds, possessing the powerful ability to change the weather. Evaluation, a disaster-bringing monster, fond of alcohol. Rumored to have a sharp divine sword hidden in its tail, called the Amaterasu Sword. Potential yet to be unleashed, not awakened. Acquired passive skill 8 powers. Gluttony and Greed. 8 powers, beginner, 3-8. Yamada no Orochi's tenacious life force. Current life increased by 3 times. Gluttony and Greed. Yamada no Orochi can devour all things to convert them into its own power. Basic life recovery of 100. Can quickly restore physical strength, haki, life, energy, etc. after eating. Loves drinking but has reduced resistance to alcohol. Easily getting drunk. Friendly reminder. Drinking can lead to trouble. Please drink responsibly. Goodness. This directly gave me a lunatic. These 8 powers are still in the beginner stage. If I upgrade, I might gain other abilities. Life points directly multiplied by 3. 3-8. It seems that the powers of the 5 remaining snakeheads on Maria's side are being deliberately suppressed. If they are completely unleashed later, wouldn't I be able to gain an 8-fold increase in life? Isn't my damage going to explode? Have I really turned into Saitama? Huh. I can recover quickly after eating. Have I gained Luffy's foodie talent? As long as I eat enough and fast enough, I can do sit-ups like Luffy, right? It's just that I can't drink alcohol anymore, which is a bit of regret. It seems this passive has side effects. Thinking about alcohol, Suzy suddenly felt the wine bug in his stomach awaken, and at this moment, he was craving it terribly, feeling restless. He then got up and went downstairs to the soup house to find some alcohol. Chapter 87. Clean you up? He arrived at the counter on the first floor of the hot spring inn, only to find that the lights were still on and the smell of alcohol was overwhelming. As he stepped closer, he discovered that Maria was asleep, clutching a wine jar. From her appearance, it seemed she was drunk. To Tora's surprise, it made sense after all. The Yamada no Orochi is known for its love of alcohol. This woman really was a handful, getting drunk late at night while wearing so little. He casually picked up a jar of wine and summoned dark clouds to lift the unconscious Maria, returning to his room. Tora tossed Maria onto the bed without a glance at her. He felt that the wine in his hand was far more enticing than the beauty before him. Tora tilted his head back and drank, and before long, his face was flushed, red all the way to his ears. He let out a satisfied burp, mumbling, "How can I be drunk after just a little? This isn't good. This passive state is a bit troublesome. I actually think the wine is better than women. What a disaster." Then he passed out, falling asleep in Maria's embrace. In the morning, as the hot spring inn was approaching opening time, everyone had gotten up except for Tora and Maria. Little Purple had been living at the hot spring inn for quite a while and had gradually gotten used to life here. Aside for being harshly trained by Maria to become a qualified pirate, she was fairly satisfied with her current life. Though she was still small and unable to perform massage skills and didn't enjoy telling stories, she had no desire to become a storyteller. She still loved to play her shamisen. Maria didn't like her being just a flower vase who could only play music, so she assigned her the cleaning duties at the inn, responsible for tidying the rooms every day. At first, Little Purple was stubborn and unwilling to do such rough work. But after a beating from Maria, she ultimately compromised. That day, she came to clean the room, as usual. As soon as Little Purple pushed open Tora's door, a strong smell of alcohol hit her face and nearly knocked her out. She forced herself to endure the discomfort and approached, only to find a man and a woman tangled together on the bed in disarray. The two were Tora and Maria. Tora's face was practically buried in Maria's bosom. Little Purple's heart raced, and her face flushed at the sight. She first glanced at Maria's fair and voluptuous chest, then looked down at her own, curious, and weighed her own flat chest with her hand, clearly feeling unsatisfied. She puffed her cheeks up in indignation, her pufferfish persona surfacing again. While cleaning, Little Purple called out, "Wake up! Wake up! It's time to get up. If you keep sleeping, it'll be noon." The two were stirred awake, groggily opening their eyes. Tora first felt a soft, fragrant, slippery sensation in front of him, which made him panic and feel breathless. He immediately pulled away, but before he could steady himself, he received a stinging slap to the face. Maria adjusted her disheveled nightgown, hands on her hips, looking furious. "What did you do last night? Why am I in your bed?" Seeing Little Purple still present, Tora said to her, "Little Purple, you go outside and close the door." Oh, with a click, Little Purple exited. Tora's expression darkened as he said coldly, "You actually used hockey, and you dare to slap me in front of a little employee? You know you shouldn't hit someone's face, right? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Saying this, he pushed Maria down onto the bed and slapped her rear end hard, also with hockey-enhanced strength. Maria cried out in pain, struggling to fight back. Still daring to fight back? That fruit was a lifelong favor for me. What do you plan to use to repay me? Maria gritted her teeth, letting out a muffled groan, gradually giving up resistance. She let out a soft moan. "Come on, kick me hard, Tora. Are you really a masochist? Do you like it when others are rough with you? I feel like the peacock fruit's ability would suit you quite well." Tora continued to discipline Maria for a while, finally getting her to submit completely. With Maria, you have to be tough. Maria seemed quite satisfied, wrapped in the bedding, snuggling at the edge of the bed, peeking at Tora. Tora remarked, "That's my blanket. Do you really think it can cover your whole body? You should get a bigger one that can cover me too. Also, your bed is too small. Get a bigger one next time." Tora ignored her, got dressed, and planned to leave. "Where are you going?" Maria asked softly, still covered by the blanket, revealing only half her face. "Going to deal with the remnants of the big snake. Do you want to come?" In the dungeon on Onigashima, the remaining members of the Orochi retainers were still imprisoned. These people looked disheveled and had lost their former arrogance. With Orochi dead and no longer having a powerful backer, they were like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. With a creak, the door of the cell opened. A man and a woman entered the dungeon. The retainers, using the dim light, recognized the newcomers. They didn't recognize the woman, but vaguely remembered seeing her as a dancer at the banquet on the day of the fire festival. They recognized the man. He was the source of their nightmares, the one who killed their general. Most of the ninjas lowered their heads, not daring to meet Tora's gaze, though some revealed hatred in their eyes, glaring at him. Tora spoke. "Who among you is willing to become a subordinate of the Beast Pirates?" The others exchanged glances, and no one volunteered to speak. Suddenly, a guy dressed in a green ninja outfit stood up and said, "Stop dreaming. We swear loyalty to Lord Orochi, you pirates." Before he could finish, his voice abruptly cut off. It wasn't that he didn't want to finish speaking. He simply couldn't. Tora had closed the distance without them noticing, and his massive tiger claw had already snapped this ninja's neck. He casually slapped the ninja's head, as if smashing a watermelon. Blood poured from the ninja's neck, and he instantly lost his life. Tora slowly approached the remaining group. They trembled, retreating, tried to distance themselves from the monster before them. Tora reached a female ninja, grabbing her long skirt to wipe the blood off his hands. He smiled faintly at her. The female ninja was terrified, shaking like a leaf. Tora said indifferently, "I have limited time. I will only recruit 2 people. I don't need to tell you what happens to the rest, right? You have 5 minutes. I'm only giving you 5 minutes. If by the end of that time you haven't decided, then your fate will be the same as that person just now." Oh, Maria, watching from the side, had a glint of amusement in her eyes. After saying this, Tora pulled over a chair and sat down, waving his hand. "All right, start." The 5 minutes felt long, and Tora yawned repeatedly. "Is it over already?" He stood up and stretched. At this point, only 2 ninjas remained in the dungeon. One was Dahe, and the other was the female ninja whose skirt Tora had used to wipe his hands. Her name was Hellbenton, a relatively beautiful woman who usually styled her purple hair in a bun and dressed like a geisha, wielding a pipa as a weapon. The 2 were now crawling on the ground, indifferent to the bodies of their former comrades. They spoke in low voices. "We Dahe and Hell-Benton, greet Lord Tora. Tiger stood up slowly and said, "Very well. Since you have joined my beast pirates, we are all family. As members of the pirate crew, you will naturally benefit in many ways. This time, I have received Kaido's order to eliminate the remaining remnants of Kaido's loyalists. You should inform me of the specific situation in detail." "Yes, Lord Tiger," Dahe spoke first. "There are currently over 4,000 soldiers remaining, mainly composed of some samurai and a few ninjas belonging to Orochi's elite forces, and they are now stationed at Orochi Castle. On the other side," Hell-Benton hurriedly added, "Lord Tiger, in addition, there are also some officials and merchants who are affiliated with Orochi. These local powers also have armed forces, which cannot be underestimated, and, counting all the regions of Wano, there are about more than 10,000 troops." "Officials and merchants?" Tiger asked while stroking his chin. "Are they quite wealthy?" "These officials and merchants who have allied with Orochi have often exploited the lower-class people, and through this opportunity, he also wants to supplement the beast with some funds," Hell-Benton replied. "Yes, Lord Tiger, these people are among the richest in Wano, and they have done many shady dealings behind Orochi's back." "Very good, Hell-Benton. I will assign you a group of people later. You will be responsible for clearing them out one by one. Those who are willing to submit to the beasts will be spared, but anyone who dares to resist will be killed, and all their properties will be confiscated." "Yes, Lord Tiger, I will obey." "Dahe, you will accompany me to Orochi Castle to eliminate those elite forces." "Yes, Dahe obeys." Chapter 88. Capturing Orochi Castle. Clearing out the remnants and aftermath. Black Maria watched Tiger's series of operations with glimmering eyes, intending to participate in this operation. Such a clear opportunity for merit shouldn't be passed up. Afterward, Tiger called upon his subordinates to join the action. Surprisingly, he also included Sasaki and Jack. Sasaki was fine. He was already on good terms with Tiger, and seeing such an opportunity for easy credit, he naturally had no objections. Jack, however, felt a bit awkward. He wanted to participate in the operation, but Kaido had entrusted the task of clearing out the remnants entirely to Tiger. Considering his previous unpleasantness with Tiger, Jack couldn't bring himself to ask for help. Tiger, on the other hand, had no such concerns. To him, Jack was just a fish that hadn't yet entered his pond. Capturing the beast spirits was his fundamental interest. If he could ease the relationship with Jack, he would naturally welcome it. Eventually, with Tiger's active invitation, Jack also joined in. A large group, riding on Tiger's black clouds, arrived over Orochi Castle. On that day, the sky over the flower capital was overcast, with flashes of lightning and thunder. Thick black clouds covered the entire sky of the flower capital, blocking out the sun. Day turned to night as a torrential rain approached. The howling winds mixed with the booming thunder, and all that could be heard in the city was the sound of the storm. The people of the flower capital hurriedly closed their doors and windows, hiding inside, leaving the streets empty. The weather was strange. It had been clear just moments ago, and now it was stormy. The citizens were completely unaware of the bloody upheaval occurring within Orochi Castle. "Is this your devil fruit ability?" Tiger asked Maria, looking at the dark clouds above. Maria nodded. "Yes, these dark clouds can affect the weather, but that's all I can do. It's not a means to fight against enemies." Tiger fell into deep thought. It was rumored that when the Yamata no Orochi appeared, it was accompanied by 8-colored dark clouds that could bring rain, thunder, and even trigger typhoons. If Maria could fully develop her devil fruit ability, she might be able to wield some elemental powers in the future. The dark clouds she summoned were not like Tiger's black clouds. They did not have the ability to fly. However, Tiger believed that if she could summon lightning like Nami did with her weather stick, she could achieve that. Will you be able to steal Big Mom's Zeus then? This woman had just acquired a devil fruit and was already figuring things out for herself, far surpassing the useless Kaido. As long as Maria could develop some decent skills, he could benefit without conditions. Thinking about having another big fish in his pond, Tiger felt pleased. Thanks to his acquaintance with Dahe, Tiger and his group quickly infiltrated Orochi Castle. Dahe gathered the guards together. There were about 4,000 of them, now gathered in the plaza inside Orochi Castle, densely packed. Many began to murmur, "What's going on? Why hasn't General Orochi returned? Why did Dahe gather us here? I don't know, maybe something big is happening? It might be related to General Orochi." From a loft within the castle, Tiger overlooked the so-called elite guards below and asked, "Is everyone here?" Dahe replied, "Yes." "Lord Tiger, everyone is here. As you instructed, I have closed the castle gates, and Sasaki's brothers are guarding the entrance, so there shouldn't be any problems." Jack suddenly jumped out, saying, "All right, since everyone is here, what are we waiting for? Let's go down and kill them all." Jack was impulsive, seeing the target. He could hardly contain himself from jumping down to crush them all. Tiger said, "Don't rush. Let's say a few words first to let them die understanding." He slowly walked out of the loft and stood on the high platform, looking down at the soldiers below, and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, we are members of the Beast Pirates, and we have come to Orochi Castle for one purpose: to kill you all. If you don't want to die, I offer you a path to survival. Surrender to the Beast Pirates and kill those who refuse to submit. Oh, and let me tell you another thing. Your Wano has already perished." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, with all below momentarily stunned. Some began to whisper, but no one dared to be the first to surrender, as they were still unaware of Orochi's death. After waiting for a moment with no response, the impatient Jack could no longer hold back. Tiger nodded, signaling him to do as he pleased. Jack roared and jumped down, transforming into his hybrid form. "You damn fools, who do you think I am?" In Jack's hybrid form, his lower half had 4 elephant hooves, while his body and arms retained a human shape, and his head transformed into that of a mammoth, complete with a thick trunk and large tusks. It was said that these tusks were worth a fortune, equating to 900 million berries. Jack charged into the crowd, his massive elephant hooves crushing the samurai one by one, with many spitting blood and dying on the spot from his stomps. He relentlessly swung his curved sword, harvesting lives like cutting wheat. Jack had always had this hobby of mowing down, which explained why his 2 weapons resembled size. He had retained this childhood passion, and his mowing actions were incredibly skilled. Under Jack's relentless assault, many soldiers began to waver, realizing that nothing was more important than their own lives. The battlefield gradually shifted. Some opportunistic samurai turned their blades against their former comrades. Betraying their own kind, they fought with the most fervor, proving their loyalty to Kaido by killing those who refused to submit. Afterward, Tiger, along with Maria and the others, joined the fight, and the situation became overwhelmingly one-sided. With no suspense remaining, the siege of Orochi Castle had come to an end, with only over 800 guards remaining from the original 4,000. These remaining 800 had all pledged allegiance to Kaido. Jack and the others fully embodied the pirate spirit, taking away all valuable items from Orochi Castle. The remaining 800 were left to handle the aftermath. Throughout the ordeal, the gates of Orochi Castle remained tightly shut, with no one knowing what had happened inside. Later, a fisherman from Wano discovered the wreckage of Kaido's ship and rescued the barely alive Kaido, along with the last 2 of the Anawabanshu, Dahe, and Hellsbitten. This incident caused a huge uproar among the ordinary citizens of Wano, with Dahe and Hellsbitten recounting their tale of a once-in-a-century maritime disaster, where General Orochi unfortunately fell into the water, and thanks to their utmost efforts, he was saved. The people believed it wholeheartedly. However, Orochi had been severely injured in the incident and could no longer speak. Coupled with the recent unprecedented storms across Wano, the public was convinced of the events. From this incident, all citizens learned that Kaido had been seriously injured and was currently unable to speak. Orochi spent his days secluded in Orochi Castle, only occasionally making appearances during important events to greet the public. In this way, the fake snake officially took control of Snake City, and the power of Wano country smoothly transitioned to the Beast Pirates. Chapter 89 Affirmation of Hanavza, Promotion to Flying 6. On the other hand, Hell's argument was visiting officials and merchants one by one with some members of the Beast Pirates. Of course, these visits were quite uncouth. The pampered gentlemen wore worried expressions on their faces, and some even began to cry for mercy, kneeling and pleading for a way out. But it was useless. No matter how much they begged, they could only watch as the wealth they had scraped together over the years fell into the pockets of the Beast Pirates. More people could no longer see the sun of the next day. The continuous good news made Kaido, Hanavza, and the big signboards ecstatic. They never expected things to be resolved so smoothly. Not only had they eliminated the influence of the Great Snake, but they also firmly grasped the decision-making power of Wano country, holding the entire country's authority tightly in their hands. Moreover, through suppressing and plundering those officials and merchants, the Beast Pirates also welcomed the largest influx of funds since their establishment, equivalent to having plundered over 80 of Wano's wealth overnight. The happiest among them was Quinn, who had recently received a large number of samurai captives for his experimental research. Additionally, due to the Beast Pirate's sudden wealth, he obtained a substantial amount of research funding, which meant he wouldn't have to worry about money for the next few years. Quinn, with a cigar in his mouth, thought of a former colleague. Vegapunk, you were always troubled about research funding and had a bout of the world government. If you knew that I'm not lacking funds at all now, you would surely be envious. Ha ha ha. Kaido and Hanavza were drinking together. Olo lo lo lo. Wano country has finally fallen into our hands. Kaido wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, feeling pleased. He didn't expect Toki to resolve this matter so cleanly. Hanavza said, yeah, I didn't expect the people of Wano country to be so easy to deceive. That kid has some skills. He really surprised me when he lifted that whole ship into the air. That brat hasn't even gone out to sea yet. It won't be too late to draw conclusions when he has a bounty of hundreds of millions. Big brother Kaido, this kid's abilities are quite handy. Can I borrow him for a while? Oh, what do you want him for? I need to travel all over the world to look for devil fruits. The weather on the Grand Line is unpredictable, and I often slow down my sailing progress because of the weather, which undoubtedly reduces my efficiency in finding devil fruits. If this kid can come with me and fly the ship, we can quickly reach various places, thereby speeding up my search for devil fruits. Kaido slowly put down the wine jug, lost in thought, seemingly considering the feasibility of this matter. At that moment, Jin walked in from outside. Mr. Kaido, Toki has requested to be promoted to Flying 6. Kaido frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He really knows how to find opportunities. What do you both think? Hanavza was the first to speak. It seems Big Brother Kaido is also tired of this kid. I say we should grant his request. It was thanks to him that we were able to retrieve Little Pei in time. He has good abilities, and I quite like him. How about letting him stay with me for a while to help out? Hearing Hanavza's words, Jin was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Hanavza to have such a high evaluation of Toki. Little brother, you think highly of him. Jin, what do you think? Jin said, although he killed the great snake this time, it was also a blessing in disguise, allowing us to completely control Wano country. During this time, we also seized a large amount of wealth, which has contributed significantly to the development of our beast pirates. In terms of strength, he is quite capable. I believe he deserves the position of Flying 6. Kaido nodded slightly, agreeing with Jin's opinion. Capturing Wano country and seizing a large amount of funds indeed had a significant impact on the development of the beast pirates. Since you both say so, let us grant his request. At the same time, let the others see that those who make great contributions to our beast pirates will not be treated poorly. When Toki received the news of his promotion to Flying 6, he was training. Recently, Quinn had obtained a large amount of funding, and Toki went to Quinn's laboratory to take advantage of it. He managed to persuade Quinn to provide him with a laser emitter. This device could emit laser beams similar to Quinn's, and Toki planned to use it for impact training. By Ubu, the laser beams continuously shot at Toki, who activated his armament haki, gritting his teeth to withstand the beams, blocking each one. Occasionally, he would briefly remove his haki to take the laser beams head-on. PFF. The lasers pierced through Toki's body, leaving wounds the size of a cup, with blood continuously flowing out. Yet he acted as if nothing was wrong. This was Toki deliberately conducting damage tolerance tests, showcasing his resilience. He originally had nearly 50,000 health points, and with a passive boost from the newly acquired 8 powers, his health had reached an exaggerated level. These wounds looked terrifying, but in reality, they didn't cause much harm to Toki. He had only lost about 1/5 of his health in the last round of shooting and was not worried at all. It hurt a bit. These laser beams might be slightly inferior to the ones emitted by Kizaru, but in terms of speed, they were already quite close. Toki rotated his neck, looking very relaxed, as his wounds began to heal slowly. He also wrapped his haki around his hands. swatting away the incoming lasers one by one to test the strength and reaction ability of his armament haki. If he ever encountered a tricky opponent like Kizaru, at least he would be prepared. The lasers that were deflected shattered the surrounding rocks, startling the subordinates nearby, who covered their heads and ducked aside, filled with inexplicable fear. Also shocked were Black Maria and her sidekick, Page One. Following them was the brother complex, Yamato, who basically followed Page One wherever he went. Maria looked at the immovable figure amidst the rising flames, her cheeks slightly sweating. She knew Toki was strong, but the fact that he could withstand Brother Quinn's laser beams still left her in disbelief. Mainly, this deadly training method was truly shocking. Page One, on the other hand, was wide-eyed with excitement. Whoa, Toki, you're so strong. I want to learn too. Even Yamato, who had a minor conflict with Toki earlier, was rendered speechless in shock. She thought it was better not to provoke such a monster casually. Hey, Toki. At that moment, a voice came from afar. It was Yamato. Yamato waved her hand, her face full of excitement. Toki, you've been promoted to Flying 6. We can have our own ship now. Toki laughed. Really? That's great. Finally, I can have a chance to go out to sea. Yamato jumped up excitedly, directly leaping onto Toki's face, shaking his head vigorously with both hands. Toki's face turned red, especially since there were others present. Get down, get down. What's wrong with that? Yamato mumbled. Maria watched the intimate interaction between the two, snorting coldly, feeling a bit displeased. Toki noticed Maria's slight mood and ignored it, carrying the white-haired lowly and saying, "Let's go to the dock and customize a ship of our own." Chapter 90, Finding You a Teacher Beside Them. Run-T also started to mimic the actions of Husei and He. She immediately jumped on a Peggy Wan's shoulder, swinging her little legs and shouting, "Charge, little Pei." Peggy Wan said, "Sister, get down, get down. What is the matter?" She imitated He's tone and lectured. "You're grown up now, and you're an ability user. Hurry up and transform into a big dinosaur, just like Dad carrying us around." With no other choice, Peggy Wan transformed into a spine-back dinosaur, allowing Run-T to bounce around on his head. He lifted her little head and looked at Maria beside her. "Sister Maria, let's go together." Who is your sister?" I don't want to go." He bent down, leaned close to Husei's ear, and whispered, "Did I make her angry again?" "No, she just likes to get angry." Saying this, Husei smirked, summoning a cloud of black mist to envelop Maria and pull her to his side. Just like that, they flew into the air, with He and Maria looking very happy. It was Run-Ti's first time experiencing the feeling of flying. She clutched Lil Pei's clothes, afraid to move too much, and finally settled down. Upon reaching the shipyard, Husei briefly explained his intentions and made some requests. Then they could wait for acceptance. Hanafusa also found Husei. "What? You want to invite me to go out to sea to look for devil fruits?" "That's right. Your flying ability can ignore the weather at sea, greatly shortening my travel time. Of course, I won't let you work for free. I can pay you a commission. After all, this is a transaction between us." After thinking for a moment, Husei replied, "I don't want a commission. If we can find more devil fruits, can you give me a devil fruit as a reward?" "Ha ha ha." Hanafusa laughed. "Do you think devil fruits are wild fruits you can just pick up? The devil fruits I find will be handed over to Brother Kaido. Since you want them, let's go by the rules of the beasts. As long as you can speed up my search efficiency, you can be considered to have contributed to the beasts, and I will naturally help you apply to Brother Kaido." "How about that condition? Can I act freely then?" "Of course. As long as you take me to the continent or island I need to go to, you can act freely without participating in the search process." "Okay, deal." While waiting for the ship to be built, Husei continued to visit Kaido to enjoy his immortality. After all, once he left Onigashima, there wouldn't be many opportunities to take advantage of Kaido. However, this time was different from usual. He brought Black Maria along. He wanted to make sure Maria's subsequent training was properly arranged before he left. At first, Maria didn't plan to expose her devil fruit ability to others. But after Husei's persuasion, she dismissed her concerns. "If you plan to stay in the Beast Pirates, you should inform Kaido about this. Such things can't be hidden. Rather than being suddenly discovered by him one day, it's better to tell him yourself. Moreover, your most important task right now is to improve your strength and quickly master your fruit ability. Only when you truly become strong can you have more choices." Kaido is not stingy when it comes to cultivating promising subordinates, especially since you're now a rare mythical Zoan user. As long as you can show your potential, he won't mistreat you. Isn't this exactly what you've always hoped for? To obtain a powerful devil fruit and be valued and reused by Kaido? But Maria showed hesitation, wanting to say something but stopping short, seeming a bit difficult to voice. In the days they spent together, Maria had developed unusual feelings. She would feel secretly angry when Udyr.He was with the He. Whenever she encountered unexpected situations she couldn't handle, she would immediately think of this guy in front of her. She felt a sense of security. This emotion peaked when Udyr.He unreservedly gave her that precious fruit. When she learned that Udyr.He planned to go out to sea after being promoted to Flying Six, her first reaction was actually to want Udyr.He not to leave. Perhaps sensing Maria's unease, or perhaps already knowing her feelings, Udyr.He stepped forward to embrace her. Maria did not struggle. Udyr.He whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, don't be afraid. He is here on Onigashima, and if you're with her, no one can bully you." Maria frowned slightly. Although she didn't like Udyr.He mentioning He, she complied and agreed at that moment. In the end, Udyr.He convinced her, and after getting Maria's consent, he informed Kaido of the news. When Kaido learned that Black Maria had obtained the Yamata no Orochi fruit, his old face lit up with various complex emotions, including shock, confusion, joy, and ecstasy. As for how she obtained this fruit, Maria only briefly mentioned that she got it by chance while participating in the siege at Orochi Castle. Kaido didn't care about that. As long as he could retrieve this mythical Zoan fruit, he was already very happy. He viewed obtaining a devil fruit as a random event and wouldn't overthink it, attributing it all to luck. He let out his signature thunderous laugh, saying, "Olo lo lo lo, it seems it's time for my beast pirates to rise." Very good, Maria. Starting today, to not waste this fruit, you need to participate in training. You can start with He. Yes, Lord Kaido. Maria receiving Kaido's personal guidance would greatly enhance her strength. Udyr.He was also looking forward to it. As long as Maria's strength steadily improved and she developed her fruit ability, he would be the most direct beneficiary. Chapter 91. The Flying Island Ship Boru Boru. Boru Boru. Kaido connected the transponder snail. In the image, a man dressed in a black kimono and a yellow striped coat, with a thick cigar in his mouth, sat in the shadows of the camera. He spoke casually to Kaido on the other side of the camera. "Hey Kaido, is it true that you said you would trade weapons for the animals on my island?" "Of course it's true. I don't have time to joke around with you." Kaido took a sip of his drink, visibly annoyed by the man's attitude. "Jaha, your beast pirates still need more beasts to make sense. Stop talking nonsense. Do you agree to this deal or not?" "Jaha, 500 weapons are too few. At least 1,000 flintlock guns for one of my beasts. And you need to bring out some of your sea stone products from Wano. You have to know that these beasts are rare. Only my island has such powerful beasts on the entire sea." Kaido crushed the wine gourd in his hand and said fiercely, "Let's discuss this face to face." The construction of the Tiger's pirate ship was completed. This was a somewhat special pirate ship with a massive white wolf head at the bow, giving it an extraordinary appearance. The side planks of the ship were painted white, just like Yamato's white fur. The bottom and the stern were painted in ice blue, looking very cool. The black sail bore the logo of the Beast Pirates, and the whole ship was not very large, capable of carrying about 30 to 40 people. According to the naming convention of the Beast Pirates, Tiger named this ship the White Wolf. On the day of departure, Tiger set off with Hanavza. Because Hanavza was there, Kaido naturally allowed them to leave. Initially, Tiger planned to bring Riceball along, but Kaido advised against it. Kaido valued Riceball's ability to communicate with animals and wanted him to stay behind to help expand the Beast Army. Furthermore, Riceball had just recently learned to use Haki and needed training under Kaido's guidance to solidify his foundation. Tiger did not insist. After all, it was good for Riceball to train a bit longer. The Mechanical Baboon Squad also stayed behind to help Riceball tame other beasts. Yamato had a fight with her troublesome father, got beaten badly, and was now grounded, likely to be released only after Tiger set off. "All right, don't be down. I'm not coming back." Tiger went to visit the injured Yamato. Yamato sulked in silence. "Here, this is for you." Tiger waved a small booklet in front of her. "Oh, it's the Heroic Tales of China too." The girl finally perked up a bit, and started flipping through it with great interest. I saved some more stories over at the bathhouse. If you get bored later, you could go listen to them. Then come back early. Yamato didn't even look at him, focusing on her book. Oh, and Yamato, Tiger reminded her, while I'm gone, take care of Maria. Help her with her training. I know, you've been telling me this for days. Aren't you annoying? The girl wrinkled her nose. At the bathhouse, Tiger took Jinrami with him. After all, a gentle and caring massage girl would make the journey more enjoyable. Such pleasant things, Tiger certainly could not miss out on. Maria leaned against the door of the bathhouse, looking at Tiger take Jinrami away with a face full of disdain, not knowing what she was thinking. But as she watched Tiger gradually walk away, she couldn't help but say, "Don't die out there." Tiger waved to her. Afterwards, Tiger brought along a few of his subordinates, most of whom were good swimmers and had sailing experience, so they could also serve as helmsmen on the ship. Once everything was ready, Tiger set off with Hanavza. Up. Tiger casually raised his hand, summoning 2 clouds of black, wrapping the large and small ships to fly into the air. Below, some people waved goodbye. Rinny was among them, tiptoeing and waving her hands high. "Daddy, be careful out there. Come back early to see me and Xiaopei." Hanavza waved his arms to bid farewell to his daughter. Xiaopei is really something, still throwing a tantrum. Daddy is leaving, and she doesn't even come out to see me. Wait, it can't be. Rinny seemed to think of something, her eyes fixed on the 2 flying ships, and she suddenly shouted, "Xiaopei!" The 2 ships grew farther away, eventually becoming 2 small black dots in the sky. Tiger sat at the bow of the White Wolf, on the forehead of the White Wolf statue, which could be considered his special seat. The breeze tousled his hair, and the salty sea breeze came rushing in. Looking at the boundless blue sea ahead, Tiger stretched lazily. This was the taste of freedom. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a small hand appearing in front of the White Wolf head, waving at him. Tiger was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood what was happening. The small hand was clinging to the White Wolf head and slowly climbing out, revealing a green and white horned hat in Tiger's view. Hey. Peggy-wan lost his grip and fell straight down. Tiger quickly threw out a black snake, snagging Peggy-wan's little heel and pulling him back to safety. Tiger scolded him and brought Peggy-wan onto his father's ship. Hanavza was both surprised and angry, but they had already been on their way for a while, making it inconvenient to turn back. After a round of pleading from little Peggy-wan, Hanavza softened and decided to let him stay. It turned out that the little guy had learned that Tiger was about to set sail with his father and had hidden in the mouth of the White Wolf head, waiting for the departure. What a clever little rascal. "Dad, I'm already a capable person. I will get stronger and help you later." "Help me? It will be good if you don't cause trouble." Hanavza scolded from the side. But as they spoke, the child became distracted, tilting his head with a puzzled expression, asking, "Dad, why can other ships fly in the sky too? What big ships? What?" Tiger and Hanavza turned around to look, only to see a massive island ship slowly approaching them, partially obscured by the clouds. It was called an island because this colossal object flying in the sky was surrounded by rocks, confirming it was undoubtedly an island. And it was called a ship because rows of oars extended from both sides of this island, rhythmically moving up and down as if gliding through the air. The enormous folding sails billowed, moving quickly with the wind. A large golden lion head hung prominently at the front of this island ship, exceptionally eye-catching. Chapter 92. The flying pirate Tagetsu sets sail, but the business at the tavern continued as usual. The stories in the shop gradually became richer. In addition to the Hua Xia Hero Legend series, Tagetsu also brought over those impressive and thrilling stories from his previous life. Various genres were covered. This move undoubtedly injected new vitality into the tavern, with a steady stream of customers, many of whom came just to listen to a story. These tales began to spread among the people, and they were quite entertained by them. A balloon boat was flying in the sky. A large red balloon bore the blue letters "We News." This was the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. President Morgans was currently munching on popcorn while flipping through various intelligence reports gathered from around the world by his subordinates. Morgans was a user of the bird fruit, albatross form, and had always shown himself in human-animal form. No one had ever seen his true face. Many believed he was an albatross that had eaten the human fruit. No. What kind of reports are these? A hybrid between the giant and the small people? Does that really exist? Who would care about such news? The Germa Kingdom attacking the Kokia Kingdom is decent. This news can make the front page. The sea train has started operating in Water City. That's already last year's news. Which branch is this from? So careless. I want big news, big news. Morgans felt a headache coming on as he looked at the intelligence with little interest. Even his beloved popcorn seemed tasteless now. President, a snowstorm is approaching ahead. Morgan said, damn it, this cursed weather. You can't trust these weather forecasts when sailing in the new world. Increase speed immediately and fly out of this area. President, 3 ships have been spotted in the sky ahead. What? Let me see. Morgans snatched the telescope from his subordinate's hand and looked ahead. He saw a large ship and 2 smaller ones flying in the air. As one of the kings of the underworld, Morgans was well informed. He immediately recognized the significance of the 3 ships in the high sky. The king of lizards, Hanavza? Hey, that smaller one belongs to the beast pirates. How could a warlord be with one of the 4 emperors? Morgan squinted his eyes, carefully identifying them. After a long moment, he slowly murmured to himself, that larger ship is the flying pirate crew, the long silent golden lion Shiki. That legendary pirate is making a comeback. Big news. This is heavyweight news. Quick, let us steer the ship over. On the other hand, Tagetsu and his crew were stopped by the massive island ship ahead. Hanavza stared at the enormous golden lion head, beads of cold sweat dripping down his face. Little Paijuan looked curiously at the gigantic island ship. Tagetsu's expression was serious. Few can make a ship fly in this world of pirates. Upon seeing the massive lion head on the island ship, the legendary pirate's name surfaced in his mind. The user of the float fruit, golden lion Shiki. This person was as renowned as Pirate King Roger and the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. The 3 were known as legendary pirates. It was said that he was injured during the naval battle against Roger's crew, with a piece of ship's rudder accidentally embedded in his head, causing him to lose his peak power. But even in this state, the Golden Lion was still able to single-handedly destroy half of Marine Headquarters Marineford, forcing Sengoku and Garp to team up to subdue him. If one were to say that this man's strength was not formidable, Tagetsu could not believe it. At that moment, snowflakes were fluttering down from the sky, and the 3 saw a man leisurely walking in midair. He was dressed in a black kimono, wearing a golden striped coat over it, with 2 long swords strapped to his legs and a half-broken ship's rudder stuck on his head. He looked somewhat ridiculous, like a rooster. Yet Tagetsu could not find a reason to laugh. The sky was Shiki's domain. If a conflict erupted with him in the air, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he could fly himself, he could not guarantee the safety of the others. Shiki looked down from above, slowly descending onto their ship. Oh, isn't this my old buddy Hanavza? When did you learn to fly in the sky? Shiki, what are you doing here? Hanavza asked, his expression slightly tense and on guard. Huh? Shiki laughed heartily. Why so formal? I'm here to discuss matters with Kaido. I don't recall your flying pirate crew having such a good relationship with the beast pirates. Shiki, holding a cigar, turned his back to Hanavza, walking around the ship as if trying to figure out how the 2 ships were flying. Clang, clang, clang. The swords at his feet scraped against the deck as Shiki approached the ship's railing and looked down. The strange black clouds below caught his attention. Shiki's gaze sharpened, and he squinted, turning back to Tagetsu, and said, Kid, is this your ability? Before Tagetsu could respond, Shiki suddenly slapped down with one hand, and the ship began to plummet downward. The people on board felt as if they were weightless, their bodies floating up. Tagetsu was no exception. However, this did not faze him. The float fruit's ability was powerful enough to make himself and any non-living object he touched float, but it could not control living beings. The reason everyone felt weightless was that the ship beneath them was being manipulated by Shiki to fall. After dropping a considerable distance, the ship suddenly stopped, and everyone landed back on the deck, stabilizing themselves. Oh, Shiki appeared slightly surprised. He was now hovering in the air, glancing down to see that the black cloud seemed to come alive, transforming into 2 large hands that firmly grasped the 2 ships. Even if Shiki wanted to manipulate the ships to spin, these cloud-formed hands blocked him. Interesting being able to control these black clouds. Hey kid, what is your ability? Hanavza shouted angrily. Hey Shiki, what do you want? I don't recall offending you at any time. Saying that, he took out his weapon, ready to strike at any moment. Shiki glanced at Hanavza, clearly unconcerned by his threat. At this moment, Tagetsu spoke up. Senior Shiki, since you are here to discuss matters with Kaido, you are a guest. I wonder where the beast pirates have offended you to provoke your anger. You're with Kaido? Shiki slightly reined in his expression, a hint of wariness appearing in his eyes. Tagetsu nodded. I am indeed a cadre of the beast pirates. Senior Shiki is a legendary pirate, so I believe you wouldn't stoop to the level of someone like me. I have long admired your feat of single-handedly entering Marine headquarters. Huh. An interesting kid. You're much more entertaining than your governor. Back in the day, that guy was a mute when he first boarded the ship. Senior Shiki, can we leave now? Kaido must be waiting to host you on Onigashima. Huh. Shiki laughed heartily. No hurry, kid. Tell me your name first. And let us spar a bit, then I'll let you go. Chapter 93 versus Gold Lion. The sky was still snowing. Tagetsu exhaled a puff of white breath, clasped his fists, and said solemnly, I am Tagetsu. It's a pleasure to meet you, senior. But to ask me to spar with you, you must think highly of me. Tagetsu didn't want to get too entangled with such a powerful old monster, as he couldn't figure out the other's temperament. Where did you get all that nonsense, kid? Saying that, Shiki lifted a foot and slashed down towards him. Tagetsu hurriedly crossed his arms to block. His arms wrapped in haki were incredibly solid, effectively stopping the blow. Tagetsu was unharmed, but the ship behind him suffered. Shiki's strike was so powerful that it created a slash wave, grazing past Tagetsu's forehead and severing the mast of the ship behind him. Senior Shiki, it's really too restrictive to fight on this ship. Shall we change to another place? As he spoke, Tagetsu rose slowly into the air, surrounded by dark clouds. Gold Lion Shiki followed behind, laughing. You can actually fly. Interesting. The two left the several ships, maintaining a considerable distance from them. Only after ensuring that no one else would be affected did Tagetsu stop flying. Hey kid, what exactly is your ability? You'll know after you fight me, Senior Shiki. Shiki twisted the cigar in his mouth, took a deep breath, and his expression became serious. He slowly exhaled the smoke ring and smiled. Kid, if you lose to me, come be my subordinate. You should discuss that with Kaido. On the other side, Hanavza had already taken out a transponder snail to notify Kaido. Fortunately, they were only half a day's journey from Onigashima, so Kaido shouldn't take too long to arrive for assistance. Dad, do you think Brother Tagetsu can win? Hanavza's expression was extremely grave, and he shook his head with a sigh. Little Pagey, remember that guy with two swords under his feet? His name is Shiki, the Gold Lion. He is a legendary pirate on par with Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard. In the future, as you travel these seas, try not to provoke these old monsters. What should we do then? Is Brother Tagetsu in danger? Little Paijuan clutched the railing tightly, looking very worried. Hanavza patted his little head and said, although your Brother Tagetsu can't defeat this guy, he can still escape if he needs to. Just watch their battle closely. Tagetsu and Shiki were in a fierce battle. Thanks to the ability of the float fruit, Shiki moved freely in the air, wielding two long swords with wild abandon. His strikes were both fast and precise, moving like a dancer on the tip of a blade. Lion's thousand cuts. Gold Lion Shiki continuously swung the dual swords beneath him, sending out crescent-shaped golden slashes. Tagetsu dodged while activating his haki to defend. Shiki charged in, delivering a physical sword strike aimed at his waist. The speed of this blow was incredibly fast, and it appeared as if Tagetsu was sliced in half. However, Shiki didn't believe he had succeeded, and his expression turned cautious. Because that sword had not hit Tagetsu at all. Elementalization? You're a Logia user? Shiki was slightly surprised. Tagetsu had predicted Shiki's strike in advance using his observation haki. The moment the sword made contact with his body, he quickly transformed into dark clouds, and the sword seemed to cut through the air. It looked as if a Logia user was elementalizing. Just like Katakuri using his exceptional observation haki and the properties of his Machi fruit to dodge Luffy's punches. Although Tagetsu didn't have Katakuri's freakish level of observation haki, he could still manage to evade some less dense attacks. Shiki leaped high, raising his feet to deliver two slashes downwards. Tagetsu quickly drew his sword, Tiger Cut, and braced himself against Shiki's strikes. Another round of rapid exchanges ensued. with both sides clashing swords, and for a moment, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Shiki laughed heartily, glancing up at the snow still falling from the sky, catching a snowflake in his hand. Lion's might, snowfall. The falling snowflakes gathered together, gradually forming two massive lion heads, sweeping towards Togertsi. Togertsi held his long sword and quickly swung. Fire blade slash. Countless crescent-shaped fire blades erupted from the tip of his sword, shooting towards the two stormy snow lions. Kid, these little sparks can't break my snowfall. Oh really? Togertsi growled, his body emanating intense flames as he leaped high and raised his tiger cut. The raging flames wrapped around the sword, illuminating the sky in a bright red, as if a small sun had appeared in the air. Fire Dragon Emperor. Togertsi swung down. The solidified flames erupted forth, splitting into two majestic fire dragons that charged towards the two white ice lions with overwhelming force. Ice and fire collided, creating a burst of steaming vapor, and the two skills nullified each other. A large cloud of white mist erupted in the sky. Shiki was slightly taken aback, saying, "Oh, it seems this is still Jin's technique. Hey kid, who is Jin to you? How can you use fire?" Meanwhile, the father and son watching from afar were left dumbfounded. Paijuan raised his hands and shouted, "Wow, Brother Togertsi is amazing. He can summon two such large fire dragons." Hanavza felt sweat dripping from his forehead, thinking, this kid even learned Jin's technique. Shiki said, "Kid, I wonder if you can take this next attack." He raised his foot and delivered a heavy slash downwards, and a massive slash wave tore through the seawater. Shiki spun one hand, gently grasping, and a large mass of seawater was lifted up. The seawater formed irregular blocks and spheres, surging towards Togertsi from all directions. Togertsi stepped on the clouds and quickly moved, but the sheer area of the seawater was overwhelming. In no time, he was enveloped by the water controlled by Shiki. Togertsi felt as if he had fallen into a swimming pool, experiencing a sense of weakness, like a person who couldn't swim drowning, struggling in the watery prison. The father and son, watching from a distance, were alarmed. Paijuan anxiously said, "Oh no, Dad. Hurry and save Brother Togertsi." Hanavza gritted his teeth, naturally wanting to help. But at this height of 100 meters, he couldn't fly at all, making it impossible for him to intervene. He could only hope that Kaido would arrive quickly to rescue. "Ha ha ha. Kid, it seems you've lost. Come join my flying pirate crew and be my subordinate." As he spoke, he manipulated the mass of seawater to bring Togertsi onto his ship. Hanavza was extremely anxious, shouting, "Bastard Shiki, what do you want? He is a member of my beast pirates." "Ha ha ha. From today on, he is no longer one." However, just as Shiki laughed wildly, his eyelids twitched, fixating on the mass of water trapping Togertsi. Crack, crack. The flowing seawater rapidly began to freeze at a visible speed. In an instant, the mass of seawater turned into a large ice ball. With a loud bang, Togertsi extended his fists, shattering the ice that bound him into fragments, breaking free and flying out. Gold Lion Shiki looked at the boy before him with excitement. He opened his arms high above his head and laughed heartily. "An interesting little brat. You are one of the rare few capable of breaking my technique as a user. Come on, Togertsi, become my subordinate." Chapter 94. Big News. The Golden Lion raised his hands high, looking somewhat mad. Even after all these years, his dream of dominating the world remained unchanged. Newcomers kept emerging from the sea, all chasing after that boring One Piece mentioned by Roger. It's really boring, one after another. What new era? What great treasure? It's utterly dull. Pirates are the ones who control this sea. Shiki looked at the young man in front of him, his gaze intense as he clenched his fist, full of spirit, his voice booming. "Hey kid, what are you thinking? Join my flying pirate crew. Follow me. Let us rule this sea and the whole world together." Ha ha ha. His voice was so loud that even Hanavza, who was nearby, could hear him clearly. Even Morgan and others, who were watching from a distance, caught wind of the news. "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I'm afraid I have no interest in ruling this sea, which might disappoint you." If you're not interested in ruling the sea, then what kind of pirate are you?" Tiger replied calmly. "If I can't live freely, then being a pirate has no meaning at all." Upon hearing this, Shiki was somewhat taken aback. his thick golden hair billowing in the wind and snow. The boy's response reminded him of that man. 14 years ago, before that naval battle, that man had also rejected him in such a way. Although he lost that battle to Roger, and even though Roger became the Pirate King, it did not shake Shiki's determination to dominate the world, because he knew that as long as he teamed up with Roger, this world would be within reach. But when he learned that Roger was captured by the Navy and was about to be executed, the Golden Lion completely went mad. The delusions in his heart vanished with Roger's passing. The reason he single-handedly attacked the Navy headquarters back then was also to confirm his dying ambition. How could Roger be captured by trash like you? What he said then immediately brought him back to that moment. And if he was to kill him, it had to be done by me personally. He recalled the scene of charging towards the Navy headquarters that day. And when he heard similar words to Roger S. again, the Golden Lion couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. He murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Roger, why did you have to die?" "Oh, Tiger said it well." A massive dragon's roar echoed through the sky. "Shiki, what are you going to do to my subordinate?" Amidst the blizzard, a gigantic Azure Dragon, nearly 1,000 meters long, appeared. TCH. The Golden Lion looked up at Kaido, lighting a cigar for himself. Tiger's words reminded him of that man. Shiki adjusted his wide sleeves, feeling somewhat disinterested, and said lightly, "Let us go. Stop the nonsense. Let's go to your ghost island and talk about our business." Thus, a farce came to an end. Meanwhile, the people at the World Economic News Agency were all excited after witnessing this epic meeting. President Morgans was especially thrilled, exclaiming loudly, "This is the big news I want. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since the world has been this lively. Except for a few years ago, when Fisher Tiger caused a ruckus in Mariejois. The Golden Lion Shiki and the Beast Kaido are in contact. Could the remnants of rocks be making a comeback? This is truly exciting." While Morgans cheered, an employee reminded him, "President, what about that boy?" Morgans replied, "What else is there to say? A young kid who can exchange blows with the legendary pirate. This boy will undoubtedly become a big figure in the future. I don't care what means you use. Give me all the information related to this boy immediately." "President, this person is from the Beast Pirates, and Wano country has been closed off for a long time, with no communication with the outside world, and the situation there is chaotic. We don't have a branch over there. Then we should have something by now. I don't care what methods you use, whether it's bribery or doing business with them. Just get to Wano immediately." Finally, 3 days later, the World Economic News Agency released a shocking report. Mysterious boy with unknown abilities exchanges blows with legendary flying pirate. The young officer of the Beast Pirates caught the eye of the Golden Lion Shiki, leading to a fierce confrontation with Kaido. The epic meeting between Kaido and Shiki. The remnants of rocks may sweep the seas again. The newspaper also included several related photos, although most were blurry, appearing to be taken from a distance. However, many grand scenes were well preserved, such as the enormous island ship of the flying pirate crew, the collision between the white ice lions and the flaming dragon, and Kaido's massive Azure Dragon form. At the end of the newspaper, there was even a relatively clear frontal photo of the boy. Next to the photo, a small caption read, "Tiger, hailing from Wano country, currently an officer under the Beast Pirates, ability unknown, does not fall behind against the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Extremely dangerous, strength unfathomable." The newspaper spread to every corner of the world, delivered by seagulls. Strong figures and big shots around the world learned of this astonishing news. On a pirate ship resembling a flamingo, a yellow-haired man wearing sunglasses, holding half a bottle of liquor in his right hand, was lying on the sofa asleep. Not knowing what nightmare he had, the man suddenly woke up, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and downed the remaining half bottle of liquor. "Young master, there's big news. You must take a look." The sunglasses-wearing man calmed himself down and picked up the newspaper to read. After a long while, he stuck out his tongue to lick his lips and laughed loudly. Fu. Interesting. When did Kaido also have such an interesting kid? A remnant of rocks? Fu. This world is getting more and more interesting. In Mariejois, the Holy Land on the Red Line, within a white-walled mansion, 5 old men stood or sat, exuding an aura of authority. These 5 are the highest power of the world government, the 5 elders. In front of them lay a report about the recent sensational news. They had already read the content, and they were not particularly concerned about the boy who could go toe-to-toe with the Golden Lion. They had long become accustomed to such slightly exaggerated reports. They were only somewhat surprised that the kid could fly. "What kind of ability is this? Do you have any clues?" asked the black-suited Saint Vegapunk, sporting a pair of mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead. "Perhaps it's some kind of logia. Nothing to be surprised about." Saint Saturn, who had a scar on his forehead and leaned on a cane, slammed the ground with his cane and said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to focus on this kid. His abilities are irrelevant. He can't stir up any waves. The priority is to investigate the reason for Shiki's contact with Kaido and to send out spies to gather intelligence as soon as possible." The others nodded frequently in agreement. Agreed. Chapter 95. Mysterious Bounty Notice at the Marine Headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the Fleet Admiral. A middle-aged man with a seagull military hat and a twisted chin beard was frowning deeply. He flipped through the recent newspapers repeatedly, murmuring to himself, "What do the Golden Lion and Kaido really want?" Finally, he put down the newspaper, crossed his arms, and stared at the photograph of a boy on the last page, lost in thought. At that moment, a sturdy old man with gray hair barged in. "Hey, Sengoku, I brought some new tea. Hurry up and get the senbei out." The old man flashed a broad smile. "Carp, this is not the time for snacks or tea." The man called Sengoku said. Vice Admiral Carp placed the tea leaves on the table, then picked up a bag of unopened senbei from the table, tore open the packaging, and began to munch. Carp took out a photograph and handed it to Sengoku. "Haha, look at this. This is my grandson. He's already 6 years old. I want to make him the strongest Marine." Sengoku rubbed his temples, not paying much attention to the sunny little boy in the photo, silently thinking, "Is it again about your family? Carp, the Golden Lion and Kaido have met. Perhaps the remnants of Rocks are about to make a comeback." Carp's smile faded slightly. Those people from Rocks won't be so united. These two have been living too comfortably these years. It's time to stir up some trouble for them. Sengoku lowered his voice, a few beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. "It's easy to say. One can fly and has been hovering in the sky for a long time. The other is entrenched in Wano country, a place that is difficult to attack and defend. Both are very hard to deal with." Carp was picking his nose, clearly not too concerned. He looked down at the newspaper and said, "What's the situation with this boy? How would he have fought back and forth with Shiki? Is Shiki getting old too? Time waits for no one." Sengoku sighed.
He then pointed at the boy's photo and said, "This newcomer must be taken seriously. I've already issued his bounty notice. Jiahahaha, Kaido."
"What do you think of the animals on my island?" "Not bad. They are wild and difficult to tame, much stronger than ordinary beasts." Shiki nodded in satisfaction. "As I mentioned before, 1,000 weapons for a beast. Think it over." Kaido was somewhat annoyed, wanting to explode. This was clearly increasing the price. "Kaido, seeing you in such a difficult position, why don't you let that kid named Tiger join my flying pirate crew? I can regularly send you 10 to 8 beasts of this strength every year. How about that?" Kaido scoffed. "My useless subordinate isn't lowly enough to be priced the same as those beasts. Let's not bring this up again." Shiki's expression darkened. "My beasts are not just for show. They are an important part of my future grand plan. I only agreed to your cooperation request because we were on the same boat back in the day." Kaido took a sip of wine. "You want to use them as key combat power, right?" Shiki did not hide it. "So now you understand. They are also an important source of my troops, and such powerful beasts also require time to nurture." Kaido smiled. "These beasts are indeed strong, but difficult to control. Apart from causing chaos and destruction, they can't form a sizable army." Shiki sensed something in Kaido's words and asked, "So you beast pirates have a way to tame these beasts?" "Not saying we can tame them 100, but we have about 70 to 80 confidence." Kaido seemed somewhat proud, repeating what Tiger had told him to Shiki. Shiki naturally did not believe it. Under Kaido's lead, Shiki saw a group of mechanical baboons and a large cat that had become Yamato's pet. Now Shiki believed about 70 to 80 of it, exclaiming, "Your mechanical modification technology is quite impressive. Oh, of course, I spent a lot of money researching this, and these animals will greatly enhance their strength after being mechanized." Hearing this, Shiki was tempted, and after some negotiation, both sides reached an agreement. Ultimately, The flying pirate crew would provide 2 giant beasts in exchange for the beast pirates helping to train and mechanize 1 giant beast. Both sides were very satisfied with this outcome, and everyone was happy. In the new world, the Totland Kingdom. This is the territory of the Yonko Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, a kingdom made up of various foods, resembling a fairy tale world. In the capital, Cake Island, a town composed of large cakes and cream in a quiet little garden. At a round white dining table sat 2 ladies, leisurely enjoying their afternoon tea. One woman, wearing a pure white floral hat and a pink short dress, was elegantly holding a cup of fragrant tea, sipping delicately. She had short, slightly curly golden hair, and her large, round blue eyes made her look like a delicate porcelain doll. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, her sexy figure paired with exquisite, small pearlescent white high heels made her shape appear even more curvaceous, with long, flawless white legs showing no excess flesh, resembling a ballet dancing angel. The woman put down her teacup, took out a beautifully packaged gift box, and handed it to the other lady across the table. Lin, it's been a long time. This is a gift I brought for you. Mom, why do you have time to come to me, Stussy? The lady named Lin clasped her hands together and laughed heartily, receiving the gift with a childlike smile. One could hardly associate her with the formidable pirate Big Mom. Oh, Lin, haven't you heard? Recently, Kaido and that Shiki have been in contact, and the world is about to become chaotic again. Stussy handed a newspaper to Lin. Oh, Kaido and Shiki. Well, I did have some ties with them back in the day, but it's been a long time since we last contacted. What do these 2 old guys want? Big Mom squinted her eyes, her demeanor suddenly changing. The naive appearance was gone, replaced by an imposing presence, that of the sea emperor who dominates these waters. Lin, you know my Thrill Street fears chaos the most, so I wanted to inquire about this news from you. Mom, don't worry, I'll handle this. If those 2 have any movements, I will let you know. Lin, thank you so much. Stussy and Big Mom happily chatted about other matters, enjoying their time together before she left Cake Island. Once in a secluded area, she pulled out a bounty notice recently issued by the Navy from the small bag she had at her waist. Stussy smiled slightly, the corners of her mouth curling up. Next, I just need this kid. On the sea, after sending Hanafsa to his desired destination, Tiger took little Peggy Wan and his crew to begin their own voyage. Lord Tiger, there's news, big news about you. Take a look. Jean Lamy ran over to Tiger. Having left the hot spring, Jean Lamy was no longer wearing her proper work attire, but had changed back into her favorite bikini outfit. She was out of breath, her chest rising and falling, making Tiger somewhat uncomfortable. Tiger briefly scanned the reports. Most of them were exaggerated. He smiled slightly, which aligned with his stereotype of Morgan's. The newsbird, however, when he saw the description about himself on the last page of the newspaper, along with the bounty notice included in the paper, he could no longer smile. What does extremely dangerous mean? Also, what's going on with this 480 million reward? Has the Navy gone crazy? Chapter 96. Sinful Humanity. It is now the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, 10 years before Monkey D. Luffy set sail. Fishman Island. A pirate ship adorned with a mammoth head sculpture quietly docks at the edge of the harbor. Jack removes the mask from his chin, making it easy to recognize him as a fisherman. This time he returns to Fishman Island, intending to go to Fisherman Street, where he has acquaintances. Fisherman Street lacks management and is perpetually chaotic. It is a refuge for orphans, filled with various factions and gangs. It serves as an illegal gathering place on Fishman Island. Even the mermaids of Fishman Island dare not tread here lightly. Most of Fisherman Street is submerged in seawater. Due to the inconvenience of movement, Jack leaves most of his subordinates on the ship, instructing them not to cause trouble, and takes 2 or 3 loyal subordinates who are good swimmers with him. Although Fisherman Street is flooded, there are ways to navigate it. Non-ability, humans can wear a spherical bubble to move around. For those with abilities, they can use a type of coral that produces bubbles to wrap their entire body in a bubble and move underwater. For details, refer to Luffy's journey to the Dragon Palace and his battle with the Kraken while wrapped in a bubble layer in the deep sea, where he used Gear 3rd. Jack and his group walk down the dim and dilapidated street, where the poor living conditions make even the pirates, used to burning, killing, and looting, feel a sense of eeriness. The fishermen they encounter along the way watch Jack and his companions with wary eyes. Most of these fishmen have unfriendly expressions, and some even seem eager to come over and cause trouble. "Get out, sinful humans! Fishman Island does not welcome you," shouted a fisherman man with long black curly hair. Jack turns his gaze to see a young fisherman, around 17 or 18 years old, wearing a flat hat, a wolf fur scarf around his neck, and holding a blood-red trident, stepping out from the crowd of fishmen. Behind him, a group of fishmen resembling his subordinates also starts to speak rudely, uttering harsh words. Their rudeness rivals that of the pirates. Jack's pirate subordinates are not of a gentle nature either. As members of the Beast Pirates, they are used to being domineering. They cannot tolerate such provocation. Seeing their leader being insulted, several of them become furious. If it weren't for Jack's presence, they would have charged forward to teach these fishmen a lesson. Seeing this, Jack sighs and holds his subordinates back, signaling them not to act recklessly. He steps forward a few paces, coming face to face with the curly-haired young fisherman, and says in a deep voice, "What does this mean? I haven't been back for over a year, and now you guys want to strip me of my identity as a fisherman. Hody Jones? I thought who it was. It's the stupid Jack who wanted to be a dog for humans. You can't even swim anymore. Yet you dare to wander around Fishman Island. Are you back to deceive your fellow countrymen into becoming pirates again? I advise you to shut up." Jack punches Hody Jones, 18 years old, in the abdomen, lifting him off the ground, causing him to tumble several times before stopping. Jack has no good feelings towards Hody Jones. Although they are both fishmen, their stances differ, and he has nothing to say to this guy. Every year, when Jack returns, he wants to recruit some fisherman compatriots, most of whom do not have much prejudice against humans. But every time he is about to succeed, Hody Jones ruins it. Seeing their boss getting hit, Hody Jones's subordinates swarm around, encircling Jack and his group. "Jack bro, should we fight?" The pirates shout. "Don't act recklessly. These small fries are enough for me to handle alone." A few fishmen help Hody Jones to his feet. Hody Jones wipes his mouth and says, "Jack, get out of Fishman Island. You are not welcome here." Some fishmen behind him also chime in, "Jack, since you've become a pirate and are with those humans, why are you back? Just go wherever you want to cause trouble. Every time you come back, you bring these humans with you. What do you want to bring them to Fishman Island for? Do you know that recently some mermaids from Fishman Bay have been kidnapped by those shameless humans? Hody is right. Those humans are sinful. Get out of Fishman Island." Jack's forehead veins bulge as he swings his fist, punching the fishman in the front and sending him flying. Jack roars, "I have nothing to say to you people. Get out of my way. Do I need your permission to return to my hometown?" Jack and Hody engage in a fierce brawl, although they are close in age. With Hody Jones even being 2 years older than Jack, Jack's years as a pirate have not been in vain. He easily handles these resentful fishmen who have not received any professional training. Before long, Jack knocks the foul fishmen to the ground, driving them away. However, the bubble surrounding him is damaged and ruptured due to the fight. He can only sit quietly on the ground, waiting for his subordinates to wrap him in a new layer of bubbles. After that, Jack takes his subordinates on a tour around Fisherman Street, seemingly looking for someone. After finding nothing, they leave. Throughout the ordeal, Jack's face remains dark and silent. Perhaps he finds it quite ridiculous. This is clearly his hometown. Yet entering it is so difficult, even though he left Fishman Island at a young age. He is a fisherman, yet he can no longer swim. Just by associating with humans, he is treated as a sinful human. Several subordinates follow behind, wanting to say something, but seeing Jack in a bad mood, they choose to remain silent. After a long time and walking a considerable distance, Jack finally speaks in a hoarse voice, low enough as if talking to the air. "Actually, there are fishmen who are friendly to humans. The White Wolf ship stops in a sea area. Its sails furl because someone is fishing. After spending time with little Pejuan, Tiger has finally gained a new Beast Spirit. Beast Spirit, Spinosaurus, purple, compatibility, 9, a theropod dinosaur with tall neural spines on its back. Good at swimming and relatively agile in movement. Evaluation, an expert at fishing, loves eating fish. Gained attributes, life 1000, defense increased by 5. Passive, Savage Growth 1. Savage Growth, Beginner 1 when health drops below 15. Basic life recovery is 40. It seems that the passive ability given by ancient species of bee spirits is all savage growth. Tiger is surprised that savage growth can actually be upgraded. If this passive can be maxed out, who knows what might happen? Perhaps he could truly become a legendary tank like Jack. Since Pejuan gained the ability of the Spinosaurus, he has developed a strong love for fish. The Spinosaurus has been confirmed to be a very good swimmer and an expert at fishing, which is why Pejuan has come to love fish so much. Tiger deeply understands how Zoan-type ability users are influenced by the animals within them regarding habits and mentality. For instance, he gets particularly excited when he sees a samurai. Maria has developed a love for drinking, though she has a low tolerance, and Kaido enjoys making strange dragon-like laughs. Fishing is so hard, little Pejuan complained. The little guy had fished all morning without catching a single fish, while the accompanying Jinrami had caught several. All right, little Page-Eye, no more fishing, we should set off. Tiger reminded from the side. Brother Husai, why are you calling me that too? Wait a minute, oh no, I got a fish. Little Paijuan, with a serious face, swung the fishing rod and pulled up a big fish. Ha, that's not a fish at all. Pagey, your fish was eaten by a bad guy under the water. Jean Lamy looked at the fish that Paijuan caught, which only had its head and skeleton left, and covered her mouth with a chuckle. Paijuan's little face turned red, shyly tugging at his horn hat. Husai came to the side of the boat and looked down, activating his observation haki to sense underwater, and said, "It seems there are quite a few fish. All right, let's quickly catch a few fish and set off. Cover your ears, everyone." Upon hearing this, everyone covered their ears, and those who were scared even hid inside the boat. Husai let out a thunderous roar towards the sea, and after a moment, a large number of stunned fish floated to the surface. Paijuan bounced over to the edge of the boat, looking at the dozens of big fish floating on the sea. Excitedly said, "Wow, great, we have fish to eat again today. Hey, brother Husai, look over there. It seems like there's a person in the water." Chapter 97. Sherry's divination Jack arrived at the Mermaid CAF in Mermaid Bay with a few companions. He met the owner, Sherry, 17 years old. At this point, the Mermaid CAF was just starting out and hadn't gained the fame it would later have. Sherry managed the CAF alone, busy inside and outside, which was somewhat exhausting. However, she had a brother named Aaron, known for his fierce reputation, so there were no ruffians bothering her CF. Abandoned by her father at the age of 3, she lived with her brother Aaron on fishermen